In the boundless eastern sea, at a silent stretch of the seabed, a single lobster lay there listlessly. I actually transmigrated into the Great Desolation. Suhan sorted through the memories in his mind, still dazed, and unable to recover his composure, confusion written all over his face. After a single sleep, he had transmigrated into this terrifying prehistoric world and become a small lobster. Ferocious beasts rampage across heaven and earth. The Dragon Clan wages war over the four seas. Suhan fretted inwardly. From his memories, he inferred that this moment was precisely at the dawn of the Great Desolation, the early stage of the ferocious beast calamity. It would have been enough trouble to transmigrate into such a perilous era, yet he was nothing more than an ordinary small. He glanced down at his own body. Two scarlet pincers covered in granular bumps that from time to time flashed with a chilling gleam. His entire form was clad in a thick, hard carapace of dark red and black. His body stretched for over 100 meters in length. In his former world, a casual snap of his pincers could shatter a mountain enough to be called a moving natural disaster. Yet in the Great Desolation, he was merely a small speck. His strength lay at the very bottom, akin to an ant. What is even more terrifying is that in this Great Desolation, there are those cursed cycles of calamities. Entangled karmic causes and effects cannot be avoided no matter how one tries. Suhan was deeply troubled. As a member of the Lobster Clan, a subordinate race of the Dragon Clan, he was even part of the infamous support caste of legend, the Shrimp Soldiers and Crab Generals. If anything happened to the Dragon Clan, how could the Lobster Clan possibly fare well? Setting aside everything else, just these few great calamities alone are nearly impossible to survive. Drawing upon memories from his previous life, Suhan calculated them one by one. The more he thought, the more his future seemed shrouded in darkness. Ferocious beast calamity, dead. Dragon Han catastrophe, dead. Nezha raging at the sea, dead. Irritated, Suhan swung his enormous pincers, smashing a boulder hundreds of meters tall, into dust, yet even that failed to stir much in the vast ocean around him. Compared to the boundless sea, his power was pathetically insignificant, just like his fate beneath the grand tide of the Great Desolation. So many great calamities will stain heaven and earth, slaughter all living beings, let alone my Lobster Clan. The waters of the Great Desolation run far too deep. A single wave can drown countless lives. Suhan let out a long sigh, shook his head, and decided not to dwell further on such grand events. They were far too heavy to bear, better to focus first on surviving the present. The Dragon Clan intends to conquer the four seas, sweeping across all races and ferocious beasts dwelling within them. A thoughtful light flickered in Suhan's eyes. Earlier he had already received messages from within the clan. The Lobster Clan had already begun mobilizing, preparing to follow the Dragon Clan in continuing the campaign across the Eastern Sea and suppressing its remaining races. Judging by the timing, in roughly 100 years, it would be time to march. Damn it, with the meager strength of the Lobster Clan, we're nothing but cannon fodder. What are we even going to war for? Suhan's expression twitched. The Lobster Clan was simply too weak. And Suhan's own strength was at the very bottom of that early stage of the celestial immortal realm, a mere ordinary shrimp soldier. He muttered to himself, at any moment I might just perish. At this dawn of heaven and earth, the weakest living beings were at the early celestial immortal stage. They were pure consumables. With such pathetic starting conditions, what am I supposed to play at? As a transmigrator, where is my system? Where is my golden cheat? Suhan grew increasingly desperate. Without some tremendous stroke of fortune, he might as well dash himself to death. He had no desire to become seafood in the mouths of other ferocious beasts. Ding. Enhancement system binding completed. System activated. Ding. Host has activated the system. Reward 100 enhancement points. Suddenly a mechanical voice echoed in Suhan's mind. My golden cheat has arrived. Suhan's heart blossomed with joy. He nearly burst into tears of excitement as he hurried to inspect his enhancement system. With a single thought, lines of information instantly unfolded before his eyes. His personal status panel. Host Suhan. Race Eastern Sea Lobster. Cultivation Early Celestial Immortal Realm. Techniques none. Spiritual treasures none. Foundation Innate Lower Grade Foundation. Foundation Grade Classifications: Acquired Foundation, Innate Foundation, Innate Divine Demonic Foundation, Chaotic Demon God Foundation. Each level is further divided into lower, middle, upper, and supreme grades. Enhancement points 100. Suhan swiftly grasped all information regarding the enhancement system. Simply put, he could use enhancement points to strengthen all things. Cultivation techniques, spiritual treasures, foundation, and everything listed on his personal panel could be enhanced. As long as he had enough enhancement points, he could improve whatever he wished. After carefully examining his panel, Suhan curled his lip. He truly was at the very bottom of heaven and earth. At this stage of the world's opening, there were no acquired born beings at all, though every creature born was innate. Not only was the lowest cultivation at the celestial immortal realm, even the weakest foundation was innate lower grade. As long as the system is powerful enough, all of this can be raised in time. Suhan quietly comforted himself. He glanced at the 100 enhancement points awarded by the system and drew in a deep breath. Now it was time to test whether the enhancement points were truly effective. After a brief hesitation, Suhan chose to invest them into his cultivation. Although enhancing his foundation would be the most cost-effective choice. This was the eve of great warfare with battle imminent, so he could not afford such considerations. With his bottom-tier strength, he urgently needed to raise his cultivation. If it can be equivalent to 100 years of bitter cultivation, that would already be good enough. Praying inwardly, Suhan began to enhance his cultivation. Cultivation 1. Cultivation 1. Cultivation 1. As his cultivation was strengthened point by point, Suhan immediately sensed his mana and vital blood surging at a speed visible to the naked eye. It works. Suhan's eyes lit up. Exhilarated, he poured all his enhancement points into cultivation. The lifeless mana within him suddenly began to circulate as rapid as a torrenting river. With every breath, his aura grew stronger than before, and soon he broke through his bottleneck. Boom. Suddenly, Suhan's momentum soared by a large margin, far more condensed than previously, undergoing a complete metamorphosis. He directly advanced from the early stage of the celestial immortal realm to the middle stage. Crackling sounds rang out as he stretched his body, his bones clashed crisply within, and his vital blood surged upward. His lobster form darkened to a deeper black-red hue, and began to grow rapidly until he stood nearly 500 meters tall. His carapace became even more solid, especially his pincers, which now looked heavier and more imposing. Haha! Suhan laughed heartily, wildly brandishing his pincers. The seawater within several thousand meters around him was churned to pieces, rendering the seabed a murky chaos. Just 100 enhancement points have spared me 10,000 years of bitter cultivation. Suhan's eyes were full of excitement, the gloom in his heart swept away, replaced by newfound confidence. The effect of the enhancement points was so astonishing it exceeded his imagination. One must know the Great Desolation was not only boundless in space, its timescale was equally exaggerated. In his previous life, he had cultivated for 10,000 years, yet remained at the early celestial immortal stage, a truly despair-inducing reality. My enhancement points surpass any heavenly treasure or earthly wonder. This is my only path to become stronger. Firm resolve settled in Suhan's heart, and he decided to immediately set out to collect enhancement points. The methods to acquire enhancement points. Suhan's mind stirred, and two pieces of information appeared before. Method 1, through battle killing living beings, and gaining enhancement points based on their strength. Method 2, exchange heavenly spiritual roots, celestial treasures, and the like for enhancement points. Killing enemies and exchanging Suhan nodded, pondered for a moment, then decided to set out immediately to find spiritual roots. As for fighting and killing enemies, he set that aside for now. He was merely a lobster at the mid-stage of celestial immortal. If he went hunting, he would likely end up being killed instead. With his small body, only a few hundred meters long, even in the waters near his own clan, there was some danger. Now that heaven and earth have just been created, there seemed to be quite a few spiritual roots in the sea. I think I've seen many before. Suhan swiftly swam through the seabed, his speed far exceeding the speed of sound, yet without causing any disturbance. Dozens of miles away, Suhan cut through the waves and stopped there, gazing at a small tree growing on the seabed. The small tree looked somewhat withered, yet bore a colorful exotic fruit, emitting a faint fragrance that seemed incredibly enticing. But Suhan dared not eat it. Who knew what that thing was? In the vast sea, there were countless examples of beings exploding after consuming certain celestial treasures. Suhan ignored what it was. Extended his large claw, clamped the tree root, and pulled it out. Exchange. Activating the enhancement system, Suhan directly exchanged the entire tree fruit, and all for enhancement points. 60 enhancement points. Suhan frowned, but was not surprised. I can't expect to encounter such excellent spiritual roots all the time. I need to keep searching. I must raise my strength further before the campaign. With a sense of urgency in his heart, Suhan swiftly began his search. Thousands upon thousands of miles of sea were carefully scoured by him, plundering celestial treasures everywhere. As long as something looked like a spiritual root, he would go and try to exchange it. Sometimes he encountered powerful sea beasts which he dared not provoke, so he kept a wide berth. Thus Suhan continued searching for 100 years, gathering quite a few spiritual roots with some narrow escapes. One day Suhan suddenly stopped, sensing a call of Bloodline. The powerful members of the clan are summoning all the small lobsters. Suhan's heart tightened, knowing he had no more time to search for spiritual roots. Although being a treasure hunter was enjoyable, as an ordinary soldier lobster, he had no right to defy orders. Sigh, although there were quite a few spiritual roots, it's a pity my strength is still too weak. After exchanging the last spiritual herb in his hand, Suhan sighed. Many spiritual roots were guarded by fierce beasts, and due to his low strength, he could not seize them. Otherwise his enhancement points would have increased even more. Suhan then looked expectantly at the personal panel before him. Enhancement points 1000. This was the fruit of his 100 years of effort. First, upgrade my innate root. Suhan made the decision immediately. This was what he had planned long ago. After obtaining a large amount of enhancement points, he would first try to raise his innate root by 1 level. It would naturally be more cost-effective to enhance his cultivation after strengthening his innate root. But if I spend most of my points and still can't raise the root, then he'll have to consider enhancing cultivation. Suhan mused silently, feeling nervous inside. He didn't know how many enhancement points it would take to raise his innate root by 1 level. In the primordial heavenly earth, the importance of innate root was self-evident. Innate root encompasses bloodline opportunity and luck, truly a characteristic of the primordial world. From the smallest mayflies and ants to the highest heavenly Tao saints, none could escape the influence of innate root. Those with good innate root had high bottlenecks, fast cultivation speed, and strong luck. It almost determined the fate of a living being. Each higher level surpassed countless beings. Take his lobster clan for example. How could they be the same as the dragon clan? The lobster clan was almost destined from birth to be a subordinate clan of the dragon clan. Moreover, even within the dragon clan there were hierarchies. The highest was naturally the ancestral dragon, who dominated the 4 seas. Those primordial gods or sacred beings are basically the biological sons of Old Man Heaven. Suhan couldn't help feeling envious, especially the 3 pure ones transformed from Pangus primordial spirit. Their innate root is simply sky-high. A top-grade primordial sacred being's innate root, immense luck, bearing the merit of opening heaven-born with the Xinhuang Linglong Pagoda and destined to be a saint. In a word, if your root is awesome, then everything is awesome. Enough dwelling, let's start strengthening. Suhan shook his head and began to add enhancement points to his innate root. Innate root 1, innate root 1, innate root 1. Suhan felt a warm current surging from within, making his whole body comfortable and a little intoxicated. While strengthening his innate root, he silently experienced this mysterious feeling. Suddenly Suhan felt as if he had broken free from some shackle, reborn with his mind, incredibly relieved. My innate root has advanced. The thought surfaced in his mind, and Suhan immediately stopped strengthening his root. Massive amounts of spiritual energy surged from all directions, madly pouring into Suhan's body, scouring every inch of his being. Flesh, bones, meridians, internal organs, carapace, twin claws, and even his dharma power. Every cell of his body rejoiced in joy, devouring spiritual energy, aiding in an indescribable transformation. Mysterious patterns emerged on his carapace, bearing extremely profound textures, as if they were innate. His giant claws emitted a piercing red light, subtly hinting at the might of his spiritual treasure. Suhan let out an excited roar. He felt that his life essence had been raised to a new level. His combat power had also greatly increased, the density of his flesh and bones was higher, and his carapace and claws had undergone certain mutations. His dharma power flowed more smoothly, absorbing spiritual energy faster, greatly increasing his cultivation speed. In short, compared to before, the benefits from raising his innate root were too many, an all-around improvement. He could not perceive changes in opportunity and luck, but the strengthening of his bloodline was truly felt. Moreover, Suhan faintly sensed an impulse to transform into a dragon. Suhan looked inward, and while devouring spiritual energy right after his root's advancement, he noticed a faint glimmer of gold in his blood. When the gold glimmered occasionally, it carried a hint of overbearing pressure, yet it could instinctively evoke a sense of yearning in other beings. Is this dragon bloodline? Suhan understood inwardly. He knew that by striving in this direction, he could transform into a dragon. Indeed, the lobster possesses a trace of dragon blood, albeit faint. Suhan shook his head. He understood that his future path of evolution lay in 2 directions. One path was to transform into a dragon, while the other was to remain a small lobster. If it were any other marine creature, they would certainly choose to become a dragon. Even if the possibility was slim, they would do anything to ascend to the noble dragon lineage. However, for Suhan this held no practical value. His original foundation was quite poor, possessing only that trace of dragon blood, which could not accelerate his cultivation. Even if he could transform into a dragon, becoming an ordinary true dragon would still require a significant expenditure of enhancement points. In this sense, choosing to be a true dragon or a lobster was merely a matter of appearance. The enhancement points would remain the same. Given this, the idea of transforming into a dragon held no allure for Suhan. After all, the future fate of dragons was quite tragic. Since I've crossed over as a small lobster, then I shall become the strongest chaotic lobster. A surge of pride welled up within Suhan, his eyes brimming with confidence. If enhancement points truly allowed him to elevate his foundation, then perhaps it wouldn't be impossible for him to one day possess the bloodline of a chaotic demonic deity. To defy fate and change one's destiny, truly a defiance of heaven. Suhan sighed contentedly. The elevation of his foundation had significantly bolstered his Tao heart. Such acts of defying fate would likely astonish even innate divine demons. While cultivation might be gradually improved over the years, one's foundation was predetermined by birth and fate. One could only experience great tribulations and immense opportunities. As for continuously enhancing one's foundation, that could only be described as dreaming. The powerful ones in the clan are gathering again. Ooh, I need to hasten my pace. Suddenly, a mysterious fluctuation emanated from afar, causing Suhan's bloodline to stir, and his heart trembled. Shaking off distracting thoughts, Suhan accessed his personal panel. Host Suhan. Race, Eastern Sea Small Lobster. Cultivation Mid-stage, Celestial Immortal. Technique none. Spirit Treasure none. Foundation, Innate Mid-grade Foundation. Enhancement points, 500 points. Spent 500 enhancement points to elevate from Innate Low-grade Foundation to Innate Mid-grade Foundation. Suhan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He had been so absorbed in enhancing his foundation earlier that he truly feared he would use up all his 1,000 enhancement points. While enhancing his foundation unexpectedly boosted his combat power somewhat, it ultimately manifested more significantly in potential. Even if the remaining 500 enhancement points are added to the foundation, it wouldn't be enough for an upgrade to high grade. Perfect timing for battle. I will use them all to boost my cultivation and strive for maximum combat power. Suhan made a decision, immediately allocating all 500 enhancement points to his cultivation. Cultivation 1. Cultivation 1. Cultivation 1. Cultivation Perfected Celestial Immortal. Enhancement points 0. Boom. With a surge, Suhan swiftly advanced from mid-stage Celestial Immortal to Perfected Celestial Immortal, experiencing a dramatic increase in cultivation. Crack crack. The seabed began to fissure, extensively shattered by Suhan's overwhelming aura, creating gaping, menacing rifts. Torrents of spiritual energy surged into Suhan's body, causing the surrounding sea for miles to stir violently. As his mana circulated, it became even more solid and powerful than before. At the same time, Suhan's size began to swell. 500 meters. 600 meters. Until he reached nearly 1,000 meters in length, his transformation finally ceased. He resembled a massive black-red mountain lying here, instilling a sense of awe. Of course, in his past life this would still be insignificant. In this primeval era, it would merely be regarded as a small hill. Clang. Suddenly, Suhan's pincers snapped together fiercely, producing a crisp metallic sound that shattered the seawater, sending large volumes of water flying away in a shockwave. After moving around for a while and becoming slightly accustomed to his newfound combat prowess, Suhan nodded in satisfaction. He was now far stronger than when he first crossed over. In an instant, he could easily defeat his former self. Clang clang. Suhan tested his pincers again. These two parts were the hardest on his body, equivalent to his divine weapon and armor. After the elevation and cultivation, they had evidently become even more solid and sharp. The previous enhancement of the foundation and bloodline seems to have caused some mutation in my shell and pincers. Suhan pondered, noting that this mutation became even more pronounced after his cultivation increase. For someone without any spirit treasure, the enhancement of these two was particularly vital. After all, they were nearly equivalent to his life-bound divine weapons. Now, during the era of creation, most beings rely on their physical bodies for combat. I'm already doing quite well. After murmuring a few words, Suhan felt even more confident. While Celestial Immortal is indeed the bottom tier, the vast majority of beings are merely Celestial Immortals as well. Whoosh. Suhan finished his enhancement and swiftly headed in the direction of his clan. We are about to go into battle. He sighed inwardly, knowing that this was an inevitability. After all, the dragon race had yet to become the overlords of the four seas, and thus needed to engage in battles everywhere. As for why he wouldn't leave the clan, Suhan would be foolish to do so. As a mere shrimp soldier, he had no qualifications to be a lone wanderer. He was well aware of his own strength. Furthermore, although the Eastern Sea is vast, it wouldn't escape the dragon race's control. Moreover, with my perfected Celestial Immortal strength being a bit more cautious, the danger may not be too great. If I want to slay enemies and gain enhancement points, I might still need to rely on the clan. Suhan thought quietly. Following the clan into battle certainly offered some safety net. Much better than being alone. Following the vague sense of summons, Suhan quickly arrived outside the lobster clan's encampment. Some shrimp soldiers and elite shrimp soldiers were gathering here. Shrimp soldiers are the small lobsters in the Celestial Immortal realm. Elite shrimp soldiers are the next level up true lobsters in the true immortal realm. Above them are the lobster captains, Xian Immortal realm. Another shrimp soldier has arrived. Gather quickly. We are about to go into battle soon. A elite shrimp soldier glanced at Suhan, signaling him to move quickly. This time the commander is personally leading the team. You all must perform well. Within the ranks, Suhan stood alongside the other shrimp soldiers, silently listening to their conversations and gathering information. With the merging of his past memories, Suhan clarified more intelligence. After enduring long years of warfare, the entire eastern sea of the Primordial era had nearly been conquered by the Dragon clan. Strong tribes were either annihilated or surrendered, leaving behind mostly weaker groups. After all, the origin of the Dragon clan lies in the Eastern Sea. The other three seas each have their dominant races, and the Dragon clan's main efforts are concentrated there. The remaining weak tribes in the Eastern Sea will be left to the subordinate clans of the Dragon Clan to battle. Suhan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the future of the Eastern Sea would not witness intense warfare. A little while later, more and more shrimp soldiers and elite shrimp gathered nearby awaiting deployment. From time to time, a few dragon shrimp captains of the profound immortal realm could be seen appearing. At a certain moment, a powerful pressure descended upon the ranks, causing all the dragon shrimp to feel a sense of suffocation. A gold immortal dragon shrimp commander. Suhan felt this unprecedented pressure and was taken aback, quickly looking up. Before him, a mass of golden light descended to the seabed like the sun, radiating boundless divine might. Just making an appearance, and it comes with special effects. Suhan silently criticized, suppressing his shock. He had no doubt that before such power, the thousands of shrimp soldiers and elite shrimp present, even if multiplied tenfold, would be effortlessly annihilated. The disparity in life levels was too vast, leaving one only to look up in awe. The commander has arrived. To think the commander personally led the team, I wonder if this mission will go smoothly. I hope to earn the commander's favor. All the dragon shrimp were stirred, excitedly gazing at the descending dragon shrimp. As the golden light gradually dissipated, the appearance of the dragon shrimp commander was revealed in existence after transformation. This time I will personally lead the charge against the sea crocodile clan. Let's go. The dragon shrimp commander commanded with authority. Following this, the entire army of immortals swiftly shot upwards like arrows flying towards the sea surface. Fortunately, with the magical power of the gold immortal commander, our speed has greatly increased. Suhan marveled as he looked around. Outside the great army was a faint shimmering barrier. It seems to be mixed with battle formation techniques, or perhaps talismanic arts. With his heavenly immortal cultivation, it was somewhat difficult to distinguish. You know very little about the sea crocodile clan. A dragon shrimp captain of the profound immortal realm spoke loudly, his voice resonating across Suhan's vicinity. Suhan and dozens of shrimp soldiers and elite shrimp turned to look at this dragon shrimp captain. I will impart the information about the sea crocodile clan to you. The dragon shrimp captain first cast a secret technique, transmitting the intelligence of the sea crocodile clan into the minds of the shrimp soldiers, then added, after the battle begins, you will seek out the heavenly immortals and true immortals of the sea crocodile clan to fight. The more you kill, the better. By slaying enemies in combat, you can earn military merit, which can be exchanged for treasures from the clan's treasury upon return. Hearing this, the shrimp soldiers were evidently very excited. Even Suhan felt the same. It seems that besides strengthening points, there are treasures to claim. Our clan is more adept at fighting in the sea, but the sea crocodile clan resides on an island. One must not be careless in battle. The dragon shrimp captain finally added, everyone familiarize yourselves with the information about the sea crocodile clan immediately. The sea crocodile clan has a single gold immortal ancestor whose strength is not great, and there are not many profound immortals. As Suhan reviewed the intelligence, his tense mood alleviated significantly. Suddenly, the external scenery shifted dramatically, becoming exceedingly bright. We have left the sea surface. It's the sunlight. The sunlight shone down, and the dragon shrimp were evidently a bit irritable, muttering their discontent. Dragon shrimp are of a nature. Suhan also felt somewhat uncomfortable, but as a heavenly immortal, he could still endure. Whoosh. The army advanced recklessly across the sea surface. The vast aura of the gold immortal radiated outward, causing countless fish and sea beasts to panic and scatter. Even if the dragon shrimp were lesser beings, they were still a subordinate clan of the dragon clan. Just half a day later, a massive island reflected in the eyes of the dragon shrimp, stretching thousands of miles. Such a small island is so vast, it truly lives up to the primordial era. As Suhan was marveling, he suddenly heard the order from the dragon shrimp captain. We have arrived at Sea Crocodile Island. Prepare for battle. All the dragon shrimp perked up, quickening their pace towards Sea Crocodile Island. At this moment, the grand voice of the dragon shrimp commander resonated far and wide. Sea Crocodile clan, will you not submit? The dragon shrimp clan, you are being too overbearing. Do you truly intend to leave my clan with no path to live? Another imposing voice responded, filled with grief and anger, clearly that of the gold immortal ancestor of the sea crocodile clan. Humph. The dragon shrimp commander could not be bothered to say more. Activating his innate divine ability, vast gold immortal power surged forth. A massive black claw suddenly appeared in the air, identical to a real shrimp claw, yet it was a manifestation of the dragon shrimp commander's divine ability. The black claw ferociously attacked Gold Crocodile Island. Boom. Outside Sea Crocodile Island, a giant barrier descended, enclosing the island within. This was the island protection formation. At this moment, under the assault of an innate divine ability activated by a powerful gold immortal, it emitted a violent rumbling sound. Crack. The barrier cracked with numerous fissures, ultimately shattering completely. Damn it. A great roar echoed through the heavens and earth. The enormous and cold gold immortal power transformed into a giant hand, swiftly slapping towards Suhan's immortal army. aiming to crush all the shrimp soldiers like Su-Han in one strike. Overestimating yourself. The dragon shrimp commander scoffed, raising his hand to wave, unleashing a black blade that shattered the immense hand of power. Sea Crocodile Clan, leave none alive. The dragon shrimp commander ordered with a fierce aura, then charged forward, engaging in a fierce battle with the gold immortal ancestor of the Sea Crocodile Clan in midair. His strength was indeed superior, easily binding the opponent. Try not to let a single sea crocodile escape. Several dragon shrimp captains also shouted, then leaped out to engage the profound immortals of the Sea Crocodile Clan in combat. Kill. Annihilate the Sea Crocodile Clan. Hundreds of shrimp soldiers and elite shrimp roared in unison, sending forth a battle cry, surging towards the massive Sea Crocodile Island. Su-Han followed leisurely from the back, soon navigating through the jungles on the island. He looked up carefully at the battlefield above, convinced that no profound immortal or gold immortal would suddenly descend before he truly calmed his heart. With a flash of brilliance in his eyes, he dashed toward the interior of the island. His hunt had begun. Roar. Somewhere on the island, a colossal sea crocodile, over 1,000 meters long, let out a thunderous bellow and lunged ferociously towards Su-Han, jaws agape, its razor-sharp fangs gleaming with cold, deadly light. Those piercing fangs, that monstrous bite force. Even a mountain could be shattered in a single snap. Die. Su-Han stood utterly unflinching. He had deliberately chosen a mid-tier celestial immortal sea crocodile as his quarry. Whoosh. A crimson titanic pincer descended like Mount Tai, crashing from the heavens, carving through the air with deafening velocity and slamming straight onto the crocodile's skull. A thunderous crunch echoed across the land. The immeasurably heavy pincer pulverized the crocodile's cranium into viscera and splinters resembling a shattered watermelon. Thud. The crocodile's corpse collapsed to the ground, sending up a plume of dust that made Su-Han pause in astonishment. He hadn't expected such a decisive one-strike kill against a mid-tier celestial immortal beast. I haven't even unleashed my true strength, and it's already fallen. Su-Han glanced at his twin pincers with quiet elation, confidence surging within him. These pincers were extensions of his own body, light as gossamer when wielded, swift as lightning. Yet in truth their density rivaled that of ancient mountains. Even ordinary celestial immortals would struggle to bear their weight. A full-force strike was more than enough to obliterate such a foe. This outcome was entirely natural. Ding. 100 enhancement points. Only 100 points. Su-Han curled his lip in mild disdain, extended a pincer, and extracted the beast's demonic core from its carcass. This demonic core served as irrefutable proof of valor, redeemable for treasures within the clan's sacred vault. Without delay, Su-Han resumed his hunt. With growing experience, his boldness swelled. Spotting any celestial immortal sea crocodile, he charged without hesitation. Such was the immutable law of the primordial realm: kill or be killed. The weak hold no sovereignty over their own fate. Snap! A gray serpentine tail lashed forth like lightning, ripping the very air asunder, bearing the crushing force of 10,000 Jin, aimed squarely at Su-Han's head. Worse still, the tail bristled with grotesque barbs. Mere contact would tear away swathes of flesh and bone. This was a peak-tier celestial immortal sea crocodile, matching Su-Han's cultivation level, having already exchanged over a dozen fierce blows with him. Nothing extraordinary. Su-Han sneered coldly. His pincer intercepted the tail at the last possible instant, unleashing a shockwave that shook the heavens. Simultaneously, his other pincer shot forward like a spear forged from divine steel, aimed unerringly at the crocodile's skull, its crimson surface shimmering with lethal frost-laced sharpness. Su-Han was certain one decisive thrust would pierce even the toughest crocodilian hide. Ambush. Suddenly a vicious gust of wind struck his back, sending chills racing down his spine. His divine sense instantly registered another massive barbed tail hurtling toward him from behind. Failure to defend now would mean grievous injury. Damn it, the sea crocodile's concealment here is too formidable. Gritting his teeth, Su-Han hardened his resolve and drove his pincer deeper. Schlit. Snap. Two sounds erupted in unison. His pincer pierced the crocodile's skull like a blade through silk, leaving its eyes wide with disbelief even in death. At that same moment, the second tail slammed into Su-Han's carapace with earth-shattering force. Yet the indomitable shell held firm just as he'd hoped. Faint luminous patterns rippled across the shell's surface, resembling the sacred engravings of a divine battle armor, steadfastly absorbing the full fury of the assault. Oof. Su-Han grunted. A surge of turbulent chi rattled his meridians, inflicting minor internal injury. His footing staggered slightly. Die. He stomped hard upon the earth, shattering the ground across hundreds of meters, and yanked his pincer free, launching himself backward like a crimson comet toward the second crocodile. Clang. His pincer crashed down upon the crocodile, but the beast snapped its maw shut, clamping down with terrifying speed, producing a shrieking metallic screech. Eyes wide, tears welling faintly. Its teeth ached, its skull rang with disorienting echoes. Never in its existence had it bitten anything so unyielding. Schlit. Seizing the opening, Su-Han's other pincer plunged deep into the crocodile's abdomen, the legendary toughness of its hide crumbling like parchment before the pincer's unstoppable edge. In the next instant, the pincer twisted violently, then jerked outward with brutal force, rending the crocodile's body into jagged, bloody fragments. 500 enhancement points. 400 enhancement points. Huff, huff. After stabilizing his chi and replenishing his spiritual energy, Su-Han swiftly retrieved both demonic cores and vanished from the sight without delay. Moments later, a colossal tail, nearly 10,000 meters long, slammed down, fracturing dozens of li of earth into spiderweb cracks. Boulders leapt skyward as if the entire continent had been shaken by a giant's hand. Roar! Finding no trace of the accursed lobster, the true immortal sea crocodile unleashed a furious, earth-rending bellow. A true immortal. Best proceed with caution. From afar, Su-Han sensed the overwhelming aura and chose distance over confrontation. Though his current strength might rival an early-stage true immortal, the risk remained tangible, not least because ambushes were never ruled out. Let elite shrimp warriors handle true immortals. I'm but an ordinary soldier. I'll seek out celestial immortals instead. Muttering softly, Su-Han sped off in search of new prey. Thereafter, Su-Han launched into a relentless campaign of slaughter, each battle honing his instincts, sharpening his reflexes, and forging his combat prowess. Encountering celestial immortal sea crocodiles, whether solitary or in packs, he charged without hesitation, swordless, fearless. 50 enhancement points. 150 enhancement points. 100 enhancement points. 300 enhancement points. Who is this? So overwhelmingly powerful. A fellow shrimp warrior stared dumbfounded at Su-Han's retreating figure. Moments earlier, he'd been surrounded by 3 crocodiles, certain of his demise. Yet this elder brother had cut them down with the ease of harvesting melons. His aura matches mine, just a common shrimp warrior. As he stood dazed, a crocodilian tail swept down, reducing him to crimson mist in an instant. A true immortal sea crocodile has arrived. Casually dispatching the shrimp warrior, it turned and pursued Su-Han once more. My enhancement points have reached 3,000. Bathed in blood and exhaustion, Su-Han felt no fatigue, only exhilaration burning brighter with every kill. Greater peril, greater reward. What unimaginable power might 3,000 points unlock? For a fleeting moment, even confronting a true immortal seemed plausible. Of course, he harbored no reckless impulse to fight Hedon. Perhaps I should seek out an injured crocodile. How many points might that yield? Resolving to join the elite battlefield, Su-Han set off without hesitation. Suddenly, boom. A cataclysmic explosion erupted mere meters before Su-Han, engulfing the area in blinding dust. As the haze cleared, Su-Han beheld a sea crocodile of staggering scale, tens of thousands of meters long, its entire body radiant with golden luminescence, utterly unlike any he'd seen before. A profound immortal sea crocodile. Su-Han froze, speechless, stunned. The golden crocodile of the Xianxian realm. Su-Han's heart raced as the oppressive aura of the Xianxian stimulated his nerves, creating a significant sense of pressure. However, Su-Han also noticed that the massive golden crocodile was bleeding profusely, with several large gaping wounds all over its body. Despite its immense presence, it felt like it was strong on the outside, but weak on the inside. A severely injured Xianxian. Su-Han looked up and didn't see any signs of the lobster captain coming down to catch the crocodile. From his observations, the golden crocodile ahead seemed to be in a very poor state. If it weren't for the faint life aura and its tail slightly swaying, Su-Han would almost have thought the golden crocodile was dead. Should I leave? Or should I? Su-Han's mind surged with a frenzied thought. Take advantage of its injuries and kill it. At this thought, Su-Han's breath grew heavy. How many enhancement points could one gain from killing a Xianxian? As he watched, the body of the golden crocodile began to tremble, showing signs of trying to turn over and rise. Su-Han's heart hardened, and a glimmer of madness appeared in his eyes. After a brief observation, he swiftly charged toward the Xianxian golden crocodile. No pain, no gain. In this primeval world, how can one always go smoothly? Su-Han's gaze was sharp as a blade as he quickly rushed to the wound on the golden crocodile. His entire magical power surged into the crimson pincers, causing them to emit a faint red glow, making the patterns on them seem to come alive. Almost all of his energy and spirit were concentrated, desperately aiming to stab at the massive wound of the golden crocodile. Roar! The Xianxian golden crocodile seemed to sense the impending threat of death and abruptly awakened from its semi-conscious state. However, it was too weak. Already running on fumes, it could no longer react meaningfully. It could only muster its Zhuangxian-level aura and a trace of magical power to sweep out in all directions. Su-Han grunted. The Zhuangxian's pressure was overwhelming. If not for this extraordinary shell, he would have found it nearly impossible to move. Ignoring everything, he continued to thrust the giant pincers into the golden crocodile's body. Poochie! The crimson pincers tore open the already grievously injured wound. With a powerful snip, Su-Han directly opened a massive wound several thousand meters long. The golden crocodile, already critically injured, had defenses that had dwindled to nothing, making it impossible to withstand Su-Han's full-force attack. Die, die, die. Seeing that the golden crocodile was still not dead, Su-Han's pincers continued to chop madly into its body without pause. Soon the golden crocodile was brutally sliced in half. Its life aura vanished completely. Enhancement points, 5,000 enhancement points. As Su-Han gasped for breath, desperately absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to restore his magical power, he felt invigorated upon seeing his personal panel. A tremendous joy filled his spirit. Enhancement points 8,000. Indeed, in this primeval world, sometimes you must take a risk. Not daring to linger, Su-Han swiftly extracted the demon core from the Xianxian golden crocodile and left the area. Although he had not suffered much counterattack, the intense assault during that brief time caused his meridians to ache faint. It was no longer suitable for him to engage in high-intensity combat. Subsequently, Su-Han found a secluded spot to quickly recover and quietly awaited the end of the battle. From his observations, the Sea Crocodile clan was probably on the brink of extinction. Sure enough, not long after, the voice of the lobster commander echoed across Sea Crocodile Island. This expedition has ended. Return. Su-Han opened his eyes and saw the massive carcass of the golden crocodile being held by the lobster commander in the sky, knowing that the greatest trouble had been resolved. Another clan has perished in this primeval world. Shaking his head, Su-Han felt no sorrowful emotions. As long as he could live well, nothing else mattered. Soon, all the lobsters regrouped. Su-Han took a quick glance and noticed that some shrimp soldiers and elite shrimp soldiers were missing, while the lobster commander was unscathed though injured. Everyone hurried back to the territory of the lobster clan. Show your achievements to me for tallying, later you can exchange them for treasures. A lobster captain said loudly. After watching the others finish their tally, Su-Han stepped forward and took out all his demon cores. The demon core of the Xianxian golden crocodile. The astonished voice of the lobster captain drew many lobsters to turn around in surprise. I found it by chance. A Xianxian golden crocodile's corpse fell from the sky, and no one took its demon core. Su-Han explained half-truthfully. I see. The lobster captain realized. He seemed to recall that a golden crocodile had previously fallen from the sky, and at that time, he was somewhat skeptical that it wasn't dead yet. This is your good fortune and counts as your achievement. You have luck on your side. Your strength is impressive too. The lobster captain smiled, then looked at the pile of demon cores astonished as he addressed, Su-Han, you have amassed more than those elite shrimp soldiers. It's just luck, Su-Han humbly replied. Go select treasures from the treasury. This is your achievement voucher. The lobster captain shook his head and handed Su-Han a token bearing the totem of a lobster. Strive to become an elite shrimp soldier soon. Thank you, Captain. Holding the token, Su-Han left the area and nonchalantly indifferent to the envious and jealous gazes around him. He found a Xianxian demon core by chance. How much achievement points must that be? I wonder what treasures he can exchange. Many shrimp soldiers, even the elite ones, were filled with envious surge of why him and not me. Emotions boiling in their chests. Su-Han couldn't be bothered with these thoughts and headed straight to the tribe's treasury. After showing the token to the guards, he entered the clan's treasury. Upon entering, Su-Han looked around and silently shook his head. From the treasury's lack of depth, it was clear that the lobster clan was merely a subordinate race. There were no legendary, innate spiritual treasures. Of course, it's possible they exist, but it's unlikely they would be placed in the treasury. Even if there were, I couldn't afford them. With my achievements, I could at most exchange for one low-grade acquired spiritual. Su-Han pondered and decided to exchange for a usable low-grade acquired spiritual treasure. Given my strength, the opportunities to obtain spiritual treasures are rare. I must seize this chance. It would be best if it could complement my current combat power. After wandering around the low-grade acquired spiritual treasure area for a while, Su-Han quickly selected one. I choose this spiritual treasure. Su-Han respectfully addressed the Xianxian realm lobster behind him, who served as one of the treasury's administrators. After retrieving the spiritual treasure, Su-Han found that he still had quite a few achievement points left. After all, he had indeed killed a significant number of celestial realm sea crocodiles, including a heavyweight Xianxian golden crocodile. Since there's nothing valuable, I'll exchange everything for spiritual roots. Su-Han made the decision to convert all his achievement points into spiritual roots. The lobster guarding the treasury did not question him. Su-Han took whichever item he desired. In the end, Su-Han left the treasury with a Shumi stone, feeling quite satisfied. This trip could be considered a bountiful return. Back at his residence, Su-Han couldn't wait to take out all the spiritual roots from the Shumi stone. Exchange everything for enhancement points. Enhancement points 2,000. With a cultivation level at the perfected celestial realm and a foundation of medium-grade, innate footwork, Su-Han eagerly looked at his personal panel, unable to contain his desire to enhance himself. The results from battles must be immediately converted into his own strength. A full 10,000 enhancement points. I must enhance my footwork first. Without hesitation, Su-Han rapidly allocated the enhancement points to his footwork. Footwork 10, footwork 10. After spending 5,000 points, Su-Han felt a tremor throughout his body. A familiar warmth surged within him, giving a feeling of lightness as if he were about to ascend and become an immortal. A torrent of spiritual energy from heaven and earth rushed in, filling Su-Han's body. Clang! Su-Han's carapace and pincers emitted a metallic resonance, as if being forged by an invisible hammer. He felt that his strength and vitality had significantly improved. His carapace and pincers became even more extraordinary, exuding the aura of divine weapons. My bloodline has advanced another level. Su-Han felt an overwhelming joy. The sensation of enhancing his footwork was even more exhilarating than raising his cultivation. The dense spiritual energy was absorbed into his body, replenishing his life source. Each increase in footwork and bloodline transformation elevated Su-Han's potential. If his original life source was merely a small pond, then his current life source had expanded into a vast lake. Su-Han continuously absorbed spiritual energy from the surrounding environment in his cave dwelling. He refined his vitality and magic power, feeling invigorated before he reluctantly ceased his cultivation. High-grade innate footwork is indeed different. Su-Han sighed contentedly, stretching lazily. At this moment, with a thought, he could absorb vast amounts of spiritual energy and transform it into magical power. His cultivation speed and recovery rate were vastly superior to before. 5,000 enhancement points remaining. I should enhance my cultivation. After a moment of contemplation, Su-Han made his decision. Having attained perfection in the celestial realm, he had fought many sea crocodiles, fully mastering the power of that realm. However, having just upgraded to high-grade innate footwork, the celestial realm's cultivation could no longer satisfy his needs. Enhance cultivation. Cultivation 10 with 3,000 enhancement points spent. Su-Han's cultivation broke through the limits of the celestial realm and reached the true immortal realm. Splashing sounds echoed as tons of seawater were displaced, and Su-Han's body began to swell dramatically. 300 zhong. 600 zhong. 1,000 zhong. Ascending to the true immortal realm was a significant leap in cultivation. The increase in strength was far greater than when moving up a minor realm. Su-Han let out a low roar, the aura of the true immortal realm radiating outward, startling many lobsters. The celestial magic power flowed within him, rapidly transforming into true immortal magic power. The quality of the magic power became higher, richer in Taoist essence. So this is the power of the true immortal realm. Indeed, it surpasses that of the celestial realm. Su-Han nodded inwardly, swinging his massive pincers a few times. He estimated his strength had increased by at least tenfold. He could easily pin down his former self. With only 2,000 enhancement points left, it's insufficient for anything. I should save them for now. Su-Han decided to hold on to the remaining enhancement points. Looking at his now tattered cave dwelling, Su-Han felt no urge to tidy up. He was now an elite lobster warrior and deserved a better dwelling. The dwelling is secondary. I remember that every time one ascends a major realm, there are rewards from the clan. Su-Han eagerly walked toward an imposing hall. Inside, he found an elderly lobster warrior captain, hoping to claim his reward. Is it you who has become an elite lobster warrior? The captain's murky eyes glanced at Su-Han, seemingly recognizing him. After assessing his realm, the captain handed him a jade token and a large net. This is the martial art along with the treasure bestowed upon you by the clan. And there's a treasure. Su-Han was filled with mixed feelings of surprise and joy. Becoming an elite lobster warrior granted access to a cultivation technique, which was known to all lobsters. However, the granting of a treasure was somewhat unexpected for Su-Han. Nevertheless, since there were rewards, it was a good thing. He accepted the reward and happily made his way to his new residence. Following the directions, he arrived at a much larger cave dwelling rich in spiritual energy and said, I've heard that upon reaching the Xian immortal realm and becoming a lobster warrior captain, one can even possess their own territory in the sea and govern other lobster clansmen. A hint of anticipation arose in Su-Han's heart. Once he became a Xian immortal, he would no longer be considered weak enough to be the lord of a small territory. By that time, Su-Han could command other lobster clansmen to help him easily gather vast amounts of spiritual roots and exchange them for enhancement points. No longer would he have to suffer alone in search of resources. But that's still far off. Elite lobster warriors can still only be considered weak. After indulging in his fantasies for a while, Su-Han cast aside distractions and began to review the rewards he had received. Infusing his magic power into the jade token, it lit up, revealing a wealth of information. The information flowed along with his magic power into Su-Han's mind, automatically converging into a dynamic picture. The image depicted a vividly lifelike lobster exuding an aura of iron and blood, striking fear into the heart. This was the cultivation technique only elite lobster warriors were qualified to receive. The lobster warrior technique. A thought flashed through Suhan's mind. The lobster warrior technique is the foundational cultivation method of the lobster clan, said to have been simplified by the ancient lobster ancestor. The ancient lobster ancestor was the first lobster in existence possessing the cultivation of a perfected Tai golden immortal. In the future he would even ascend to the great Luo golden immortal realm. He is the progenitor of all lobsters in the primordial world. Finally, I have a cultivation technique. Suhan could hardly wait to begin practicing the lobster warrior technique. As the technique circulated, he could noticeably feel his magical power gradually strengthening. Although the lobster warrior technique appeared somewhat crude, serving only as a basic guide for cultivation, it was still a foundational method. In this dark and ignorant era, having any cultivation technique at all was already a blessing. Previously, Suhan could only manage simple breathing exercises to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Even after practicing for 10,000 years, he would barely improve his strength. Even if he obtained some rare treasures, there was a risk of exploding upon consumption. Whether he could grow stronger depended entirely on fate, which could be described as extremely unfortunate. However, having a cultivation method was a pathway that allowed him to carve through thorns and reach higher realms. Although it may not guarantee an upgrade, it could be considered an unparalleled treasure for the vast majority of beings in this era. Moreover, I have an enhancement system. Even the most basic and rudimentary techniques can be infinitely enhanced. A glimmer of excitement shone in Suhan's eyes. For him, the most important aspect of a technique was simply to possess it. If he had none, no matter how miraculous the enhancement points were, he would be left staring blankly. He'll practice this later. There's another reward to check out. Suhan refocused his attention on another precious reward in his hands. In this promotion to elite shrimp soldiers, in addition to bestowing the cultivation method shrimp soldier art, the clan also rewarded a low-grade postnatal spirit treasure. Suhan looked at the large net in his hand with delight, faintly sensing the fluctuations of water attributes spiritual light. He quickly infused his magical power into it, refining the internal postnatal restrictions. The spiritual net emitted shimmering light automatically, hovering in the air, perfectly controlled by Suhan. Good. It truly is a binding type of spirit treasure, just right for me. Its pincers and shell are already comparable to extremely solid weapons of attack and defense. If paired with this spiritual net to restrain enemies, it would likely yield an effect greater than the sum of its parts. Moreover, having this net in hand can also prevent enemies from escaping. After all, Suhan is not particularly skilled in speed. However, the quality of this net. Suhan smacked his lips, feeling that it was somewhat flimsy. After all, it was merely a treasure awarded to elite shrimp soldiers, and its grade seemed barely up to the level of a low-grade postnatal spirit treasure. Gently tugging at the spiritual net with his pincers, Suhan sensed the restrictions of the treasure with his magical power. This spiritual net did not convey a sense of toughness or reliability. On the contrary, he had a premonition that if he fully exerted his pincers, he might be able to destroy this net. No, it must be reinforced. Suhan shook his head. He could not be careless about spirit treasures. If it were to be suddenly torn apart by the enemy during battle, it would spell great trouble. After pondering for a moment, a look of determination appeared in Suhan's eyes. He directly allocated reinforcement points to the spirit treasure. Since he had already determined that this spiritual net was very useful to him, there was no need to hesitate. Spiritual net 10, spiritual net 10, spiritual net 10. After allocating 1,000 reinforcement points, the net in midair suddenly erupted with a burst of azure divine light. Splashing sounds. Within the cave, the endless sound of waves echoed faintly. As the master of the spirit treasure, Suhan naturally understood the changes occurring in this net. A mid-grade postnatal spirit treasure, true water net. The grade, name, and effects of the spirit treasure all reflected in Suhan's mind. The true water net, in terms of toughness and the strength to bind enemies, was far superior to the previous low-grade net. Suhan used his heavy pincers to pull hard, but there were no signs of damage. If my strength cannot break it, there shouldn't be many beings in the true immortal realm that can escape, right? Suhan was very pleased. He wasn't afraid of accidentally destroying the true water net. As the master of the spirit treasure, his magical power was always connected, so he had some predictive ability. Furthermore, he had only used strength and did not employ sharp cutting techniques. If it couldn't withstand even this, then what use would he have for this spirit treasure? Moreover, not only does the body of the net possess binding properties, but it can also draw true water from the four seas during battle to bind the enemy. This is the reason why this treasure is called the true water net. The so-called true water is incredibly heavy and has a strong effect on binding and suppression. When battling in the four seas, it has the advantage of being able to extract true water from the four seas. True water net, not bad. Suhan nodded in satisfaction, thinking it's likely even more useful than a purely offensive spirit treasure. Especially for me. From now on, this treasure will probably be my primary battle treasure. He had already decided to nurture the true water net well, not minding its low grade at all. After all, he was just an elite shrimp soldier for now. As long as he had reinforcement points, he could continue to enhance it. According to the introduction of the reinforcement system, theoretically, even the strongest ultimate treasure could be fully reinforced. After playing with it for a while, Su-Han stored the true water net within his body and continued to nourish it with magical power. Only 1,000 reinforcement points remain. Su-Han calculated that adding points to his cultivation feat or spirit treasures would not be enough for further promotions. Then let's reinforce the cultivation method. He immediately allocated all remaining reinforcement points to the shrimp soldier art. The importance of cultivating methods goes without saying. Su-Han needed it very much. The reason he wasn't particularly eager was mainly because his previous cultivation had all relied on reinforcement. Shrimp Soldier Art 1000. In the Sea of Consciousness, the vivid lobster pattern became even more lively, exuding an increasingly clear aura. Although the grade of the skill had not changed, Su-Han keenly noticed that the efficiency of the Shrimp Soldier Art had greatly increased. The speed of cultivation doubled. Phew! All reinforcement points have been used up. After reinforcing the cultivation method and practicing for a while, Su-Han let out a sigh, feeling very fulfilled. He opened his personal panel. Host Su-Han Race East Sea Lobster Cultivation Early True Immortal Realm Cultivation Method Shrimp Soldier Art Spirit Treasure True Water Net Mid-Grade Postnatal Spirit Treasure Feat Superior Innate Footing Reinforcement Points 0. Compared to when he set out against the Sea Crocodile clan, his strength had increased significantly. After a brief summary, Su-Han was not satisfied with his current achievements. After all, he was still just a newcomer who had just become an elite shrimp soldier. Cultivation. A thought emerged in his mind, and Su-Han immersed himself wholeheartedly in cultivation. With his current footing and bloodline qualifications combined with the reinforced shrimp soldier art, he felt a stirring in his cultivation. As he operated the shrimp soldier art, a steady stream of spiritual energy was absorbed by Su-Han. His mind also sank into the rhythm of Tao under the guidance of the shrimp soldier art. This was Su-Han's first serious immersion into a cultivation state. And his cultivation magical power steadily increased, encountering no difficulties at all. Thus he did not know how many years had passed. Boom. After years of accumulated magical power reached its peak, Su-Han's cultivation finally broke through the barriers of the realm. His body grew again, increasing from 1,000 zhong to nearly 1,500 zhong. This is also the condition of most beings in this wild era. Every time cultivation is enhanced, it is usually accompanied by a massive growth in size. I have advanced to the mid-stage of the true immortal realm. A thought flashed through Su-Han's mind, but he did not. Instead, he continued to absorb spiritual energy, tempering his magical power and comprehending the rhythm of Tao. Until the cultivation of the mid-stage true immortal realm was thoroughly stabilized, Su-Han continued to cultivate. However, he found that any further improvement was slowing down. Sigh. Reluctantly opening his eyes, Su-Han emerged from the state of cultivation. It's a pity that closed-door cultivation ultimately has its limits. Su-Han shook his head, stretched lazily, and prepared to venture out to explore and seek some spiritual roots and other cultivation resources. Aside from exchanging reinforcement points, he now also has cultivation methods and can attempt to refine heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Next, I will explore the East Sea. In the East Sea, the domain of the Lobster Clan, Su-Han swam alone, carefully navigating through various peculiar underwater landscapes. Compared to the arduous process of closed-door cultivation, seeking resources to enhance his strength was much faster. Suddenly, Su-Han's eyes lit up as he spotted a spiritual root. After advancing to an elite shrimp soldier, the clan had shared with him some basic knowledge about heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Additionally, after this period of diligent exploration, he had become somewhat of an expert in identifying spiritual roots. Enhancement points 500. What kind of spiritual herb is this? Forget it, as long as I can exchange it, that's enough. Enhancement points 420. Heavenly Immortal Realm Sea Beast. Die. Enhancement points 150. Perhaps due to the boost from advancing to an innate superior grade, his fortunes had also improved. Su-Han's luck was clearly much better than before, having found numerous good items. In just a few years, he had accumulated 3,000 enhancement points again. Fortune indeed brings success in all endeavors. Perhaps my luck in picking up the Xian Immortal Golden Crocodile was also due to fortune. Su-Han recalled that opportunity. Of course, it was accompanied by risks. Going to kill Xian Immortal Realm beings in the Heavenly Immortal Realm was a heart-stopping endeavor, even if the Xian Immortal was on the brink of death. Even now, recalling the experience made Su-Han feel a bit uneasy. But if I had not taken that risk, not only would it have slowed my progress towards strength, but my Tao heart would probably have been left with a crack. In summary, to become stronger, Tao heart strength and fortune were all indispensable. I've explored this sea area enough, there probably aren't any major opportunities left. Su-Han sighed and shook his head with a bitter smile. Being disaster-free and having some small gains was already quite good. Oh, what more could he wish for? Moi. Suddenly, Su-Han rubbed his eyes and looked closely ahead. A A sturdy ancient tree stood in the distance, its roots twisting and faintly exuding a hint of dragon might. Two bright red unusual fruits hung from the tree, releasing a rich fruity aroma. This is the dragon blood jus fruit tree. Suhan was stunned. The surprise came too suddenly. Based on the information he had gathered in the lobster clan, the dragon blood jus fruit tree was a prestigious earthly spiritual root. It was a postnatal medium-grade spiritual root. The ones he had collected before were not even in the same league. Suhan's breathing became rapid, and he mentally claimed the dragon blood jus fruit tree as his own. If exchanged for enhancement points, its value would certainly be substantial. Just then a whistling sound suddenly came from beside Suhan. Not good. A sense of crisis suddenly surged in his heart, and Suhan's pupils contracted as he instinctively prepared to retreat. However, it was already too late. A blue streak of light fast, as lightning instantly wrapped around Suhan. What is this? Suhan's expression turned grim. He never expected this thing to be so fast. Before he even reacted, he was already ensnared. Upon closer inspection, it was actually a blue snake. A latest-stage true immortal realm blue snake. Suhan gritted his teeth and desperately summoned his blood and spiritual energy to resist. This blue snake was at least several tens of thousands of meters long, and it had tightly coiled around Suhan, wrapping him in circle upon circle. Under the immense pressure, Suhan's bones creaked, and his flesh trembled faintly, seemingly unable to bear. If it weren't for the powerful shell that effectively isolated most of the force, Suhan would have likely been reduced to a pile of shattered lobster mush. Even so, Suhan couldn't keep enduring like this. Do you really think I'm easy to deal with? Suhan's eyes turned fierce as he struggled desperately, trying to free a giant claw. Hiss! The blue snake raised its massive head, flicking its tongue, its cold vertical pupils reflecting a hint of surprise. This constriction and twisting was something even the previous latest-stage true immortal realm sea beasts could not withstand. All of them had been crushed to pieces by it. And now a mere mid-stage true immortal realm little lobster, this fragile body, could actually withstand its power. Not only that, but its shell was too hard, causing pain to its skin. Nevertheless, it was unfazed, watching the struggling little lobster with a cruel, mocking gaze. It didn't believe this little lobster could withstand its strangulation forever. After all, its binding ability was extremely strong. Any prey targeted by it could never break free. Hiss! Huh! Suddenly the blue snake's eyes bulged, its mouth wide open, releasing a strange roar filled with pain. Forced to act, the snake's body suddenly moved swiftly, flinging Suhan away. Being struck by immense force, Suhan flew backward, unable to resist. A crimson giant claw also had to be pulled out from the snake's body, leaving behind a massive bloody hole. A stream of blue blood sprayed from the wound, filling the air with a bloody stench, driving the already pained blue snake into a frenzy. Its cold eyes were bloodshot as the blue snake's tail transformed into lightning, fiercely striking towards Suhan in midair. Daring to get close to my giant claw, this is the fate you meet. Although Suhan's blood surged, he was not injured and worked hard to stabilize himself in the air. When he saw the blue snake's tail coming, his expression changed, and he hurriedly raised his massive claws to block in front of himself. Smack! Boom! Suhan was like a ball being struck, instantly sent flying by the snake, tail crashing onto the ground. The surrounding sea water was displaced by the shockwave, creating a thunderous sound. Not far away, a fish-type sea beast at the initial stage of the heavenly immortal realm was swimming by. The shockwave swept over, instantly turning it into powder. Cough, cough, cough. Suhan lay on the ground, coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood, and struggled to calm his turbulent blood energy. Damn, what kind of species is this blue snake? How can it possess such great power? Suhan inwardly lamented. He had always thought his strength was quite formidable, but compared to this blue snake, he still fell short. This furious strike from the blue snake suddenly jolted Suhan awake from his recently somewhat complacent mindset. It made him realize that in this primordial world, danger lurked everywhere. Coming again. Suhan took a deep breath and noticed the blue snake launching another strike, quickly dodging aside. At the same time, spiritual energy surged into his claws as he fiercely stabbed towards one side of the snake's body. Bang! Suhan evaded most of the force, but nearly got flipped over. The blue snake received a long, narrow wound. Hiss! Just like that, the two sides exchanged blows back and forth, clashing dozens of times in a short span. Of course, the main assault came from the blue snake. Suhan could only seek opportunities to counterattack while defending. There was no other option. The blue snake's speed was simply too fast. The blue snake's combat style was straightforward, powerful strength, and extraordinary speed. Suhan was similar. His characteristics were twofold: sharp offense and unparalleled defense. The strength is fine, being hit a few times only gives me minor injuries. But this speed is truly troublesome. I can hardly pose a threat to it. Suhan moved his body a bit, still feeling a bit numb from being struck by the blue snake. As the blue snake launched its lightning-fast attack again, Suhan's gaze became incredibly calm. It seems it's time to use my trump card, he silently thought. The green snake hissed cruelly and indifferently staring at Su-Han. It acknowledged that this damned little lobster had some skills as the sharpness of its pincers made it wary. But it didn't matter, as long as this continued the victory would be its own. The green snake lunged at Su-Han again, seeking a suitable angle to attack. Suddenly the green snake froze, watching as the little lobster threw out a net. The net expanded rapidly from small to large, covering it. Hiss! The green snake's heart raced with alarm as it tried to retreat. However, it was too late. The speed of the spiritual net was astonishing. More importantly, the surrounding sea seemed to come alive, the water suddenly becoming immensely heavy. From all directions, it pressed down on the green snake's body. True water of the four seas, bind its body. True water net, go. Su-Han summoned the true water net, pouring his magical energy into it with wild abandon, making it unleash its maximum power. The true water of the four seas was summoned, resonating with the true water net, tightly controlling the green snake's body. Although it could not be fully suppressed, its speed was greatly limited, and its form was controlled. Splash! Without any suspense, the massive true water net wrapped around the green snake's body, entangling it completely. Roar! The green snake's eyes turned blood red. It could never have imagined that this little lobster possessed such means. It exerted all its strength, struggling furiously to tear itself free. However, the power that could topple mountains when unleashed upon the true water net was like a mud cow entering the sea, without any effect. Moreover, with Su-Han's abundant magical energy pouring into it, the power of the true water net grew stronger. The blue water light was breathtaking, attracting more true water of the four seas layer upon layer, enhancing the net, rendering the green snake utterly immobile. Good. Truly worthy of a mid-grade, postnatal spiritual treasure. Su-Han exclaimed with joy. This spiritual treasure did not disappoint his high hopes. The imposing true water net was something a mere latest-stage true immortal realm green snake could not break free from. Of course, Su-Han also noticed that his magical energy was depleting rapidly. Not daring to delay, he swiftly flew to the green snake's eyes. Magical energy and vital blood surged into his giant pincers, causing them to emit a faint red glow. Aiming at the green snake's head, he fiercely stabbed through the massive net's opening. Roar! A heart-wrenching scream erupted from the green snake's mouth. The two lobster pincers penetrated the green snake's head with unstoppable force, snipping with great strength. In the next moment, the green snake's head was instantly shattered by the twin pincers. Reinforcement points 2000. Huff. After receiving the system prompt, Su-Han confirmed the green snake's death, and finally relaxed, exhaling a few mouthfuls of blood mist. With a thought, he recalled the true water net, and quickly absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to restore his magical energy. The injuries he sustained were not severe, but the depletion of magical energy had become quite serious. After a long time, once his magical energy was replenished, Su-Han finally opened his eyes. Looking at the green snake's corpse, he revealed a look of contemplation. This battle was indeed his most arduous yet. Had it not been for the true water net, he would have likely faced defeat. But since victory is mine, I will only grow stronger from here on. Su-Han thought silently. Killing this latest-stage true immortal realm exotic green snake granted him 2000 reinforcement points. And the most important thing, he cast his gaze toward the distant dragon blood jus fruit tree, a smile appearing on Su-Han's face. The danger had passed, and it was time to harvest. This green snake is so strong it must have refined quite a few dragon blood jus fruits, right? Su-Han flew to the fruit tree, having intentionally avoided this direction during the previous battle. On the fruit tree, 2 crimson jus fruits hung, faintly adorned with dragon scale patterns, exuding an enticing fragrance. Dragon blood jus fruit, this is a wonderful treasure for enhancing cultivation. Su-Han hesitated for a moment, deciding to consume one first. If he couldn't perfectly refine the energy of the jus fruit due to a lack of techniques, he would simply convert it directly into reinforcement points. Now I can refine it, I'll exchange for another later to see which option is more cost-effective. Su-Han plucked a dragon blood jus fruit and swallowed it whole. The jus fruit radiated a dazzling red beam, melting instantly upon entry, transforming into rich spiritual energy and essence. Su-Han's magical energy surged forth, capturing the jus fruit's energy, operating the shrimp soldier technique. He rapidly refined it into his own magical energy. Not bad, 1 dragon blood jus fruit equals several thousand years of cultivation. After a long while, Su-Han couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Given his current foundation and realm along with the enhanced technique, the speed of refining spiritual energy was exponentially greater than when he first crossed over. This demonstrates the effectiveness of the dragon blood jus fruit. Exchange. Su-Han plucked another jus fruit, preparing to exchange it for comparison. Reinforcement points, 400. Su-Han blinked, directly adding the 400 reinforcement points to his cult. The effect of reinforcement points is indeed better. After a while, feeling the increase in his magical energy, Su-Han silently thought. It seems that in the future, when encountering spiritual fruits or roots, he shouldn't hesitate, and should directly convert them into reinforcement points. Having dealt with the two Zhu fruits, Su-Han turned his attention to the most important fruit tree. Such a high-grade spiritual root is often more precious than the same level of spiritual treasures, especially for a clan. After all, spiritual roots can continuously produce spiritual fruits and celestial treasures. With a steady flow, its value is immeasurable, but I have nowhere to store it, and Su-Han sighed. Although leaving the fruit tree behind is ideal for sustainable development. However, not only could he not carry it with him, but this spiritual root was also troublesome and practically impossible to guard. A mere elite shrimp soldier of the true immortal realm, wanting to monopolize a mid-grade postnatal spiritual root. That's simply wishful thinking. If a single green snake nearly posed a threat to me, I must quickly increase my strength. With determination, Su-Han extended his magical energy to envelop the dragon blood Zhu fruit tree and exchanged it. Reinforcement points 5,000, 5,000. Truly worthy of a high-grade spiritual root. Su-Han exclaimed in delight, not caring whether he lost or gained by exchanging away the fruit tree. Only what can be digested by oneself is truly one's own. Glancing at his personal panel, Su-Han noticed that he had accumulated a total of 10,000 reinforcement points. I used 500 points to elevate from low grade to mid-grade, and 5,000 points to rise from mid-grade to high-grade. Su-Han's first consideration was the enhancement of his foundation. To reach the top grade, I will likely need at least tens of thousands of points. Since I can't enhance my foundation right now, I'll set that aside. As for my cultivation, it's sufficient for now. Reflecting on his previous battle with the green snake, Su-Han made his decision. Enhance the spiritual treasure. His advantages were clear, but the shortcomings in speed were beginning to reveal. If he didn't immediately make up for this, encountering weak species like sea crocodiles would be one thing, but once he faced stronger opponents, he could easily encounter a crisis. The ominous energy of the heavens and earth manifests. Has the calamity begun to erupt? Moreover, this is the world of the primordial era. Who dares to claim that spiritual treasures are unimportant? Su-Han's resolve deepened as he recalled his experiences from his past life. Often the disparity exhibited by spiritual treasures is even more evident than that between cultivation levels. If one possesses a powerful spiritual treasure, it is not uncommon to be invincible even at the same level or to challenge opponents of a higher grade. During the era of the Wu and Yao Dong Huang Tai, he wielded the Chaos Bell, claiming to be invincible beneath the saints. In the time of the investiture of the gods, Zhao Gongming, though merely at the level of a great Luo golden immortal, relied on the 24 sea calming pearls to force the Quasi-Saint Lantern to flee in disgrace. This holds true even among the saints. The two saints of the West, vastly inferior to the three pure ones, are largely so due to the lack of a supreme treasure. Aside from these, let alone the extraordinary treasures, such as the falling treasure money and the Six Souls banner, which have even more exaggerated effects. It is evident that a powerful spiritual treasure significantly influences one's strength. It can even be deemed decisive. Strengthen the spiritual treasure. True Water, Net 100. True Water, Net 100. True Water, Net 100. Su-Han rapidly strengthened it, determined to elevate the True Water Net to the next level. With the current True Water Net already so powerful, an additional layer of strength would offer Su-Han even almost there. Su-Han nervously stared, his mind constantly focused on the restrictive formation within the True Water Net. The net glowed, subtly vibrating, beginning its transformation. The internal restrictions multiplied, connecting into increasingly intricate patterns. After pouring in a total of 10,000 enhancement points, the True Water Net underwent a qualitative change. With a soft spiritual light radiating from the spiritual net, it illuminated the surroundings, causing the nearby sea to faintly reveal a grid-like pattern. The color of the sea became even deeper. Top grade acquired heavenly spiritual treasure, 1 yuan True Water Net. Su-Han instantly grasped all the information about this new spiritual treasure. Its functions remained the same as before, but its resilience, binding ability, and other aspects had all become stronger. Moreover, it could summon 1 yuan True Water, which was significantly heavier than the previous ordinary True Water. The 1 yuan True Water, combined with the main body of the spiritual net, greatly enhanced its binding power. Su-Han was confident that even an early-stage Xuanxian, if inadvertently ensnared, would suffer a severe setback. Of course, facing a Xuanxian, it might not be able to cover them completely. But it was clear just how powerful this treasure's binding ability was. With the 1 yuan True Water Net in hand, who in the true immortal realm could possibly be my opponent? Su-Han couldn't help but reveal a joyful expression. However, recalling the vastness of the primordial world, he quickly regained his composure. Steady, I am but a skilled shrimp soldier. After storing the 1 yuan True Water Net within his body, Su-Han hurried back to his clan's territory. This stretch of sea belonged to the Lobster Clan, where powerful beings rarely appeared and Xinxian were seldom seen. The areas that could be explored had mostly been thoroughly investigated by him. As for venturing alone to other seas, Suhan felt that his small frame might not withstand the great winds and waves. It was better to be cautious and return to seclude himself for cultivation. The Primordial era has no record of time. It is unknown how long passed before a piercing drum sound spread throughout the Lobster Clan's territory. Departing for battle. The captains of the shrimp soldiers shouted, gathering large numbers of shrimp soldiers. Are we going to war again? Suhan emerged from his seclusion, his aura more restrained, and walked towards the assembly point. At this moment, he felt no fear regarding the clan's battles. However, the necessary caution and prudence must still be maintained. The enhancement points have been empty for a long time. A hint of anticipation flickered in Suhan's eyes. Numerous shrimp soldiers set off towards a certain underwater coral cluster where a clan unwilling to submit resided. The Five-Colored Jellyfish Clan. On the battlefield, Suhan casually killed a five-colored jellyfish of the celestial immortal realm from a hidden position. Enhancement point 15, Suhan's lips twitched. After consecutively killing several celestial immortal jellyfish, Suhan finally confirmed one thing. The enhancement points obtained from killing lower cultivation level celestial immortals were far less than before. They even seemed trivial. It seems that to acquire a large number of enhancement points I still need to slay powerful beings at least from the same major realm. Suhan shook his head in resignation. Just as he prepared to head to the fierce battlefield of the true immortal realm, he suddenly froze. On the battlefield, waves of five-colored jellyfish were engaged in battle with the lobsters. In Suhan's eyes, these jellyfish originally appeared with transparent bodies radiating vibrant five-colored light. They transformed the entire battlefield into a kaleidoscope of colors. But at this moment, Suhan seemed to glimpse ominous black gas swirling about. Like a layer of black veil, it enveloped the entire battlefield, even spreading out infinitely beyond the battlefield. With a blink, the elusive black veil vanished. The ominous black gas seemed as if it had never existed. Is that evil energy? This thought flashed through Suhan's mind, stirring a ripple of unease within him. Yes, it must be the evil energy of heaven and earth. Could it be that the calamity of fierce beasts has begun to erupt? A sense of urgency surged within Suhan. At this moment, he realized that the calamity was likely not far off. I must elevate my strength even faster. With firm resolve, Suhan swiftly rushed towards the densely packed battlefield of the true immortal realm. All he could do was improve his strength as quickly as possible before the great calamity reached him. Enhancement point 600. Enhancement point 800. After several days having completely eradicated the five-colored jellyfish clan, he returned to the clan's territory. Suhan acquired over 6,000 enhancement points. He did not use these points, but stored them away, waiting to accumulate a sufficient amount before enhancing them all at once. More than 100 years later, the Lobster Clan embarked on another expedition. Enhancement point 4,540. Over 200 years passed. Enhancement point 5,000. Soon a millennium had passed. Suhan participated in several expeditions, accumulating 20,000 enhancement points. The multiple battles primarily involved wiping out some insignificant weaker races. Suhan was also rather cautious and thus did not encounter much danger. It should be about time. He did not rush to enhance himself, but headed towards the location of the Lobster Clan's treasury. Over the past millennium, apart from enhancement points, he had also accumulated a lot of military merit, which could be exchanged for many good items. I wonder what the true Lobster Clan treasury is like. A hint of anticipation rose in Suhan's heart. He remembered the last time he visited the treasury, he felt it was rather shabby. It was only over the years that he realized that was meant for ordinary shrimp soldiers and lower-tier elite shrimp soldiers. Having gained recognition from many shrimp soldier captains for his strength and contributions after multiple courageous battles, he was deemed elite among elites even without using any spiritual treasures. He was already qualified to visit the true treasury. Suhan fulfilled his wish and arrived at a magnificent great hall, which was starkly different from the low-level treasury he had visited previously. After following the guardian of the treasury inside, Suhan's pupils constricted, somewhat awed by the sight. Inside the hall was an expansive space, seemingly carved out of the void by powerful beings. Various spiritual materials and divine weapons were scattered around, filling the air with a radiant glow. Among them, several massive orbs of light floated in the void, the most eye-catching of all. Suhan's attention was instantly drawn to them as he murmured, "What treasures are those?" "They are innate spiritual treasures, of course, low-grade, innate spiritual treasures," the guardian replied blandly. "How did our clan come to possess several innate spiritual treasures?" Suhan was somewhat shocked. However, thinking of the Elder Lobster, he quickly added, "I mean, how could the Elder have placed innate spiritual treasures in the treasury? What's so surprising about that? Besides, the Elder, our clan also has several tiny golden immortal elders." The guardian's tone carried a sense of pride. Suhan fell silent. He admitted that he had indeed underestimated the Lobster Clan. If a mere Lobster Clan has several tiny golden immortals, how powerful must the Dragon Clan and other top forces be? Lost in thought for a moment, Su-Han found himself unconsciously walking toward the area where the innate spiritual treasures were located. If I could have an innate spiritual treasure then. Looking at those unattainable treasures, Su-Han felt an insatiable desire. To exchange for an innate spiritual treasure, at least 10 million battle merits are required, the Guardian hinted, saying no more. Su-Han forced a smile and reluctantly shifted his gaze away. He obediently walked towards a pile of spiritual materials and spiritual roots. Although the Lobster Clan was a subordinate race of the Dragon Clan, their heritage was extraordinarily rich, far exceeding Su-Han's imagination. Aside from innate spiritual treasures, there were various types of celestial treasures, divine metals, materials, spiritual roots, spirit stones, and a large quantity of postnatal spiritual treasures and divine weapons, dazzling Su-Han and broadening his horizons. In the end, he only exchanged for some spiritual roots. Since I can't exchange for anything truly valuable, it's better to convert them into enhancement points. After leaving the treasury and returning to his cave dwelling, Su-Han eagerly converted all the spiritual roots into enhancement points. Enhancement points 10,000. Few combined with what I obtained earlier, I now have a total of 30,000 enhancement points. This was the accumulation Su-Han had gathered over nearly 10,000 years. He planned to use them all at once to enhance himself. After some consideration, Su-Han decided to strengthen his cultivation method. Given the length of time he had been practicing, he felt that the Xia Bing Ju still had room for improvement. Moreover, he was somewhat dissatisfied with the current Xia Bing Ju. After all, it is a technique passed down by the Elder Lobster, the most suitable for the Lobster Clan's cultivation. Taking a deep breath, Su-Han began the enhancement. Xia Bing Ju 100, Xia Bing Ju 100, Xia Bing Ju 100. After spending 10,000 enhancement points, the lobster pattern in Su-Han's sea of consciousness suddenly trembled as if it had come to life. Layers of spiritual light cascaded over the lobster as if the heavens had draped it in a veil. In the void, a faint beam of light descended, enveloping the lobster pattern and causing it to undergo a rapid transformation. The lobster phantom became more refined and majestic, even exuding an aura of supreme divinity, as if it were a deity born from the heavens. The ancestor of lobsters. Su-Han's mind was constantly focused on the cultivation method. Upon witnessing the transformed lobster pattern, he suddenly understood. This was the form of the first lobster in the world. Cultivation method Xia Zhu Ju. Su-Han was overjoyed. The enhancement of the cultivation method did not disappoint him. Just observing the phantom of the lobster ancestor filled him with numerous insights. He knew that at the lower realm stage this would undoubtedly be the most suitable cultivation method for him. If I could cultivate the Xia Zhu Ju to perfection, perhaps it could rival the Elder Lobster. Su-Han thought happily, but then felt it wouldn't be so easy. After all, the Elder Lobster was a Tai Golden Immortal at perfection, only a step away from the De Luo Golden Immortal. His realm was far too high for Su-Han to fathom. However, he didn't care about these things at the moment. There was still plenty of time. What's this? A divine ability. After mastering the Xia Zhu Ju, Su-Han excitedly discovered. This cultivation method actually came with a companion divine ability. It is said that in later generations Hong Jun Daozu preached in the Purple Cloud Palace, 3 times passing down 36 great divine abilities and 72 minor divine abilities. Now, shortly after the creation of the world, there are already divine abilities. Su-Han thought for a moment, and suddenly realized. Those innate divine demons were like the favored children of heaven, so what was wrong with having some innate divine abilities? Moreover, strong races like the Dragon Clan probably inherited divine abilities too. As the first lobster in the world, the Elder Lobster must have had divine abilities. It seems my Xia Zhu Ju has benefited from this, allowing me to access a divine ability. Su-Han quickly immersed his mind in the cultivation method. The lobster pattern in his sea of consciousness suddenly lit up as if it had been activated. Divine ability, divine power. Yes, the companion divine ability Su-Han acquired was called divine power. Activating divine power could unleash the bloodline power within, increasing his strength several times. Currently, I can only unleash 10 times my strength. Su-Han instantly sensed that there was still significant room for improvement in the level of the cultivation method. As the cultivation method improved, the multiplier of the divine ability would also increase. A 10-fold increase is already quite impressive, even though Xia Bing captains do not have divine abilities. Su-Han was very satisfied. The acquisition of the divine ability was a delightful surprise. 10-fold divine power was enough to greatly enhance his strength. Trying to use enhancement points, Su-Han found that this divine ability indeed could not be enhanced separately. After all, divine power was a companion divine ability derived from the Xia Zhu Ju, and the two could not be separated. With 2,000 enhancement points remaining, it is impossible for the cultivation method to upgrade any further. Su-Han hesitated for a moment and simply invested all the remaining enhancement points into the footing section. Footing 1,000, footing 1,000. Indeed, there was no promotion. After using all the enhancement points, Su-Han saw that he was still at the upper grade innate footing. Not having a promotion didn't bother him. Although there was no upgrading grade, I still received a substantial improvement. Su-Han clearly felt the difference. His physical body grew even stronger, and his shell and pincers became increasingly sturdy. The speed of his cultivation had also surged by more than tenfold compared to before. With my current strength combined with the divine ability and spiritual treasures, even the initial stage of the Xianxian realm cannot threaten me. Su-Han was very confident. He had observed many fierce battles involving the Xianxian realm. He was well aware of what the Xianxian realm's strength was like. Even facing a Xuanxian, he felt no fear. While he couldn't claim to defeat them, he was at least capable of self-protection. Since that's the case, it's time to emerge from seclusion and explore. Su-Han once again felt the urge to travel. Over the past 10,000 years, he had clearly sensed that the malevolent aura between heaven and earth had grown increasingly dense. Evidently, it would not be long before the beast calamity erupted. In the calamity, the malevolent aura spreads, and the variables are too numerous. I must quickly enhance my strength. Su-Han murmured to himself. The beast calamity swept from the northern continent of the primordial wilderness, and he did not have to worry too much while in the eastern sea of the primordial wilderness. However, the true dangers of the calamity do not lie solely in the fierce beasts, but also in the pervasive malevolent aura. Even if your cultivation is formidable, being engulfed in the malevolent aura can obscure the primordial spirit, making one reckless regardless of fortune or misfortune. This is why during the divine sealing calamity, many Deluo golden immortals, such as Zhao Gongming and the Three Heavens, exhibited unusual behavior. Once the calamity erupts, being caught in the malevolent aura is fraught with peril. The urgent matter is to quickly enhance my strength. Su-Han decided not to enter closed-door meditation again, and left his cave dwelling, flying towards the outskirts of his clan's territory. At this moment, the eastern sea of the primordial wilderness had already been pacified. Basically, everything belonged to the Dragon clan's sphere of influence. At the very least, there should not be any formidable experts lurking around. Since the eastern sea is no longer in turmoil, it's time to leave the territory of the Dragon Shrimp clan. Su-Han departed from this familiar sea area and swam towards other unfamiliar seas. In a strange sea area, Su-Han proceeded with caution, occasionally stopping to gather heavenly spiritual roots. Decades passed, and there were some gains, though not much. This is a sea mystic stone. In a certain underwater basin, Su-Han picked up a sea blue stone, somewhat surprised. Before it, there seemed to be quite a few of such spiritual materials. Su-Han activated the shrimp ancestor technique, circulating the power of his primordial spirit. His eyes sparkled with divine light as he scanned the distance. Although this was not exactly a magical technique, it was indeed quite useful for Su-Han. It could help him better mobilize the power of his primordial spirit and enhance his perception. When his primordial spirit power explored the area, he detected a life force. Is there a living being here? Su-Han suddenly became alert and swiftly retracted his primordial spirit power. However, the other party had already been startled. Boom! A shower of rubble flew as a small white figure darted out, leaping not far from Su-Han. Su-Han was astonished to discover that the figure was actually a completely snow-white sea mouse. Perfected true immortal. After discerning the aura of the creature, Su-Han first sighed in relief, then curiosity arose within him. Sea mice are typically very ordinary beings, usually only at the initial stage of celestial immortal cultivation. How could this mouse have such high cultivation? Looking at the perfected true immortal sea mouse before him, a trace of doubt emerged in Su-Han's heart. Could it be that? At this moment, Su-Han thought of a possibility and looked at the sea mouse, his eyes lighting up. Just as Su-Han was speculating, the snow-white sea mouse glared angrily at him. Its fur bristled, clearly infuriated. How could its lair be discovered by this dragon shrimp? It must die. To protect its treasures, the sea mouse was determined to eliminate Su-Han. Seeing that Su-Han's cultivation was only at the mid-stage of true immortal, the sea mouse felt no hesitation and immediately took action, summoning a flying sword. Clang! The flying sword hovered in the air, emitting a sharp sword chant. Then the flying sword was infused with the sea mouse's magical power, transforming into a stream of light, dashing towards Su-Han like lightning. A flying sword. This mouse has a spiritual treasure. Su-Han was startled. Moreover, it seemed to be a mid-grade acquired spiritual treasure. After all, his 1 yuan true water net was promoted from a mid-grade acquired spiritual treasure, so he was well aware of the might of mid-grade spiritual treasures. However, Su-Han remained calm despite his surprise, his eyes revealing intense fighting spirit. His crimson pincers shifted slightly, blocking the flying sword in a split second. Clang! 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 The flying sword transformed into numerous sword shadows resembling a wraith. It attempted to circumvent the pincers and strike Su-Han's weak points, but was blocked each time. In a short time, Su-Han's pincers had collided with the flying sword over 100 times, producing an ear-piercing metallic clang. Such spiritual treasures cannot harm me. Su-Han snorted coldly, using his pincers to repeatedly fend off the flying sword. Although occasionally the sword would exploit gaps in his defense, it could not breach his shell. It was evident that after multiple enhancements, Suhan's shell had become exceedingly solid. In terms of defense, it was not inferior to a mid-grade acquired spiritual treasure. Of course, this flying sword was also quite formidable. Its impact alone could force Suhan to retreat repeatedly. Squeak! The sea mouse cried out anxiously upon witnessing this. It had rarely encountered true immortal opponents who could withstand its flying sword, and was surprised that this dragon shrimp was so strong. After hesitating, the sea mouse summoned the flying sword back, preparing to retreat. Its primary combat method relied on this flying sword. Aside from the spiritual treasure, it was just a mouse with very weak combat abilities. Trying to escape, Suhan's eyes narrowed, no longer hesitating, and directly urged his divine powers. Divine power. He let out a low roar, and the dragon shrimp pattern in his sea of consciousness suddenly glowed, endowing him with mysterious Dao rhymes. His blood surged rapidly, and the invisible bloodline power was activated, enhancing his physical body. In an instant, Suhan felt boundless might flooding every inch of his being. Divine power, tenfold amplification. Boom. Suhan exerted force under his feet, shattering the ground, with countless fragments floating into the air. Before the debris could fall, Suhan shot towards the sea mouse, like an arrow released from a bow. The immensely powerful force granted Suhan greater speed. Although it could not amplify his speed tenfold like it did his strength, it was still much faster than before. Thunderous roars echoed akin to the sound of thunder, causing the sea mouse to tremble in fear. It saw the dragon shrimp charging towards it at breakneck speed. In front of it, both the seawater and debris were ruthlessly shattered. Flying sword, block it. The sea mouse's magical power surged frantically into the flying sword, hoping to stop Suhan. Although Suhan's speed could not compare to the flying sword, it was still faster than the sea mouse. As for flying with the sword, nonsense, that requires special sword control techniques. Otherwise, could Suhan fly with a net? Get lost. Seeing the flying sword obstructing his path, Suhan did not slow down at all and smashed down with his pincers. Boom. The flying sword was sent flying far away. Of course, Suhan could not destroy it yet. Under the sea mouse's control, the flying sword repeatedly returned to defend, slashing at Suhan, but was easily swatted away by the giant pincers. It could not hinder his advance at all. No. The sea mouse immediately transmitted its voice, sounding terrified and confused. It did not understand why this dragon shrimp's power had suddenly surged. Clearly, previously the impact of the flying sword could still force it back. As Suhan approached the sea mouse, he saw the flying sword again intercepting his path. Infusing magical power into his pincers, he struck forward with all his might. Clang! As the flying sword was sent flying, a shadow of his pincers infused with magical power and energy also slammed towards the sea mouse. Squeak! After letting out a shrill scream, the sea mouse was struck by the shadow of the pincers formed from magical power. A loud boom echoed and dust rose into the air. Sensing that the life force of the sea mouse still existed, Suhan stepped forward, raising his giant pincers ready to end the life of this mouse. No, don't kill me. I am willing to recognize you as my master. The sea mouse shouted loudly. Submit to me as your master. Upon hearing the sea rat's desperate cry, Suhan paused mid-motion, lowering his lobster claw for the moment. As the dust settled, the sea rat's battered, pitiful form emerged. Its body was drenched in blood, lying collapsed within a vast crater, its breath shallow and faint, clearly grievously wounded. Overcome with terror at the imminent threat of death, it began pleading desperately. Moreover, it tapped its forehead, summoning a crystalline shimmering light, an imprint of its nascent soul. This is my soul seal, you may command me through it. I willingly become your servant. The sea rat voluntarily offered its soul seal, clinging fiercely to life. When survival hung by a thread, dignity meant nothing. So decisive, it even surrendered its soul seal without hesitation. Suhan blinked in surprise. Once one soul seal fell under another's control, life and death rested entirely in that master's will. Had it been him, he would sooner perish than relinquish such a seal. Truly, creatures of this primordial age act with ruthless clarity. Survival of the fittest. He mused inwardly, then spoke coldly. You are too weak. I have no use for uselessness. I carry a trace of treasure-seeking rat bloodline, granting me innate treasure-sensing abilities. It was precisely this ability that enabled me to cultivate all the way to the peak of the true immortal realm, amassing abundant resources. That mid-grade heavenly artifact of the postnatal class. I discovered it myself. Having spoken, the sea rat watched Suhan anxiously, tail twitching nervously. Treasure-seeking rat bloodline. Suhan's eyes widened slightly, suddenly understanding. No wonder this sea rat was so extraordinary. Not only had it reached the apex of the true immortal realm, but its personal treasures were also remarkably rich. Now everything made sense. With even a sliver of that bloodline, one could inevitably stumble upon rare opportunities. Swift cultivation, therefore, was perfectly plausible. Reflecting thus, Suhan felt a quiet stir of interest. He himself was perpetually starved for spirit roots and fortuitous encounters. And crucially, he possessed enhancement points not only for self-strengthening, but also for empowering others. If he nurtured this sea rat into a pure-blooded treasure-seeking rat, would fortune ever elude him again? Most importantly, with its soul seal firmly in hand, a mere thought from him could erase the creature utterly. Su-Han extended his spiritual energy outward, seized the soul seal, and refined it into his sea of consciousness. Master, feeling its soul seal absorbed and sealed, the sea rat immediately prostrated itself before Su-Han, its fate now irrevocably bound to his will. After exchanging a few words, Su-Han learned it bore no name. Noting its snow-white fur, he murmured, "Henceforth you shall be called Jin Mao Shu, the brocade-furred rat. Thank you, Master, for bestowing this honored name." Jin Mao Shu seemed genuinely delighted by its new title. "Lead me to your lair." At Jin Mao Shu's den, Su-Han discovered, sure enough, a modest trove of spirit roots. Without hesitation, he gathered every root and exchanged them for enhancement points. 400 enhancement points. 320 enhancement points. After a swift series of conversions, he accumulated several thousand points. Once finished, Su-Han turned toward Jin Mao Shu. There it stood, grinning nervously, eyes darting cautiously toward him. Sensing his gaze, Jin Mao Shu, though heart-wrenching, hastily offered its sword. "Master, please accept this." A faint twitch tugged at Su-Han's lip. "Keep the sword, for your own defense." He paused deep. Ultimately, he resolved to invest those thousands of enhancement points into Jin Mao Shu. And the reason, of course, was its treasure-seeking aptitude. He had just questioned it closely. Though endowed with such talent, its sensitivity remained feeble, erratic, unreliable. Only after immense stretches of time had it accumulated scattered rare herbs and treasures, none truly precious. Its sole exceptional artifact was that mid-grade postnatal heavenly artifact sword. "These points hold little value for me now. Far wiser to refine Jin Mao Shu's bloodline." A sound investment indeed. His mind raced. He saw no risk in this gamble. After all, it was merely several thousand points. And so Su-Han began channeling them steadily into Jin Mao Shu's lineage. Enhancement points could refine anything. Jin Mao Shu Bloodline 100. Jin Mao Shu Bloodline 100. Jin Mao Shu Bloodline 100. After Su-Han patted its back, Jin Mao Shu's blood surged violently. Stunned, it felt torrents of heavenly chi flood its body, merging seamlessly into its veins. Faint traces of the treasure-seeking rat bloodline stirred, awakening, strengthening, surging. Its pristine white fur shimmered faintly beneath a golden aura. A delicate golden traceries bloomed across its hide, evidence of purer, more potent blood. Effective. Relief washed over Su-Han as he observed the transformation. This creature undeniably possessed authentic treasure-seeking rat blood. Soon the golden radiance receded. Jin Mao Shu sank deep into blissful immersion, its spirit adrift in Tao resonance, utterly entranced. What's happening? Suddenly Su-Han watched Jin Mao Shu bolt away, startled. This was no escape, rather an instinctive, irresistible pull towards something unseen. Through the soul seal link, Su-Han sensed Jin Mao Shu remained immersed in profound insight. Could it be? A spark ignited in his mind. He followed without delay. After sprinting tens of thousands of li, Jin Mao Shu halted in an open expanse, agitated and restless. "Master, treasure lies here. Treasure here." Now fully lucid, Jin Mao Shu cried out urgently as Su-Han arrived behind it. Su-Han scanned the barren stretch ahead, empty, desolate, while Jin Mao Shu paced frantically in circles. Yet through their soul link, he knew the rat spoke truth. He stepped forward, raised his lobster claw, and struck downward. Thud. A low, muffled impact. The claw halted midair, striking an invisible, resilient barrier. Instantly, a peculiar ripple shimmered through space. Before Su-Han's astonished, elated gaze, a concealed formation materialized in midair. Intricate arcane patterns unfurled like celestial spiderwebs, forming a peerless primordial formation embodying the profound elegance of cosmic law. A primordial formation. Su-Han gazed upon the phenomenon, overcome with rapture. Primordial formations obscured all celestial omens. According to ancestral records, they arose spontaneously at the dawn of creation, marking blessed lands of unparalleled fortune. They were supreme opportunities, naturally concealing all traces from divination, impervious even to great Luo immortals' calculations. Without karmic affinity, one might never glimpse such a formation in a lifetime. I've heard even our clan's golden immortal commanders have never encountered one. Su-Han glanced at Jin Mao Shu, gratitude swelling in his chest. Fortunate indeed that he'd enhanced its bloodline. Without its guidance, he would never have found this place. No wonder the treasure-seeking rat bloodline commands such awe. Their fortune-finding power is truly enviable. Su-Han voiced his genuine admiration. He wondered, what divine marvels might a true treasure-seeking rat possess? All thanks to Master for elevating my bloodline. Jin Mao Shu grinned bashfully, then gestured toward the primordial formation. Master, how do we enter? Su-Han stared silently at the formation, lost in contemplation. Boom. The giant claw slammed against the innate barrier once again, returning empty-handed. This barrier was like an everlasting wall impossible to breach. This won't do, brute force cannot open it at all. Su-Han looked at the innate barrier with a frown. With his meager strength, it was naturally impossible to shake this barrier formed innately. However, Su-Han would never give up so easily. Within the innate barrier, there were often great opportunities. It wasn't impossible for innate spiritual treasures or even innate spiritual roots to exist. Since I have discovered it, it means there is a connection. I will definitely unlock it. Su-Han took a deep breath and began to analyze, calmly attempting to decipher this complex innate barrier. He extended his magical power and divine consciousness, constantly sensing the innate barrier, striving to comprehend the Tao rhythms and mysteries contained within. Such work was a difficult task for most beings in this primitive era. Understanding the Tao and practicing spells were tasks typically handled by refined practitioners in later generations. At the dawn of creation, most beings grew in a state of wildness. At least at the lower levels, it was generally like this. Even basic cultivation techniques were rare, let alone various Tao methods. Fortunately, Su-Han had a fairly decent technique, the Xia Ancestor technique. In the realm of true immortals, it was absolutely sufficient. Su-Han operated the Xia Ancestor technique, making his divine consciousness as clear and transparent as possible, allowing his magical power to resonate more closely with the Tao rhythm of the innate barrier. The innate barrier continuously changed, making it extremely difficult for outsiders to grasp its operational patterns. Yet Su-Han remained calm and composed. He had already made up his mind, if he couldn't break the barrier, he wouldn't leave. Year after year passed. With each passing year, Su-Han's familiarity with the barrier increased slightly. Until nearly 1,000 years later, a flash of lightning suddenly crossed Su-Han's mind, dispelling the fog. It's here. Su-Han suddenly opened his eyes wide, shooting out two beams of divine light, his gaze fixed intently on a certain part of the innate barrier. His magical power instinctively combined in a special way, instantly penetrating the innate barrier. Like a crowbar wedged in a gear, the barrier trembled violently and cracked open a passage. Finally opened. Su-Han was nearly moved to tears, feeling overwhelmed by joy. This thing was truly too complicated. Asking a true immortal to decipher it was indeed a tall order. Fortunately, he indeed had a connection to this place. After nearly 1,000 years of research, he grasped that thread of spiritual light in the void and barely managed to break the barrier. If he truly wanted to comprehend it thoroughly, Su-Han estimated that even a golden immortal would not be sufficient. As long as I can break it, let's go. Su-Han and the golden-furred rat stepped inside, ready to reap the fruits of their labor. However, upon entering the barrier's space, Su-Han did not see the immortal paradise he had imagined. There were no spiritual roots everywhere, no abundant immortal aura, no dense spiritual machinery. Instead, it appeared desolate, not much different from the outside world. That's normal, after all, it's the early days of creation. Even a cave paradise needs time to evolve. Su-Han silently comforted himself. Suppressing his doubts, he quickly sought the core area of the barrier. The environment didn't matter. What was critical was the treasure at the core. Soon Su-Han's footsteps came to a halt. Before him, a purple hammer was floating intermittently, erupting with purple lightning. The strands of lightning radiating out made Su-Han feel a sense of suffocation, as if he were witnessing scenes of destruction. Rumble. The deep thunder reverberated through this space, resembling the source of a sea of thunder. The moment he saw this hammer, a piece of information imprinted itself in Su-Han's heart, known to him instinctively. Low-grade innate spiritual treasure, purple lightning hammer. Su-Han trembled with excitement, his eyes fixed fervently on the purple lightning hammer. Back in the Dragon Shrimp Clan treasury, he had long coveted innate spiritual treasures. At that time, he thought he would not be able to acquire an innate spiritual treasure for a long time. Even a low-grade innate spiritual treasure was something beyond the imagination of a true immortal or a mysterious immortal. Every innate spiritual treasure is a gem birthed by heaven and earth, a one-vacant existence. It possesses unfathomable power and potential. Heavenly treasures can be refined in large numbers by the strong, but innate spiritual treasures belong to a different realm altogether. It's nearly impossible to forge one. This time I've hit the jackpot. The leader of the Golden Immortals is unlikely to possess an innate spiritual treasure, right? Su-Han was elated and quickly unleashed a stream of magical power, infusing it into the purple lightning hammer. Fortunately, the purple lightning hammer did not reject him. Instead, it smoothly absorbed his magical power, allowing Su-Han to breathe a sigh of relief, feeling reassured. The primal chaos of heaven and earth indeed depends on fate for everything. A thought flashed through Su-Han's mind as he quickly refined the purple lightning hammer, fearing any unexpected occurrences. In a trance, Su-Han's mind, through his magical power, arrived at the origin of the purple lightning hammer. He was astonished to discover that there were 12 innate barriers within. Su-Han recalled the relevant information. Low-grade innate treasures have 1 to 12 barriers. Mid-grade innate treasures have 13 to 24 barriers. High-grade innate treasures have 25 to 36 barriers. Supreme innate treasures have 37 to 48 barriers. Clearly, the purple lightning hammer possesses 12 innate barriers, making it the top existence among low-grade innate treasures. Whoosh. The purple lightning hammer was refined and spun around before Su-Han, who grabbed it and casually swung it a few times. It appeared as light as a feather. However, this was due to the fact that it had been refined by Su-Han, so it naturally would not bear weight. In reality, the purple lightning hammer's weight was extraordinarily terrifying. Su-Han estimated that even a mountain might not weigh as much as the purple lightning hammer. This was still without the activation of its magical power. As an innate spiritual treasure, especially one of the lightning attribute, its greater power naturally lies in the purple thunder it releases. Su-Han couldn't even estimate the exact extent of its power. After all, he was merely a true immortal. The gap was too vast, and he shouldn't have been at a stage where he could wield an innate spiritual treasure. Feeling the boundless divine might contained within the spiritual treasure's barriers, Su-Han's excited emotions took a long time to calm down. Although he couldn't unleash the true power of the purple lightning hammer, he could still display abilities far beyond a true immortal. Mysterious immortal? I can take them down with a single strike. Su-Han was spirited and confident. Only after a long time did he store the purple lightning hammer inside his body, nurturing it with magical power and continuously refining the innate barriers. In the purple mansion, a stream of true water obediently gave way to the newly arrived big brother, allowing the purple lightning hammer to occupy the center. The gap between heavenly treasures and innate treasures was almost like heaven and earth. Now I've only just begun to refine the purple lightning hammer. I hope to refine another barrier through diligent effort. Su-Han thought inwardly. To truly refine more barriers, it primarily depended on his own cultivation level. After securing the purple lightning hammer, Su-Han and the golden-furred rat began to scour the surroundings to see if there were any other treasures. Later, heavenly grade spiritual root, thunder bamboo. Su-Han calmly exchanged a heavenly spiritual root, feeling a sense of tranquility within. It seems that this forbidden space is primarily meant for nurturing the purple lightning hammer. It and the golden-furred mouse have scoured this desolate space several times, yet only found a few low-grade heavenly spiritual roots. Su-Han didn't mind. To obtain the purple lightning hammer was already a stroke of fortune. How could he wish? Enhancement points 2,000, enhancement points 1,200, enhancement points 600. After exchanging all the spiritual roots for enhancement points, Su-Han unhesitatingly allocated them all to the bloodline of the golden-furred mouse. Only by being willing to invest can one receive sufficient returns. If he had not enhanced the golden-furred mouse earlier, how could Su-Han possibly have encountered such a great opportunity as the innate spiritual treasure? Even if there are no further gains, it is still not a loss. Su-Han calmly watched as the golden-furred mouse was once again enveloped in golden light. This opportunity solidified his determination to focus on cultivating the golden-furred mouse. Having a treasure-hunting little expert by his side was undoubtedly advantageous. This represented long-term benefits, continuously bringing him wealth. Wow! The enhancement of the golden-furred mouse was complete. The golden light dissipated, revealing its form. Compared to before, the golden-furred mouse now bore several distinct golden patterns, no longer entirely snow-white. Let's go journey with me. Su-Han did not expect the golden-furred mouse to suddenly bring forth great fortune. Leaving this innate forbidden zone, he continued to explore the East Sea with the golden-furred mouse. This time, with the golden-furred mouse accompanying him, the efficiency of searching for spiritual roots was markedly improved. Su-Han could only search at random, inspecting with his eyes bit by bit, while the golden-furred mouse was much quicker. It possessed a unique sensitivity towards treasures. Though not omnipotent, it was certainly much stronger than other beings. This ability is truly a reward from heaven. Su-Han couldn't help but sigh, placing high hopes on the golden-furred mouse. I hope you can eventually evolve into a pure-blood, treasure-hunting mouse. Thus, hundreds of years passed, yielding abundant rewards. At the seabed, the two paused here. A large number of spiritual roots had been exchanged for enhancement points, accumulating to tens of thousands. It's about time, or I need to enhance myself as well. Su-Han decided it was time to elevate his own footstep. Since advancing to the innate superior grade footstep, he had added over 20,000 enhancement points without any further upgrades. Su-Han estimated this should be sufficient. Footstep, 100 footstep, 100 footstep, 100. With a surge of enthusiasm after adding more than 30,000 enhancement points, his footstep finally upgraded to the innate premium footstep. Around it, an immense amount of spiritual energy began to gather. The intense flow of spiritual energy caused a large amount of seawater to spiral, forming a towering water tornado several dozen miles high. Within the profound water tornado, a faint light shimmered, exhibiting hues of black and red. Su-Han's magical power, vitality, and other aspects were rapidly enhancing. This enhancement is significantly greater than previous upgrades. This thought flashed through his mind. The enhancement of the footstep primarily affected potential limits, and even luck and fortune, things that were beyond words. The direct impact on combat power was secondary. Unexpectedly, this upgrade to the innate premium footstep had at least strengthened him by 2 to 3 times. Moreover, his shell and pincers had become even more extraordinary, faintly shimmering with spiritual light. If an outsider were to see it, they might think it was an exquisite divine weapon forged by a master craftsman. After all, this is the last grade of the innate footstep. Suhan thought for a moment, somewhat dazed. If the footstep were to upgrade further, it would involve a different realm, innate divine demon footstep. Suhan knew that to advance again, he would likely need a tremendous amount of enhancement points. Huff. After the enhancement concluded, Suhan moved around slightly before checking his personal panel. There are still plenty of enhancement points left. All of them should go to the golden furred mouse. Suhan decisively directed the enhancement of the mouse's bloodline. After all, he would quickly recover his investment, or even earn a surplus. Squeak. Enveloped in golden light, the golden furred mouse emitted a comfortable cry. In the distance, Suhan seemed to see a remarkably spiritual golden mouse phantom flickering around the golden furred mouse. After the enhancement was complete, the golden furred mouse bore several golden patterns seamlessly integrated, as if it were naturally born this way. Let's continue our journey, set off. Suhan waved his pincers energetically. On this day, Suhan and his companion arrived at the ocean surface, reaching a massive island. As they passed nearby, the golden furred mouse suddenly sensed something indicating that there seemed to be an opportunity here. Another innate forbidden zone found. Suhan stared in astonishment at the unusual phenomenon before him, unsure of what to say. Such a great opportunity encountered twice in the true immortal realm. If he were to share this, no one would believe him. Besides the golden furred mouse being reliable, perhaps there are also elements of fortune brought by my footstep. Suhan mused inwardly. Despite being just a lobster, its essence had already reached the level of an innate premium footstep. It was enough to look down upon most beings of the primordial chaos. In the primordial chaos, having a good footstep naturally meant abundant fortune, making it reasonable to find opportunities in forbidden zones. Before the innate forbidden zone, Suhan contemplated carefully. This time it was faster than the last. In just 200 or 300 years, he grasped the spiritual opportunity. He directly broke the forbidden zone and entered the internal space. It is equally barren. Suhan glanced at the desolate environment and headed straight for the center of the forbidden zone. A sphere of mysterious yellow light floated at the center, with a handkerchief faintly floating within. Heavenly grade spiritual treasure, mysterious yellow handkerchief. Suhan took several deep breaths, forcibly stabilizing his emotions, and hurriedly began to refine the spiritual treasure. Whoosh! The mysterious yellow handkerchief flew over, dancing under his control and emitting streams of mysterious yellow energy, imparting a sense of weightiness. It turns out to be a heavenly grade defensive spiritual treasure. This is a big gain, a huge gain. Defensive spiritual treasures often hold greater value than offensive ones. After all, no matter how strong your attack is, if your defense is inadequate, you could easily fall into calamity and suffer misfortune. Of course, a balance of offense and defense is perfect. Suhan happily stored away the mysterious yellow handkerchief. Within the purple mansion, the purple lightning hammer and mysterious yellow handkerchief stood side by side, exuding an extraordinary aura. The 1 yuan true water net appeared somewhat forlorn, shrinking aside. With the mysterious yellow handkerchief as this defensive, innate spiritual treasure, my safety has greatly increased. I hope it can help me through the tribulation. Although innate spiritual treasures can also be exchanged for enhancement points like spiritual roots, Suhan was definitely reluctant to exchange them. At this stage, the role of an innate spiritual treasure far outweighed the enhancement of some cultivation level. Suhan opened his personal panel to check his information. Host Suhan race EC lobster cultivation, mid-true immortal realm technique, shrimp ancestors, decision, spiritual treasures, purple lightning hammer, mysterious yellow handkerchief, 1 yuan true water net footstep, innate premium footstep, servant, golden furred mouse, enhancement points 0. Unknowingly, I have reached this stage. Reflecting on his initial confusion upon crossing over, Suhan felt somewhat dazed. I still need to keep striving. There is still a long way to go in the true immortal realm. Shaking his head, Suhan suppressed his thoughts and left the forbidden space with the golden furred mouse. However, just as he had left the forbidden zone, an unexpected change occurred. A streak of flowing light rushed towards Suhan with fierce intent. Whoosh! Before Suhan could react, the mysterious yellow handkerchief automatically protected its master, instantly appearing above his head and showering down streams of mysterious yellow energy. It firmly shielded Suhan within. In the next moment, the flowing light directly collided with the mysterious yellow energy. Above Suhan's head, the Xianhuang handkerchief spun, rapidly releasing streams of Xianhuang qi. It isolated him from the outside world, preventing any external harm. Bang! A deep thud echoed, causing the Xianhuang qi to tremble slightly before returning to calm. Damn it! Who is it? Suhan's face darkened, his eyes revealing boundless killing intent. He focused his gaze and saw a dagger lodged firmly within the Xianhuangqi before him. A top-grade acquired spirit treasure. Suhan examined it closely and noticed the dagger was a deep green with faint green drops appearing on it. Just a glance made him feel dizzy and nauseous. Suhan quickly deduced that this dagger was laced with deadly poison. Dare to ambush me. His heart was filled with rage and a hint of lingering fear. With the strength and speed the dagger displayed combined with its poison, it could likely kill any true immortal in an instant. Even against a Xuanxian, the outcome would be uncertain. No matter how sturdy Suhan's shell was in an unprepared state, he wouldn't dare to say he could withstand a lethal strike from this top-grade acquired spirit treasure. If his defenses were breached and he got poisoned, even a minor injury could lead to disaster. Thankfully, I have the Xianhuang handkerchief. Otherwise, looking at the handkerchief still releasing Xianhuangqi above his head, Suhan felt a wave of gratitude. This was undoubtedly the closest he had ever been to death. He had been very confident in his shell, but witnessing the defensive capabilities of the Xianhuang handkerchief made him admire it. One could only say it deserved its status as an innate spirit treasure. This was true invulnerability. Moreover, it could automatically protect its master, which was even more remarkable. As the dagger trembled violently, trying to return to its owner under their control. Trying to escape. Suhan's true immortal power surged into the Xianhuang handkerchief, urging it to release more Xianhuangqi. As the Xianhuangqi swirled, it conjured myriad mysteries, firmly gripping the dagger, preventing its escape. A sea eel? Suhan looked coldly at the distant assailant and realized it was indeed a sea eel. Upon discerning the enemy's realm, his eyes brimmed with killing intent. Xianxian realm. No wonder the dagger's power is so formidable. It's driven by Xianxian power. Seeing that the enemy was a Xuanxian, Suhan remained unfazed and even more vengeful. If the opponent were a Jinxian, he would undoubtedly turn and flee without a second thought. But a Xianxian. I have 2 innate spirit treasures. Oh, what do I have to fear from a Xianxian? Suhan narrowed his eyes, noticing that the sea eel seemed to want to retreat. Without hesitation, he charged directly at the sea eel, his whole body radiating murderous intent, shouting, "Dare to ambush me? Come and take your life." In the distance, the sea eel looked uncertainly at the Xianhuangqi. Not only had its ambush failed, but it couldn't even retrieve its spirit dagger. The spirit dagger was its top-grade acquired spirit treasure, extremely sharp and laced with poison. Relying on this treasure, it had already killed numerous Xuanxians. Yet it never expected to fail against a true immortal. What in the world is that terrifying Xianhuangqi? It desperately tried to control the spirit dagger to summon it back, but was completely unable to break free from the Xianhuangqi. It felt as if it were welded to an iron wall. Just as the sea eel became anxious, even considering giving up on its treasure to retreat temporarily, it suddenly saw that the little lobster had left the range of the Xianhuangqi and was charging towards it. The sea eel was perplexed. Has this true immortal lobster gone mad? As the little lobster waved its massive pincers, getting closer and closer, the sea eel ceased to overthink. Regardless, since the opponent dared to leave that terrifying Xianhuangqi, it would be easier to deal with. Just a true immortal, truly seeking death. The sea eel revealed a sinister smile, and suddenly arcs of lightning appeared around its body. Ziz. Bolts of electricity danced around the sea eel's form, emanating a terrifying aura. This was its innate ability, naturally mastering the power of lightning. Even Xuanxians of the same realm were wary of its lightning. With the spirit dagger in hand, it could wreak havoc across large swathes of the surrounding sea. One strike and I can take down this lobster. The sea eel was confident, gathering a massive amount of lightning. In the next moment, the lightning vanished from sight, rushing towards Suhan with unstoppable force. What a guy. Suhan rushed forward, fearing the sea eel might escape, only to find that this sea eel truly had some skill. It could actually control the power of lightning. Should I block it with the Xianhuang handkerchief? He hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided not to summon the handkerchief. Although it could be called back instantly, it was better to restrain the dagger. In any case, he didn't feel any imminent danger. Today he'll test the power of the Xianxian. Suhan was exceptionally confident, shouting, "Divine power." In an instant, the power of his bloodline surged. Endless strength flowed within him, amplifying his divine power tenfold. Simultaneously, his energy poured into the giant pincers, radiating a crimson glow as he swung them forward with all his might. This was Suhan's full-strength strike, even stronger than the power of the Azure Serpent from years ago. He would not be weaker than a Xianxian. Crack! In the next moment, the high-density lightning struck the giant pincers, which smashed it apart, shattering it into countless electric serpents. Each electric serpent that fell to the ground carved deep trenches, turning the ground black. Within a radius of several miles, all matter was shattered by the numerous electric sparks, showcasing its formidable power. Even a celestial immortal would be instantly turned to ash under the residual electric light. Hiss! Suhan shivered, his whole body shaking violently as he shook off the giant pincers. Although he successfully blocked the lightning attack and sustained no injuries, he still felt his body ache and tingle from the electricity. His muscles slightly stiffened. Another one. He saw the sea eel gathering lightning again. Suhan fell silent, dispersing his divine power, not advancing any further. He had originally planned to engage in close combat, tearing apart the sea eel to vent his anger. He never expected that the opponent's approach was through spells. This lightning attack was indeed powerful. However, controlling lightning. I wonder if you can control the power of the purple lightning hammer. With a cold laugh, Suhan directly summoned the purple lightning hammer. Boom boom boom. A massive hammer materialized from within Suhan, growing larger as it floated in the void. As soon as it appeared, a deep rumble reverberated through the void, as if the ancient god of thunder was roaring. Countless purple lightning bolts also surged forth, undulating around the purple lightning hammer. What is this? Could it be an innate spirit treasure? In the distance, the sea eel looked in horror at the purple lightning hammer, trembling uncontrollably under its divine might. Previously, the Xinhuang cloth served as a defensive spiritual treasure which the sea eel did not truly perceive. However, after the appearance of the purple lightning hammer, the sheer destructive force and the violent might of the lightning instantly made the sea eel feel the impending threat of death. Naturally, it reminded it of the legendary innate spiritual treasures. Impossible. I don't believe it. The sea eel seemed to go mad, summoning bolts of lightning and continuously unleashing them. However, as soon as the lightning shot towards the purple lightning hammer, it naturally scattered apart, like a mouse encountering a cat. Go! Suhan focused his thoughts and let out a low shout. The purple lightning hammer tilted slightly upwards, aiming at the sea eel, and struck down fiercely. Crack! A blinding purple lightning burst forth as if tearing through the void, instantly reaching the body of the sea eel. Roar! A roar echoed as the sea eel's eyes widened, crying out in pain. The unmatched lightning coursed through its body. The destructive power flowed within it, obliterating the vitality of every cell. Originally, it had an innate mastery of lightning, being incredibly in tune with it. However, the power of the lightning unleashed by the purple lightning hammer was simply too strong, exceeding the sea eel's limits of endurance. Naturally, this would bring it devastating consequences. In the next moment, the blinding purple lightning vanished silently, and everything returned to calm. The sea eel's corpse fell to the ground. Strengthening points 6,000. Humph, this electric eel, it seems, cannot withstand the power of my purple lightning hammer. Suhan looked at the purple lightning hammer with satisfaction and withdrew it into his body. With an innate spiritual treasure in hand, crossing realms to slay foes is a breeze. Even this lightning-wielding sea eel in the Xinxian realm couldn't withstand a single blow from the purple lightning hammer, let alone other Xuanxians. Thus, the terrifying power of the purple lightning hammer was evident. This is only the result of my initial refinement, and I am still in the midst of the true immortal realm. Suhan thought to himself. Using the purple lightning hammer for the first time to kill an enemy, he was very pleased with the result. Of course, there is also the Xinhuang cloth. Suhan raised his hand and summoned the Xinhuang cloth back into his body. Looking at the spirit tooth dagger in his hand, Suhan pondered for a moment and did not exchange it for strengthening points. If it were a low-grade, post-heaven spiritual treasure, he might find it lacking. However, this post-heaven upper-grade spiritual treasure was still very precious. Even his first-grade true water net was merely a post-heaven upper-grade item. Jinmao Mouse, you can keep this for self-defense. This dagger is much stronger than your flying sword. Suhan bestowed the spirit tooth dagger to the Jinmao Mouse. It had the purple lightning hammer, which was 1,000 times better than a post-heaven spiritual treasure, making this dagger unnecessary. Thank you, Master. The Jinmao Mouse was overjoyed, not refusing, and directly accepted the spirit tooth dagger. Afterwards, Suhan approached the corpse of the sea eel, wanting to see if it had left behind any treasures. However, unexpectedly, he found no treasures, but the aroma wafted into Suhan's nose. Was it roasted by the purple lightning? Suhan was a bit dazed as he saw that the sea eel had turned into roasted eel meat. The long-forgotten craving was ignited, and the scent of eel made his fingers tingle. Humph, daring to ambush me, you will be eaten. Remembering the danger he had faced earlier, Suhan felt furious. He directly tore off a piece of meat from the eel and ate it. If it weren't for the innate spiritual treasure having the ability to automatically protect its master, the situation might have turned into the sea eel eating lobster meat. So delicious. As soon as the eel meat entered his mouth, Suhan's eyes lit up. The sea eel was a being in the Xinxian realm rich in vitality. Moreover, being roasted and processed by the purple lightning, the formidable Xinxian power was directly dispersed and integrated into the flesh, enhancing the flavor further. The rich aroma burst in his mouth, making Suhan's eyes squint in comfort. Since his rebirth, this was the first time he had eaten something. Jinmao Mouse, you come and eat too. Looking at the tens of thousands of meters long sea eel, Suhan simply invited the Jinmao Mouse to feast together. After finishing the eel meat, the two patted their bellies in satisfaction and lazily lay on the ground. The tremendous vitality circulated within them, even pushing their cultivation to rise steadily. It was akin to having a feast of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. I seemed to be on the verge of a breakthrough. Su-Han was operating the shrimp ancestor technique, refining the vast amount of vitality, suddenly feeling a stir. Since he broke through to the mid-stage of the true immortal realm, it had been quite a while. Even though he had not focused much on his cultivation lately, such a long period of tempering meant it was time for a breakthrough. Given his innate top-tier qualifications, this was not a difficult task. The vast vitality from the eel had become the final push for his breakthrough. No need to rush, let's search for its lair and see if there are any gains. Su-Han temporarily suppressed the thought of breaking through. Then the two quickly began to explore the surroundings. Since the sea eel appeared here, its lair was likely nearby. Su-Han was quite looking forward to the lair of a Shin. Found it. After several months, the two discovered the sea eel's lair and began to scavenge its collection. After exchanging the treasures inside, such as heavenly materials, earthly treasures, spirit roots, and spirit fruits, Su-Han obtained several thousand strengthening points once more. Although there wasn't much surprise, it wasn't too little either. Over 10,000 strengthening points is too few, I'll save them for now. Su-Han did not plan to strengthen further and prepared to enter closed-door cultivation. Coincidentally, the sea eel's lair was a place rich in spiritual energy, perfect for his breakthrough. Leaving the Jinmao mouse to guard outside, Su-Han plunged into a state of meditation for cultivation. Having already been on the verge of a breakthrough, coupled with his extraordinary qualifications and the assistance of the shrimp ancestor technique, his cultivation speed was rapid. Within merely a few hundred years, Su-Han successfully broke through to the late stage of the true immortal realm. His size grew once again, reaching over 2,000 zhang. Continue to cultivate. After his breakthrough, however, Su-Han did not exit immediately, rather he continued to cultivate. His current cultivation level was still somewhat low. Even if it was an innate spiritual treasure, it still required cultivation to operate. However, he did not intend to use strengthening points to elevate his cultivation. If everything relied on strengthening points, then what was the point of improving one's foundation and techniques? The system is important, but one's own efforts are equally crucial. Moreover, with his foundation advancing to the golden immortal realm in the future was a certainty. Thus, Su-Han continuously cultivated for 100,000 years. Boom. A powerful aura surged into the sky, startling the surrounding fish and sea beasts, making them scatter in all directions. Su-Han's size began to swell, reaching over 3,000 zhang. Has the master broken through again? The Jinmao mouse looked at Su-Han with delight. Influenced by the primordial spirit imprint and several enhancements to its bloodline, the Jinmao mouse had become utterly devoted to following Su-Han. As Su-Han's strength grew, its future would naturally become broader. Perfected immortal realm. Su-Han let out a thunderous roar, his perfected immortal aura surging forth unbridled, shattering the seal's lair into utter ruin and churning vast swathes of ocean. Su-Han had ascended 2 minor cultivation realms in succession, resulting in a profound surge of power. His spiritual energy now flowed like a mighty river, enabling his immortal artifacts to unleash far greater might. His physical strength, carapace, and lobster claws likewise surged in tandem. Were he to face the seal again, Su-Han was confident he could effortlessly withstand its lightning strikes, even without invoking his primordial immortal artifacts. Indeed, he believed he could slay it with his bare hands. Beyond foundational strength, my divine abilities have also grown stronger. Su-Han drew a deep breath and gazed inward at the lobster emblem residing within his spiritual sea. The intricate patterns adorning the lobster's form had grown markedly more complex, apparently awakened by his recent cultivation breakthrough, revealing deeper arcane mysteries. Divine strength. With a low incantation, Su-Han's bloodline power surged violently, his strength escalating exponentially, multiplied 20-fold in an instant. It appears that not only does the shrimp ancestor art amplify my power, but my own cultivation advancement also strengthens my divine abilities. Su-Han ceased the technique, musing thoughtfully. Glancing around at the shattered remnants of the lair, Su-Han felt no concern. He made no effort to restore the surroundings, instead closing his eyes and cultivating the shrimp ancestor art to consolidate his newfound realm. Months later, his spiritual energy had grown markedly denser, and his cultivation was fully stabilized. I shall continue wandering for a while longer, seeking rare opportunities before retreating into seclusion once more. Su-Han had already gleaned valuable insight. Compared to rigid solitary cultivation, this path of exploration yielded far swifter growth. As for danger, when weighed against the cataclysmic beast calamity destined to engulf the entire Honghuang world, such peril paled into insignificance. Moreover, endowed with peerless primordial roots and an overwhelming tide of fortune, Su-Han harbored little cause for apprehension. He stepped forth and found the brocade-furred rat immersed deeply in cultivation. Having undergone multiple enhancements to its primordial roots, the rat's cultivation speed was extraordinary, yet its method diverged sharply from ordinary beings who absorbed heavenly and earthly chi. cultivating through absorption of treasure essence. Suhan observed delicate golden strands of treasure essence seeping from the void itself, drawn seamlessly into the rat's body. Its entire form radiated golden light, majestic and awe-inspiring. I wonder what further transformations await once it truly becomes a treasure-seeking rat. Suhan watched with quiet fascination, offering no prompting. The Hongwang world, after all, held no scarcity, yet the brocade-furred rat soon emerged from meditation, halting its cultivation. It had reached the threshold of the profound immortal realm. A major realm breakthrough was never easily achieved. Let us depart, for other seas. Suhan led the rat away from these waters. Consulting the ancestral map, he realized they were now drawing near the Eastern Sea's coastline. The Eastern Sea's coastline, rocky jagged, marking the boundary between the Dragon clan and the Qilin clan. Suhan paused in contemplation, sensing abundant opportunities awaiting there. Let us go to the Eastern Sea's coastline. With a decisive sweep of his massive pincers, the two set off. Ordinarily, even a profound immortal would hesitate to traverse such distances, let alone a perfected immortal. Yet Suhan was no ordinary cultivator. He bore 2 primordial immortal artifacts, and with his elevated cultivation their potency had intensified dramatically, granting him unparalleled confidence. Earth Lingji. At the Eastern Sea's coastline, the treasure-seeking rat guided Suhan to another rare artifact, a terrestrial Lingji mushroom. 800 enhancement points. The Hongwang continent differs profoundly from the Eastern Sea. Suhan walked across the land, absorbing its starkly different aura, distinct from the ocean's embrace. Even the nature of ambient spiritual energy had subtly shifted, leaving him momentarily unsettled. After all, as a lobster-born being, he was inherently attuned to the sea. Roar. Suddenly a savage bestial roar tore through the air, sending a shiver of primal dread down Suhan's spine. He whirled around, his breath-seized pupils contracting violently. A colossal beast stretching dozens of li in height and resembling a living mountain charged toward them with earth-shaking fury. It bore 6 hooves and 2 tails. Its head resembled a lion's, but crowned with a single black horn gleaming with chilling malevolence. Each footfall reverberated through the earth like a meteor's impact. An overwhelming tide of ferocity flooded the heavens and earth, causing Suhan's very body to tremble instinctively. Even with his peerless primordial roots, he sensed himself confronted by a natural antithesis, an existential threat beyond measure. A beast. Suhan swallowed hard, his expression rigid with disbelief. Its sheer aura of slaughter utterly shattered his prior understanding. This creature seemed less a living being than a sentient confluence of primordial malevolence. It was unmistakably a beast, no further speculation needed. Engage it in close combat. Suhan's face darkened as he stared at the monstrous entity looming overhead, capable of crushing him beneath a single step. He shook his head fiercely. Though his perception confirmed it stood only at the early stage of the profound immortal realm, its aura dwarfed even the seals by an immeasurable degree. The realization struck him like a blow. I'd thought my strength formidable, yet against this. Even his 20-fold divine strength amplification proved woefully inadequate. Only upon reaching the profound immortal realm might he dare attempt battle. Master, shall we flee? Behind him the brocade-furred rat quivered, voice trembling with terror. Its fur bristled upright, nearly collapsing into unconsciousness. Flight is impossible. The beast has already locked onto us, Suhan murmured low. Though the beast's eyes held no trace of rational awareness, its predatory aura had fixed unerringly upon them. Perhaps even drawn here by their presence, roused to fury by their very essence. Even a beast, at only early profound immortal realm, can you withstand primordial artifacts? Suhan clenched his teeth and instantly summoned both primordial artifacts. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 radiant streaks erupted from Suhan's body, blazing with celestial brilliance. The Xianhuang Pa hovered above his head, flowing with primordial Xianhuang Qi, as if embodying the very source of all cosmic energies. As the handkerchief fluttered, streams of Xianhuang Qi cascaded downward, enveloping Suhan and the brocade-furred rat, dispelling the beast's oppressive aura and restoring their ease of movement. Within the Xianhuang Qi's domain, all laws and techniques recoiled, untouchable. Meanwhile, the purple lightning hammer manifested violent violet thunder, coalescing into a miniature lake of crackling lightning. Its aura of utter annihilation forced the beast to halt mid-stride, its assault momentarily checked by wary hesitation. Yet in the next breath it lunged forward with redoubled savagery, intent on annihilating them both. Kill! Suhan shouted loudly, pouring his mana into the purple lightning hammer without hesitation, as if it cost nothing. The brilliance of the purple lightning hammer grew increasingly dazzling, suddenly unleashing bolts of lightning that struck down upon the fierce beast. With a whoosh, the purple lightning was incredibly fierce, carrying the momentum to destroy everything, cleaving off large chunks of the fierce beast's flesh, shattering it into pieces. A torrent of black blood rained down, suffused with a heavy aura of malice. It caused the plants on the ground to wither and even die. Good. Useful. Suhan sighed heavily, feeling completely relieved. The innate spiritual treasure truly lived up to its reputation. After all, no matter how formidable the fierce beast's reputation, it was merely a Xian immortal. Suhan mocked himself, realizing that he too had been intimidated by the fierce beast's reputation. With the innate spiritual treasure in hand, even if he were just a small lobster, he could slay this calamity of the wilderness. Roar! Suddenly a fierce roar startled Suhan awake. He stared in astonishment as he saw the flesh of the fierce beast rapidly writhing. Like wild growth, the flesh that had been cleaved by the purple lightning quickly regrew. The fierce beast's blood-red eyes were filled with stimulation, and it charged at him with even more madness. This is possible. Suhan was dumbfounded. The previous bolt of purple lightning had severed much of the fierce beast's flesh, leaving a gaping wound several miles long. Even if it hadn't been killed in one blow, it should at least be heavily injured. But judging by its current aura, the fierce beast seemed utterly unscathed. Its aura remained high, even becoming more frenzied. Suhan quickly urged the purple lightning hammer, unleashing bolts of lightning, like sharp swords, continuously striking at the fierce beast. However, the fierce beast's speed was incredibly agile. It dodged many of the lightning strikes with its swift movements. After being struck by the remaining bolts, although it lost some flesh, it quickly healed. Purple lightning hammer, go. Suhan growled softly, injecting a large amount of mana into the purple lightning hammer. The hammer rapidly expanded, resembling a colossal divine weapon. In the next moment, the purple lightning hammer, enveloped in massive purple lightning, smashed down towards the fierce beast. Boom. With a thunderous crash, the purple lightning hammer's might was unstoppable, directly piercing through the fierce beast's body. A massive blood hole appeared in its body, passing through from front to back, looking exceedingly grotesque. At the same time, the fierce beast was violently smashed away by the purple lightning hammer, crushing a mountain. However, as the fierce beast roared, an overwhelming aura of malice surged. Its flesh continued to grow rapidly, healing its injuries. Then it flipped over and charged at Suhan with renewed ferocity. Suhan seemed to understand why the fierce beast's tide could wreak havoc in the wilderness. Its physical strength was exceptionally formidable, and it was reckless, showing no signs of intelligence. It exhibited no fear, hesitation, or apprehension, behaving like a berserker. Most importantly, its ability to recover was astonishing. It was enough to instill despair in any opponent of the same realm. Again, Suhan gritted his teeth and urged the purple lightning hammer, unleashing a flurry of lightning that densely covered the fierce beast. The terrifying purple lightning darted through the fierce beast's body, repeatedly inflicting serious injuries. At this moment, the golden-furred rat knew that the enemy was formidable and also summoned its spiritual Fang dagger. Controlling the spiritual Fang dagger, it seized the opportunity to inflict new wounds on the fierce beast's injuries. The small cuts made by this dagger looked as if it was merely scraping the beast, but they healed instantly. Yet the potent poison contained within could still inflict considerable damage on the fierce beast. It's almost done. Suhan's eyes lit up after a series of concentrated purple lightning strikes. He sensed that the fierce beast's aura finally began to decline. After swallowing a spirit herb that restored mana, Suhan's mana surged like a flood, pouring into the purple lightning hammer. Together with the golden-furred rat, they inflicted repeated injuries on the fierce beast. Finally, after a reluctant low growl, the fierce beast's life force rapidly faded, collapsing weakly onto the ground. Phew. Killing a fierce beast is really damn difficult. Suhan felt somewhat exhausted as he and the golden-furred rat had expended a great deal of mana to slay this fierce beast. Then, feeling a bit hopeful, he thought, with such a powerful enemy, I must surely receive a great amount of reinforcement points. After a while, Suhan's face was filled with confusion. Where are the reinforcement points? He mumbled to himself as he swiftly approached the fierce beast's corpse, examining it closely. He was certain that this fierce beast was completely dead. However, there were no reinforcement points. This. Suhan was also baffled. After all the hard work to kill a fierce beast, it turned out there were no rewards. Not a single reinforcement point received. Goodness, no wonder this fierce beast was so troublesome, it could sweep across the entire wilderness. Suhan sighed deeply. Combining some information gleaned from his past life, he began to speculate about the fierce beast calamity. Fierce beasts are the result of the 3,000 chaotic demon gods being slain by the Pangu Great God. Their resentments mingled with flesh devoid of intelligence, possessing only the instinct to destroy the entire wilderness. Reckless and undeterred by death, they began to rampage through the wilderness after the Great Dao suppression waned, ultimately forming a calamity. However, in Suhan's view, the so-called fierce beast calamity was hardly worth mentioning. After all, the entire wilderness was formed by the Pangu Great God, including the future 3 dominant races, the Dragon Phoenix and Shilin, as well as the innate myriad tribes. If they truly united, they could undoubtedly suppress the fierce beasts. Not to mention the top innate divine demons, it was normal for the peak state of chaotic demon gods to be easily slain by the Pangu Great God, let alone the fierce beasts formed after their fall. The destruction they could cause would certainly be limited. The reason the fierce beasts could sweep across the entire wilderness was due to two main factors. The first was of course the fierce beast's own strength, reckless and possessing a powerful recovery ability. The second reason was that slaying fierce beasts brought no benefits. Yes, who would do something that yielded no benefits? Those top innate demon gods were not fools. This was the primary reason why fierce beasts rampaged through the wilderness. Once the innate 100 tribes united later, the fierce beasts would inevitably be defeated. Su-Han examined the fierce beast's corpse and found it completely unusable. It felt entirely out of place with the spiritual energy and mana belonging to a different realm. No wonder those top innate divine demons and powerful beings never attacked fierce beasts. It was time to return to the East Sea. Su-Han thought to himself, preparing to return to the Lobster Clan. With fierce beasts reaching the shores of the East Sea, it was likely that the fierce beast calamity had already begun, with countless fierce beasts sweeping through the wilderness from the northern continent. He was just a small lobster now, and couldn't risk being caught up in the fierce beast calamity. Now the outside world was no longer suitable for him to wander. It was better to return. When the sky falls, there are tall ones to hold it up. The wind is strong, hold on tight. Su-Han, along with the golden-furred rat, once again dove into the East Sea of the wilderness, heading deep into the East Sea. No matter how powerful the fierce beast was, the East Sea of the wilderness was the Dragon Clan's territory. If the sky falls, the tall ones will hold it up. As the next protagonist of the calamity, the Dragon Clan would certainly not be pushovers. In any case, Su-Han was determined to survive. Absolutely not to participate in this fierce beast calamity. The journey back was relatively smooth, and Su-Han returned to the Lobster Clan. He dove straight into his cave and began seclusion. After the clash with the fierce beast, although relying on the innate spiritual treasure, Su-Han gained considerable insights. Moreover, Su-Han's background was indeed extraordinary. He was confident that this time of seclusion would yield a breakthrough. Inside Su-Han's cave, dwelling black and red light intertwined and rotated, at times intense, at times faint. I hope the master can successfully break through. The golden-haired rat watched nervously from a distance. Having been in seclusion for hundreds of thousands of years, no traces were left on them over such a long time. Only the cultivation progressed bit by bit. At a certain moment, Su-Han's aura suddenly skyrocketed. Boom! The profound Tao rhythm burst forth, enveloping the entire cave space, as if a realm of Tao had descended. Su-Han let out a long howl, and his magical power surged rapidly, swiftly transforming into the power of a Xianxian. A massive amount of spiritual energy from heaven and earth surged and swallowed by Su-Han, scattered and refined into his magical power. At the same time, Su-Han's form expanded again. 3,000 feet. 3,500 feet. 3,700 feet. The expansion only stopped when it approached 4,000 feet. The growth in size did not mean he became cumbersome. On the contrary, he became faster and more agile. Every inch of his body was filled with immense vitality. A pair of giant pincers truly resembled steel mountains, with flashes of sharpness that were enough to instill fear. Finally, I have reached the early stage of Xianxian. Su-Han opened his eyes and sighed. With his cultivation advancing to Xuanxian, his status within the clan would rise from elite little lobster to lobster captain. Advancing to Xianxian seems to pose no difficulty. Su-Han's eyes revealed a contemplative look. He knew that this was likely due to the benefits of his spiritual roots. The earlier investment in his spiritual roots would yield tremendous returns as time went on. What does having a top-grade innate spiritual root mean? It is only a step away from the legendary innate divine demon. Of course, this step is akin to crossing a chasm. Without enhancement points, it would be impossible to leap across in a lifetime. However, even so, this is the pinnacle of talent among countless beings. Innate divine demons are not existences that ordinary beings can fathom. With my spiritual roots, advancing to Golden Immortal is a certainty. Tai Golden Immortal is not without hope. Su-Han was incredibly certain about this point. In reality, perhaps he had understated it. If in the future, in an era rich in cultivation techniques, this talent would surely lead to the achievement of Tai. Even Deluo is not impossible to strive for. Enough of this, I should go claim my rewards now. Su-Han left the cave, eagerly heading towards the management hall. Advancing to Xianxian automatically made him the lobster captain. As the name suggests, this already qualifies him to manage subordinates. Previously, Su-Han was relatively lucky not to be assigned under a shrimp soldier captain. Primarily, his advancement to elite shrimp soldier was swift, and his battle power was strong. He was also considered a young elite within the lobster clan, only needing to follow the unified commands of the clan. In addition to having shrimp soldier subordinates, I can also have a territory. Su-Han was very much looking forward to it. Have I been promoted to shrimp soldier captain? In the management hall, an elderly shrimp soldier captain glanced at Su-Han and nodded. He took out a map of the sea, pointed at it, and said, "This is your territory." "Thank you." Su-Han happily took the token. In addition to receiving a territory, he was also granted some rare heavenly materials and earthly treasures. They were all useful for cultivation, and there were some spiritual materials that could be tried for forging rough divine weapons. Su-Han did not hesitate and directly exchanged everything for enhancement points. When he opened his personal panel, Su-Han discovered he had accumulated tens of thousands of enhancement points. Without any thoughts of using them, he planned to continue saving. I need a large number of enhancement points for my spiritual roots to undergo transformation. Having already realized the benefits of his spiritual roots, Su-Han naturally coveted the innate divine demon spiritual roots. Moreover, aside from his spiritual roots, he also wanted to enhance the purple lightning hammer. If it became a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, the power of the purple lightning hammer would increase significantly. Dealing with fierce beasts and other tricky enemies would become much easier. But this also required a large number of enhancement points. Afterwards, Su-Han, accompanied by the golden-haired rat, headed straight to his territory. On the way, suddenly Su-Han and the golden-haired rat lifted their heads sharply and looked towards the sky. Not only them, at this moment the vast wilderness seemed to sense something among countless beings. They all looked towards several directions. Roar! Several earth-shattering roars echoed. Endless malevolence surged into the sky, engulfing everything around, reaching far and wide. The entire wilderness seemed to be shrouded in malevolence. 4 huge figures appeared in the wilderness. Each of them carried an imposing aura that seemed to bury all life beneath, heaven and earth filled with boundless hatred and resentment. The intensity of the malevolence was 100 million times stronger than the Shenxian realm fierce beasts Su-Han had slain. Tao Ye, Qiongqi, Tao Tai, and Hun Dun. They embodied the resentment of the Chaos Demon God born to destroy everything in the wilderness, and were the kings of all fierce beasts. At this moment, their overwhelming strength, in sync with their roles as protagonists of the calamity, spread their aura throughout the entire wilderness, announcing their arrival to all beings. The entire wilderness trembled, and powerful beings turned their gazes towards the past. The 4 great fierce beast kings, all at the perfection of Deluo Golden Immortal. A powerful divine demon whispered faintly, carrying a hint of dread, unwilling to intervene. Truly terrifying, who in the wilderness can contend with them? Another top-tier powerhouse shook his head, preparing to watch the fierce beast kings rampage. Although the fierce beasts were formidable, he truly did not believe that they could destroy the wilderness. In the next moment, the scene changed again. 3 sacred beings sensed something and appeared, releasing the same overwhelming aura of Deluo Golden Immortal perfection. They stood in opposition to the 4 great fierce beast kings. Their figures were immensely large, extending for billions of miles. Under some special fluctuations, the entire wilderness could see their silhouettes. Ancestral Dragon, Ancestral Phoenix, Ancestral Qilin. To think it is these 3, are they not afraid of any mishaps? Indeed, the power of their 3 clans is enormous, making them the easiest targets for the fierce beasts to focus on, yet there is no way to avoid it. Powerful beings discussed among themselves, as if watching a play, preparing to witness the impending fierce battle. These 4 fierce beasts and the 3 ancestral clans are not easy targets for either side. Or rather, they can be considered the ceiling of combat strength in the current wilderness world. At this moment, the 3 ancestors exchanged determined glances. For the sake of their clans, they must take action to slay the fierce beasts. Moreover, they had this confidence. The 4 great fierce beasts roared in fury upon seeing someone dare to challenge them. In the next moment, both sides tore through the void, crossing endless time and space. They collided directly together. What kind of power is this? Deep in the east, Su-Han watched the scene unfolding in the void, his heart surging. He had not expected that the battle between the 3 ancestors and the 4 fierce beasts would begin so abruptly. The 7 supreme beings of the great Luo Golden Immortal realm encountered each other up close. Everyone knew that the other was not to be trifled with, and as soon as they made a move, it was a lethal strike. With each step of the 4 fierce beast kings, the space was shattered. Amidst the shattering void, a sinister and terrifying power surged and boiled over. Accompanied by a grayish, murderous aura, the 4 beasts roared, unleashing an endless stream of destructive divine light aimed at the 3 ancestors. It was as if the heavens and earth were collapsing like stars falling. The power was too terrifying, far exceeding the limits of what living beings could imagine. A wisp of divine light shot out, enough to annihilate billions of lives. Facing the destructive divine light, the 3 ancestors wore solemn expressions, but showed no fear. The Yuan Feng flapped its wings, soaring through the heavenly realm, charging forward. A brilliant flame flickered in its eyes, as if it could incinerate the heavens and the universe, the source of all fire. It commanded the laws of primordial fire, externalizing it, and igniting an eternal, indomitable flame. A large expanse of space was dissolved, transformed alongside the primordial qi into the nourishment of flames, propelling the fire to grow even stronger. Endless flames surged towards the 4 beasts, sizzling with the boundless, murderous aura. It transformed into a wheel of eternal divine sun. The four beasts were stained by the flames shot from the divine sun, unable to escape their bodies, turning charred black. Their immensely powerful life force was swiftly absorbed by the flames. The primordial divine fire of the Yuan Feng seemed intent on directly refining the fierce beast kings, exuding boundless terror. The ancestral Qilin stood firm upon the Tai, Qi mastering Yin and Yang, encompassing the five elements draped in the five virtues, resembling the most auspicious symbol between heaven and earth. Each scale on its body bore the most intricate and profound Tao patterns elucidating the great laws of Yin-Yang and the five elements. Its entire being radiated a dazzling immortal light, as if exhausting all mysteries of the world. The path of Yin-Yang and the five elements formed random combinations, instantly unleashing countless divine abilities. Each divine ability was sufficient to easily annihilate golden immortals. Various attribute divine abilities transformed into torrents, interweaving with one another, their power, seemingly endless, infinitely escalating. They directly shattered the heavenly realm, forcibly piercing a path beneath the destructive divine light. They surged towards the four beasts. Compared to the domineering attacks of the Yuan Feng and ancestral Qilin, the ancestral dragon's actions were equally impressive. Its physique was extremely powerful, not at all weaker than the fierce beasts, perhaps even stronger. The massive dragon body seemed to connect heaven and earth, spanning billions of miles. In an instant it charged forward, blocking the four beasts' most ferocious assaults. The dragon's horns, body, claws, and tail. Every part transformed into instruments of slaughter, and with a simple collision it shattered a significant portion of the Taoist corporeal form. It appeared extremely ferocious. Furthermore, as the ancestral dragon's eyes opened and closed, immense power brewed within. Exhaling, it created wind. Breathing in, it summoned thunder, expanding an endless water world around it. It transformed the heavens and earth into a realm of water, as if the true arrival of the primordial East Sea had descended, suppressing the four beasts. It was the master of the sea, the controller of all waters. The weight of the sea was immeasurable, firmly suppressing the four beasts in place, causing them immense harm. Roar! The four beasts roared, even more frantically, directly burning their origins. The terrifying murderous aura surged and boiled over, transforming into a world-dominating demonic blade. They brutally slashed at the ancestral dragon's body, leaving it bloodied and mangled, cleaving through the realm of water. However, in the next moment, the terrifying torrent of divine abilities and the eternal divine sun descended to suppress them. Once again, their momentum was suppressed. The seven supreme beings of the great Luo realm were fiercely clashing. This caused billions of miles of time and space to violently tremble, as if unable to withstand it. Large swathes of void were shattered into fragments as fragile as paper. The endless pressure accumulated together, spreading across the primordial heavens and earth. At the center of the battlefield, it was already difficult to see their figures. Only a sphere of destruction hung in the air, with vague divine and demonic shadows flickering within, showcasing unparalleled might. This was a scene terrifying to the extreme, transmitted to the eyes of all beings. Even the slightest trace of Tao rhythm sent chills down their spines, freezing their limbs. Is this the power of the ancestral dragon and the others? Suhan stared in shock at this apocalyptic scene, his mind blank. Such power and realm made one feel excessively elevated. It seemed that no matter how many epics it struggled through, it could never reach that level. No, whether Great Luo or Kwasa Saint, none can block me. A flame gradually rose in Suhan's eyes, representing his ambition. With the enhancement system in hand, even a small shrimp could potentially rival or even surpass dragons and phoenixes. Ancestral Dragon, Yuan Feng, Ancestral Qilin. This is interesting. On Yujing Mountain, a mysterious being with a crystal-clear jade disc atop its head murmured. Such a terrifying battle scene was enough to catch his attention. Around him, an extremely grand aura flowed, with countless great Tao laws descending, appearing incredibly incomprehensible. He paid no heed to the four beasts, but continuously observed the three ancestors, his gaze flickering. It seemed he was calculating something. Oh, these three ancestors have some guts and combat power. In the west, a whisper emerged. Endless destructive energy surged here, seemingly even more terrifying than the fierce beast kings. A fearsome and brutal existence halted the process of crafting the divine spear. Indifferent eyes transcended time and space, as if genuinely witnessing the full scope of the battlefield. The identity of the three ancestral beings combined with this strength is indeed somewhat troublesome. Perhaps I should find an opportunity. Boom. The space of billions of miles was pierced by endless murderous light heading towards annihilation. This was a peak confrontation between innate divine beings and world-destroying fierce beasts, a clash between the favored of this era and the remnants of past ages. Such a situation would continue until one side was utterly defeated. Roar. The piercing howl echoed amidst torrential blood rain. One fierce beast king after another fell, unwillingly losing their life force. The sky was filled with blood and bones collapsing, countless mountains. They were powerful, but ultimately they were no match for the innate divine beings of the primordial heavens. Even with immense recovery abilities under the attack of powers that surpassed limits, their bodies shattered time and again, becoming increasingly difficult to endure. Chaos Taowu and Taoye, three fierce beast kings, were slain on the spot by the three ancestors. Only the most cunning Cheongqi sensed danger and took the opportunity to escape. Directly using the fastest evasion technique, it fled deep into the primordial starry sky. At this moment, the murderous aura of the primordial heavens and earth suddenly diminished significantly. The fierce beast calamity seemed to have come to a close, suppressed by the three ancestors. Cough cough. The ancestor dragon coughed up blood, his body drenched in crimson, with numerous dragon scales falling off, presenting a truly tragic sight. The Yuan Phoenix and ancestor Qilin were similarly injured, their bodies riddled with scars inflicted by the beast king. However, smiles adorned their faces, and they seemed unperturbed by their injuries, their momentum instead rising even higher. To personally slay the beast king, what a glorious achievement this was. This was also a rare tempering of their Tao heart and will. Suddenly, an invisible aura of fortune began to converge from all directions. Such fortune is difficult for ordinary beings to perceive. Yet as supreme beings of the primordial chaos, they could easily see it. Fortune. Could it be? The three ancestors felt an overwhelming amount of fortune gathering, causing them to be astonished. A flicker of anticipation suddenly arose within them. In the next moment, an endless pillar of fortune coalesced, descending from the heavens and enveloping the three of them. Beneath the pillar of fortune, their minds were drawn close to the mysterious principles of the Tao, achieving perfect unity of essence, energy, and spirit. The Tao laws that the three ancestors had cultivated were being refined once more, the already supreme De Luo laws faintly trembling. In the next moment, the De Luo laws underwent a new transformation. Boom, boom, boom. Three invincible auras of dominance erupted, resonating through the entirety of the primordial chaos via a mysterious connection. In this moment, the heavens and earth opened their eyes to celebrate the birth of those who transcended De Luo. I, the ancestor dragon, ascend to the mixed Yuan golden immortal realm today. I, the Yuan Phoenix, ascend to the mixed Yuan golden immortal realm today. I, the ancestor Qilin, ascend to the mixed Yuan golden immortal realm today. The three ancestors' hearts resonated as one, simultaneously calling out. They directly ascended from the perfection of the De Luo golden immortal realm to the mixed Yuan golden immortal realm. Mixed Yuan golden immortal? Is this the existence above De Luo golden immortal? From now on, the primordial chaos will likely regard the three ancestors with respect. The breakthrough of the three ancestors instantly caused an uproar throughout the entire primordial chaos. Countless beings began eagerly discussing this brand new realm reached first by the three ancestors. Mixed Yuan golden immortal? Isn't that a Kwasa saint? Suhan was somewhat taken aback. The three ancestors were to be the main characters of the next calamity. Their breakthrough was normal and not surprising at all. However, the name Mixed Yuan golden immortal felt slightly unfamiliar. But upon reflection, it became clear. Currently, the Hongjun Dao ancestor has not yet expounded upon the method of severing the three corpses, so the primordial chaos does not possess the Kwasa saint realm. Or rather, at this moment in the primordial chaos, the mixed Yuan golden immortal is the most orthodox realm of cultivation. De Luo golden immortal, mixed Yuan golden immortal, mixed Yuan De Luo golden immortal. Of course, at this time in the primordial chaos, aside from the gravely injured Yang Mei de Xian, there should not be any other mixed Yuan De Luo golden immortal powerhouses. Even Luo Hu and Hong Jun were likely just mixed Yuan golden immortals. The three ancestors were on the surface the most pinnacle of combat power. Slaying fierce beasts can yield boundless fortune to aid in ascension. To think it could surpass De Luo golden immortal, what a tremendous opportunity. The scene of the three ancestors' breakthrough left the other innate deities utterly stunned. They even felt a twinge of regret. Originally, they thought slaying fierce beasts would yield no benefit, a thankless task. Yet unexpectedly, they could gain fortune. Fortune is an extremely crucial existence in the primordial chaos and represents a significant aspect of one's background. Those with great fortune cultivate swiftly, unaffected by disasters, blessed with deep fortune, and find treasures along the path. In short, anything is possible. If one could obtain the immense fortune that the three ancestors received, even the chasm between De Luo and mixed Yuan golden immortals could be forcefully bridged. Exit the seclusion, slay fierce beasts. An innate deity immediately made this decision. Many deities made the same choice. Who would not envy the vast fortune the three ancestors had obtained? Suddenly, fierce beasts became a coveted target in their eyes. Although three fierce beast kings had been slain, one remained at large. Yet there were still countless ordinary fierce beasts on the primordial continent. Fortune is something no one can have too much of, even a little is worth having. Indeed, if these top-tier powerhouses make a move, fierce beasts are nothing to worry about. Such a powerful beast king was slain by the three ancestors. In the East Sea, Su-Han thought to himself. Seeing the three ancestors obtain fortune and breakthrough, he could already guess the actions of the other powerhouses. Currently, the primordial chaos is in a peculiar period where the great Tao is retreating and the heavenly Tao has yet to emerge. The powerhouses are unwilling to take action, which has led to the rampant fierce beasts. Su-Han's expression remained calm. The depths of the primordial chaos were still quite profound. Besides the three ancestors, there are numerous innate deities including Hong Jun Luo, Hu Yin-Yang Old Ancestor, Qian Kuan Old Ancestor, Tai Chi Old Ancestor, and Wan Shu among others. If they were to act simultaneously, even the fierce beasts of the primordial chaos would not amount to anything. Forget it, it has nothing to do with me. Su-Han, accompanied by the golden hair mouse, continued toward his domain. A golden nest or a silver nest is not as good as one's own lobster nest. In the vast primordial chaos, only a small piece of land belongs to him. Indeed, as Su-Han had anticipated. In the following tens of thousands of years, the fierce beasts of the entire primordial chaos were gradually exterminated. For a time it seemed that fierce beasts were on the verge of becoming protected animals. The calamity of fierce beasts had temporarily subsided. The primordial chaos had also entered a brief period of tranquility. Master, another batch of linglong fruits has ripened. The golden hair mouse handed over a pouch of spiritual fruits to Su-Han, which Su-Han exchanged for enhancement points. These were the fruits born from the spiritual roots in his territory. Though merely low-grade, postnatal spiritual roots, they were not particularly precious. However, they provided a continuous source of fixed enhancement points. Over time, this could bring him considerable profits. Similar spiritual roots existed in Su-Han's territory, with several more varieties. Peaceful days aren't so bad after all. Su-Han stretched lazily, feeling quite content. After all, compared to before, his current identity was vastly different. As the esteemed captain of the Little Lobsters, he was now a figure of admiration among the shrimp soldiers. In the Xianxian realm, he could hardly be considered weak sufficient to take on the role of a minor lord. With his own territory and nearly 100 shrimp soldiers under his command, he managed the affairs within his domain. Of course, their main task was to guard the spiritual roots, gather the spiritual fruits, and search for various heavenly materials and treasures. He didn't even need to venture out for adventures, as he continuously obtained enhancement points. Su-Han wasn't worried about the heavenly materials and treasures being snatched by the shrimp soldiers. He found that their consciousness wasn't that complicated. They were all quite loyal, without any ulterior motives. Furthermore, most of the shrimp soldiers serving under the lobster captain were little lobsters with little potential. Having heavenly materials and treasures was of no use. Back when I obtained the dragon blood Jugua tree, I could only exchange it outright. Su-Han reminisced about the past, feeling somewhat nostalgic. Now he could be said to be in a completely different situation. In the primordial chaos, time is of no consequence. Since the last time the four fiends emerged only to be slain by the three ancestors, the vast expanse of the primordial world has witnessed the passage of several epochs. At this moment, with the Beast King slain, many innate gods and demons have also emerged to hunt down the ferocious beasts, accumulating fortune. The calamity of ferocious beasts that once ravaged the entire primordial world has gradually subsided. Except for the northern continent, near the ferocious beasts' lair, such creatures have become quite rare elsewhere. The entire primordial world has entered a period of tranquility, yet the ominous aura of catastrophe that lingers throughout has not completely dissipated. While others remain unaware, Su-Han is fully cognizant. The current Beast King is merely an appetizer. The true calamity will arise when the Beast Emperor Shun Ni emerges. So now this is essentially a temporal node. Su-Han calmly analyzes the situation, a tranquil period before the impending calamity. Taking advantage of this moment while the Beast Emperor Shun Ni has yet to appear and the primordial world is calm, it is better to travel through the world and seek opportunities. Despite this, Su-Han finds himself somewhat enamored with the ease of being a lord. Yet it knows that without strength, all of this is for naught. It must seize every opportunity to rapidly enhance its power before the true outbreak of the ferocious beast calamity. Su-Han made a decision in his heart, preparing to traverse the primordial world once more. He did not rush to set off, but first collected some intelligence within the clan. After all, as the captain of the Little Crayfish, he has now qualified to obtain a lot of information. After some preparation, Su-Han set off with the Jinmao mouse. This time he planned to explore the depths of the eastern sea of the primordial world. Although it is at the beginning of the world's creation, life forms are already abundant. Su-Han sighed inwardly. Wherever there are living beings, opportunities have mostly been exhausted. No matter how many opportunities there are, they are not infinite. Therefore, Su-Han naturally thought of heading to regions with scarce life forms to encounter some opportunities. The depths of the Eastern Sea became his chosen target. In the Crayfish clan, we do not know too much about the depths of the Eastern Sea. All we know is that life forms are scarce there, and there are many dangers with a harsh environment. There are gale winds, weak water, and sea ice. Suhan recalled some information gathered from the Crayfish clan, knowing that it is not a good place. This is to be expected. After all, how could a place with few life forms be peaceful? However, dangerous places often accompany opportunities. Few living beings also imply that the quantity of opportunities should be slightly higher. Suhan is no longer the little shrimp soldier he once was. The choices he can make have certainly increased. With his current strength, the depths of the Eastern Sea are not unapproachable. He is merely cautious, but that does not mean he is timid. Bang! With a swing of his crayfish claw, Suhan casually smashed a fish-type sea beast at the true immortal realm. To see me a profound immortal and not flee is truly foolish for a true immortal. Suhan smugly extracted the spiritual root, exchanging it for enhancement points. With his current strength, he truly looked down upon those at the true immortal realm from all angles. Enhancement points 2,600. I've accumulated over 10,000 enhancement points again. Suhan glanced at his personal panel. Adding to what he had previously accumulated, he already had several tens of thousands of enhancement points. Throughout the journey, thanks to his good fortune, and with the help of the Jin Mao Mouse, he could say that he has been constantly reaping rewards. It's not far now. Continue, let's set off. Suhan along with the Jin Mao Mouse headed towards their destination once more. For the time being, he had no intention of using these enhancement points. Even if it's not even 100,000 points, it's not of much use. Not long after the two truly entered the depths of the Eastern Sea. This cursed place, no wonder life forms are scarce, it's simply not suitable for survival. Suhan looked at the pitch-black waters surrounding him, his mouth twitching. The depths of the Eastern Sea seemed like a massive abyssal maw capable of swallowing all light. It sends chills down one's spine at first glance. Whether it's the vast sunlight cast down by the sun or the glowing plants, they can hardly illuminate this place. Ordinary beings, even those who are celestial immortals, would find it difficult to see clearly in this location. Fortunately, as a profound immortal, Suhan's physical body, primordial spirit, and magical power far exceed those of celestial immortals. He is still able to scout the surroundings, though visibility is somewhat obstructed. Master, I sense an opportunity. The Jin Mao Mouse suddenly exclaimed, revealing an excited expression in its eyes. It seems to be a significant opportunity. A great opportunity. Could it be that another innate spiritual treasure has emerged? Suhan's heart stirred, questioning. How does it compare to the opportunity when I obtained the innate spiritual treasure last time? The Jin Mao Mouse was taken aback, scratching its head somewhat embarrassed as it said, Master, I can only sense the opportunity, but I don't know what it is. After hesitating for a moment, it added, moreover, the existence of innate spiritual treasures can only be judged by fate. All right then. Suhan nodded, signaling the Jin Mao Mouse to lead the way quickly. No matter what opportunity it is better to check it out first. Not good. Suddenly the two stopped in their tracks, their expressions changing dramatically. Suhan took a deep breath, looking gravely at the storm approaching from the front, the gale wind of the sea. According to the clan records, the gale wind is a terrifying natural disaster found in the depths of the Eastern Sea. Once encountered, those below the golden immortal realm are nearly certain to perish. Such speed, there's truly no escaping. Seeing the endless black storm rapidly sweeping toward them, Suhan determined that he could not outrun it. The moment he saw the gale wind, it was destined that he would be swept up within it. Xianhuang. Without hesitation, Suhan summoned the Xianhuang cloth, protecting himself and the Jin Mao Mouse inside. Facing this terrifying gale wind, Suhan knew that no matter how hard its shell was, it would be shredded into a mass of flesh. In fact, it might not even leave behind any flesh, possibly turning into crayfish powder. It is said that only those golden immortals with immortal golden characteristics are qualified to withstand the gale wind. Profound immortals are nearly certain to perish. Suhan lamented his sudden change of luck, having just entered the depths of the Eastern Sea and already encountering the gale wind. However, it is not entirely hopeless. After all, he possesses a defensive, innate spiritual treasure which sets him apart from other profound immortals. In the next moment, within his solemn gaze, the gale wind instantaneously engulfed this area. The surrounding environment changed in an instant, as if he had transitioned from the world of the sea to a realm of raging winds. Bang, 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 bang. In an instant, the violent sounds of collisions echoed continuously. Endless wind blades sliced against the Xianhuang barrier. Suhan anxiously watched the turbulent Xianhuang energy outside. Why is this gale so powerful? Suhan's heart sank, knowing that trouble was brewing. As the owner of the spiritual treasure, he could see the thick, mysterious yellow qi being rapidly depleted by the external gale. The fierce gale turned into blades, gradually slicing away the mysterious yellow qi. Fortunately, Suhan's magical power was swiftly infused into the mysterious yellow handkerchief. This continuously generated mysterious yellow qi maintained the stability of the protective shield. However, the mysterious yellow qi was still fluctuating violently, constantly facing terrifying attacks. Suhan even saw that occasionally thin strands of gale almost pierced through the mysterious yellow qi, threatening to seep in. Frightened, he desperately poured in more magical power, increasing the defensive strength of the mysterious yellow handkerchief. His mind was intensely focused, never daring to relax. Even the slightest strand of gale could devour souls and bones. This gale still needs some time before it can fully leave me. Suhan secretly lamented having underestimated the danger of the gale. Even with the mysterious yellow handkerchief, he was struggling to hold on. No wonder the clan warned against underestimating the dangers of natural disasters. For the stronger disasters, even golden immortals could not withstand them and might face calamity. Even a tiny golden immortal level overlord had areas of concern. No good, my magical power is being consumed too quickly and is quite unstable. I must strengthen the mysterious yellow handkerchief. Suhan looked at the trembling mysterious yellow chi shield and made a quick decision. He invested all his enhancement points into the mysterious yellow handkerchief. Not daring to hold back, he directly added tens of thousands of enhancement points at once. Originally, the mysterious yellow handkerchief had only 9 innate restrictions, which was considered average among lower-grade innate spiritual treasures. After enhancement, the innate restrictions rapidly increased. 9, 11, 12. Until it was raised to 12 innate restrictions, reaching the peak of lower-grade innate spiritual treasures. The essence of the spiritual treasure stopped changing. Suhan was not surprised that it did not become a middle-grade innate spiritual treasure. These enhancement points were obviously insufficient. Even so, the addition of several innate restrictions was enough to greatly enhance the power of the mysterious yellow handkerchief. Wow! The mysterious yellow handkerchief emitted a brilliant spiritual light, and the mysterious yellow chi suddenly surged. The released mysterious yellow chi shield stabilized instantly. Like an unbreakable reef, it remained steadfast regardless of how the gale battered it. The defensive power has increased significantly, and my magical power consumption has actually decreased. Suhan breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that he should be able to safely weather this tribulation. After all, my cultivation is still too low to fully unleash the true power of the innate spiritual treasure. Thinking back to the earlier perilous moment, Suhan felt a lingering fear and did not regret the enhancement points returning to 0. The hard-earned spirit roots and the exchanged enhancement points were meant to be used to enhance his strength. After a while, the gale completely departed and the surroundings returned to normal. If it weren't for the mysterious yellow handkerchief and the enhancement points I saved in advance, this time would have been dire. Suhan instructed the Jingxiashu to lead the way as they continued to search for sensed opportunities. I hope the upcoming opportunity is worthy of the recent danger. Soon the two arrived at an unremarkable underwater hill. With great anticipation, Suhan thought there might be an innate restriction hidden here. However, unexpectedly, the Jingxiashu ran straight to a spot pointed at the ground and shouted, "Master, it's right here." Suhan walked over in confusion and discovered a white jade disc fragment on the ground. This fragment was quite unremarkable, devoid of any spiritual energy, resembling the most ordinary stone. Had it not been for the Jingxiashu pointing it out, Suhan would not have noticed. Is this the great opportunity? Suhan picked it up, his tone tinged with disappointment. It seemed that the innate spiritual treasure was a bust. That's right, Master, my sense led me to this spot. The Jingxiashu scratched its head and said softly, "Could it be some precious material?" Suhan infused magical power into the fragment and suddenly froze. A profound and extraordinary Tao rhythm surged into his consciousness. The jade disc in his hand emitted a soft glow, and an astonishingly grand aura enveloped the surroundings. At that moment, Suhan felt as if he had glimpsed the great Tao in the void, his mind trembling intensely. This is the Creation Jade Disc. The name of this treasure instantly appeared in Suhan's mind, leaving him momentarily stunned. Then a wave of ecstatic joy followed. Creation Jade Disc fragments. How could this? Isn't this the standard for Hongjun Daozu? How could a small lobster like me ever obtain? How could I also get a Creation Jade Disc fragment? Suhan became incoherent with excitement, nearly causing his magical power to surge uncontrollably. The lobster shell on him turned an intense red, causing the nearby Jingxiashu to become extremely worried whether his master had gone mad. After a long while, Suhan finally managed to stabilize his emotions. Calm down, after all, it's just a fragment, not the main body. Even so, Suhan remained overjoyed, continuously playing with the Creation Jade Disc fragment. This item was far more precious than innate spiritual treasures. A complete Creation Jade Disc was of chaos treasure level, comparable to the Pangu Axe. Before it, innate supreme treasures were, but inferior. Even if broken, a small fragment like this held immeasurable value, truly a priceless treasure. If the great powers knew about this, they would probably hunt me down to the ends of the earth. Suhan sighed, fully aware of the immense significance of this Creation Jade Disc fragment. When Pangu opened up the wilderness, the complete Creation Jade Disc shattered, evolving into many Creation Jade Disc fragments. This is the world's most top-tier treasure for comprehending the Tao, generally more precious than treasures of attack or defense. After all, cultivation is fundamental. Suhan settled his mind, and began to refine this treasure. After a long time, he finally managed to control the creation jade disc fragment. Of course, this was merely initial refinement. Only 2 types of laws. Su-Han sensed the Grand Tao laws contained within the fragment and felt a bit disappointed. This creation jade disc fragment was quite small, containing only 2 Grand Tao laws, and their rankings were relatively low. However, moments later Su-Han cursed himself for being ungrateful. If it were a larger fragment, it would have probably been beyond his current qualifications to obtain. Water Tao Law, Weapon Tao Law. Su-Han examined them carefully. From the jade disc fragment, he could glean quite a bit of information. The Water Tao Law allowed mastery over the Water Tao. Although not strong, it was considered a basic and common Grand Tao Law belonging to the top 10 branches of the 5 Elements laws. As for the Weapon Tao Law, although it ranked lower, it was quite practical. When used in battle, it could enhance all spiritual treasures and divine weapons, increasing their power. Though these 2 laws are not highly ranked, they are still quite decent. The Law of Water is one of the 5 elements, and the Law of Arms is also very practical. Su-Han pondered these thoughts in his heart, but soon sighed. However, how significant the laws are does not relate much to its current situation. After all, it is still in the early stage of the Xianxian realm, not even reaching the threshold of comprehending the laws. One must be a golden immortal to begin comprehending the laws. Below that level, one wouldn't even be able to understand them. Fortunately, the fragments of the creation jade plate still hold great significance for Su-Han at present. Because within the jade plate, in addition to the 2 great laws, there are also 2 small divine abilities contained within. After discovering these divine abilities, Su-Han began to explore them with great interest. It possesses the accompanying divine ability of the Shrimp Ancestors technique, Divine Power, which can amplify strength by several dozen times, significantly enhancing its power. Of course, great expectations are also placed on these 2 divine abilities. The Soul Capture divine ability, once learned, can draw upon the power of the stars in the heavens to bolster one's own strength. Moreover, it can not only enhance the main body, but also empower spiritual treasures, making it very convenient. Soul Capture is even more extraordinary, being a rare divine ability related to the primordial spirit. It can directly extract the primordial spirit of other beings. This Soul Capture seems somewhat familiar. Su-Han meticulously examined the effects of the divine ability, and after some thought, he began to understand. Could it be that the technique used by Zhang Guifeng to call out names and bring down enemies during the Fengshen period originated from this divine ability? The technique of calling names to bring down enemies allows one to control the opponent, causing them to lose their souls and fall. Relying on this secret method, Zhang Guifeng stood out among the 800 feudal lords of the Shang dynasty ruling the region. It can be said to be the number 1 among the human immortals in the Fengshen world. The technique of calling names to bring down enemies requires prior knowledge of the opponent's life. However, my Soul Capture divine ability does not have this flaw. Su-Han nodded in satisfaction. In this primitive era, divine abilities are indeed quite rare, let alone those targeting the primordial spirit. The Star Power divine ability, with its enhancement from the celestial forces, is also quite significant. Of course, the specific effects can only be known after practicing it personally. However, with the Divine Power divine ability in place, Su-Han had no doubts about the quality of these divine abilities. Not to mention, they were discovered within the fragments of the creation jade plate. Could it be that the great and small divine abilities preached by Hong Jun in later generations are all recorded in the creation jade plate? Su-Han couldn't help but speculate. The fragments of the creation jade plate obtained by Hong Jun are probably the largest piece. They must contain numerous divine abilities. Never mind, I will focus on cultivating first. Su-Han said to the Jinmao mouse. Next, I need to meditate and comprehend the mysteries of the divine abilities. You should also hurry and cultivate. You've been stuck at the peak of the true immortal realm for quite a while, so try to break through as soon as possible. The Jinmao mouse nodded. Good indeed, needed to break through to the Xianxian realm. After multiple enhancements to its bloodline by Su-Han, it was no longer the ordinary sea mouse it once was. Then the 2 began their respective cultivation. Su-Han started to comprehend the divine abilities. Half a day later. This is incredibly difficult. Su-Han opened his eyes helplessly. These 2 divine abilities are simply too complicated, akin to a celestial script. This is the first time it truly comprehends divine abilities. The previous divine power was naturally acquired, as it was a technique that accompanied its practice. This is just a small divine ability, yet it's this challenging. It's hard to imagine how difficult the great laws are. Su-Han rubbed his head, feeling a headache coming on. Suddenly an idea struck him, and he summoned the fragments of the creation jade plate. The jade plate fragments automatically floated above his head, showering endless misty blue Tao light. Surrounded by the Tao light, Su-Han felt his primordial spirit become clear and transparent, and his comprehension began to rise rapidly. Compared to before, his cultivation speed soared by hundreds of times. No wonder it is a fragment of a treasure for understanding the Tao. Su-Han felt delighted and hurriedly began to learn the divine abilities. Within his sea of consciousness, the two floating divine ability patterns instantly became 1,000, even 10,000 times clearer. Previously, the divine abilities were incredibly complex with countless Dao patterns intertwining, leaving Su-Han at a loss. But now, after merely gazing at them for a moment, a trickle of understanding surged into his heart. In just a century, Su-Han had initially grasped these two small divine abilities, reaching the entry-level realm. Continue. Su-Han was not satisfied and remained immersed in the training of the divine abilities. The initial entry-level realm still meant the level of mastery was too low and the power that could be exerted was limited. Thus, with the assistance of the creation jade plate fragments. After 10,000 years, Su-Han had cultivated the two divine abilities to the small success realm. Small success in soul capture. Small success in star power. Su-Han halted his training, a glimmer of starlight flashing in his eyes, appearing remarkably profound. The realms of divine abilities can be divided into 4 levels: intra-level small success, great success, and perfection. The small success realm allows for proficient use of the divine abilities. To cultivate to the great success realm, even with the assistance of the creation jade plate fragments, it will likely take a long time. Su-Han did not force it. Whether it's cultivation or divine abilities, it has never been one to stubbornly push through on a single path. It plans to continue traveling for a while, waiting for some new insights before beginning to cultivate again. In the primordial world, relying solely on closed-door cultivation to become stronger is just a dream. The Jinmao mouse has also advanced to the Xianxian realm. Su-Han looked at the Jinmao mouse with satisfaction, noticing that much of its fur had turned golden. It seems to be getting closer to the pure-blood, treasure-seeking mouse bloodline. At the very least, its treasure-seeking ability has surely improved compared to before. Subsequently, Su-Han and the Jinmao mouse continued to explore deeper into the East Sea. As they traveled, they collected some peculiar spiritual roots and exchanged them for nearly 10,000 enhancement points. There are indeed many good things here. Su-Han couldn't help but sigh, realizing that coming to the depths of the East Sea was the right choice. Of course, the most important gain was undoubtedly the fragments of the creation jade plate. One day, Su-Han paused, frowning. Ahead, there was an extremely massive life aura swirling in the distance, exuding a powerful dragon might. A dragon clan. Su-Han's heart suddenly filled with vigilance. The environment here is harsh and barren. How could a dragon clan appear? Moreover, upon careful discernment, it could sense that this dragon might was not pure. It also contained a hint of ferocity and malevolence. Just as Su-Han was preparing to leave, boom! A pair of eyes as large as mountains suddenly opened, shooting a fierce gaze at Su-Han. Shrimp soldier. Upon seeing Su-Han's form, it directly crossed tens of thousands of miles, heading straight for Su-Han. In the pitch-black ocean, its form gradually became clear, reflecting in Su-Han's eyes. Su-Han's gaze sharpened. He saw that its body was immensely large, extending over 1,000 miles like a mountain range lying before him. The most crucial part is that its appearance truly resembled the legendary true dragon. No, is that a flood dragon? Looking at the massive silhouette before him, akin to a mountain, Su-Han was momentarily stunned, but quickly discerned the truth. As a shrimp soldier with a trace of dragon blood, he could naturally tell the difference between a true dragon and a flood dragon. At this moment, the opponent approached aggressively, clearly harboring ill intentions. Thinking of this, Su-Han's expression remained calm, but he secretly prepared himself. What audacity! A mere early-stage, Xianxian shrimp soldier. The flood dragon sneered in anger, its voice deafening. In its eyes, the Xianxian captain was not much different from an ordinary shrimp soldier. Merely a servant of the dragon clan. The flood dragon lowered its head, looking down at the small shrimp, ready to toy with it before crushing it. It was originally a close kin of the dragon clan, but due to violating the clan's rules, it was punished and driven deep into the East Sea. Thus, it harbored deep resentment towards the dragon clan. Consequently, it also felt quite displeased with the creatures under the dragon clan. A mere early-stage, Xianxian shrimp soldier. Su-Han replied calmly, you are, but at the peak of Xianxian yourself. His tone carried a hint of sarcasm. This flood dragon was so arrogant, yet Su-Han would not let it have its way. Being at the peak of Xianxian was nothing to fear. Ha! The flood dragon paused for a moment before bursting into laughter, its expression sinister. It laughed at the small shrimp, truly oblivious to the heavens and the earth. I have seen many shrimp soldiers and crab generals, but I have never seen one as arrogant as you foolish little shrimp. After a few hearty laughs, the flood dragon spoke dismissively. At the same time, it unleashed its bloodline pressure, spreading it towards Su-Han. This pressure was overwhelmingly powerful, nearing the realm of pure dragon might. It was enough to make the vast majority of shrimp soldiers and crab generals bow in submission. The flood dragon couldn't even be bothered to act, bellowing kneel. The surrounding seawater roared and shook, highlighting its terrifying authority. However, what embarrassed it was that the small shrimp did not move at all, merely gazing at it blandly. The domineering pressure swept past, as if a gentle breeze had brushed its face. A hint of disdain seemed to flash in its eyes. Impossible. The flood dragon was stunned, unable to accept this. It couldn't even intimidate a mere small shrimp. If you think you can subdue me with mere pressure, even a true dragon would have to think twice, let alone you. Suhan scoffed, finding the flood dragon's actions laughable. It was currently at the pinnacle of innate foundations, only one step away from the innate divine demon foundation, though it appeared as a small shrimp. In terms of essence, it was likely stronger than many pure-blooded dragons. If it were intimidated by a flood dragon of the same realm, that would be truly embarrassing. This was precisely why it was not skilled in releasing pressure, otherwise who knew who would dominate whom. What if a mere lowly race can withstand my dragon might? The flood dragon was furious, growling, "I will slay you now." With a flick of its tail it charged towards Suhan with great force. It prepared to swat this small shrimp to death. With an air akin to an ancient demonic mountain, the ground suddenly caved in before it even approached. The earth for hundreds of miles cracked rapidly, unable to bear its power. The ground beneath Suhan's feet also began to crumble quickly, and for the first time his expression grew serious. One had to admit, although this flood dragon was arrogant, its strength was indeed formidable. With a peak Shinxian cultivation, and as a flood dragon it possessed an inherently powerful physique. Below the golden immortal realm, it could be considered as having few rivals. Although Suhan had a high bloodline rank and a divine power amplification, it was still somewhat challenging to contend with this peak Shinxian flood dragon. In lower realms the shrimp body is indeed at a disadvantage. Suhan sighed, inwardly looking calmly at the fierce flood dragon charging towards him. A Xianhuang cloth rose above his head, cascading down Xianhuang energy. In the next moment, the flood dragon extended its claw of force capable of shattering mountains, pressed down upon the Xianhuang energy. Whoosh! The Xianhuang energy slightly dented before shaking off the flood dragon's claw. How could the Xianhuang cloth, capable of withstanding the wind of the phoenix, be broken by this Shinxian flood dragon? This is an innate spiritual treasure. The flood dragon looked at the Xianhuang cloth with uncertainty, as it had seen many treasures, and immediately thought of the innate spiritual treasure. It couldn't help but show a shocked expression. The surprises brought by this small shrimp were indeed many. Even a wealthy clan like the Dragon Clan would not bestow an innate spiritual treasure to a Shinxian. After the initial shock, the flood dragon revealed a greedy look, fixating its gaze on the Xianhuang cloth. Today was its great opportunity. Although it couldn't break through the defense of the innate spiritual treasure, it didn't believe that this small shrimp could continue to endure against it. An innate spiritual treasure, no matter how miraculous, still required spiritual power to activate. Once the spiritual power was exhausted, the treasure would belong to it. Rumble. A tremendous thunderclap startled the flood dragon. In its incredulous gaze, a massive hammer floated up, enveloped in purple lightning. A destructive aura spread forth, causing its scales to stand on end as it sensed the impending danger of death. Another innate spiritual treasure. The flood dragon's scalp tingled. Was this small shrimp favored by the heavens, holding two innate spiritual treasures, one for attack and one for defense? Now it seemed that the one in danger was it. A thought of retreat arose in the flood dragon's heart. Despite its covetousness for the innate spiritual treasure, it decided to think long-term. To dare covet my treasure, you are seeking death. Suhan naturally noticed the greed in the flood dragon's eyes, and snorted coldly. Since the flood dragon had come at him with full force, he had prepared to slay the dragon. Purple lightning. With a low murmur, Suhan urged the purple lightning hammer. Crackling purple lightning surged forth, striking down towards the flood dragon. Roar! The flood dragon roared, sensing the crisis. Its body shook as it rapidly fled. Around it, a large amount of seawater was conjured, forming barriers to protect it. This was its innate ability. Though far from the intricacies of divine powers, it could still enhance its combat strength. The fierce purple lightning swiftly penetrated layer after layer of water barriers, reducing some of its power. Subsequently, the lightning struck the flood dragon, heat causing its scales to splatter and flesh to fly. You've got some skills. Suhan observed the pitiful state of the flood dragon, but frowned. It only looked tragic. In reality, it hadn't suffered any serious injury. I must kill it. Suhan's gaze deepened, lines of divine power runes swirling in his eyes. It had revealed its innate spiritual treasure. If he let the enemy escape, it would bring trouble for himself. Soul capture. Suhan pointed at the flood dragon. An invisible, yet domineering force, transcending space-time, descended upon the flood dragon's primordial spirit. The flood dragon, on the verge of fleeing, desperately trembled all over. As if struck by a magical spell, its body froze in the distance. Its consciousness suddenly became hazy as its primordial spirit was bound by a mysterious force. This rendered it unable to control its body. Suhan's spiritual power rapidly drained, but he paid no mind, preparing to continue casting his divine powers. Though the soul capture technique was domineering, it could only temporarily bind the opponent. He had to kill it before the flood dragon regained its senses and broke free from the restraints. Celestial numbers. To avoid any unexpected situations, Suhan activated the celestial numbers' divine power. His mind, guided by the divine power, soared infinitely, as if he had arrived in the vast and profound primordial starry sky. Stars twinkled, releasing boundless stellar power, adorning the endless starry sky. Without hesitation, Su-Han directed his mind towards a star exuding a strong aura of slaughter calling upon it. Greedy Wolf Star, lend me your stellar power to aid me in slaying my enemies. Instantly, streams of Greedy Wolf stellar power fell from the sky, descending upon the purple lightning hammer. The purple lightning hammer, as if invigorated, unleashed even more frenzied divine thunder infused with an extremely potent aura of slaughter. The Greedy Wolf Star governed slaughter. New bolts of purple lightning brewed forth their power, soaring tenfold, 100-fold compared to before. The purple lightning, empowered by the Greedy Wolf Star, roared and surged, brewing its maximum might. In an instant it felt as if a Greedy Wolf Star Lord had descended, unleashing the power of thunder to subdue its enemies. The overwhelming aura of destruction and slaughter merged, leaving Su-Han, the master of spiritual treasures, awestruck. Go! Su-Han pointed at the dragon, and the purple lightning tore through the sea, charging towards the dragon. Roar! Under the terrifying pressure of the murderous aura, the dragon finally broke free from the shackles of foreign power and regained its consciousness. Ultimately, Su-Han's cultivation was far inferior to the dragon's, and being able to hold it back for a moment was already remarkable. The dragon stared at the approaching purple lightning, its eyes turning blood red. Unfortunately, it was already too late to evade. Even its primordial spirit was still a step away from completely breaking free from the soul-capturing control it had merely awakened. Boom! The purple lightning, swift as the wind, pierced through the dragon's body. The resilient and powerful dragon's form was as if made of paper, easily shattered. After penetrating the dragon, the weakened purple lightning continued to surge into the distance, crossing hundreds of thousands of miles. Countless mountains stood in its way, but none could stop its passage. With a heavy thud, the dragon crashed to the ground, its body marred by a grotesque, massive wound. Strands of purple electricity still clung to its wound, obliterating its flesh. Su-Han approached, gazing indifferently at the severely injured dragon. The reason it had not been killed by that strike was mainly due to its massive size and robust vitality. Ignoring the dragon's pleading gaze, Su-Han waved his hand. The purple lightning hammer came crashing down, utterly slaying the dragon. Strengthening points 20,000, not bad. Su-Han smiled. This was the time he gained the most strengthening points from slaying enemies. He then stepped forward and extracted the dragon's tendons. They say dragon tendons are treasures, and it turns out to be true. Su-Han extended his pincers, aimed at the dragon tendons, and cut down fiercely. However, it left no marks whatsoever. The resilience of the dragon tendons greatly satisfied Su-Han, and he directly stored them away, planning to use them later to forge a rudimentary binding rope. Aside from the dragon tendons, the dragon's entire body is a treasure. Su-Han's eyes gleamed as he looked at the dragon's form. A vast pool of blood splattered on the ground, creating a blood lake. The blood rolled on the ground, flowing into the blood lake, completely failing to merge with the sea. This showcased the strength of its body. These dragon scales, bone, skin, and horns are all good items. I'll collect them. And take some dragon blood too. Su-Han began to dissect the dragon. He extracted some void crystals and shumi stones, storing all the essence parts of the dragon inside. These were treasures for spatial storage, though the space was not very large. Soon the Gene Mao mouse, which had fled far away, returned to assist Su-Han in dissecting the dragon. As a sea mouse, its combat ability was weak, but its tunneling escape skills were extraordinary. This also relieved Su-Han of considerable worry, allowing him to focus on the battle. The Gene Mao mouse only needed to display its treasure-seeking ability. Soon after they collected the good items, they began searching for the dragon's lair. Just half a day later, Su-Han arrived at the dragon's old nest. I've heard that dragon races like to collect treasures, and it seems to be true. Su-Han exchanged items one by one, a faint smile appearing on his face. The dragon's collection was quite substantial, allowing him to exchange for over 10,000 strengthening points. Adding the over 10,000 points I had collected earlier plus the 20,000 from slaying the dragon, I've just gathered 50,000 points. Su-Han decided it was time for a strengthening surge. His current foundation was sufficient, and 50,000 points could not possibly break through the innate divine demon's foundation. For now, the spiritual treasures are sufficient, so let's strengthen the divine abilities. Su-Han recalled the two minor divine abilities he had previously, which exhibited formidable powers, and made his decision. Star points 10, star points 10, star points 10. After consuming 10,000 strengthening points, Su-Han's primordial spirit trembled. The star points divine ability reached the major achievement realm. In a day, Su-Han found himself once again in the vast and distant primordial starry sky. Looking at the increasingly clear ancient stars, he felt that the celestial power he could summon would be even more immense, far stronger than the previous star points divine ability. Coming to his senses, Su-Han gazed thoughtfully at the divine ability on his personal panel. The minor achievement has been enhanced to the major achievement realm. Is this the progress of strengthening? Suhan had originally thought that since both were in the minor achievement realm, the power would increase after strengthening. He did not expect that it was the mastery level that had reached the major achievement. Of course, the major achievement star points divine ability was naturally far superior to the minor achievement star points. It seems I must wait until the divine ability comprehends perfection before I can enhance the power limit. Suhan did not mind, as long as his strength could increase, that was enough. Subsequently, he spent another 10,000 points to enhance the soul-capturing divine ability to the major achievement realm. It could now hold the primordial spirit for a longer time, making it more difficult to break free. With 3,000 points left, should I enhance my cultivation? Suhan pondered and directly abandoned that idea. Directly enhancing cultivation was truly a waste. With his foundation, he could steadily cultivate upwards. Shifting his gaze to the spiritual treasures, Suhan hesitated. He decided to invest everything into the purple lightning hammer. Purple lightning hammer. 30,000 waves of purple electric snakes danced around the purple lightning hammer, increasing in power, faintly reaching a new height. However, after the power of the purple lightning hammer surged to a certain level, it could no longer be enhanced. It was firmly stuck. The strengthening points are ultimately insufficient to allow it to break through its limits and advance to a middle grade innate spiritual treasure. Seeing that the purple lightning hammer was still a bit short of the middle grade innate spiritual treasure level, Suhan was not surprised. Even so, the power of the purple lightning hammer had soared, and its foundation had significantly increased. Now, as long as I don't encounter someone in the golden immortal realm who can pose a threat to me. Suhan's strength had increased once more, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. With two divine abilities grasped at the major achievement realm and the innate spiritual treasure enhanced further. Except for those above the golden immortal realm, there was truly nothing to fear. Moreover, the existence of golden immortals was still quite rare. In many places they could be considered a dominant force. Even among the lobster clan, they could hold positions of leadership and wield significant power. After all, even the lobster ancestor was merely at the perfected stage of the Tai golden immortal realm. Let's go continue exploring. Suhan, feeling more confident, took the Jinmao mouse and continued to scour the depths of the East Sea. More and more rare treasures and spiritual roots of heaven and earth were being collected by them. Occasionally encountering some troubles, but with their formidable strength, they easily overcame them. Suhan grew increasingly confident, embodying the posture of a new overlord in the depths of the East Sea. Until one day, damn, a golden immortal realm sea beast. Suhan let out a peculiar cry, summoning the Xianhuang cloth to block the fierce charge of the golden immortal sea beast. Bang! The Xianhuang shield was like a ball that was hit away, shattering several mountains. Suhan did not dare to delay. He grabbed the Jinmao mouse and fled swiftly under the protection of the Xianhuang cloth. Roar! The golden immortal realm sea beast roared, charging towards Suhan with an incredibly fierce demeanor. The sea beast moved with astonishing speed, swiftly swimming around Suhan. It forcefully smashed the Xianhuang chi shield away. This was a shark-like sea beast at the golden immortal realm, possessing almost no intelligence, yet it had managed to attain the golden immortal level. Suhan suspected that this was a rare and unique creature from the primeval wilderness. How did I end up digging into its lair while treasure hunting? Suhan inwardly lamented. Initially, it had indeed intended to confront the golden immortal heathen. But after a single encounter, it was utterly beaten. Fortunately, the Xianhuang Pa was strong enough to prevent any injuries. Bang! Inside the Xianhuang chi shield, Suhan and the Jinmao mouse felt a bit dizzy and could not control their bodies. The power of the golden immortal was overwhelming. Even though the Xianhuang Pa could withstand the attack, it had nearly no power to resist. As the golden immortal shark charged again, Suhan decisively executed the star numerology divine ability. In an instant, a magnificent surge of stellar energy descended upon the Xianhuang Pa. As the Xianhuang chi flowed, it integrated a massive amount of stellar energy. It was as if it transformed into primordial stars, drastically enhancing its defensive capabilities. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted. The Xianhuang chi shield held fast in place, while the golden immortal shark was instead sent flying away as if it had collided with a vast star. However, this only ignited its ferocity. With a twist of its body, it was ready to charge again. Suhan quickly summoned the purple lightning hammer. He also activated the star numerology, imbuing the hammer with stellar energy. This wasn't enough. Suhan pointed at the golden immortal shark and commanded soul capture. The fully mastered soul capture technique was even more tyrannical. Even against a golden immortal, it could briefly immobilize them. In the next moment, the unparalleled starry purple lightning struck the golden immortal shark. The purple lightning hammer, which was extremely close to being a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, combined with the fully mastered star numerology, could kill a perfect Xian immortal in a single blow. Such power could not be ignored even by a golden immortal. Roar! A cry of pain echoed. Out of the corner of his eye, Suhan saw the golden immortal shark being sent flying. Moreover, it seemed to be injured. However, at this moment it couldn't care about that. and was fleeing at full speed. It expended considerable mana to unleash its divine abilities and spiritual treasures. It dared not engage in a war of attrition with the golden, immortal sea beast. Soon after, the sea beast charged again, but after being immobilized by Su-Han, it was sent flying. After several encounters, Su-Han finally shook off the pursuit of the golden, immortal shark. This place is too dangerous, we need to return. Feeling a lingering fear, Su-Han dared not delay, and quickly led the Jinmao mouse away from the depths of the East Sea. Once back in the normal East Sea waters, he finally let out a sigh of relief. At this moment he realized he was still some distance away from becoming a golden immortal. Although he could fight, if he fully committed, the consequences would be dire. The golden immortal realm was a significant threshold. Only after breaking through could one undergo a transformation greatly enhancing their combat power. This trip to the East Sea has been incredibly fruitful. Aside from the main prize, the fragment of the creation jade plate, there are plenty of other benefits. Su-Han counted his gains. Upon seeing that he had accumulated a considerable amount of enhancement points, a smile appeared on his face. Then he no longer delayed, and prepared to return to his territory to rest for a while to relax his mind. The return journey was swift, and he encountered no obstacles. What Su-Han did not expect was that upon returning to his clan, he was summoned by his kin. Are we going into battle again? Su-Han was taken aback. Upon hearing the explanation from other shrimp troop leaders, he learned the details. Now, due to the beastly threats having nearly subsided, the Dragon Phoenix and Shilin clans began to continuously expand their territories. Their clan leader was a distinguished Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Expanding their territory was only natural, wasn't it? But even the vast primeval world has its limits. There would inevitably be collisions and frictions among the three clans. At the very least, the Dragon clan had already clashed with the Qilin clan. The location was right on the shores of the East Sea. You want my shrimp clan to fight against the Qilin clan? Su-Han felt a headache. He thought it would be better to go back and battle that golden immortal shark. The Qilin clan was a dominant race. An entity on par with the Dragon clan. We can't possibly win. Isn't that bullying the shrimp? If your Dragon clan wishes to be enemies with the Qilin clan, then go yourselves. Su-Han felt helpless, but there was no way to avoid the fight. As a race of the East Sea, they had to obey the Dragon clan. He could only hold his nose and accept it. At the shores of the East Sea, when Su-Han from the shrimp battle team saw the enemy, his eyes brightened. Initially, he was already prepared to flee. No matter the cost, even if it meant wandering the world, he could not die in vain. But when he arrived, he discovered that the Qilin clan also had subordinate races. The Qilin clan occupied the primeval continent governing the beastly races. There were too many beast races on the primeval continent. On the battlefield, it was the Dragon clan against the Qilin clan, with subordinate races clashing with each other. Really, you should have made this clear from the start. Su-Han complained, but felt relieved in his heart. Now he wouldn't need to defect and run away. Soon the great battle erupted. Dozens of powerful true dragons roared, charging toward a group of Qilin. In an instant, both sides engaged in a terrifying slaughter. This seemed like a signal for battle. The flames of war rapidly spread, igniting every branch battlefield. The enemies of the Shrimp clan were the Koemu Wolf clan among the beast races. Owl. A Koemu wolf in the early stage of Xian Immortal extended its sharp claws and viciously slashed at Su-Han. Sizzle. In the midst of the ear-piercing sound, Su-Han looked at the opponent expressionlessly. The Koemu wolf's face stiffened, its claws capable of crushing gold, and splitting mountains could not even pierce Su-Han's shell. It didn't even leave a mark. Su-Han stretched out his massive pincers and casually poked forward. Puff! The shrimp claw pierced through the Koemu wolf as though it were paper, impaling it in midair. Enhancement points 3000, ordinary Xian Immortal 2 weak. Su-Han navigated through the Xian Immortal battlefield, carelessly, occasionally killing and Xian Immortal. Having fought against a Golden Immortal, he found these enemies to be a piece of cake. Buzz. A huge buzzing sound reverberated. A Koemu wolf at the peak of Xian Immortal raised its wolf fawn club and smashed it down at Su-Han. Divine power. Su-Han raised his massive pincers, which had 20 times the strength, firmly blocking the blow. It was already extraordinary in Bloodline, and with the enhancement from the divine ability, its strength was not weak. Seeing several powerful Koemu wolves preparing to encircle him, Su-Han frowned. Soul capture. Glancing at the Koemu wolf in front of him, Su-Han activated the soul capture technique. The Koemu wolf's gaze instantly became vacant, its primordial spirit immobilized. Su-Han used his shrimp pincers to completely tear it apart. Enhancement points 8000, then he employed the same tactic to kill the remaining Koemu wolves one by one. On the battlefield, it was impossible to use innate spiritual treasures. Such precious items, if discovered, would mean the end for Su-Han. The star numerology divine ability also made considerable noise, making it difficult to use. However, the soul capture technique was undetectable by others. Su-Han using the soul capture technique against Xian Immortal level foes was like a dimensional strike. Moreover, with its extraordinary bloodline and the enhancement from divine power, killing enemies was very smooth, and it gained a significant amount of points. This was still a restrained result, it didn't dare to kill too quickly, fearing being targeted by the golden immortal opponents. After several hundred years of battle, the enhancement points accumulated by Su-Han successfully surpassed 100,000. It's time for a round of enhancements. Su-Han this time did not intend to strengthen his feat. He did not know whether the 100,000 enhancement points could break through the innate divine magic feat, nor did he know how much his combat power would increase after the breakthrough. Recently, the intensity of battles had gradually escalated, and the battlefield had become increasingly perilous. A hint of heaviness filled Su-Han's eyes, and he decisively stated the most urgent thing is to rapidly increase strength. Directly enhance my cultivation. Taking advantage of the brief pause in combat, Su-Han arrived at a hidden spot. With a surge of energy, he began to enhance his cultivation. Cultivation 100. Cultivation 100. Cultivation 100. After a long absence from using enhancement points, Su-Han's cultivation increased at an astonishing rate. With a massive amount of enhancement points poured in, his cultivation soared endlessly. Early stage of the Xianxian realm. Mid stage of the Xianxian realm. Late stage of the Xianxian realm. Perfected Xianxian realm. His body grew even larger, reaching 6,000 zhang. His magical power rapidly expanded, far surpassing both in quality and quantity compared to before. As for his physical strength, carapace, pincers, and so on, there was no need to elaborate. After boosting to the perfected Xianxian realm, Su-Han finally stopped investing enhancement points and did not attempt to advance to the golden immortal realm. This was not due to an unstable foundation. The cultivation enhanced by points posed no such risk. Rather, he did not dare to advance to the golden immortal realm at this time. Becoming a golden immortal would indeed enhance his power, but it would be too rapid and too obvious. The existence of golden immortals was inherently conspicuous, each one drawing attention. In comparison, the perfected Xianxian realm was much more stable. He prepared to save the remaining enhancement points for later. If he truly encountered danger, it would not be too late to use them. Afterwards, Su-Han leisurely returned to the battlefield. During the subsequent battles, the Little Lobster clan had already faced several opponents. There were the Elephant clan, Leopard clan, Lion clan. With Su-Han's increased strength, he naturally navigated the battles more effortlessly. Within the Xianxian realm, he had truly not encountered anyone capable of putting up a fight. Not even a single Xianxian comparable to that dragon has appeared. Su-Han sighed leisurely. The stronger the expert, the lonelier they are. He casually summoned a true water net, binding a fleeing tiger tightly and pulling it back. With a powerful swing of his claws, he struck the tiger's head, shattering it completely. Enhancement points 7,000. Although he did not dare to use his innate spiritual treasure, the true water net was nothing to worry about. As a perfected Xuanxian, possessing a powerful acquired spiritual treasure was quite normal. Of course, this acquired top-grade spiritual treasure offered him little help. There was too great a gap compared to an innate spiritual treasure. I wonder when this battle will end. Su-Han listlessly searched for opponents. Currently, the battlefield he was in was between the Little Lobster clan and the Tiger clan. Suddenly, Su-Han felt a jolt in his heart. He discreetly glanced around and found that a golden immortal was staring intensely at him. This is bad. A thought flashed through Su-Han's mind, realizing that trouble was brewing. Surely he had killed too many Xianxian of the Tiger clan, recently attracting the attention of their leader. For Xuanxian, he could easily kill them, and he had carelessly forgotten to restrain himself. Soon Su-Han's ominous premonition came true. The other golden immortal leaders of the Tiger clan suddenly erupted, holding back the leaders of the Lobster clan. And the Tiger clan leader, who was fixated on Su-Han, charged directly at him. Damn, what should I do? Su-Han's expression darkened, not expecting it to really come for him. Although he was confident in his true strength, he was too passive on the battlefield. Many of his methods could not be executed at all. Like innate spiritual treasures, star-numbered divine powers. He absolutely could not expose these before breaking through to the golden immortal realm. But I can't just let it kill me. Su-Han calmly analyzed, his thoughts racing. Without hesitation, he turned and fled, not daring to use special methods, yet unable to fight back. If not now, when else to escape? Trying to run. The Tiger clan leader raised an eyebrow, a cruel smile appearing on his furry face. That Little Lobster perfected Xuanxian was indeed formidable. It exuded an aura of invincibility in the Xianxian battlefield. For the sake of the clan, even if it meant bullying the weak, it could not care less. It urged its golden immortal magical power and chased after Su-Han. No matter how powerful that Little Lobster was, it could not escape its grasp. It's catching up. Su-Han was very fast. He turned his head for a glance, his gaze flashing with cold light. Early stage golden immortal. He assessed the opponent's realm and conceived a bold plan. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Su-Han scoffed coldly and continued to flee. He planned to escape to a place far from the battlefield before confronting it. The Tiger clan leader seemed to share this intention, not rushing to pursue, but instead preparing to enjoy the expression of despair on the Little Lobster's face. Killing such a genius would be exhilarating. The two chased and fled. After a long while they had distanced themselves from the battlefield. As the Tiger Clan leader grew somewhat impatient, it saw that the little lobster had finally stopped running. Ready to give up. The Tiger Clan leader, believing victory was assured, mockingly looked at the little lobster that had turned around. However, what puzzled it was that the little lobster did not seem to show any despair. Having distanced from the battlefield, Su-Han glared with murderous intent at the Tiger Clan leader, saying nothing, and directly summoned the purple lightning hammer. He aimed to slay this golden immortal on the spot. Thunder rumbled. The deep muffled sound of thunder rang out, and with the magical power of the perfected Xianxian realm, the power of the purple lightning hammer was far stronger than before. Star number. Wolf star power come. Su-Han unleashed his fury, casting the star number divine powers, causing the power of the purple lightning hammer to surge once more. In the face of the shocked and disbelieving expression of the Tiger Clan leader, the purple lightning hammer charged forward on its own. Innate spiritual treasure. Dare to take the initiative against me. The Tiger Clan leader, being an existence that comprehended the laws, recognized the innate spiritual treasure at a glance. But even so, it could not believe that a Xianxian would dare to take the initiative against a golden immortal. Before it could think further, the purple lightning hammer, accompanied by a massive amount of lightning, crashed down like a roar. The Tiger Clan leader let out a fierce roar. It unleashed two streams of golden malevolent energy, sharp beyond measure, unrelenting. One stream of golden malevolent energy struck the purple lightning hammer, while the other targeted Su-Han's. However, to its shock, the might of the purple lightning hammer was even more formidable, directly crossing the chasm of realms. It obliterated the golden malevolent energy inch by inch, then continued to crash down. As the other stream of golden malevolent energy was about to hit Su-Han, it struck the suddenly appearing Xianhuang energy, unable to advance even a step. It could only gradually dissipate. Another innate spiritual treasure. And even if it is an innate spiritual treasure, how could its mere Xianxian magical power be so powerful? The Tiger Clan leader's heart trembled. It felt that things seemed to have escalated significantly. As the purple lightning hammer was about to smash down on his head, the leader of the Tiger Clan's expression hardened, revealing a hint of murderous intent. The power of a golden immortal is beyond your comprehension. Once your magical power is depleted, let's see you. Before he could finish his threatening words, the leader of the Tiger Clan suddenly found his vision darkening. A mysterious force abruptly descended upon his primordial spirit, causing him to lose control of his body. However, he was ultimately a golden immortal, a being of another level. Su-Han's soul capture technique only managed to freeze him for a moment before he broke free. But the purple lightning hammer had already struck him. The layer of magical shield he barely gathered was instantly shattered. Boom. The leader of the Tiger Clan's eyes bulged, coughing up blood. His body, like a cannonball, was smashed into the ground by the purple lightning hammer. Sparks of purple lightning crackled around him, accompanied by starlight, continuously destroying his vitality. Nevertheless, golden immortals are deemed immortal, possessing incredibly strong life force and boundless lifespans. Their magical power and physical bodies undergo transformations, making them exceptionally formidable. Although Su-Han, through the innate spiritual treasure, could transcend the barriers of realms and enhanced his power through divine abilities, he still could not deal a heavy blow to him directly. After all this, the leader of the Tiger Clan only looked quite miserable. Cough, cough. He coughed blood, his tiger skin punctured. His face was grim, filled with immense shock. How could a dignified golden immortal be counterattacked by an Xian immortal? You won't be able to heavily injure me. Ooh, I want to see how many times you can strike. His eyes turned blood red as he growled, desperately unleashing all of his magical power. The ground shattered for thousands of miles as the leader of the Tiger Clan erupted with golden magical flames soaring into the sky. Boom. However, Su-Han, not giving any mercy, brought down the purple lightning hammer with ferocity. The leader of the Tiger Clan, just having flown off the ground, was struck hard and fell once more. He spat out another mouthful of blood mixed with internal organ fragments, his injuries worsening. This won't do, but it's too slow. Su-Han calmly assessed the situation. He could not allow any unexpected occurrences. The moment he summoned the innate spiritual treasure, it was destined to kill this golden immortal. He would not give it any chance to escape, otherwise the consequences would be dire. All enhancement points, pour them all into the purple lightning hammer. Su-Han invested tens of thousands of enhancement points into it. In the next moment, the purple lightning hammer radiated brilliant light. From the source of the spiritual treasure, the 13th and 14th innate prohibitions instantly manifested. It broke through the bottleneck, advancing to the level of a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure. Crack! A bolt of thunder flashed across the sky. The primordial energy of heaven and earth was tainted by the spiritual light of the purple lightning hammer, transforming into a thunder attribute and pouring into the hammer. The strands of purple lightning grew thicker, with the center even tinged with a hint of scorching white. Roar! A fierce tiger roar erupted from underground. Then a series of eerie, ghostly figures rose from the ground. each of them rivaled in Xian Immortal. Serve the Tiger. The leader of the Tiger clan activated his innate ability. These were all Xian Immortals killed by him, whose primordial spirits he extracted and transformed into ghostly minions. One after another the ghostly minions attempted to spread out, seeking the opportunity to strike at Su Han's true body. However, the purple divine lightning cascaded down like a waterfall. The vast ground transformed into a sea of thunder in an instant. A multitude of ghostly minions screamed in agony, only to be melted away like snow meeting the sun in the sea of thunder. How has it grown stronger again? The leader of the Tiger clan could hardly believe it. All of his ghostly minions had been annihilated. Moreover, countless bolts of purple lightning struck him, quickly piercing through his magical power. His entire body was in excruciating pain, covered in wounds, causing a tinge of fear to well up within him. I am a golden immortal. How could I die here? The leader of the Tiger clan growled lowly, a layer of blood light appearing around him. He burned his essence blood. At any cost, he unleashed an unmatched power, temporarily forcing the purple lightning back 3 feet. However, that was all he could do. He couldn't escape at all. The sea of thunder rapidly shrank, forming a half-sphere. It firmly suppressed the leader of the Tiger clan in place. Star power. Su Han summoned the star power to the maximum, enhancing it on the purple lightning hammer. This caused the purple lightning to radiate with starlight, its power increasing, once more piercing through the leader of the Tiger clan's protective magical power again. Soul capture. Su Han's primordial spirit emitted a strange force, causing the leader of the Tiger clan to become momentarily sluggish, his magical power dissipating directly. Every inch of his body was instantly struck hard by the purple lightning. At the same time, the purple lightning hammer descended like a thunderous meteor towards the leader of the Tiger clan. Boom. Amidst the earth-shaking sounds, a massive pit spanning tens of thousands of miles appeared. The leader of the Tiger clan lay in the center of the pit, bloodied and powerless, nearly devoid of any ability to move. He looked up at the purple lightning hammer rising again, despair evident in his eyes. In the next moment, the purple lightning hammer struck once more, completely ending his life. Enhancement points 80,000. Phew. Su Han received the system notification, finally breathing a sigh of relief, his heart set at ease. Although he had determined from the very beginning that he was stronger than the leader of the Tiger clan, ensuring its kill was still somewhat challenging. Victory and slaughter are two entirely different concepts. Subsequently, he retracted the purple lightning hammer and the Xian Huang cloth into his body. Su Han quickly cultivated to restore his magical power. The continuous full-force outburst had taken a significant toll on him. Fortunately, I broke through to the perfect realm of Xian Immortal, otherwise my magical power would have truly been insufficient. After recovering sufficiently, he stored the body of the leader of the Tiger clan to avoid any discovery. A golden immortal is not truly imperishable. Su Han felt a sense of emotion and a tinge of delight within. He had already possessed the strength to slay a golden immortal. This was a golden immortal capable of looking down on countless beings. If news of this spread, who knows how many would be astonished. The golden immortals would surely be dumbfounded. Indeed, it might even attract the attention of a Tai golden immortal. Of course, Su Han naturally could not reveal his true strength. After all, his ability to slay a golden immortal was primarily due to the innate spiritual treasure and the power of divine abilities. This leader of the Tiger clan is probably considered a weakling among golden immortals. Su Han had observed many battles of golden immortals on the battlefield. Moreover, he had once faced off against a golden immortal shark deep within the East Sea. He had some understanding of the combat power of the golden immortal realm. But even the weakest golden immortal far surpassed the perfect realm of Xian Immortal. I should stay outside for a while. Su Han did not dare to return directly to the battlefield, fearing being pursued by stronger experts of the Tiger clan. Having the strength of a golden immortal does not mean one can act recklessly. Only by being sufficiently cautious can one live long in this chaotic world. Just a few years later, the battlefield situation changed once again. The enemies of the Little Lobster clan had become the Earth Lizard clan. Su Han quietly returned to the battlefield, becoming an ordinary Little Lobster captain. However, it was a killer that could be said to be at the mystic immortal realm. With a casual gesture, it took the lives of countless mystic immortal lizards. Even though Su Han kept a close watch on the movements of the golden immortals, he dared not act recklessly. Yet the strengthening points were rapidly increasing, adding tens of thousands. Thousands of years later, Su Han looked at the more than 100,000 strengthening points and grinned. Over the years, the Little Lobster clan's enemies had changed to more than a dozen clans in succession. Su Han couldn't help but sigh. The number of powerful beings in this primal world was truly vast. Thanks to this, its strengthening points were growing rapidly. After all, the battlefield was a place of life and death. A distant bell suddenly rang, echoing across the boundless land and enveloping the entire battlefield. The Four Seas bell of the Dragon clan. Su Han was surprised. What major event has occurred now? Soon after, a golden immortal leader of the Lobster clan gathered them together. He announced the end of the war and the return to the East Sea. No more fighting. Suhan smacked his lips, reluctantly glancing back at the battlefield. In recent years, the increase in strengthening points was still quite rapid. On the battlefield, by killing so many mystic immortals, there was hardly any worry about provoking golden immortals. When training alone, such good fortune would not come. The beast clans have also retreated. Suhan pondered, not expecting the battle between the Dragon clan and the Qilin clan to stop just like that. As subordinate races, they must obey orders whether to fight or make peace. Indeed, with no Luo Ho stirring trouble, the competition for territory among the three clans is likely to be more restrained. Suhan suddenly realized that the calamity of fierce beasts was not yet over. It was not the era of the Dragon Han calamity. The three clans were not foolish. They would not engage in a deadly conflict for no reason. Currently, those who died in the war were probably all beings of the subordinate races. Suhan returned to the clan with the Little Lobster clan. As usual, he went to the Lobster clan's treasury to exchange his military merits for spiritual roots and redeem strengthening points. Strengthening points 200,000. He arrived at his territory. With so many strengthening points, I can't believe my feat can't be upgraded. A glimmer of fervor flashed in his eyes. He had already made up his mind to strengthen his feat. He hoped to ascend to the long-desired innate divine demon or the innate divine sacred feat. Feet 100 feet 100 feet 100. Suhan carefully felt the changes occurring within him. Streams of warmth appeared within his body, and the vast life essence gradually expanded, faintly showing signs of a qualitative change. Finally, after investing 200,000 strengthening points, Suhan's feet finally ascended. The sublimation of life began. In an instant, beautiful heavenly flowers suddenly appeared above Suhan's head, floating around him in a magnificent display. A beam of bright divine light descended from the heavens, enveloping him within. It made Suhan appear incredibly noble, imbued with a hint of sanctity. A melodious celestial music resonated in the void, as if it were a blessing from the heavens. It made his primordial spirit intoxicated, as if wrapped in the Tao itself. As Suhan's eyes opened and closed, a vast divine power brewed within him. His body gradually enlarged, growing significantly. The life essence surged violently, far exceeding the limits of an ordinary mystic immortal. Flesh, bones, and organs contained divine radiance, and the strength of his physical body was rapidly enhanced. The sound of flowing blood roared like a mighty river, resonating deeply. Suhan stretched his body and let out a comfortable sigh. At this moment, he faintly felt that his physical body seemed capable of crossing the chasm of realms comparable to a golden immortal. Dense divine patterns emerged on his shell and claws, as if they were innately formed, exceedingly mysterious. This made them increasingly extraordinary, capable of unleashing powerful divine might at any moment. My lobster claws and shell seemed to be stronger than even the high-grade postnatal spiritual treasures. Suhan tapped his shell with his giant claw. This item was akin to his companion's spiritual treasure. Though its function was singular, it provided him with immense safety. Elementary, innate divine sacred feat. Suhan excitedly let out a long roar, the sound waves shattering the grand hall for dozens of miles around. A vast amount of heavenly spiritual energy rapidly entered his body, refined by even more powerful magical energy. His training speed increased tenfold. Feeling his extremely rich essence and an all-around enhancement, Suhan's confidence rapidly inflated. Even dragons of the same rank are probably no match for me. After all, he was now equivalent to a true innate divine, sacred, immensely noble. Although he lacked the cultivation of a low-tier innate divine, sacred, Suhan's feet were genuine. Top clans like the Dragon and Phoenix, no matter how against the odds, could not possibly have an entire clan of innate divine sacred bloodlines. If I don't use an innate spiritual treasure, can I defeat that golden immortal leader of the Tiger clan? Suhan was eager to try, wanting to find a golden immortal to engage in a fierce battle. Although the golden immortal realm represented a significant qualitative shift, the innate divine sacred of the mystic immortal realm was probably unique in the world. Moreover, with the power of 3 divine abilities, it might not be impossible to barehandedly fight a golden immortal. Forget it. As a dignified innate divine sacred, I shouldn't be so impatient. Suhan decided to take a more cautious approach. No matter how high his talent or strength, lacking cultivation was ultimately useless. Speaking of which, other innate divine sacred beings are probably at least golden immortals the moment they emerge right. The innate divine sacred feat were simply too monstrous. He could already feel that his cultivation was stirring. Breaking through the golden immortal realm would pose no difficulty. Even a low-tier innate divine sacred could reach the peak limit of a great Luo golden immortal. A glimmer of understanding flashed in Suhan's mind. This was the favored child of heaven and earth. As long as he did not die, he would undoubtedly break through to the great Luo golden immortal. This was enough to make all beings envious to the point of blood rushing to their heads. Of course, the process and time to break through to the great Luo golden immortal varied depending on talent and opportunity. In any case, every innate divine sacred being was a unique existence in the world. Suhan was no different. He completely had the qualifications to stand alone to establish a new variety of the Little Lobster clan. Of course, he would only do that if he had lost his mind. Staying under the protection of the clan would allow him to grow. First, I'll break through to the golden immortal realm. After upgrading his feat, Suhan immersed himself in training. His understanding of the shrimp ancestor decision was rapidly improving. At a certain moment, Suhan's magical energy suddenly condensed to its peak, unifying essence, energy, and spirit. He instantly broke through the bottleneck, golden light radiating from his body, resembling a golden little sun. Within Suhan's domain, golden light radiated, enveloping the massive lobster form. Its body rapidly grew, experiencing a swift transformation of flesh, primordial spirit, and magical power. A vast divine might emanated, causing the golden-furred mice over 100 miles away to struggle for breath, trembling on the ground. In the sensing, Suhan's current aura was the most terrifying existence it had ever encountered. Even the golden immortal sharks deep in the East Sea did not possess such might. Has the master broken through to the golden immortal realm? This aura is too formidable. The little golden-furred mouse's eyes were filled with shock. As Suhan's specialized treasure hunter, it certainly knew that Suhan had many secrets. However, it did not expect Suhan to break through to the golden immortal realm so quickly. Especially that divine-like aura made it worship in reverence. Yet amidst the shock, the golden-furred mouse was also very delighted. The stronger Suhan became, the better. Perhaps in the future it could help elevate its bloodline great again. Is this the golden immortal realm? From within the golden little sun, a divine-like whisper emerged. It still remembered how shocked it was when it first saw the golden immortal phenomenon of the lobster leader. Now it too had achieved the golden immortal realm. Gold signifies immortality. Once in the golden immortal realm, one possesses endless lifespan and magical power that flows eternally, eliminating any possibility of dying of old age. As long as one is not killed, one can live forever. Of course, in the current primordial world, this seemed of little use. After all, most beings have very long lifespans. Moreover, the world is filled with rich, innate spiritual energy sufficient to replenish a considerable amount of lifespan. Most beings may not even wait until they grow old before being destroyed by calamities. Whoosh! The golden little sun suddenly shrank. As the golden light gradually faded, it did not reveal the towering lobster body within. Instead, what appeared was a tall, handsome young man. His long black hair flowed like a waterfall, carelessly draped over his black and red intertwined armor. Standing in the void, he gathered all his divine might within. In the golden immortal realm, I can transform. Suhan murmured subtly, letting out a sigh of relief. His transformation process was very successful, indeed a perfect transformation. Before, he feared that the transformation would not be complete, leaving behind lobster claws and antennae. Among the golden-furred lobster clan, there were quite a few golden immortal leaders who looked like that. Suhan extended his hand forward, slightly magical power surged out. The sea water rippled unexpectedly, revealing a water mirror that reflected his visage and form. His features were handsome, his demeanor refined, and he had an ethereal aura. His eyes were deep, resembling morning stars with a hint of astonishing brilliance. It's quite similar to my past life, but much more handsome. Suhan smiled, glancing at himself in the water mirror, nodding in satisfaction. In his past life, simply based on this appearance and demeanor, he could capture countless hearts. It was no joke. The innate sacred bloodline was not to be underestimated. In a sense, it could be considered perfect. Suhan snapped his fingers, tapping on his armor, producing a deep muffled sound. This armor was transformed from his shell light as a feather, yet its defensive capability was extraordinarily formidable. With a slight clench of his fist, Suhan could feel the terrifying divine power surging within him. With his primary innate sacred bloodline after ascending to the golden immortal realm, he was unsure how strong his magical power quality and body strength could be. However, there was no doubt that he could easily kill that Tiger Clan leader with his bare hands. Moreover, in the golden immortal realm, I can begin to comprehend and grasp the laws. Suhan revealed a faint smile, taking out a fragment of the creation jade plate. To comprehend the laws, of course, one must learn from the existing laws within the jade plate. That Tiger Clan leader was so weak that Suhan suspected it hadn't grasped even a shred of law. Let me see what mysteries the laws hold. The fragment of the creation jade plate floated above his head, radiating a misty light, and the aura of the Tao spread out. This greatly enhanced Suhan's comprehension of the laws 100-fold. Water law. Suhan was the first to comprehend the water law, his mind seemingly immersed in an endless world of water. Countless secrets of water surged into his mind, gradually understood by him. Comprehending the laws is so difficult. A thought flashed through Suhan's mind as he pondered. The water law was exceedingly obscure, far too difficult to comprehend. It was much more challenging than the two minor divine abilities. With his innate sacred lineage, even with the aid of the creation jade plate fragment, he felt as if his speed of comprehension was akin to that of a tortoise. No wonder that Tiger Clan leader didn't seem like one who comprehended the laws. Suhan sighed, realizing that the Golden Immortal Realm was merely the threshold to contacting the laws. As for whether he could master them, it depended on talent and opportunity. Suhan was filled with anticipation regarding this. The more difficult the comprehension, the greater the benefits afterward. Both minor divine abilities had such formidable effects, how much more so for these complex laws. Suhan cast aside all distractions, immersing himself meticulously in the comprehension of the water law. Little by little, the mysteries of the water law fell into his heart, causing the surrounding seawater to ripple from time to time. The high-density seawater compressed together, as if solidifying into a solid form. At times it transformed into various weapons, such as swords, bells, cauldrons, and mirrors. At other times it became various beings such as water dragons, water snakes, sea mice, lobsters, and so on. Suhan's control over water became increasingly powerful, far stronger and more versatile than the water-controlling talent of the Shinxian flood dragon. After comprehending for thousands of years, Suhan opened his eyes slowly, extending one hand forward. The effect of the water law acted on his magical power and body as if he held the power of a river in his palm. Dozens of miles away, a high mountain quietly collapsed, reduced to rubble. It suffered from an invisible heavy pressure, the might of the law exerted by Suhan. The power of the law is truly formidable. A hint of shock appeared in Suhan's eyes, marveling at the strength of the law. His comprehension of the water law was merely 1%, yet he wielded such power. If that Tiger Clan leader also mastered this power of the laws, Suhan would definitely not be a match. If I could master a complete law at 100%, how formidable would that be? Suhan couldn't help but fantasize. He then smiled wryly and shook his head. The power of the law is indeed formidable. Even comprehending just 1% greatly benefits him. But at the same time, it also reveals how high the difficulty of comprehending the laws is. With the aid of the creation jade plate fragment, it took him 10,000 years to barely scratch the surface of the laws. Moreover, the path of the laws becomes increasingly difficult as one progresses. Especially in the later stages, the time consumed may surpass all the previous time combined. Suhan rubbed his temples, wondering how long it would take to comprehend a single law. If it were any other golden immortal, they might not achieve understanding even after countless epochs. Comprehend the principles of the artifact. Suhan decisively halted his understanding of the water principle. With his experience, he would naturally not stubbornly persist on one path. When inspiration strikes, or when his cultivation improves, comprehending the principles will surely yield twice the result with half the effort. Within the fragments of the creation jade plate, the water principle dimmed, and the artifact principle shone brightly. A hazy light fell upon Suhan, making him feel as if he were immersed in a world filled with countless divine weapons and spiritual treasures. A faint pattern of the artifact principle emerged in Suhan's divine sense, which he gradually began to grasp. After 10,000 years, Suhan had similarly comprehended 1% of the artifact principle. Soon, noticing the speed of his comprehension slowing down significantly, Suhan once again ceased his cultivation. The artifact principle can amplify the power of all spiritual treasures. Suhan summoned the purple lightning hammer, the Xinhuang cloth, and the 1 yuan shrew water net, testing them respectively, and the results were quite satisfying. Indeed, under the enhancement of the principle, the power increased even more than that of star-level divine abilities. My strength has increased again. I wonder how strong I am now. Suhan felt a wave of joy in his heart. Mastering 2 principles greatly enhanced his strength. If he were to unleash all his power, he couldn't help but wonder how far he could go. By the way, according to news from within the clan, a golden immortal can also open a small 1,000 worlds. Suhan suddenly recalled that there were many extraordinary aspects to a golden immortal. One particularly unique aspect is the ability to open a small 1,000 worlds. They can serve as the lord of a small 1,000 worlds. Suhan closed his eyes, carefully sensing his own purple mansion. He discovered a faint indistinct that within his divine sense, seeming both real and unreal. It existed in the liminal space between existence and non-existence, connecting to the vast outer world. Suhan knew that this was the cornerstone of a small 1,000 world. Only by reaching the golden immortal realm could one qualify to sense it, using this as a foundation to open up a world. I wonder if I can successfully open it. Suhan's expression grew serious, and he felt little confidence. According to clan records, a small 1,000 world is extraordinarily vast. In theory, a golden immortal can open a small 1,000 world, but that remains purely theoretical. Suhan's magical power surged as he attempted to strike at that void point. In the next moment, a loud explosion echoed through the void. A brand new microdust world was born. Is this really successful? Suhan was stunned, not expecting that opening a world could be so easy. It can't be, he murmured. Did he really open a world so effortlessly with so little magical power? Merging his mind into the world, Suhan took a glance and suddenly understood. He saw that this world was extremely desolate with only a barren land extending a few hundred miles. It can only be considered a microdust world, no wonder. Suhan breathed a sigh of relief realizing that opening a world must expand from the lowest level gradually. In that case it was actually better. He truly lacked confidence in directly opening a small thousand world. Despite the seemingly unimpressive name of a small thousand world, its rank was indeed high. According to the records within the Lobster Clan, there are many levels of worlds. From low to high they are classified as microdust world, small world, medium world, and large world. Then there are the small thousand worlds, medium thousand worlds, and large thousand worlds. Along with the origin world, the primordial heaven and earth, and the chaos world. Suhan suspected that a small thousand world contains 65 billion large worlds, and a large world contains 65 billion medium worlds. This illustrates the vastness of a small thousand world. It also indirectly shows how terrifying the primordial heaven and earth is. Suhan sighed, pulling a part of his mind back to observe the outer world. As the master of the microdust world, Suhan could faintly sense the strength of the world's origin. However, the origin of the primordial world was too thick. He couldn't even grasp a tiny fraction of it. A grain of dust might contain an entire world. After a while, Suhan discovered this shocking fact. Even a single grain of ordinary dust's origin could likely bear an entire microdust world. Of course, typically so-called origin power is hidden deep within the very substance. Even if it were to be shattered, it would be difficult to affect the origin power. My planet from my past life, placed in the primordial world, what level of world would its origin compare to? Suhan's mouth twitched, feeling increasingly awed by the primordial heaven and earth. He wondered what level of world his past universe would be classified as. Let's expand the world first. Suhan's magical power continuously surged into the world. He was certainly not satisfied with such a small microdust world. Beyond the few hundred miles of the microdust world lay a vast void. His magical power transformed into a giant axe, striking at the void. Boom. With the infusion of Suhan's magical power, new lands continuously emerged. The sky also simultaneously expanded outward. Continue. Suhan ceaselessly poured his golden immortal magical power, vigorously carving out the world in the void, expanding it. 800 miles. 1,500 miles. 3,000 miles. The land grew increasingly vast, reaching a span of several thousand miles, resembling a continent. No longer able to expand. Suhan was taken aback, discovering that the world's expansion seemed to have reached its limit. No matter how much magical power he infused, it would not expand any further. The world's origin is too small. He sighed, gaining some insight. If it could continue expanding like this, then with the endless lifespan of a golden immortal, it might be possible to open an infinitely vast world. Certainly within the primordial heaven and earth, such good fortune would be non-existent. Is a large amount of resources required? Suhan thought for a moment and decided to invest all his resources into the world he was cultivating. After sensing it, he found that the world's origin had indeed become much more substantial. Resources like void crystals, among others, provided even greater nourishment for the world's origin. He'll wait for another opportunity to expand. After all, the small world is already sufficient. Suhan looked joyfully at the continent spanning several thousand miles. This microdust world had already risen to the level of a small world. As the master of the small world, Suhan's will could sense every inch of this realm akin to a creator god. The planets from my past life were just small worlds. After sighing, the power of the world surged. At the center of the small world continent, some precious items suddenly appeared. Things like dragon tendons, dragon blood, dragon scales, and the corpses of the tiger clan leaders. Carrying a small world with him is far more prestigious than any storage bag. As a golden immortal, truly the status is different in every aspect. It needs a name. Suhan was confident he could cultivate this realm, and naturally it needed some sense of ceremony. As the primordial chaos begins, chaos evolves. I shall name you the primordial world. He casually named it the primordial, which seemed unrelated to a mere golden immortal. Yet this represented Suhan's ambition, confident that he would reach the highest realm in the future. The primordial world will certainly live up to its name. Suhan silently thought to himself. Then he glanced once more at the barren expanse of the primordial world. The world is too empty. As his magical power surged, Suhan's figure suddenly vanished from the spot. He flew towards the direction of a few spiritual roots within his territory. Splash! Suhan's magical power quality was exceptionally high, far surpassing that of a Shenxian. Assisted by the laws of water, his speed in the ocean was astonishing, covering thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. Like a flash of lightning, he arrived in a place where a spiritual root was located in the blink of an eye. A shrimp soldier was nearby sleeping, and when it sensed the movement, it opened its eyes in confusion. Then it discovered that the spiritual root had vanished, leaving only a large pit behind. The shrimp soldier was startled, trembling all over with a bewildered expression. The spiritual root that the captain had entrusted it to guard, how could it just disappear in an instant? If the shrimp soldier captain found out, it would surely break its lobster shell. This spiritual root, I shall take it you have done well. Suhan's authoritative voice echoed in the shrimp. As for him, he had already sliced through the ocean instantly, leaving the shrimp soldier's line of sight. Whooshed! The spiritual root in Suhan's hand vanished, transferred into his Hongmeng small world. The power of the world surged, and in a certain part of the continent a large pit was automatically dug out. The spiritual root appeared out of thin air and was directly planted into the ground. After a few breaths, several other spiritual roots were also transplanted into the Hongmeng small world. The spiritual root planted on the continent directly established a connection with the Hongmeng small world. Realizing that the spiritual root could thrive, Suhan let out a sigh of relief. The Hongmeng small world was not a rootless floating weed, it was essentially rooted in the primordial vastness. The interior was equally filled with rich spiritual energy. Great! The origin of the world has increased. Suhan joyfully discovered that planting the spiritual root could also solidify and enhance the origin of the world. Unfortunately, these few spiritual roots were merely ordinary postnatal, low-grade spiritual roots. Perhaps in the future with better spiritual roots the Hongmeng small world could be upgraded. Moreover, this is a mutual enhancement. Suhan smiled slightly. Under his careful manipulation, the origin of the world continuously nourished the few spiritual roots. This allowed their foundation to gradually increase, and their maturation speed accelerated significantly. This made Suhan instantly realize the preciousness of the spiritual roots. In the future, when encountering spiritual roots, I cannot directly exchange them for enhancement points, I can plant them in the Hongmeng small world. After yielding spiritual fruits, I can exchange the fruits for sustainable development. Following this, Suhan took the Jinmao rat back to the territory of the lobster clan. Ascending to the golden immortal stage could make him the leader of the small lobster clan. Within the small lobster clan, his status was only second to the lobster ancestor and several Tai golden immortal elders. The information and resources he could access were also significantly greater than before. Before long, several elite shrimp soldiers and dozens of ordinary shrimp soldiers were gathered. They were Suhan's subordinates assisting him in managing the territory. These areas will be your territory, said a shrimp soldier leader pointing to a sea map. On the map, a range was marked out, which was Suhan's territory, much larger than that of the shrimp soldier captain. The resources contained were also richer. The shrimp soldier leader glanced at Suhan with a complicated expression. While he was pleased that a golden immortal leader had emerged from their clan, it seemed that Suhan's rise was a bit too rapid, as if he had appeared out of nowhere. Of course, having more powerful members in the lobster clan was inherently a good thing. Alright then, I'll head back to my territory first, Suhan casually remarked, preparing to leave directly. He had no intention of developing connections. With his speed of power enhancement, it was destined that no one could keep up with him. Wait, upon your promotion to shrimp soldier leader, you have some privileges. The lobster leader called out to Suhan. After hearing the explanation, Suhan understood that the clan had some rewards for golden immortal leaders. He could enter the ancestral land of the small lobster clan for cultivation. That place was the most precious training ground of the small lobster clan, with spiritual energy denser than the outside world and a faster cultivation speed. After all, a golden immortal leader was one of the few experts in the clan. Has the ancestor already ascended to the great Luo golden immortal stage? Suhan asked in surprise after further conversation. Due to the continuous battles of the dragon race, luck had continuously gathered around them. As a subordinate race of the dragon race, the small lobster clan also shared in a wave of luck. The lobster ancestor had even used this to break through his bottleneck, becoming a top-tier powerhouse in the primordial world, the great Luo golden immortal. Good, my safety has increased a bit. Suhan nodded appreciatively, realizing that the small lobster clan still had formidable individuals. In the dangerous primordial world, even in the early stages of the world's creation, it was not very safe, without a great Luo overseeing it. Subsequently, Suhan gathered all the spiritual roots in his new territory into his Hongmeng small world. With a portable small world, the significance of the territory to him had naturally diminished greatly. It's a pity that the spiritual roots are all quite ordinary. Just 2 medium-grade postnatal spiritual roots. Suhan was not picky, and with the Jinmao rat he left the lobster clan sea area again. He did not go to the ancestral land of the lobster clan. After all, he had just broken through to golden immortal, and his cultivation speed had already slowed down. It was better to travel around first and seek opportunities. The two of them ventured deep into the East Sea, and with the help of the Jinmao rat obtained numerous spiritual roots and spiritual fruits. All the plantable spiritual roots were transferred into the Hongmeng small world, while the other heavenly materials and earthly treasures were exchanged for enhancement points. Why is it so calm this time? Where are the Guofeng? Where is the golden immortal shark? Suhan revealed a sense of loneliness typical of a master feeling a bit restless. There was no helping it, his combat power was now vastly superior to last time. He hardly resembled a lobster anymore. It seems that my status as an innate divine being has greatly increased my luck. After exploring for a while, Su-Han decided not to stay deep in the East Sea any longer. The efficiency of exploration here had begun to decline. Of course, it was not that he had fully explored the depths of the East Sea. There were indeed even more terrifying places at the very bottom, but Su-Han dared not approach. He took a distant glance at that eerie place and felt a chill run down his spine. He'll come back later. Su-Han left the depths of the East Sea with the Jin Mao rat, discovering that his enhancement points had accumulated to several tens of thousands. He invested all of them into the Jin Mao rat's innate ability. He was now a primary innate divine being, and to level up again the required enhancement points would likely be astronomical. As for spiritual treasures, there's no rush. Once the Jin Mao rat's treasure-seeking ability improves, it will soon earn them back. Looking at the Jin Mao rat shining with golden light, Su-Han's eyes revealed a look of anticipation. He had already transformed, and his combat power had significantly increased. He was now qualified to explore the Primordial continent. Although Su-Han had longed to visit the Primordial continent, he had never dared to. Aside from insufficient strength and not wanting to venture too far, the inability to transform was also a significant reason. A lobster from the East Sea traveling to the Primordial continent where beasts roamed. The danger factor there was likely much greater than in the East Sea. Now that he had transformed, ordinary people would not be able to tell which race he belonged to as a golden, immortal powerhouse. Let's set off for the continent. After the Jin Mao rat's enhancement was complete, the two headed straight toward the Primordial. Su-Han once again arrived at the shores of the East Sea. He casually chose a direction, his figure transforming into a phantom, instantly vanishing from his original spot. He traversed through mountains, jungles, and swamps with an unparalleled speed. No terrain could alter his velocity in the slightest. It's different from the East Sea. As he journeyed, he absorbed the scenery of the wilderness continent, enriching his knowledge. The golden maned mouse shrank in size, becoming a palm-sized little white mouse adorned with golden patterns. Perched on Su-Han's shoulder like a pet. What is this place? One day Su-Han was astonished as he gazed at the mountain range ahead. A vast divine mountain stood quietly at the center, connecting heaven and earth. This was the most magnificent divine mountain Su-Han had ever seen. Surrounding it were countless mountain ranges rising and falling, guarding and encircling it. Each mountain range exceeded billions of miles. Clustered together, it instilled a sense of reverence in Su-Han. He had seen many underwater mountains in the depths of the East Sea, but none were as magnificent as this divine mountain. What amazed Su-Han the most was that the divine mountain faintly emanated overwhelming yang energy. What is this place? Naturally, Su-Han wanted to take a closer look, quickly arriving near the divine mountain. If an ordinary shrimp soldier were to come here, they would likely be cooked alive. Although yang energy is different from fire energy, it still clashes with lobsters. Fortunately, Su-Han had already become a golden immortal and was a primordial divine being, thus entirely unafraid of this yang energy. Such immense yang energy continuously radiating. Su-Han pondered, recalling the grandeur of the divine mountain and the surrounding mountain ranges, as well as their proximity to the East Sea. He couldn't help but speculate. Could it be Shoyang Mountain? Shoyang Mountain is known as the third ancestral vein of the wilderness world, derived from the yang of the Pangu great god. Its significance is naturally unparalleled. Buzz. As a primordial divine being, he instinctively knew this, and at that moment a piece of information surged into Su-Han's mind. Indeed, the divine mountain before him was Shoyang Mountain, the third ancestral vein of the wilderness. As for the first ancestral vein, it was undoubtedly the Buzhou Mountain, evolved from the spine of the Pangu great god after his fall. The future place of the Taishang Legion's Dao achievement. Looking at Shoyang in front of him, Su-Han contemplated. Master, I sense an opportunity. The golden maned mouse suddenly exclaimed with excitement, interrupting Su-Han's thoughts. The opportunity of Shoyang Mountain. Su-Han's heart leaped with joy. An opportunity in such a place would surely be substantial. Following the guidance of the golden maned mouse, he arrived deep within Shoyang Mountain. In a hidden location, he discovered a primordial restriction. While Su-Han was overjoyed, he also felt somewhat perplexed. This primordial restriction is 1,000 times more complex than the two he encountered earlier in the East Sea. As he looked at the dizzying primordial restriction before him, Su-Han sighed. Fortunately, as a golden immortal, now his primordial spirit was far stronger than before. Subsequently, Su-Han summoned the fragment of the creation jade butterfly, shedding light to assist his understanding. Thus, after spending thousands of years, he finally unraveled it. I finally cracked it. Su-Han eagerly stepped into the restricted space. As soon as he stepped into the restriction, a gust of foul wind rushed towards him. A crimson blurry figure faster than lightning approached Su-Han in an instant, about to strike him. The Xianhuang cloth sensed the crisis, instinctively protecting its master, slowly rising. Under the nurturing of Su-Han's golden immortal power, the refined primordial restriction was far more powerful than before. Its unleashed might had also greatly increased. Hiss! The crimson shadow crashed into the Xianhuang airflow, failing to shake the defense, and came to a halt midair. It revealed its form. Why does everyone like to sneak attack? Suhan was greatly irritated, having been ambushed many times already. With eyes blazing with divine light, he saw that the one attacking him was a red copper snake. That strike was exceedingly fierce. Had it not been for the protection of the Xianhuang cloth, he might have been in quite a predicament, even if he wouldn't die. He'll teach you to sneak attack. Suhan clenched his fist, aimed at the red copper snake in midair, and suddenly unleashed a punch. The punch erupted like thunder, exploding the heavenly and earthly spiritual energy, as if shattering the stars, extremely violent. Clang! A sound like metal clashing echoed. The red copper snake was hit by Suhan's punch, a fist mark appearing on its body, and it was sent flying. Such a strong body. Suhan gazed at the red copper snake with astonishment, a surge of intense battle intent rising within him. That punch felt as if he had struck against celestial gold and divine iron, hardly reminiscent of flesh and blood. A red copper snake that can cultivate to the mid-stage golden immortal realm must have absorbed the primordial copper essence of Shoyang. No wonder its physique was so formidable. Suhan recalled the records within his clan. The existence of golden immortals was still quite rare. However, he didn't care about that, knowing only that he could finally have a satisfying battle. After covering the golden mane mouse's head with the Xianhuang cloth, Suhan dashed forward in a single step. In an instant he crossed tens of thousands of miles, creating a long vacuum tunnel with surging waves of air rolling outward. He violently shattered the air along the way, producing a sound akin to a steam whistle. Like a falling star, he crashed into the red copper snake's body. Roar! The red copper snake cried out in pain, its body bending into a C shape. However, its strength was ultimately far superior to that of the Tiger Clan leader. Even after taking a painful hit, it still swung its tail towards Suhan. Boom! Suhan extended both hands and firmly caught the snake's tail. He bore the divine power that could turn rivers and seas upside down. Although the red copper snake was a mid-stage golden immortal and had a powerful physique, its strength was no match for Suhan. As a primordial divine being, Suhan's strength was not inferior to that of the red copper snake, and perhaps even greater. Divine power. After a brief stalemate, Suhan activated his divine power technique, his strength instantly multiplying several dozen times. A vast might erupted from within him, filling him with an overwhelming sense of invincibility, as if he could tear apart the heavens and split the earth. Then he tensed his whole body and forcefully swung his arms back. The red copper snake struggled wildly, bursting forth with immense power, yet it was utterly useless in Suhan's grasp. Its strength, already not inferior to his, became terrifying after being amplified by the divine technique. Like grasping a piece of rag, Suhan slammed the several dozen mile-long red copper snake directly into the ground. Crack! Boom! A narrow rift instantly formed in the earth, the length unknown, perhaps several thousand, or even tens of thousands of miles. In this restricted space, all matter was far harder than in the outside world, yet it created such a terrifying scene. This was the might of a golden immortal. Haha, bring it on. Suhan felt immensely satisfied, his blood boiling as he tossed the red copper snake about. The earth within a radius of 10,000 miles cracked layer by layer, nearly turning into a basin. The distant golden mane mouse watched in trembling fear. This scene resembled a battle between gods and demons. Of course, it was the red copper snake being thoroughly beaten. Tisk, the strength of its body is truly high, especially with this defense. Suhan paused slightly, furrowing his brows. It's akin to celestial gold, somewhat resembling my shell. Furthermore, in terms of defense alone, it was even more troublesome than his. Because this red copper snake not only had a remarkably hard exterior, but even its internal flesh and blood were indistinguishable from celestial gold. After striking dozens of times, he had only inflicted slight injuries upon the red copper snake. Perhaps it was due to having consumed an abundance of the primordial copper essence of Shoyang, resulting in this peculiar being. The law of water. Suhan's gaze deepened as he released the snake's tail. Clenching his fists together, faint sounds of rushing water emerged. The power of the law of water was summoned by Suhan. Smashing the golden immortal. Once again obtaining fragments of the jade plate. Suhan's fists came together as if grasping an endless river. The vast and profound laws of water, wave after wave, enhanced his strength. His power surged to an entirely new level. When the scarlet copper snake charged forward with fierce eyes, headstrong and unyielding, Suhan's fists were aimed at the void ahead, and he smashed down. Boom! The void resonated like a drum, sending ripples outward. His magic power and vitality surged simultaneously, forming a substantial divine fist under the augmentation of the laws of water. The enormous fist imprint was composed of flowing water, seemingly soft, yet actually an unstoppable flood. In an instant it struck the head of the scarlet copper snake. The impact caved in its skull, blood and flesh splattering as torrents of blood rained down. Roar! The scarlet copper snake let out a painful roar for the first time, directly injured by Su-Han. Even the strongest body has its limits. Even if it was indeed comparable to celestial gold, Su-Han could smash it to pieces. Driven by strong survival instincts, the scarlet copper snake flipped its tail and attempted to burrow into the ground to escape. Still want to escape? Su-Han raised an eyebrow and scoffed. The water fist imprint he had just unleashed scattered, transforming into streams of water ropes. Under the effect of the laws of water, it bound the scarlet copper snake in tight loops, like an extremely resilient binding rope, momentarily restraining its movements. Then Su-Han summoned the purple lightning hammer, which flashed above the head of the scarlet copper snake in an instant. Law of Instruments. The Law of Instruments was activated, causing the purple lightning hammer to hum and greatly increase in power. Unlike previous battles where he merely let the spiritual treasures fight, Su-Han directly wielded the purple lightning hammer with his hands, enveloping it in crackling lightning. He swung the hammer towards the head of the scarlet copper snake. This strike was even more ferocious than the previous water fist imprint, as it carried the might of the purple lightning hammer. Despite Su-Han not fully activating the innate spiritual treasure and merely using it as a divine weapon with his unmatched divine strength and the enhancement from the Law of Instruments, how formidable could the purple lightning hammer be? In the next moment, the already critically injured head of the scarlet copper snake shattered like a watermelon. It was instantly killed by the purple lightning hammer. Reinforcement points, 10000 bang. The enormous headless serpent body crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. A being of golden immortal realm rarely seen, even in the wilds of the world, was smashed by Su-Han on the spot. Especially since its strength was not that of an ordinary golden immortal, its physical resilience was truly astounding. It could cause headaches for most golden immortals, leaving them at a loss. That was just alright. Su-Han looked calmly at the corpse of the scarlet copper snake. This fellow's body is indeed very strong, but it lacks the power of laws. After storing it in the Hongming small world, Su-Han continued deeper into the depths of the Shoyang restriction. This restriction, like the one in the East Sea, was equally desolate. Inside there were only a few ordinary spiritual roots. Su-Han dug them up and relocated them to his Hongming small world. Finally, Su-Han arrived at the depths of the restriction, where he saw a metallic platform. What the hell? Upon seeing the metallic platform, Su-Han was shocked and let out an exclamation. Regardless of what was placed upon this platform, the materials of the platform itself were extraordinarily valuable. Shoyang Copper Mother. Su-Han's eyes lit up. Shoyang Copper Mother is a great material for refining weapons. A small piece could forge a powerful post-heaven spiritual treasure. This entire platform was surprisingly made of Shoyang Copper Mother. The value was simply unimaginable. Su-Han, seeing the shimmering luster of the Shoyang Copper Mother platform, couldn't help but reach out and touch it. This was not the luster of metal, but the radiance of wealth. It nearly blinded Su-Han's eyes. What a huge profit. Su-Han caressed the Shoyang Copper Mother, casually glancing at the surface of the platform. There on the surface of the platform lay a piece of jade plate fragment and a treasure seal. Upon seeing that fragment, Su-Han froze in shock. His primordial spirit was still in shock, but his hand had already picked up the fragment. Fragment of the creation jade plate. Su-Han did not expect to encounter another fragment so soon. It seemed he truly had a connection with this Tao-seeking treasure. Compared to this fragment, the Shoyang Copper Mother was not worth mentioning. Pouring his magic power into it, Su-Han eagerly began to refine the fragment of the creation jade plate. Soon he grasped the information contained within the plate. Within this fragment, 3 great laws were recorded. Refining tools, alchemy, formations. Su-Han was taken aback. He did not expect these to be 3 highly practical great laws. Although they are not combat-related laws, they are relatively more precious. Taking a deep breath, Su-Han cautiously accepted them into his purple mansion. Refining tools, alchemy, and formations are undeniably the most important auxiliary means on the path of cultivation. Almost every being is inseparable from them. Sooner or later one must come into contact with them. Looks like you'll become a versatile little expert in the future. Aside from using them for myself. Through these 3 auxiliary methods, many benefits should be gained. Su-Han couldn't help but fantasize there was so much to plan here. Especially in this dark and ignorant era. Alchemy masters and weapon refiners, need I say more? Who doesn't need pills and spiritual treasures? Just these 2 things, if mastered to the peak, could make one revered by countless beings. Su-Han's gaze. Formations are similar. In the wilds of the world, there are many heaven-defying formations. Not to mention formations of the level of the Great Array of the Stars. Just consider formations like the 10,000 Immortal Array, the 9 Curves Yellow River Array, the 10 Absolute Array, etc. Which one does not shine brilliantly? Moreover, mastering formations will make breaking through innate restrictions easy. Su-Han temporarily stored them away, preparing to find a suitable place to comprehend. He looked at another object on the platform, which was a large seal. He picked up the large seal and examined it carefully for a while. He saw that the seal was adorned with intertwining 9 dragons, and the pedestal had the holy faces of the 5 heavenly emperors on all sides. Underneath the seal were the characters of a great law, Kongtong, the supreme treasure of the human race, the Kongtong seal. Suhan blinked, not expecting this heavyweight treasure. According to legend, this treasure is the #1 supreme treasure of the human race. Holding this seal allows one to depose and appoint the human emperor. Suhan hurriedly tried various methods to refine and activate it. However, since the human race had not yet emerged, this treasure seal could not be used. Good heavens, it can only collect dust in the small world. Suhan pondered, faintly speculating, could it be that this is the opportunity of the future Taiji Laozi intercepted by me? Suhan speculated that the Kongtong seal should have been the opportunity of the grandmaster Laozi, yet he intercepted. However, no matter how he tried, it was futile. Suhan pouted, feeling a bit regretful in his heart. As a supreme treasure of the human race, the Kongtong seal was undoubtedly immensely powerful, at least comparable to a top-tier innate spirit treasure. Since it showed no reaction, Suhan simply tossed the Kongtong seal into the small world. This would save him from overthinking. There is still so much. Shoyang Copper Mother, what a great harvest. Suhan looked at the Copper Mother pedestal before him, revealing a faint smile. Shoyang Copper Mother is an excellent material for refining tools. The fragments of the creation jade disc he acquired recorded the laws of refining and destined him to embark on the path of tool refinement. It's a pity that the grade of Shoyang Copper Mother is too high. Suhan recalled the records within his clan and couldn't help but sigh. Although he could begin to comprehend the path of tool refinement, his cultivation was merely at the golden immortal level. Shoyang Copper Mother is something that even Tai and Deluo would covet. He likely wouldn't be able to refine the Copper Mother into a spirit treasure. He'll try this later. But with so much Shoyang Copper Mother, I certainly can't use it all. Suhan's eyes flickered, and he decisively exchanged half of the Shoyang Copper Mother. Strengthening points 5300. Looking at the halved Shoyang Copper Mother, Suhan felt no sorrow. Treasures are meant to be used. Of course, he still needed to keep the remaining half for future refining. Over 500,000 strengthening points should be enough to elevate my foundation, right? Indeed, he planned to enhance his foundation again. This is the most fundamental aspect concerning one's limits: cultivation speed and luck. Naturally, the sooner one ascends, the better. Suhan immediately poured the strengthening points into his foundation. Foundation 1000, Foundation 1000, Foundation 1000. After spending 50,000 strengthening points, Suhan's foundation finally advanced. Foundation Intermediate, Innate Divine Being. A vast divine might erupted around Suhan, resonating with the sound of the Tao in the void. Vaguely, a gigantic, incomparably divine, and otherworldly lobster phantom emerged behind Suhan. This was his true form. Around the lobster, various phenomena of the 4 spirits of heaven and earth, as well as the sun, moon, and stars manifested, highlighting its magnificent presence. At this moment, countless laws of the Tao seemed to materialize and descend, transforming into golden lotuses, celestial flowers, divine chains, and other extraordinary phenomena, inscribed deep within the essence of Suhan's life, causing his essence to surge. An intermediate innate divine being is naturally more advantageous than the most numerous primary innate divine beings. After a long while, all phenomena gradually faded away. Suhan felt his various abilities strengthen once again, and his eyes shone with astonishing brilliance. The elevation of his foundation may not have made him stronger as evidently as his cultivation did, but it felt much more substantial, especially in terms of life essence and his own potential. Suhan slowly inhaled and exhaled the spiritual energy. The spiritual energy from thousands of miles around seemed to surge violently, flooding into his body. Centered on him, a massive whirlwind faintly emerged, accompanied by the sound of wind and thunder. In just a breath, it caused the heavens and earth to change color like a colossal giant standing tall. This is the might of a golden immortal. This is the essence of an innate divine being. This time it was just good luck to encounter so much Shoyang Copper Mother and gain a large amount of exchange points. Suhan stood quietly in place, suppressing the excitement in his heart, and gradually restored his calm expression. The next time I want to ascend again, the difficulty will be great. He shook his head, unsure how many strengthening points would be needed to upgrade to a higher level innate divine being. Ascending to intermediate level cost him 5000, and next time, it would likely be a truly astronomical number. The later it gets, the higher the cost. Of course, the value of the harvest is immeasurable. Next, I will comprehend the 3 laws recorded in the fragments of the creation jade disc. Suhan placed the Shoyang Copper Mother and other treasures into the small world and began to consider understanding the laws. Having newly obtained 3 laws to master, he naturally had to comprehend them immediately. Alchemy, tool refinement, formations. Let's set alchemy aside for now. Suhan pondered for a moment and decided to temporarily abandon that law. The current primordial world is still relatively barren with few spiritual roots, so there is no rush to comprehend alchemy. As for tool refinement and formations, Suhan was determined to comprehend them. Both of these can directly influence combat power, especially formations, which have numerous effects. Subsequently, Su-Han began to comprehend the path of formations. The fragments of the creation jade disc hovered above his head, showering down gentle and cool Tao light. This allowed Su-Han's divine sense to become clear and his comprehension to soar, immersing him in the path of formation. Within it, Su-Han first discovered 10 brilliantly shining patterns, each containing boundless mysteries. These are the 10 supreme formations of the primordial world. He was jolted and his consciousness swept across these 10 formation records, realizing the names and uses of these top-tier formations of the primordial world. Zhu Xian Sword Formation. The 12 Capital Heavenly God Demon Formation. The Great Formation of the Stars. The first 3 formations caused Su-Han's consciousness to fluctuate violently, producing a trace of shock in his heart. Are these 3 formations also recorded? It should be noted that the Zhu Xian Sword Formation is both a grand formation and a spirit treasure, and the 12 Capital Heavenly God Demon Formation requires 12 ancestral witches to form the formation personally. The Great Formation of the Stars also has equally harsh conditions. Of course, their power goes without saying. They can even traverse the chasm that separates the Saint Realm, truly defying the heavens. Well, after all, it is a former chaos treasure, the laws recorded in the creation jade disc. Su-Han thought of the origin of this enlightenment treasure and couldn't help but feel astonished. No matter how peculiar or high-grade the formations in the primordial world are, they can't surpass the creation jade disc. Besides these 3, the other formations are also impressive. Su-Han looked through them one by one, feeling deeply amazed. The 10,000 Immortal Formation, the 2 Instruments Dust Formation, the Blood Sea Great Formation, the 5 Elements Great Formation, the 9 Curves Yellow River Formation, the Innate 8 Trigrams Formation, the Hunyuan He Luo Great Formation. Any one of these would cause all beings of the primordial world to fight over them. Even the current Dragon Phoenix and Qilin clans would not possess formations of this level. I really can't comprehend these now. Su-Han attempted to understand the top 10 supreme formations of the primordial world, but found it as incomprehensible as reading celestial texts. He had to temporarily give up and turn to comprehend the introductory formations. Introductory formations are hard to enhance my combat power. After browsing for a moment, Su-Han decided to comprehend a concealment type formation. This formation is easy to set up and convenient, requiring no formation allowing it to move with him at any time. Its only function is to conceal one's aura and reduce one's presence. Although it doesn't greatly enhance combat power, its effect is absolutely astonishing. After all, in the primordial world, no matter how strong your power is, living long is what truly matters. After being promoted to an intermediate innate sacred being, Su-Han's primordial spirit grew considerably stronger. His comprehension and understanding speed also improved with the assistance of the fragments of the creation jade disc. Thousands of years later, Su-Han reached 1% comprehension of the path of formations. Concealment Great Formation. Su-Han formed hand seals, and a series of mysterious formation runes appeared around him, combining into an intricate formation. In the next moment, his aura completely vanished from the external world. As he stepped outside, the Concealment Great Formation moved along with him, constantly masking his presence. The effect is quite good. Su-Han swaggered past the golden-furred rat, nodding in satisfaction. The golden-furred rat showed no reaction, evidently unaware of his arrival. To its perception, the surrounding environment showed no signs of change. Not only can it conceal my aura, but it can also infinitely reduce my presence, as if I were a mere stone by the roadside. Su-Han assessed it briefly. This formation can perfectly evade the perception of Shen immortals. It would be difficult for even golden immortals to sense his existence. As for higher Tai golden immortals, testing would be required to ascertain that. This formation can perfectly evade the perception of Shen immortals. It would be difficult for even golden immortals to sense his existence. As for higher Tai golden immortals, testing would be required. These materials are what is needed for crafting. Returning to his secluded place, Su-Han began to comprehend the path of crafting. After a millennium, he vaguely grasped the essence of the crafting path, barely achieving an entry level. Of course, he had not yet reached the level of mastery in the path of formations. It was still below 1%. For crafting, practical experience is essential. One cannot rely solely on meditation and comprehension. Su-Han spread his hands, and a remarkably intricate symbol appeared in his palm, with faint images of myriad treasures lurking within. This is the crafting path symbol that he has mastered. The crafting path symbol is the beginning of the path of crafting and the foundation of everything. Water come. With a thought, Su-Han manipulated the laws of water, creating a sphere of clear, living water. It floated in midair, forming a large water ball. In the next moment, a piece of Shoyan copper appeared out of nowhere within the water ball, constantly rising and sinking. Water refining technique. Su-Han shouted, forming hand seals and infusing symbols into the water ball. This is his unique water refining method. It can craft without fire. After all, he is a sea lobster and not very fond of fire. Since he mastered the laws of water, he naturally needs to devise a method to evolve his water refining technique. With just the crafting path symbol, he can directly refine treasures through water. Inside the water ball, the path symbols continually acted upon the Shoyang copper. The form of the Shoyang copper gradually changed, though it was a solid metal it now seemed as pliable as clay. It appeared quite miraculous. Before long, Su-Han held the fragmented Shoyang copper in his hands, carefully examining it. For his first crafting attempt, it was unsurprisingly a failure. However, to enhance his crafting skills, he must endure solitude and engage in continuous practice. Of course, a large quantity of crafting materials is also necessary. Fortunately, Su-Han possesses ample patience and a wealth of materials at hand. The entirety of Shoyang Mountain is almost overflowing with excellent crafting materials. It can be said to be a treasure trove in the eyes of a craftsman. Su-Han certainly intends to utilize it for practice. Thus, over 1,000 years passed. Surrounding Su-Han, various discarded materials had already piled up into a small mountain. Don't think that the water refining method wouldn't ruin materials. Many raw materials had their metallic essences, spiritual energy, and origins depleted. Additionally, the imprinted spiritual treasure restrictions on many materials were too crude to be reused. Finally succeeded. Suddenly, a dazzling spiritual light erupted. Su-Han joyfully discovered that he had successfully crafted a post-heaven low-grade spiritual treasure. Dissipating the water ball, a gleaming long knife fell into his hand. Through the crafting path symbol, Su-Han meticulously sensed every subtlety of the knife's origin. After a long while, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Within the spiritual treasure's origin, 2 stable post-heaven restrictions existed, showing no signs of collapse or distortion. This also indicated that Su-Han had officially become a craftsman. He achieved a breakthrough from 0 to 1. Continue crafting. He was certainly not satisfied with merely 1 low-grade, post-heaven spiritual treasure. Many years later, Su-Han had crafted hundreds of low-grade, post-heaven spiritual treasures and over 10 mid-grade, post-heaven spiritual treasures. Let's refine these first. He exhaled a breath of turbid air. After years of devoted crafting, he indeed felt a bit weary. Moreover, his crafting skills had reached a bottleneck. Refining low-grade, post-heaven spiritual treasures posed no difficulty, and he could even batch refine mid-grade, post-heaven spiritual treasures. Continuing with repetitive practice would bear little significance. Su-Han glanced around, seeing hundreds of spiritual treasures piled up into a small mountain. Among them were various forms. Ropes, swords, bells, tripods, plates, maps, flags, nails, nets, long shuttles, fine needles, pockets, large hammers, seals, long staffs, ribbons, dusters, fogs, jade bottles, colorful garments, sand grains, hand rings. They were densely packed, astonishingly numerous. Their auras also varied in strength. Although most were primarily for attack and defense, there were also many other types of spiritual treasures. Of course, their grades were quite low. The highest was merely mid-grade, post-heaven spiritual treasures. Even at their peak, they could not match Su-Han's punch. However, it would be quite a sight to detonate them all at once. Su-Han suddenly thought that these numerous spiritual treasures, while seemingly worthless, they all contained profound spiritual treasure origins. This aspect is something even ordinary Xian immortals find difficult to compare with. If these hundreds of spiritual treasures were to explode all at once, the combined power might be enough to overwhelm even an ordinary golden immortal. This could be a decent tactic. Su-Han waved his hand, joyfully storing these spiritual treasures into the Hongmeng small world. Only a craftsman like him would have the qualification to use such extravagant methods. If others saw this, even a golden immortal would probably scold him for being a wasteful heir. In this era, even an ordinary post-heaven spiritual treasure is incredibly precious. But Su-Han didn't care about that. Aside from the golden-furred rat, he had no intention of nurturing any forces. Only his own strength was the most important. Opening his personal panel, Su-Han glanced and found that he still had tens of thousands of enhancement points remaining. Let's give the golden-furred rat another boost. Su-Han walked to the spot where the golden-furred rat was cultivating, pouring all the enhancement points into its feet. After the enhancement, the golden-furred rat was about to transform into a golden-haired rat. Although it still hadn't succeeded in its metamorphosis, its treasure hunting ability had increased once again. Take these spiritual treasures for self-defense. Su-Han gifted the golden-furred rat a few mid-grade, post-heaven spiritual treasures, primarily defensive ones. Thank you, Master. The golden-furred rat happily accepted the spiritual treasures, showing no hesitation. It played with the small flags, maps, and large bells in its hands, quickly refining them. These were specially crafted defensive spiritual treasures for it. After all, Su-Han often battled strong enemies, and he worried he might one day fail to protect the golden-furred rat. Who knows, in a moment of carelessness, the golden-furred rat could lose its life. This was not to say that Su-Han worried about whether his investment of enhancement points would go to waste. From the numerous great opportunities the golden-furred rat had brought him, he certainly did not wish for anything to happen to it. Let's go, it's time to leave. The two left the innate restriction and descended Shoyang Mountain, preparing to continue their journey through the primordial. Outside Shoyang Mountain, tens of thousands of miles away from the mountain body, Su-Han turned back to gaze at the majestic Shoyang Mountain, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. As the third ancestral vein of the primordial world, this mountain is truly invaluable. However, Shoyang Mountain cannot be moved, and Su-Han's small world cannot contain it. Otherwise, he would have loved to absorb the entire Shoyang Mountain into his world, converting it into enhancement points. The strength he could gain from those enhancement points was beyond Su-Han's imagination. Unfortunately, only things that belong to me can be exchanged. Su-Han shook his head helplessly, just as he had to first extract spiritual roots when exchanging them before, where he could wrap them with magical power. Of course, it was impossible to just touch them and exchange all the heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Otherwise, he could directly exchange the entire primordial world and become invincible. However, this was destined to be a futile wish. The system would not allow him to exploit loopholes. There's nothing worth staying for at Shoyang Mountain. After one last glance at Shoyang Mountain, Su-Han left the area. When his realm was weak, he didn't feel much. But as his strength grew, he increasingly sensed the barrenness of the primordial world at this moment. Even such a grand sacred place had very few spiritual roots. Moreover, there were no heavenly caves rich in immortal aura. Everything was in the midst of evolution. In this era, all that existed was wilderness, ignorance, antiquity, and desolation. There's nothing worth exploring in other ordinary regions. For me now, the efficiency is too low. Su-Han sped across the primordial land, his surroundings always shrouded by a concealment array. The miniature shrunken version of the Jin Mao mouse perched on his shoulder, occasionally sensing some treasure opportunities. For the former Su-Han, the gains were still quite substantial. But for him now, it felt quite average. Therefore, Su-Han planned to purposefully visit renowned mountains and rivers, as he was more likely to gain opportunities there. As long as he didn't encounter a Tai Golden Immortal, he truly had nothing to fear. Since I just went to Shoyang Mountain, I'll go to another ancestral vein. In the primordial world, there are 3 ancestral veins: Shoyang Mountain, Kunlun Mountain, and Buzhou Mountain. Buzhou Mountain. Beneath Buzhou Mountain lies the ancestral land of the Qilin clan. It's best to avoid it. Thinking of this, Su-Han immediately ruled out Buzhou Mountain. Although Buzhou Mountain is undoubtedly the #1 divine mountain in the primordial world, the first ancestral vein, the opportunities there must be the most abundant and astonishing. However, the main base of the Qilin clan is located there. How could Su-Han dare to go? He, being a small lobster, an affiliated race of the Dragon clan, would certainly meet a tragic end if caught by the Qilin clan at Buzhou Mountain. He might even end up in the most miserable death state as a congenital holy being. Let alone him, even a dragon from the Deluo Golden Immortal level would probably not dare to wander around Buzhou Mountain. To be on the safe side, let's go to Kunlun Mountain instead. Su-Han made a decision and flew straight in one direction. This was the instinct of a congenital holy being seeking fortune and avoiding disaster with no worries of getting lost. Master, there seems to be a treasure over there. The Jin Mao mouse suddenly exclaimed. Su-Han turned his body, and in a few leaps crossed several tens of thousands of miles of swamp. After a brief glance, magical power surged forth, transforming into a large hand. He casually plucked a postnatal spiritual root and sent it into the Hongmeng small world. At the same time, he directly exchanged the dozen or so exotic fruits growing on the spiritual root. Enhancement points 7,000. Subsequently, Su-Han's body transformed into an afterimage and set off once again, racing across the primordial land. As he passed through an alligator clan territory, Su-Han floated by like a wisp of breeze, not being detected by any living beings. Although he was very confident in his strength, he didn't want to fly too ostentatiously. Instead, he always shrouded himself with a concealment array hiding his aura. Only by being sufficiently cautious can one live long. Ahead, it seems to be getting a bit close to the territory of the Mountain Ape clan. Su-Han squinted his eyes, observing for a while, and directly changed his route, saying, let's avoid this area. When encountering such strong clans, he aimed to minimize the chances of meeting them. The Mountain Ape clan was indeed much stronger than the Lobster clan, regarded as a capable vassal under the Qilin clan. Thus, tens of thousands of years passed. Su-Han, accompanied by the Jin Mao mouse, continued heading towards Kunlun Mountain. With the concealment array masking his aura, he proceeded very cautiously, and the journey was quite calm. He hardly encountered any surprises. Not only that, but he also gathered quite a few opportunities. After all, having traveled such a long distance, even without deliberately searching, there were still plenty of gains. Thus, many Golden Immortal Realm powerhouses love to travel far and seek opportunities. However, the Xian Immortal Realm does not possess this ability. It is impossible to venture too far. I finally arrived. Su-Han exclaimed as he looked at the grand mountain range ahead, Kunlun Mountain Range. Before him lay a majestic and magnificent undulating mountain range overshadowing the 6 directions and 8 wastelands, resembling the vast starry sky. Su-Han flew high into the sky, straining to gaze as far as possible. However, he could only see the tip of the iceberg of the Kunlun mountain range with no end in sight. Amidst the swirling white clouds, faint strands of chaotic airflow flowed, extremely terrifying. An unbelievable mountain range. Suhan could only express his admiration. Before the Kunlun mountain range, all planets and stars were merely specks of dust, insignificant. Upon comparison, he found that Shoyang Mountain indeed only ranked third. It simply could not compare to Kunlun. This is just the mountain range group. It doesn't even count the main Kunlun vein. Taking a deep breath, Suhan descended and selected a safe spot. The primordial continent is vast. It took tens of thousands of years to arrive at full speed. Along the way, he had already accumulated quite a few enhancement points. Laws are fundamental. Suhan felt that cultivating the laws was exceptionally important. He attempted to allocate enhancement points to the Great Tao laws to enhance his comprehension progress. Fortunately, the enhancement points were quite effective, even strengthening the understanding of the laws. Water Law 1000 Water Law Comprehension 2, 1000 enhancement points increased it by 1. Suhan raised an eyebrow and directly invested 10,000 enhancement points. Water Law Comprehension 4. Suhan pondered. It seemed that the comprehension of the laws indeed became more difficult as one progressed. This was only the beginning. The required enhancement points had already shown a significant increase. In the later stages, it was simply unimaginable. However, my strength has significantly improved. Suhan tested the power of the water law. It was much greater. Then he allocated all his enhancement points to comprehend other laws. Tool Law Comprehension 4. Formation Law Comprehension 4. The Path of the Laws. Continuous enhancement of understanding the laws has made Suhan's primordial spirit feel warm, as if he were soaking in the ocean of the Great Tao. He even resonated slightly with the innate divine beings and their original source. In a daze, he seemed to glimpse the road of cultivation ahead. In the primordial era, darkness shrouded everything. The heavenly Tao had not yet emerged, and naturally, there were no methods for acquiring merit and attaining the Tao. Hong Jun had not yet preached, nor had there been the method to sever the 3 corpses for achieving the Tao. Thus, in the primordial era, there were only 2 methods for attaining the Tao. One was the method of fate used by the 3 primordial clans. The ancestral dragon, ancestral Qilin, and ancestral phoenix would wage war in the primordial realm, needing to gather the fate of the entire primordial world. By collecting the boundless fate of heaven and earth, one could achieve the Tao. Or rather, only by gathering the fate of the entire primordial world could one become a fate saint. The second method is to attain the Tao through power. Here, power does not refer to strength, but to the power of the laws. In other words, it is the method of attaining the Tao. The 3,000 great Taos each can lead to the attainment of the Huanyuan, as long as one comprehends any one of the great Tao laws to perfection. That is the cultivation of a perfected Huanyuan golden immortal. The ancestral dragon, ancestral Qilin, and Yuan Feng from the time of the great calamity of Longhan possess such cultivation. Even the demon ancestor Luo, who dared not overshadow them, only stirring up the 3 clans' war from behind. And as long as one integrates the comprehended laws into oneself, one can be promoted to Huanyuan de Luo golden immortal. Of course, while this sounds simple, the difficulty is absolutely unimaginable. Pengu, along with the 3,000 chaos demon gods, followed the method of attaining the Tao through power, the method of attaining the Tao through the laws. This method is the most difficult, but once successful, the combat power is naturally the strongest. Apart from these 2 methods, when the calamity of the Wu and Yao occurs, and the heavenly Tao emerges, Hong Jun preaches there will also be the method of attaining the Tao through merit and the method of severing the 3 corpses. The 6 saints of the primordial era were all saints of merit. The method of fate is not suitable for me, comparatively, while the method of attaining the Tao through power is the most difficult. With the enhancement system, success isn't out of reach. Suhan clenched his fists tightly, his gaze resolute and unshakable. Though this path is the most difficult, it is also the strongest. With the enhancement system, if he did not dare to pursue the path of attaining the Tao through the laws, it would be a waste of a lifetime. While pondering, Suhan continued flying towards Kunlun Mountain. After several days, he finally crossed numerous mountain ranges and arrived at the true Kunlun Mountain. He witnessed the grandeur and beauty of Kunlun Mountain up close. To be precise, it was West Kunlun Mountain. Mist and clouds scattered with colors, the sun and moon flickered, thousands of ancient cypress trees, myriad bamboo groves, rare flowers are adorned like brocades, and fragrant herbs grow abundantly. The ancient cypress trees, drenched in rain, painted the mountains a lush green. The myriad bamboo groves, shrouded in mist, created a deep azure path. Truly beautiful. This must be West Kunlun's Suhan side. Kunlun Mountain is divided into East Kunlun and West Kunlun, and the one he first visited was West Kunlun. He eagerly stepped onto the slopes of West Kunlun. The vast and boundless aura nourished Suhan's soul, elevating his spirit. He strolled through, occasionally spotting some living beings. Unlike the vast world outside, here exuded an air of peace. One could hear the cries of celestial cranes, and see the auspicious phoenixes soaring. When the celestial cranes called out, their voices echoed far into the skies, where the auspicious phoenixes soared, their feathers shone with the light of colorful clouds. White deer and mysterious apes appeared, and vanished blue lions and white elephants roamed freely. Observing this spiritual land, it was indeed superior to paradise. Master, I sense an opportunity again. The Jinmao mouse said seriously. It seems to be an innate restriction. Suhan's mind jolted, no longer focusing on the grandeur of Kunlun Mountain. Following the guidance of the Jinmao mouse, he quickly arrived before an innate restriction. So complex it's even harder than that place in Shoyang Mountain. Suhan glanced at the intricate and endless restrictions, feeling a surge of excitement. Now he had mastered 4 of the Tao of formations. The Tao of formations not only allows for the arrangement of powerful formations, but also provides great advantages in breaking innate restrictions. With the assistance of the fragments of the creation jade plate, Suhan quickly broke the restriction before him and stepped into the interior of the restriction. As soon as he entered, Suhan was startled. The scene before him was indeed astonishing. As far as the eye could see, a vibrant array of flowers bloomed, jade trees blossomed, with celestial petals. Warm jade emitted soft clouds, and everywhere were immortal flowers and extraordinary herbs. The treasures of heaven and earth, extraordinary beyond compare, resembled a dreamlike sacred land. Wow, this is the first time I've seen the legendary celestial soil and blessed land. Suhan marveled in awe, unable to help but exclaimed that it truly deserved to be Kunlun Mountain. Compared to other desolate restrictions, this place could fully be called a celestial realm. Of course, after taking a general tour, Suhan found that the spiritual roots of heaven and earth here were also scarce, which was similar to other places. Only the surface environment was much more beautiful than other areas. Those immortal flowers and divine herbs for the most part were ordinary spiritual items that could only serve a decorative purpose. This is already quite good. Suhan did not mind and headed straight towards the depths of the restriction. There he saw a divine spring. The spring water shimmered with gold, silver, and purple hues, flowing with brilliance, crystal clear, as if it were formed from the transformation of starlight. A sacred and pure aura of creation surged forth, occasionally rising into mist, causing Suhan to shudder. Faintly, he sensed an unparalleled power of life and creation nourishing his body. That is, Suhan hadn't had time to ponder what this divine spring was, when he was drawn to a mass of spiritual light above the divine spring. With Suhan's keen eyes, he could instantly tell that this was the power of the original source. It is the original source of the innate divine being. Suhan, being a mid-level innate divine being, was very sensitive to the original source of innate divine beings. Clearly, this restriction was nurturing some innate divine being. Is this the power of ultimate Een? Suhan was taken aback. In his perception, this was indeed a mass of ultimate Een original source. In the primordial realm, there were some easily identifiable laws of the great Tao, at least those in the golden immortal realm could easily discern. In the primordial realm, the original sources of Yin and Yang are divided into 6 types. The sun ultimate Yang and lesser Yang. The moon ultimate Yin and lesser Yin. Among them, the sun corresponds to Dijun and Dong Huang, while the moon corresponds to Shi He and Chang Shi. Ultimate Yang belongs to Dong Wang Gong, ultimate Yin to Shi Wang Mu. Lesser Yang corresponds to Fu Shi and lesser Yin to Nu Hua. The ultimate Een original source is also the innate divine being of West Kunlun. Suhan stroked his chin, contemplatively gazing at the ultimate Een original source with a bold guess emerging in his heart. If he was not mistaken, the ultimate Een original source floating before him should be the West Wang Mu, who had not yet taken form. The Queen Mother of the West, the foremost female immortal. Suhan never expected to encounter an untransformed primordial deity. The Queen Mother of the West is a renowned figure, conferred as the foremost female immortal during Hong Jun's teachings, on par with the Eastern Prince. Moreover, compared to the ostentatious Eastern Prince, she has been quite low-key, successfully enduring the calamities of the witch and the demon and the conferring of gods. Of course, the current Queen Mother of the West has not yet transformed, merely an essence of pure Een. Since I'm here, I naturally cannot leave empty-handed. Looking at the pure Een essence before him, Suhan was not polite and prepared to refine it. What? The Queen Mother of the West is a primordial deity of the future, a great power. What does that have to do? Moreover, with the great Tao retreating and the heavenly Tao yet to emerge, the entire primordial chaos remains in a state of ignorance. Not to mention refining the Queen Mother of the West's essence right before him, even refining the 3 pure ones' essence would pose no trouble. With this in mind, Suhan prepared to refine the essence before him. But just then an instinctive warning emerged, and in the next moment the Xianhuang cloth floated above his head. A deep blue jade hairpin seemed to pierce through space, transforming into a stream of light, and crashing down fiercely. In an instant, boundless Xianhuang air was pierced through. Seeing this, Suhan coldly snorted, and summoned a purple lightning hammer, clashing fiercely, with the jade hairpin producing a series of metallic clanging sounds. The next moment both treasures were sent flying, the jade hairpin, encircling the pure Een essence. Not only that, but a mirror-like treasure descended radiating infinite divine light, seemingly a defensive treasure warping time and space, enveloping the pure Een essence within. In the next instant, to Suhan's astonishment, the pure Een essence representing the Queen Mother of the West vanished right before his eyes. Is this? Fleeing. Looking at the vanishing pure Een essence, a hint of regret surfaced in Suhan's heart. Evidently, those two treasures were the accompanying treasures of the Queen Mother. Especially that mirror. At the very least, it was of high-grade primordial treasure level, possessing formidable abilities to warp time and space. Although the Queen Mother of the West had not yet transformed, these two treasures autonomously protected their master and directly fled with her. Such a pity, Suhan muttered, but his expression remained calm. The essence of a primordial deity is not easily refined. With this in mind, he looked towards the spiritual spring ahead and instantly recognized that the intertwining gold, silver, and purple spring water was something remarkable. 3 Light Divine Water. The 3 Light Divine Water is well known, being a top-tier divine water of the primordial realm. It consists of golden sunlight divine water, silver moonlight divine water, and purple starlight divine water. Any one of these divine waters is considered a deadly poison. Sunlight divine water erodes blood, essence, and flesh. Moonlight divine water corrupts the primordial spirit and soul. Starlight divine water devours true spiritual awareness. However, once the 3, sun, moon, and star divine waters are combined into one, they become the ultimate healing holy medicine, capable of neutralizing all poisons, countering all so-called incurable toxins. Moreover, it can heal all wounds and ailments. It can even revive the dead, restoring them to flesh and bone. Not bad. Suhan was in a good mood. Although the Queen Mother of the West had fled, the value of this pool of 3 light divine water was also extremely rare. In this wild era, treasures for healing are exceedingly scarce. Although his shell armor possesses incredible defensive abilities, and he has the Xianhuan cloth for protection, he cannot claim to be entirely safe. Once seriously injured or poisoned, it would be a great trouble. Not only that, but the 3 light divine water, being a top-tier divine water, is also highly beneficial for the growth of spiritual roots and the evolution of the world. Take it all. Suhan's magical power surged joyfully, collecting the entire pool of 3 light divine water into his small world. Are there more treasures? After collecting all the 3 light divine water, Suhan looked towards the bottom of the pond, his expression suddenly startled. A pile of golden yellow soil lay there, emitting a faint yellow spiritual light. 9 Heavens soil. Suhan was astonished, not expecting such a bountiful harvest this time. The 9 Heavens soil is reputed as the ancestral source of earth, the most supreme divine soil. Its status rivals that of the 3 light divine water. With this pile of 9 Heavens soil, one can continuously produce a large amount of spiritual soil, incredibly miraculous. A single grain of soil carries the weight of mountains and rivers, swelling with the wind, transforming endlessly with boundless applications. It can even be directly used as a defensive treasure to resist external attacks. Similarly, like the 3 light divine water as a top-tier divine soil, the 9 Heavens soil greatly aids in the growth of spiritual roots. Moreover, it can even promote the evolution of the world. Mine. All mine. Suhan collected all the 9 Heavens soil. The Queen Mother of the West fled and the lunar essence flew away, so this 3 light divine water and 9 Heavens soil can be considered compensation for him. After completing all this, Suhan searched through the entire restricted space. Then, without hesitation, he stepped out of the bounds of the restriction. After Suhan left, a group of pure Een essence quietly floated in the air, reappearing at the original spot amidst the distortion of time and space. Seeing the empty, pockmarked restricted space as if gnawed by a dog, the pure Een essence emitted After obtaining the 3 light divine water and 9 Heavens soil, Suhan was in high spirits. After wandering around the western Kunlun Mountains for several hundred years, the golden-furred mouse sensed another opportunity. Golden-furred mouse, your treasure hunting ability is truly getting stronger. Suhan praised. Of course, he felt that this was also due to his own fortune. With the backing of a mid-level primordial deity, his fortune was extraordinary, far beyond the mundane. The two again arrived at a primordial restriction. Not as complex as the restriction at the Queen Mother of the West. Suhan assessed, then began to decipher it. Soon after cracking the restriction before him, Suhan stepped inside. Compared to the Queen Mother of the West restriction, this place appeared particularly desolate. There were but a few postnatal spiritual roots growing. Suhan accepted them all, transplanting these postnatal spiritual roots into the Hongmeng world. Soon he came to a halt. Here was the core area of the restriction. Before him floated a peculiar gray essence. This gray essence gave Suhan a bad feeling, faintly exuding a sense of misfortune. After carefully sensing for a while, he discovered it was a bundle of primordial misfortune chi. Besides this, next to the misfortune chi, there was a blue treasure orb circling around it, within which faintly could be heard the sound of wind howling, truly extraordinary. Du Xinren's renown was muted within Fengshen, yet mention his disciple Li Jing, and his fame becomes. He was no recluse. Du kept wide friendships, and hedged his bets in Fengshen. He counted Shi Jianyang of Jiejiao, and the great Lingbao de Fashi of Chanjiao among his acquaintances. When Chanjiao grew dominant, he unhesitatingly lent the Dingfeng Zhu to Chanjiao's disciples, helping shatter one of the 10 absolute arrays, the Fengho array. When the Fengshen events concluded, he entered the Western teachings and later became Lingji Pusa in the calamity of the journey to the West. One must admit Du Xinren was the very model of quietly prospering. Though his name seldom blazed, his choices were invariably sound. In the end, he survived the Great Tribulation and attained utter freedom. A soft hum filled the air. With a single sweep of his hand, Su Han seized the verdant orb. Instantly a torrent of information flooded his mind, and his spirit shivered. As he suspected, the orb was the famous Dingfeng Zhu, and to his surprise it proved to be a Honghuang. In Honghuang, every anomalous treasure bears a unique function, some even rival Xiantian's supreme treasures in potency. The god-slaying spear that the future demon ancestor Luo Ho would wield was born of the Hundun Qinglian root, fused with chaotic, killing, and turbid qi into an extraordinary Honghuang artifact. Its slaughtering might equaled that of a Xiantian supreme treasure, and could even wound a Han Yuan saint. There were other famed items in Fengshan as well, such as the Luo Bao Jinqian, which could even down the peerless Xiantian spirit treasure Dinghai Shinju. The Dingfeng Zhu's function was simple: it could still all winds of Honghuang. In battle it proved especially effective against foes who mastered wind-manipulating divine arts. Not bad. Su Han pocketed the Dingfeng Zhu, then turned his gaze to the swirl of Du Jiqi before him. He had long studied the art of artifact refinement. As he inspected the Du Jiqi, his eyes narrowed with a different light. What was lost at dawn might yet be gained at dusk. Though he had failed to obtain Shi Wangma's supreme source, this Du Jiqi looked promising. If used in refinement, it might yield an unexpected boon. From the standpoint of refining principles, Su Han rapidly deduced what a treasure forged from Du Jiqi would become a special implement that could bring misfortune and ill luck to an enemy. Like a broom star that sweeps misfortune, its utility would be singular and invaluable. He stepped forward, spiritual power welled up, and enshrouded the Du Jiqi. Moments later he sat cross-legged. A faint grand canonical talisman bloomed at his brow, and his mind conjured countless implements. With a thought, a long blade materialized, the Hodian spirit treasure he had once forged by hand. He would not waste a Xiantian treasure merely as a crucible. Xiantian, born of heaven itself, contains undying primordial light. Once refined into an artifact, it becomes Hotian, and its rank inevitably falls. Take the Jinshi Dapeng Niao. It refined its paired Xiantian Yinyang source into 2 Hotian vessels, the Yinyang Qi vials, destroying its own root. Had it instead assimilated that Xiantian origin into itself, its future achievement would have rivaled its brother Kongxian. Su Han seated himself and poured the Du Jiqi into the long blade. Refining talismans gleamed in his hands, driving the 2 essences toward the most perfect union possible. This blade was a Hotian lower-grade spirit treasure, its offensive power unremarkable, and its attacks weak. Su Han did not mind. The weapon served merely as a vessel for the Du Jiqi. The void hummed as the blade assimilated the Du Jiqi, growing translucent and trembling with a subtle vibration. A black sheen suffused it, an aura of misfortune clinging to its edge. Fresh arcane seals crystallized within the treasure's core, replacing the crude Hotian restrictions it once bore. The weapon's function shifted at root. A rush of information poured into Su Han's mind, and his spirit jolted. This had become another Honghuang anomalous treasure. After fusion, the long blade had indeed turned into a Honghuang artifact. Its property was simple: it did not strike with overwhelming force, but it could sever a person's qi yun, slash away their fortune. In the Honghuang world, qi yun is everything. A wound from the fortune-slashing blade could drastically reduce one's luck for a time, inviting successive misfortunes. It might even call forth a deathly tribulation. If it can cut a man's fortune, ill call it Zhanyun Dao. Su Han smiled, gripping the blade in his hand. Zhanyun Dao gave off a faint black glow and showed no keen edge. Its body resembled jade more than outwardly. It was a humiliation among blade-class divine arms. An immortal might sneer. Yet were its true function revealed, many a powerful figure would grow wary. I already have 2 of these unreasonable Honghuang artifacts. Su Han stroked Zhanyun Dao with delight. Though this blade lacks rank, its vessel remains identical to the original long blade. On display, the Zhanyun Dao still read as a Hotian lower-grade spirit treasure, but its core was utterly changed. Anyone who dismissed it as a feeble junk armament would soon taste harsh regret. Clearly this was an anomalous treasure suited to a crafty schemer, an idea that further stirred Su Han's excitement. However, the Zhanyun Dao only reduced a foe's fortune for a short time, and its full effect remained uncertain. After a moment's thought, he poured tens of thousands of enhancement points into it without hesitation. He bolstered the blade repeatedly. With each infusion, the Zhanyun Daos ability indeed sharpened. The enhancement points did not increase raw killing power, but deepened the degree to which it could strip a foe's fortune. Su-Han stared in sudden wonder at the change. He realized with joy that a single slash could shave away an enemy's Qi Yuan and briefly channel that diminished fortune to himself, greatly amplifying his own luck. It reduced the adversary's fortune while temporarily augmenting his own. With continual strengthening in the days to come, that bolstering period would grow ever longer. It might even one day become permanent. How much fortune could I gather then? Su-Han's heart trembled at the thought. He reverently sealed Zhanyun Dao into his Zifu, then departed the site of the Xiantian seals. After a circuit of Shikunlun Mountain, he acquired several spirit roots and other celestial treasures. I've plundered Shikunlun enough, a time to move on to Dongkunlun. Su-Han did not linger in one place. Such stubbornness would waste time. If an artifact bore no affinity with him, there was no use forcing it. He set out with the brocade-furred rat for Dongkunlun. Decades later, at East Kunlun, Su-Han once more broke a Xiantian seal and uncovered treasure. He stood before a single plantain tree, his eyes fixed and unblinking. This was a Xiantian plantain tree, the first Xiantian spirit root he had obtained. For vast leaves unfurled from its crown. The leaves bore innate wondrous patterns that told of earth, water, fire, and wind. Feeling that extraordinary Tao resonance, Su-Han's heart swelled with emotion. In the primordial chaos, this innate banana tree is quite extraordinary. Similar to the innate gourd vine, the 4 banana leaves that grow upon it are actually 4 spiritual treasures. They correspond to earth, water, fire, and wind. The Grand Pure One obtained a fan, the Sun Banana Fan, capable of fanning various divine fires, such as the supreme divine fires of 6 Ding and 6 Jia, and the true fire of the sun. This can assist him in alchemy. The Lord of the Nether River acquired a fan, the Lunar Banana Fan, capable of summoning the terrifying Yin Wind. Ultimately, it fell into the hands of the 9th princess of the Shura clan, the Rakshasi, namely the Princess Iron Fan. The Yin Wind it summoned was so powerful that even Sun Wukong could not withstand it, illustrating its ferocity. There are also the Earth Banana Fan and the Water Banana Fan. After a slight sense, Su-Han could detect the hidden earth malevolence and the deep-seated 9 nether water within. In short, each banana fan possesses terrifying power, all of which are of the upper grade innate spiritual treasure level. Each banana fan is an upper grade innate spiritual treasure. If they are combined, the convergence of earth, water, fire, and wind would likely reach the level of a supreme innate spiritual treasure. Su-Han's eyes burned with fervor. This was undoubtedly his strongest trump card. A supreme innate spiritual treasure. Any one of them could shake the primordial chaos. After all, beyond this, there are only innate divine treasures. Even the current 3 ancestors, and even the future Western 2 saints, do not possess a single innate divine treasure. After all, beyond this, there are only innate divine treasures. Even the current 3 ancestors, and even the future Western 2 saints, do not. As for waiting for them to mature naturally, who knows how many billions of years that would take. By that time, the yellow flowers would have wilted. With the thought, Su-Han first transplanted this innate banana tree into his small world. Then the power of the world surged, and a large amount of 3 lights divine water and 9 heavens soil appeared beside the banana tree. The golden 9 heavens soil fell, releasing an incredibly deep resonance of the earth Tao. The aura of the earth ancestor caused the innate banana tree to tremble, continuously radiating brilliant streams of light. Meanwhile, the 3 lights divine water poured down, swirling with boundless life force and transformative power. The innate banana tree rapidly absorbed vast amounts of transformative power, solidifying the source of its spiritual root in an instant, and even began to grow. The source of the spiritual root directly connected with the source of the small world. Watered with 3 lights divine water, and nurtured with 9 heavens soil, even an innate spiritual root seldom receives such fortune. When the source of the innate banana tree established a connection with the source of the small world, the vast innate source instantly drove the world's source to begin a surge. The source of an innate spiritual root is enormous, not to mention this supreme innate spiritual root. Especially the innate Tao rhythm, which transcends the small world. Boom. Surrounding the small world, boundless void energy roiled incessantly. In the next moment, new lands rapidly emerged, and the sky expanded outwards. 8,000 miles. 50,000 miles. 400,000 miles. 3 million miles. 7 million miles. Ultimately, the diameter of the land settled at around 10 million miles. The level of the Hongmeng small world first advanced to the middle world, then broke through to the great world. The current great world is vastly stronger than the small world's source, and subtly carries a hint of innate Tao rhythm. Moreover, the sky is higher, and the earth is thicker. Looking at this vast great world, Su-Han's heart surged. This is only the beginning, and in the future the world he opens up will definitely ascend to unimaginable levels. Once the world evolution concluded, Suhan's gaze shifted to the banana tree, contemplating the 4 increasingly animated banana fans. Although aided by the 3 lights, divine water, and 9 heaven soil, it can only hasten the maturity of the banana fans. It cannot be achieved in one go like directly refining a spiritual treasure. Must I just watch and not use them? Suhan felt somewhat unwilling. With the calamity approaching, possessing a powerful spiritual treasure would greatly enhance his combat power, which is unimaginable. It would be enough to significantly boost his current strength. As of now, his most formidable spiritual treasure is merely the middle-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Purple Lightning Hammer. Moreover, it only has 14 innate prohibitions, far from being an upper-grade innate spiritual treasure. I wonder if enhancing points would work. Suhan thought, attempting to use enhancement points to hasten the maturity of the banana fans. Enhancement points can strengthen anything, but using them to hasten the maturity of spiritual roots is a first. Banana fan maturity 100, it works. Suhan's spirit surged as he quickly invested all his recently acquired enhancement points. After all, these are 4 innate upper-grade spiritual treasures. Combining them into a supreme spiritual treasure would never be a loss. After the enhancement points were used up, a banana fan fell from the tree. It's matured. Suhan hurriedly picked it up, finding it to be the lunar banana fan. This is the very one held by the Princess Iron Fan in the later generations. Without caring for anything else, Suhan unleashed his mana and quickly refined it. Mystical innate prohibitions naturally existed within its source and were infused with his mana. Before long, it was initially refined. Lunar Banana Fan, upper grade, innate spiritual treasure. Suhan waved the enormous banana fan in his hand. Feeling the surging power contained within, he was extremely delighted. As expected of an upper-grade treasure, its power far surpasses that of the Purple Lightning Hammer. After a brief comparison of the 2 innate treasures, he sighed. It must be noted that the Purple Lightning Hammer is a pure violent killing-type spiritual treasure, yet its attack power pales in comparison to the banana fan. This shows that even a single grade difference in the quality of spiritual treasures results in a significant disparity. In the hands of a golden immortal, it would be an absolute killing weapon. With this fan in hand, his strength surged once more. I wonder if there are any upper-grade innate spiritual treasures among my lobster ancestors. Suhan pondered. He suspected that the recently ascended lobster ancestor might not necessarily possess any upper-grade innate spiritual treasures. After all, an ordinary Tai golden immortal probably only uses lower-grade innate spiritual treasures. Even among the Dragon Phoenix and Qilin clans, upper-grade spiritual treasures are certainly rare. At least during this fierce beast calamity period, Suhan does not believe the 3 clans are very wealthy. What a pity, for now I can only use this banana fan. He cast a regretful glance at the innate banana tree in his internal world. The recently used enhancement points had only hastened the maturity of a single banana fan. However, for his current level, a single banana fan is more than sufficient. Having such a great harvest upon arriving at the Eastern Kunlun, let's continue exploring. Suhan stored the lunar banana fan and left the prohibition. He continued exploring Eastern Kunlun. Hundreds of years passed swiftly. Strolling through the magnificent Eastern Kunlun mountains, Suhan and the golden-furred rat occasionally discovered some heavenly materials and earthly treasures. He noticed that compared to the Western Kunlun, the Eastern Kunlun was obviously more abundant. The primordial heavens and earth are vast and boundless, and time also flies swiftly. As time passed, he could sense that the heavens and earth were no longer so barren. All things were thriving, with endless vitality lurking beneath the surface, about to burst forth. Perhaps it is only during the Dragon Han Great Calamity that the vitality of the primordial heavens and earth will truly flourish. Suhan checked his own harvest, and had already collected quite a few spiritual roots. He transplanted all these postnatal spiritual roots into the Hongmeng internal world, making the source of the Great World even stronger, and the land gradually expanded, allowing it to continuously transform towards the direction of the small thousand worlds. Meanwhile, with the enhancement of the world's source, along with the assistance of 9 heaven soil and 3 lights divine water, the speed of spiritual roots growing to maturity has also increased significantly. Every world has its own distinctive features. The direction of the Hongmeng world I am evolving is related to the speed of spiritual root growth. Suhan contemplated. Some worlds are entirely water while others are entirely fire. The world he will open up in the future will evolve towards a direction similar to blessed lands or worlds of grass and tree spirits. In this way, the faster the spiritual roots grow to maturity, the quicker he can harvest and obtain enhancement points, and both aspects complement each other, providing him with considerable benefits. Just as Suhan was comprehending the Tao of the internal world, the golden-furred rat suddenly felt a sense. Moreover, unlike the feeling of encountering ordinary treasures, it was evidently a great opportunity. Following the golden-furred rat's guidance, Suhan excitedly arrived at a prohibition. As soon as the prohibition appeared, it radiated layers of auspicious light. Suhan was somewhat moved. He saw that this prohibition was particularly complex, arguably the most intricate he had ever encountered. Furthermore, above the innate prohibition, mist swirled with grayish air currents permeating. It resembled chaotic energy carrying the aura of the beginning of heaven and earth, extremely terrifying and extraordinary. Within the prohibition, it seemed as if there were countless layers of time and space hidden within. This innate prohibition is not only particularly intricate, but it also seems to possess some kind of countermeasure with dangerous methods. Suhan took a deep breath, gazing at the prohibition before him with gravity. His spiritual sense actually detected a hint of dangerous aura. A mere inanimate object can make him feel danger. Better be cautious. These innate prohibitions seem to be becoming more and more perfected. Suhan sat cross-legged before the prohibition. The power of his primordial spirit circulated, and a divine light burst forth from his eyes, imbued with the mysteries of the formation path. Even if it posed some danger, he could not simply leave. Instead, he felt even more excited. Danger often accompanies opportunity. Such a terrifying innate prohibition, even more extraordinary than that which nurtured the Western Queen Mother, naturally made Suhan feel anticipation. His mastery of the formation Tao was not achieved without effort. Whoosh, a fragment of the creation jade plate hovered above his head, cascading pure light, and falling infinite Tao rhythm divine light, creating a sacred place for him to comprehend the Tao. Even though the prohibition was extremely complex, he grasped it bit by bit with great difficulty. Countless years later, Suhan's expression jolted, and in an instant he cast a spell. What kind of divine being could be nurtured within such a complex restriction? Suhan was filled with anticipation as he stepped into the restriction. After a long period of time, he finally managed to break through it. If he hadn't understood the profound principles of formations, and lacked the assistance of fragments of the creation jade dish, it would have been impossible to break it. Goodness! Suhan was somewhat astonished as he stepped into the restriction. At first glance, the place was filled with celestial flowers and divine grasses, with rich spiritual energy coalescing into springs of spiritual water. Even the innate spiritual energy wafting in the air was infused with a chaotic aura reminiscent of the primordial opening of the heavens. It could be described as the most sacred and divine land of immortals. Just a few steps would lead him to a rare spiritual root treasure enough to make even celestial beings envious. Of course, it wouldn't be of much use to cultivators of higher realms. But one must realize these were merely flowers and grasses growing by the roadside. Suhan could discern that in the future, when the world became even more prosperous, this restriction would likely become a truly astonishing sacred ground. He continued deeper into the restriction. Countless postnatal spiritual roots and heaps of precious spiritual materials appeared before Suhan's eyes. All of this is mine. Without hesitation, whenever he spotted a treasure or spiritual root, Suhan would directly collect it into his Hongmeng inner world. From time to time, he could even see a precious innate spiritual root. Even if they were only of the lowest grade, they were still immensely valuable, truly treasures of the clan. Suhan only possessed one innate spiritual root, the innate banana tree. Qingling flower, Xianyang pine 100 sections fruit, tree, immortal ginseng. Tianxiang stone taishu divine, iron bright, immortal gold. Many postnatal spiritual roots mixed with several innate spiritual roots quietly grew here. The spiritual soil on the ground was also the legendary Shirong. Although it couldn't compare to the Nine Heavens Shirong, it was still quite precious and a rare sight. Take them all away. Suhan's magical power surged, transforming into a torrent. Wherever it passed, whether it was spiritual roots, flowers, fruits, or divine materials, he stripped them all clean. Even the Shirong on the ground was dug up without leaving a single grain. Boom. With the large number of spiritual roots, especially the few innate ones planted, the source of the Hongmeng Great World began to swell once more. The chaotic aura shattered, transforming into an even broader and more substantial land. The grade of the Great World rapidly elevated, about to soar towards a brand new level. The upgrade of the world level was not merely a difference in area, but a difference in essence. Suhan watched as his personal world rapidly evolved, momentarily choosing to ignore it. He let it transform, while he eagerly flew towards the core area of the restriction. At this moment he halted and looked ahead. Their boundless Xianhuang primordial qi descended, circulating with infinite protective power. The source of the Xianhuang primordial qi was a small tower with a dark yellow hue. The small tower had 14 layers in harmony with the number of the heavenly path, as if it existed alongside heaven and earth. Below the small tower were 3 groups of pure qi positioned in the 3 talents of heaven, earth, and humanity, suspended in midair. Between the 3 groups of pure qi, gentle immortal light and Tao energy swirled. At times they converged, at times they separated, demonstrating the profound domain of the Tao. Tao produces 1, 1 produces 2, 2 produces 3, 3 produces all things. Just 3 groups of pure qi subtly illustrated the cycle of creation and destruction in the universe. Just a glance could evoke a sense of boundless mysteries. With Suhan's spiritual strength, he found himself momentarily entranced. After a long time he regained his senses and murmured, "The Xian Huang Linglong Tower of Heaven and Earth, the three pure ones." This shocking scene and its distinct features were easy for him to guess. The three groups of pure qi represented the yet materialized three pure ones, the future saints. That Xian Huang small tower was clearly the legendary postnatal treasure of merit, the Xian Huang Linglong Treasure Tower. Although strictly speaking there were some differences from innate treasures, its efficacy was by no means inferior. This treasure's defensive power was formidable, deserving the title of heaven-defying. Once summoned standing above his head, it was invincible. Taiching Laozu, relying on the Taiji diagram, and the Xian Huang Linglong Tower was undoubtedly the foremost among the six saints. As for why it had such heaven-defying defensive power, one only needed to look at the origin of the Xian Huang Linglong Tower. This treasure was formed from the fusion of the Daos Xian Huang Qi and the merit from Pangu's creation. A treasure. This is a legacy left by the great god Pangu. Suhan's eyes turned red with envy. If he possessed the Xian Huang Linglong Tower, even a Deluo golden immortal would be unable to do anything to him. At this moment in the primordial world, he could practically walk through with ease. This is the true protagonist of destiny, truly favored by heaven and earth. After a long time, Suhan finally regained his usual calmness and sighed. The three pure ones hadn't even materialized yet, and they already had the Xian Huang Linglong Tower protecting them. The future held vast prospects. They were the true, destined saints. Even if Hongjun became the Dao ancestor, he would still bestow the position of saint to the three of them. This was because the background of the three pure ones was simply too special, the pinnacle of heaven and earth. The essence of the great god Pangu. With Suhan's current background, he was still far from being comparable to the three pure ones. In the face of the origin of the three pure ones, he clearly felt the gap. Even if I have enhancement points and theoretically can keep enhancing, I don't know when I will possess an innate treasure. Suhan deeply gazed at the Xian Huang Linglong Treasure Tower and the three groups of pure qi. He then turned to leave. Although he was very envious with a treasure protecting them, he couldn't do anything to the three pure ones. As for breaking through the defense of the postnatal merit treasure, the Xian Huang Linglong Tower, that was an even more foolish dream. Even if a Deluo golden immortal came, they would likely just stare blankly. However, I can't miss any of the opportunities in this restriction. Suhan thoroughly searched the entire restriction once again. All the celestial flowers, extraordinary grasses, spiritual roots, and even underground veins were completely swept clean by him. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to the thousands of years he spent cracking the restriction. It was only after this restricted space became completely barren that Suhan stopped. Subsequently, he exchanged a total of 200,000 enhancement points, experiencing a wave of sudden wealth. Moreover, with the transplantation of the innate spiritual roots integrating into the source of his inner world, the great world finally completed its elevation and reached the grade of a small thousand worlds. Small thousand worlds. Suhan's will hovered above the Hongmeng world, overlooking the small thousand worlds with a diameter of over 100 million miles. His mind felt as if it had undergone a cleansing. This vast and boundless world, every inch of which was under his control, was a feeling beyond words. Generally speaking, even a golden immortal who had cultivated for many years would find it hard to possess a small thousand worlds. Suhan was also fortunate, having obtained several innate spiritual roots in succession, allowing the Hongmeng world to rapidly ascend. Especially the innate banana tree, which provided the greatest help and was still guiding the slow expansion of the small thousand worlds. In a world of over 100 million miles, even a golden immortal would not find it narrow. Suhan thought to himself. Naturally, the quality of the small thousand worlds is vastly different from that of the primordial world. The strength of the order of heaven and earth is in a completely different league. Once these spiritual roots bear fruit, I can exchange them for another wave of enhancement points. Suhan then looked at the many spiritual roots within the Hongmeng world, a faint smile appearing on his face. These are all sources of continuous profit. Aside from these, within this restriction, Suhan also obtained some precious spiritual materials, all excellent for refining tools. To travel far along the path of tool refining, one must naturally practice diligently. The consumption of various materials is of course inevitable. Next, I'll continue to enhance myself and strengthen my foundation, Suhan mused. A top-grade innate spiritual treasure is sufficient for now. However, having just seen the three purities and that transcendent essence embodying profound Tao rhythms, he felt a bit stimulated. His foundation is still far from enough. If his foundation becomes stronger, heaven and earth will arrange opportunities for him. Foundation 2.0. Suhan poured all his enhancement points into his foundation in one breath. As expected, he did not advance to a higher level innate holy foundation. However, Suhan felt that his essence had clearly become stronger. His primordial spirit became clearer, and the speed of cultivation and comprehension increased once again. Sooner or later I will advance to a high level, or even a top-level innate holy foundation. Suhan thought to himself, feeling quite certain. After this round of enhancement, he sensed a greater closeness to. Of course, there were also improvements in his physical body and magical power. However, at the Golden Immortal realm, it is already very difficult for battle power to increase dramatically. Understanding the laws is the most important, followed by divine abilities. As one advances in cultivation, the gaps become larger, far beyond mere multiples of strength. Suhan's divine power and abilities can now amplify strength by several hundred times. However, the increase in battle power is still no match for star-level abilities, let alone the laws of water. It's time to leave. Suhan stepped out of the restriction and strolled briefly around the eastern Kunlun Mountains. After finding that the efficiency was very low and it was difficult to find opportunities, he left Kunlun Mountain with the golden-furred rat and continued his journey across the primordial continent. With no particular goal, Suhan wandered aimlessly. He witnessed various different sights between heaven and earth, gradually increasing his comprehension, turning it into his own foundation. After all laws leave traces in the world. One day, while Suhan was traversing a vast marsh, he suddenly stopped. He turned his head and saw a beam of spiritual light shooting into the sky, radiating boundless golden energy. An innate spiritual treasure has emerged. Suhan had several innate spiritual treasures, so he could naturally identify it at a glance. However, it was the first time he encountered such a commotion from an emerging innate spiritual treasure. This innate spiritual light shot straight into the sky. A massive influx of heavenly spiritual energy surged in to showcase its splendor. Beings within a radius of millions of miles were drawn to it. The spiritual treasure has appeared. This vast marsh spanned billions of miles and was home to many creatures. Among them were two powerful races, the Thunderbolt clan and the Winged Serpent clan. The commotion from the emergence of the spiritual treasure naturally alarmed them. Nearby, a winged serpent of the Xian immortal realm was startled. After a moment of shock, it revealed a look of wild joy. Such a grand scene of a spiritual treasure was something it had never seen in its lifetime. If the Winged Serpent clan could obtain it, they would surely be able to annihilate the Thunderbolt clan. It flapped its wings and quickly flew toward the emerging spiritual treasure. In the distance, Suhan narrowed his eyes. Although the winged serpent of the Xian immortal realm was not slow and was very close to the innate spiritual treasure, he could easily kill it with a lift of his hand. An innate spiritual treasure is not something a mere Xian immortal can touch. Suhan muttered, seemingly forgetting that he had obtained an innate spiritual treasure even as a true immortal. Just as he raised his hand, his movement suddenly halted. A violent, blazing white lightning surged from the distance, instantly striking the winged serpent. Boom! Without even a scream, the winged serpent of the Xian immortal realm exploded into a cloud of blood mist. A golden immortal. Suhan's pupils constricted. He did not expect that there was indeed a golden immortal stronghold in this marsh. Most importantly, their strength seemed exceptionally formidable. Killing a Xian immortal with a casual strike is nothing remarkable, but he keenly sensed. Within that lightning there seemed to be fluctuations of the laws. Moo! A thunderous bellow echoed through the billions of miles of marsh, more resounding than the commotion of the spiritual treasure's emergence. A massive barbaric bull, like an ancient giant mountain, stomped through the void. It had a single horn on its head, its body wrapped in thunder, wantonly exuding the might of a golden immortal. Countless creatures in the marsh trembled under its power. It was one of the overlords of the marsh, a golden immortal of the Thunderbolt clan. At this moment, several sharp wind blades suddenly sliced through the void, targeting the golden immortal Thunderbolt. Bang! The Thunderbolt roared in anger, unleashing a burst of lightning that scattered the numerous wind blades. But it also halted its steps, gazing at another massive creature in the distance. That was a giant serpent stretching thousands of miles with wings on both sides, its aura not in the slightest inferior to that of the golden immortal Thunderbolt. It was the other overlord of the marsh, the golden immortal of the Winged Serpent clan. That was a giant serpent stretching thousands of miles with wings on both sides, its aura not in the slightest inferior to that of the golden immortal Thunderbolt. It was the other overlord of the marsh. The innate spiritual treasure must be in his grasp. Oomph! The golden immortal Thunderbolt dismissed him, merely casting a bolt of lightning toward the winged serpent. It similarly quickened its pace, preparing to seize the innate spiritual treasure. Whoever acquires the innate spiritual treasure would be able to dominate the other. The fate of both clans would undergo tremendous changes. Trouble. Suhan had already quietly approached the spiritual treasure, frowning as he observed the two approaching golden immortals. Through his sharp perception, he basically confirmed that both golden immortals were powerful beings who had mastered the power of the laws. He understood very well just how formidable the laws were. The Chilean copper serpent he had previously killed was only troublesome in terms of physical strength. Without mastering the power of the laws, they were far from the strength of these two golden immortals. Why don't they just have a fight and settle it? Suhan felt somewhat helpless. Although the winged serpent and Thunderbolt were attacking each other, it was clear they both wanted to claim the spiritual treasure first. They were swiftly moving toward this side. Coincidentally, Su-Han was thinking the same. While he felt no fear of these two golden immortals, and even wanted to test his strength against them, the innate spiritual treasure was more important. No, I must hurry to take the spiritual treasure. I hope to escape from them smoothly. In a flash of thought, Su-Han decisively made his decision. He had already occupied the upper hand with the array that concealed his aura. Naturally, he aimed to seize the spiritual treasure unexpectedly. With magical power surging out, he directly wrapped the innate spiritual treasure radiating brilliant spiritual light and sent it into the Hongmeng world. Then Su-Han immediately flew out of the marsh. Little thief, you dare. Seeing the brilliant light vanish in an instant, the golden immortals of the Winged Serpent clan and Thunderbolt clan were momentarily stunned. Then their eyes blazed with fury as they both roared in anger, quickly chasing after Su-Han. I wonder what kind of spiritual treasure it is. Su-Han transformed into a beam of flowing light, flying toward the outside world. Glancing at the spiritual treasure within the Hongmeng world, he saw its radiant spiritual light gradually fading. What seemed like a long conversation was merely the blink of an eye. The true form of the innate spiritual treasure had yet to reveal itself. With such a significant commotion at its emergence, Su-Han felt a sense of anticipation. Perhaps its grade was not low. He temporarily shifted his attention away from the Hongmeng world, sweeping his divine sense backward, and his eyelids twitched. What the hell so fast? The two golden immortals were clearly much quicker than him, rapidly closing the distance between them. Su-Han once again felt the embarrassment of insufficient speed. Crack! A blazing white divine thunder ruthlessly tore apart all obstacles. Like a spear, it shot straight towards Su-Han. With the two golden immortals locking onto him tightly, Su-Han's concealment array lost its effectiveness. This strike made him faintly sense a threat of danger. If the Tiger Clan's golden immortal leader were present, even they might not withstand this killing blow. This Thunderbolt has mastered the laws of thunder in the midstage of golden immortal. Su-Han calmly analyzed, knowing a battle was inevitable today. The other winged serpent has also mastered the laws at the midstage of golden immortal. Although comprehending laws was immensely challenging, it made Su-Han feel incredibly strained. But one must understand that time is the most worthless thing in the Primordial era. Many aged golden immortal monsters, having cultivated for countless epochs, can always tread the path of laws. This also led to a significant disparity in strength after becoming a golden immortal. Since there's no way to leave easily, let's fight. Su-Han's eyes sparkled with a sharp celestial light, his fighting spirit ablaze, his momentum fully unleashed. The laws of water were fully mobilized and a phantom of a river faintly surrounded him. He suddenly turned around, enveloped in the surging power of the river. He caught the blazing white divine thunder spear with his bare hands. Boom! The violent divine thunder carrying immense impact sent Su-Han flying. However, this bolt of lightning was enveloped by a stream of water, its destructive power capable of obliterating mountains and seas firmly restrained within. Though its attack power is fierce, it still cannot harm me. Su-Han unleashed his divine power, exponentially amplifying his strength, halting his retreat midair. He gripped the divine thunder spear, which resembled a volcanic eruption, every muscle in his body tense. As the laws of water flowed, he adjusted the spearhead. In the next moment, he hurled it fiercely at the Thunderbolt clan's golden immortal. Based on his enhanced physical strength and magical power, and through the integration of the laws of water, he imparted immense force to the divine thunder spear, launching it at the Thunderbolt. This guy has also mastered the laws of a golden immortal. The Thunderbolt was startled. Initially thinking Su-Han was a weakling for stealthily taking the spiritual treasure, he was taken aback. Unexpectedly, he misjudged. However, he could never give up the innate spiritual treasure. With a fierce gaze, the horn atop his head glowed, releasing a bolt of white lightning. Boom! A violent roar erupted between the two bolts of lightning. It was as if the stars exploded, enveloping a radius of 10,000 miles and thunder annihilating everything. Meanwhile, Su-Han had just thrown the divine thunder spear. A gust of fierce wind suddenly rushed at him from the side. The winged serpent appeared beside Su-Han, opening its massive jaws. Within that mouth, a tremendous whirlwind was brewing. In the next moment, it would erupt, leaving Su-Han surrounded by countless blades of wind. Such speed! Su-Han's heart tightened. This winged serpent's golden immortal was even faster than the Thunderbolt, arriving in the blink of an eye. The laws of wind, huh? In an instant, Su-Han gazed at the winged serpent, his pitch-black eyes profoundly deep, akin to two black holes, radiating an irresistible allure. Soul capture. Su-Han activated the long-unused divine ability, immobilizing the winged serpent's divine soul. The winged serpent, struck by the alien power to its divine soul, halted, its magical power compelled to stop its offensive. The whirlwind in its mouth also got stuck in its throat, gradually dissipating. Su-Han turned his body, stepping in the void, suddenly appearing beneath the winged serpent's head. My lobster claw, I haven't used it in ages. Streams of water coalesced around Su-Han's fist, forming the shape of a lobster claw, gleaming with terrifying sharpness. He had utilized magical power to manipulate the laws of water, manifesting his own lobster claw model. It bore no difference from his real body. The water giant claw was adorned with intricate and profound patterns resembling an exquisitely refined spiritual treasure. Then with an uppercut it struck the winged serpent's chin. Damn it! The winged serpent was enraged, instantly regaining its senses. It had been caught off guard by the rare divine ability targeting the soul. But after all, it was a golden immortal who had mastered the laws. The moment Su-Han attacked, it snapped back to awareness. Its magical power surged, desperately activating the laws of wind. The massive serpent body transformed into a whirlwind, escaping. A stream of foul-smelling blood rained down, falling into the great marsh. Although the winged serpent fled quickly, it was still wounded. The laws of wind, truly swift. Su-Han looked at the blood on his lobster claw, smirking as he dissipated the water giant claw. Though the giant claw remained sharp, it ultimately fell short, unable to inflict greater damage. The previous sneak attack had merely caused light injuries to the winged serpent. Afterwards, Su-Han stood proudly in the void, facing the furious winged serpent and Thunderbolt. After the brief skirmish, he was confident he was not weaker than them. Of course, without relying on spiritual treasures, it would indeed be somewhat troublesome. He could only focus on defense. The laws of water offered greater defensive power. Hand over the innate spiritual treasure. Spare you from death. The Thunderbolt roared, charging forward like a war chariot of the thunder god. Hiss! The winged serpent bore a deep scar on its jaw, blood streaming out, glaring ferociously at Su-Han. With a flap of its wings, it transformed into a whirlwind, darting around Su-Han, blurring its figure. Purple lightning hammer. Su-Han shouted, unhesitatingly summoning the purple lightning hammer. Under the infusion of golden immortal magical power, it radiated a brilliant purple divine light. With the enhancement of the laws of water, he swung it forward with force. Boom, boom. The fully powered purple lightning hammer, with the might to shatter worlds, traced a river-like trajectory in the air, almost simultaneously blocking the attacks of the winged serpent and Thunderbolt. Innate spiritual treasure. Could this be the spiritual treasure that just emerged? The winged serpent was greatly startled, not expecting its offensive to be easily blocked by Su-Han. Judging by its might, it was probably a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure. A mid-grade innate spiritual treasure of the thunder attribute. The Thunderbolt was overjoyed upon seeing this. Just perfect for me. Subsequently, the three golden immortals engaged in a fierce battle in the void. The purple lightning hammer, powered by golden immortal magical energy, was incredibly violent, its might not weaker than that of the Thunderbolt golden immortal. In Su-Han's hands, however, it flowed like ink on paper, effortless. Under the control of the laws of water, its transitions between hardness and softness were exquisite. Phantoms of rivers appeared around him, perfectly blocking all attacks from the Thunderbolt and winged serpent. Regardless of their thunder and wind colliding with ferocity, unparalleled speed, and alternating assaults of physical and Dao techniques, they could not breach Su-Han's defenses. In a moment, massive explosive sounds reverberated. Amidst thousands, tens of thousands of clashes, bolts of lightning and wind blades occasionally shot out. Each strand could annihilate a profound immortal. The powerful shockwaves radiated outward, completely obliterating countless mountains in the distance. Within 100,000 miles, the world lost its color. In the vast marsh spanning millions of miles, all beings trembled. Any golden immortal who mastered the laws could influence the heavens and swiftly annihilate the entire marsh. Damn it! This guy possesses a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, making him impossible to deal with. The two overlords united, fighting 2 against 1, yet they could not defeat this early-stage golden immortal. It is simply humiliating. Su-Han also felt that the opponent was quite tricky. Right now his defense was abundant, but his offense was lacking. The soul-capturing divine ability was somewhat ineffective against them. Star count. In the next moment, it was as if a sea of stars condensed in Su-Han's eyes. A tremendous power of ancient stars descended from the void, augmenting both himself and the purple lightning hammer. Bang! The power of the purple lightning hammer surged, nearly knocking the Thunderbolt over with a single strike. Starlight flowed like water, merging with purple lightning to form a thunderous water that seemed as gentle as a caress. When it landed on the Thunderbolt, it left it charred black, almost tearing its skin. Even though it had mastered the thunder attribute laws, it was still struggling against the ferocity of the thunderous water. This was the power of Su-Han's purple lightning hammer, enhanced by the water laws and the star count divine ability. Whoosh! The thunderlight flowed past the location of the winged serpent. However, the winged serpent was too fast and managed to evade the attack. How has he become stronger again? The winged serpent retreated repeatedly, afraid to engage further. Looking at Su-Han, its eyes were filled with a hint of terror. This unfamiliar golden immortal had an endless array of trump cards. Moo! Just as the Thunderbolt was about to erupt in fury, it suddenly felt a chill when it saw the winged serpent seemingly attempting to flee. Now, it seemed they really couldn't win. Although the injuries they sustained weren't severe, who could endure this? The Thunderbolt also began to feel the urge to retreat, backing away repeatedly in the void. Trying to run. Su-Han raised an eyebrow, chuckling softly, his eyelids lowered. His magical power subsided, and the radiance around him retracted. The starlight dissipated, the purple lightning hammer returned to its ordinary state, and was recalled into his body. Although that battle was exhilarating, it had consumed a fair amount of his magical power. Does this guy lack magical power? The winged serpent and Thunderbolt exchanged glances, revealing a hint of surprise. Indeed, as an early-stage golden immortal, how long could he sustain such bursts through various means? Could the richness of his magical power compare to theirs? The two golden immortals halted their retreat, revealing cruel smiles. Next, this person will pay the price in blood. They must ensure that he leaves behind both his life and his spiritual treasure. Neither of them possessed even a low-grade innate spiritual treasure. How could this kid be worthy of a mid-grade spiritual treasure? Suddenly, a gigantic banana fan appeared in Su-Han's hand. He took a deep breath and abruptly swung it towards the Thunderbolt and the winged serpent. Whoosh! In an instant, 100,000 miles of territory was replaced by a violent gale. Under Su-Han's deliberate control, the banana fan did not blow the Thunderbolt and winged serpent directly away. Instead, it confined them there, using the endless gale to shred them apart. It was like a wind of death blowing from the depths of the universe, attempting to strip all living beings of their vitality. Roar! The immense pain covered the souls of the Thunderbolt and winged serpent, causing them to scream in agony. Their massive bodies were stripped layer by layer by the gale, revealing bloody flesh. It looked extremely brutal, far surpassing the power of the purple lightning hammer. No matter how hard the two struggled with their magical powers to manipulate the laws, they could only barely keep the gale at bay, 3 feet away. In just a moment, their magical barrier shattered. The Titan Banana Fan is an innate superior grade spiritual treasure. Its power level was completely unmatched compared to Su-Han's previous assault. It was a qualitative difference to the extent that even the Star Count divine ability could no longer enhance its power. Hiss! Su-Han gasped, even he was somewhat astonished by the power of the banana fan. The winged serpent and Thunderbolt looked utterly miserable. It was as if they were being flayed alive. As expected of the banana fan, it has not let me down. Of course, Su-Han knew that given the strength and immense vitality of these two golden immortals, to kill them it seemed he would need to strike a few more times. Moreover, it appeared there was still a slight possibility of escape. Blood sacrifice. The winged serpent's eyes turned bloodshot, directly igniting its essence blood. At that moment, it seemed its mastery of the wind laws had strengthened. Even this terrifying gale was faintly finding a glimmer of life. With a ray of hope, it transformed into wind and tried to escape. I'm going all in. The winged serpent, sparing no expense, unleashed a secret technique. Not even a latest-stage golden immortal can kill me. The Thunderbolt was in a similar state, employing a desperate blood escape technique, brilliant white, divine lightning flashing within its body, gathering strength ready to burst forth. They never expected today they might fall here. For a golden immortal who mastered the laws, being defeated was easy, but being killed was quite difficult. Unexpectedly today they had hit a brick wall. If only they had known about such a terrifying, innate spiritual treasure, they would have fled without a second thought. Oof. I used the banana fan and you think you can run. Su-Han looked calmly, and under the constraints of the gale their movements were exceptionally slow. In the next moment the laws of the artifact surged, enhancing the banana fan. My Star Count divine ability still cannot enhance superior grade spiritual treasures, but the laws of the artifact are different. The laws of the artifact can amplify the power of all spiritual treasures. Su-Han's eyes gleamed with the weight of myriad treasures as he employed his ultimate technique. To ensure absolute success, he decisively unleashed this killing move. Whoosh! The gale suddenly became incredibly violent, as if it could blow away the sun and the moon, turning the world upside down. The bodies of the Thunderbolt and winged serpent became indistinct within the gale, faintly taking on elongated shapes. In the void, all matter was reduced to powder, even dispersed into primordial energy, presenting a chaotic scene. The space fell into a deathly silence, terrifying beyond measure. The two golden immortals' techniques were instantly interrupted, and after a pitiful scream their bodies could no longer withstand it, being directly shredded into a bloody rain. Whoosh! Su-Han stopped activating the banana fan, and the gale gradually dissipated. Endless blood rain fell into the vast marshland, filling the air with a bloody stench. Enhancement points 12000, enhancement points 12000, terrifying. Su-Han gasped, finding it hard to believe. Two mid-stage golden immortals who wielded the power of law were slain by him in one fell swoop. Such a feat, even a latest-stage golden immortal would find hard to believe. One can only say as expected of a superior grade, innate spiritual treasure. Of course, the contribution of the laws of the artifact was indispensable. Let's see what spiritual treasure I have obtained. With such a commotion at its birth, it surely won't be inferior. After the battle, Suhan finally had time to inspect the new spiritual treasure he had obtained. The power of the world surged, and a long sword of gung metal suddenly appeared in his hand. Innate gung metal sword. Innate inferior grade spiritual treasure. Suhan was taken aback. After such a fierce battle, I only obtained an innate inferior grade item. It is worth noting that he was currently wielding an innate superior grade banana fan in one hand, and an innate mid-grade purple lightning hammer in the other. How could he look down on an inferior grade innate treasure? But thinking further, in the primordial world there are not that many high-grade innate spiritual treasures. The quantity of inferior grade innate treasures is the highest. Moreover, it wasn't that the grade of this spiritual treasure was too low, it was simply that his current foundation was excessively profound. It is possible that some Deluo Golden Immortal experts don't possess as many innate treasures as he does. Forget it, at least it's an innate spiritual treasure. Suhan refined the innate gung metal sword. Even a mosquito leg is meat. Who would complain about having too many spiritual treasures? Furthermore, even if he couldn't use it himself, it could greatly enhance the strength of the Jin Mao rat. The sword of metal, its killing power, is indeed formidable. Suhan collected his thoughts, carefully sensing the innate metal sword. Although he found its grade too low, its attack power was still quite considerable. Many Golden Immortal experts would be very eager for it. Unfortunately, compared to the purple lightning hammer, it falls far short. An innate low-grade spiritual treasure, unless it has special effects, is of little use to Suhan. An attacking-type spiritual treasure, tasteless to eat, but a pity to discard. Suhan was about to casually throw it into the Hongmeng world, when he suddenly thought of something. The power of the world fluctuated, and the figure of the Jin Mao mouse disappeared from the Hongmeng world, appearing in the outside world. Of course, the personal world of a Golden Immortal can allow living beings to stay inside. Otherwise, how could it be called a world? Therefore, Suhan need not worry about the Jin Mao mouse being affected during every battle. As long as nothing happens to the Golden Immortal, the personal world will generally remain safe. Master, have you killed 2 Golden Immortals again? The Jin Mao mouse, upon coming out, sensed the overwhelming smell of blood pervading the air and the oppressive pressure that lingered. Its eyes widened in disbelief. This is too powerful. It still remembered that when it first met Suhan, both sides were still true immortals. This is the innate metal sword, you may use it. Suhan said calmly. As my follower, you deserve to have an innate spiritual treasure. Saying this, he handed the innate metal sword to the Jin Mao mouse. An innate spiritual treasure. The Jin Mao mouse was stunned. Unconsciously, it took the innate metal sword in its hands. A unique innate Tao rhythm awakened the Jin Mao mouse. Yet it still wore a dazed expression. It was merely a small mouse in the Xianxian realm. How could it be worthy of an innate spiritual treasure? Looking at the calm Suhan, the Jin Mao mouse felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. It had been following Suhan for countless years, long since devoted itself to being Suhan's servant. Here Suhan had no shortage of cultivation resources, and had helped it advance its bloodline multiple times. In the dark and perilous era, where could it find such good fortune? And today Suhan actually bestowed upon it an innate spiritual treasure. Before this, it wouldn't even have dared. The Jin Mao mouse was even more devoted to Suhan, but it still refused the innate metal sword. Master, innate spiritual treasures are precious, you should use it yourself. Stop wasting words. I have stronger treasures like the purple lightning hammer, and even the banana fan, you know this as well. Suhan waved his hand, and interrupted. Most of his spiritual treasures and roots were sensed by the Jin Mao mouse. It could be said that it had made significant contributions. A mere low-grade, innate spiritual treasure, what was there for Suhan to feel distressed about? It's just right for your accustomed sword-type spiritual treasure. Suhan's tone shifted, a half-smile playing on his lips. You once used a flying sword, and even wanted to kill me. The Jin Mao mouse's face turned awkward. Alright, go refine the spiritual treasure now. Suhan instructed. Then you can stay in the Hongmeng world, and take care of those spiritual roots. Next, I will directly return to the EC. I have been out traveling for quite some time. He then collected the Jin Mao mouse into the Hongmeng world. Finally, he glanced at the vast marsh, and paid no heed to the terrified winged serpent and thunderbolt clans. Just now he had scanned the marsh with his divine sense, and found nothing of value. Suhan was not surprised. As a golden immortal, valuable things would generally be kept in their personal worlds. Once they died, the personal world would merge into the chaotic void. He currently had no means to intercept the golden immortal's personal world. Swish! Suhan once again enveloped himself in a layer of concealment array and hurried toward the direction of the eastern sea of the Hongmeng. Along this journey, he did not plan to let the Jin Mao mouse sense treasures anymore. The travel time had already been quite long, and Suhan was unwilling to waste any more time. He had not forgotten that they were still in the period of calamity. It was merely a brief period of calm. Once he truly lost his vigilance, he would be close to his demise. Boom! Suhan's entire body radiated a blue water-like magical aura, gradually increasing his speed, even though he was not traveling at full speed to conceal his presence. he was still consciously training his power of laws. He was almost constantly using the law of water. Over time, Su-Han's grasp of the law of water had vaguely deepened. The understanding of the law gradually broke through. At a certain moment, he abruptly stopped suppressing his escaping light and frowned at a scene in a forest. Some creatures of modest cultivation who should have had gentle temperaments were engaged in a fierce slaughter. Kill. The sounds of killing erupted, blood and bones flew, adding a layer of madness to the entire forest. Originally, fighting and killing were quite normal in the world of the Hongmeng. But Su-Han faintly sensed something was amiss. Isn't it a bit too much for the creatures encountered along this journey to be fighting and killing? Su-Han fell into contemplation. Meanwhile, his divine sense covered large swathes of the forest. Many creatures had red glimmers in their eyes, emitting thoughts filled with pure killing intent. Even those heavenly immortals born from the spirits of grass and trees wore grim expressions. They all looked as if they wanted nothing more than to smash their enemies' skulls. Su-Han continued to observe the situation, his divine sense gradually resonating with them. Kill, kill, kill. The killing sounds quietly emerged from the divine senses of countless beings, even slightly affecting Su-Han. In a daze, he faintly saw layers of black, killing energy in the world. It was ubiquitous and increasingly dense. The killing energy of the heavenly calamity. Su-Han suddenly awakened. It was as if a bolt of lightning had passed through his mind, allowing him to discern certain truths. The transcendent source of innate sanctity alerted his spiritual senses. It made Su-Han sense a hint of a chilling crisis. At this moment, upon further investigation, he clearly saw, within the divine senses of those creatures there was indeed a faint layer of killing energy. The killing energy of calamity obscured the divine senses. It caused many beings and cultivators to become impulsive and easily enraged. They lost the ability to think calmly. Terrifying calamity. Su-Han felt a chill in his heart, yet also a sense of relief. Luckily, he had discovered it in time, which would allow him to remain vigilant. This was merely a period of calm, and the heavenly killing energy had just begun to thicken, yet it already had such an effect. It had affected countless beings. If the calamity were to truly erupt, who knows how terrifying the killing energy would be. With a high enough concentration of killing energy, even an innate holy divine sense would be useless. It would still be blinded by reason, leading to a flurry of reckless actions. Even a golden immortal of innate sanctity could potentially be tainted by the calamity, unable to escape. No wonder in later generations, even those great powers feel fear towards calamities, turning pale at the mere mention of them. Su-Han returned to the East Sea at the fastest speed. The experiences during this journey further convinced him that when the calamity erupts, he must hide firmly in his own territory. He must never give the killing energy an opportunity to take advantage. Finally returned home. Su-Han successfully made his way back to the territory occupied by the Little Lobster clan. First he inspected his own domain, then proceeded to the clan's grounds. He prepared to gather information about the current situation in the Hongwang world. I hope the beast calamity hasn't passed yet, and that the three clans won't go to war again. Su-Han did not want to get involved in such a dangerous conflict. Once bloodlust took over, the consequences would be unpredictable. Upon arriving at the Little Lobster clan's headquarters, he sensed a tense atmosphere. Numerous shrimp soldiers carried a hint of murderous intent, wielding various weapons. This made Su-Han's heart tighten. He quickly found several leaders of the Golden Immortal realm to discuss the situation. So it's not the Dragon Phoenix and Qilin clans at war. Su-Han sighed in relief, though he felt somewhat speechless. The tense atmosphere among the Little Lobsters was also due to conflict. Are they clashing with the Crab clan? Su-Han rubbed his forehead and shook his head helplessly. As a subordinate race of the Dragon clan, the Shrimp and Crab clans often had disputes. Both sides sought to gain higher status and more resources. In terms of strength, the Shrimp and Crab clans were quite similar. However, in most confrontations, the Little Lobster clan tended to suffer slightly. This had long left the lobsters feeling disgruntled. Let them fight it out. After all, the scale of this conflict is not comparable to a war with a strong clan. Su-Han pondered for a moment, feeling a flicker of interest rise within him. I wonder how strong the Crab clan is. As a leader of the Golden Immortal realm among the lobsters, he undoubtedly had to take action. However, the grievances and disputes between these two clans would not escalate too fiercely. Thus, Su-Han was not afraid to get involved in this conflict. Quickly, we must set out to seize the newly discovered spiritual land. A voice suddenly called out. Su-Han and several surrounding lobster leaders looked up to see an old leader swiftly flying over. Newly discovered spiritual land. Do we need golden immortals to seize it? Su-Han asked in surprise. The so-called spiritual land refers to places rich in spiritual energy, perhaps with many cultivation resources. For the clan, it was relatively important. The most powerful beings of the two clans, our clan's Shrimp Ancestor and Crab Ancestor, are both great Luo golden immortals. Such strength cannot participate in this conflict, a lobster leader explained. The Tai Golden Immortal is also a pillar of the clan. They too cannot participate in such conflicts to avoid depleting the clan's vitality. Losing any one of them would be a huge loss for the clan. After hearing this, Su-Han nodded in understanding. Although the Golden Immortal realm was considered a formidable force in a large clan, only the Tai Golden Immortal could serve as a pillar. Swoosh. As several lobster leaders conversed, they had already followed the old leader flying towards the location of the spiritual land. Su-Han naturally could not separate from them and went along. Ordinary spiritual lands are fine, let the shrimp soldier captains fight for them. The old leader spoke sternly, but this time the scale of the spiritual land is substantial, requiring Golden Immortal leaders to take action. We cannot let it go to those crabs. The lobster leaders nodded, eager to try. Will the Dragon Clan not intervene in our conflict? Suddenly Su-Han asked softly. The old leader glanced at him and chuckled. There are many races under the Dragon Clan. Conflicts are unavoidable, and this is not necessarily a bad thing. It's akin to honing the strong and training the overall strength of the clan. As long as the top-tier Great Luo Golden Immortal does not intervene, the Dragon Clan will not interfere. Su-Han silently nodded. Now he had no more worries in his heart. The lobster leaders moved swiftly. After crossing vast stretches of ocean, they arrived near the spiritual land. They've also arrived. Everyone looked up. In another direction, there were a dozen Golden Immortal leaders from the Crab Clan flying over. Upon meeting, the air was thick with murderous intent. Without a word, each side sent out a leader to battle. He'll go first. A lobster leader shouted and charged forward. Su-Han had no objections. It was a good opportunity to observe the strength of the opposition. Between the two clans there was both a relationship of conflict and an unspoken cooperation. There was still a difference from clans that fought to the death with the outside world. Boom. Two early-stage Golden Immortal leaders began to clash. Not long after, both revealed their true forms. The massive crab and lobster clashed, resembling two gigantic mountains colliding. Clang. A pair of lobster pincers and crab claws collided, producing a crisp sound of metal clashing. The two sides exerted their strength, causing the ground to crack inch by inch, frightening sea beasts miles away. In the battlefield of the Golden Immortal realm, the lower-ranked shrimp soldiers and crab generals didn't even qualify to watch. Thus, only these Golden Immortals came to battle. The situation doesn't seem too good. A lobster leader whispered. Su-Han also noticed that the battling lobster leader seemed to be at a disadvantage against the crab. That crab leader was significantly larger and more robust. I wonder how the taste of such a fat crab would be. Su-Han's mind turned with strange thoughts. Before long, the lobster leader was defeated. The massive lobster body was directly overturned by the giant crab, and its claws nearly eviscerated him. Haha, the shrimp clan is nothing but this. The crab leader laughed arrogantly, making the lobster leaders' faces turn grim. So arrogant. Su-Han raised an eyebrow, feeling a surge of interest. Stepping forward confidently, he said, let me give it a try. Aren't you a newly promoted leader? The old leader hesitated. Although Su-Han had been a Golden Immortal for quite some time, he was still considered young among Golden Immortals. Just wait and see. Su-Han couldn't be bothered to say much. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of the giant crab. Aren't we going to let a mid-stage Golden Immortal fight? The crab leader mocked. Seems like you've sent out someone weaker instead. Su-Han sneered. Without revealing his true form, he stepped forward and threw a punch. His vital energy surged and magical power erupted, forming a colossal lobster claw in front of Su-Han. Though it was a manifestation of his vital energy and magical power, it felt incredibly real. The magical claw advanced fiercely and straightforwardly without any embellishment. It was nothing but pure strength. You're attacking me directly with magical power. The crab leader scoffed. Although magical power in the Golden Immortal realm is strong, close combat with the true form remains the mainstream. Even if vital energy is infused into the magical power, it won't be much stronger. A pair of crab claws swung forward, attempting to casually scatter Su-Han's magical claw. However, as soon as they made contact, the crab's eyes nearly bulged out. Within the magical claw lay a power that was incomparably stronger, like a meteor crashing down. After a brief stalemate, the crab leader felt as if its claws were about to snap. Boom. Soon it could no longer resist, and was directly blasted away. It flipped in midair and crashed down onto the ground. What? The leaders from both sides were astonished at the sight. In a single blow, the victor was decided. An ordinary crab, its bloodline is immeasurably distant from mine. Su-Han ignored the astonished gazes of both commanders, his expression utterly serene. Inborn of primordial sacred ancestry, he possessed the innate right to survey all mundane beings from an absolute all-encompassing height. To earn his earnest attention, an opponent would need, at the very least, to surpass him in cultivation realm. And otherwise, even with mere physical might and spiritual energy, he could effortlessly sweep aside peers of the same realm like insignificant minnows. Humph, I'll take you on. Na thunderous roar split the air as a far larger crab soared forth. In mid-tier Golden Immortal realm, Su-Han cast a glance at it, then crooked a finger. Let me see what you're truly made of. He had already resolved to seize this moment and make a dazzling impression. Not only thus could his standing within the clan be significantly elevated, earning him greater rewards. Especially in this contest, bearing the clan's honor, the opportunity was golden, and perhaps even granting him the favor of old Shrimp Patriarch himself, and with it preferential allocation of precious resources. You're merely at the early stage of the golden immortal realm. How dare you behave so arrogantly? And the crab commander, seething at Su-Han's contemptuous demeanor, laughed bitterly, anger twisting into mockery. Six lithe, agile legs blurred into phantasmal afterimages, closing the distance in an instant. Its mountainous pincers slammed down with crushing force. Su-Han, witnessing the assault, radiated a shimmering aura of black and crimson light. In that flash, his human form dissolved, recoalescing into his true, more potent shrimp primordial form. Ni's massive claws rose to meet the descent, locking firmly beneath the crab's pincers. And no matter how fiercely the crab strained, not a single inch could it force downward. Huh. Pathetically weak, utterly pathetic. Su-Han burst into laughter, instantly activating his divine strength technique, his bloodline surging, his power exploding. For him, channeling divine strength exacted negligible cost. Ni's shrimp claws swung outward in a blinding arc, flinging the colossal crab aside as though discarding a child's toy. What a... And the crab commander reeled in disbelief. An irresistible force hurled it through the air, leaving it utterly unable to stabilize its trajectory. Before it could strike the seabed, Su-Han had already teleported directly above it. Ni's shrimp claws ignited with crimson radiance, intricate arcane patterns shimmering across their surfaces, casting a glacial lethal gleam. Aiming unerringly at the crab commander's carapace, he drove forward with devastating precision. And clang! Deafening metallic resonance reverberated. Blood spurted from the crab commander's maw. Its body rocketed downward like a cannonball, plummeting into the ocean floor, shattering thousands of miles of seabed bedrock. And cough, cough, and blood flecked its lips as it gasped. Its vital energies churned violently. The sheer impact of that single blow had inflicted grievous internal injury. It harbored no doubt, had its carapace not been so formidable, it would have been pierced clean through. Indeed, Su-Han had struck with the razor-sharp tip of his claw, not a blunt, crushing blow. And the crab commander paid no heed to its own wounds. Instead, trembling, it turned its gaze toward its own carapace. There where the shrimp claw had pierced lay a deep, slender indentation, nearly breached entirely. And radiating outward were jagged, horrifying fissures. Its surface resembled fragile porcelain on the verge of shattering. And my carapace. And the crab commander's vision darkened. And never had it imagined its shell would one day stand on the precipice of annihilation. Repairing such fractures would consume untold resources and require tens of thousands of years. And even if restored, an eternal scar would surely remain. Why are its claws so terrifyingly sharp? And the crab commander stared at Su-Han's twin claws, heart pounding with dread. And not only it, but every other commander stood frozen in shock. Even I could defeat such an opponent effortlessly, but inflicting damage of this magnitude upon a carapace. Unthinkable. An old shrimp commander observed Su-Han with grave intensity, murmuring inwardly, this youth must have undergone some profound mutation. Yet his shrimp claws possess such extraordinary sharpness. And indeed, that explains why he wields such overwhelming strength despite being only at the early stage of the golden immortal realm. And whoosh. And having subdued the great crab, Su-Han refrained from further assault, landing calmly upon the seabed. Injuring crab officers was expected, but slaying them risked unnecessary complications. Su-Han, ever judicious, stopped precisely where he intended. He had just tested his massive claws, and their keenness satisfied him deeply. And after all, the pincers of a mid-tier primordial sacred being were no trivial matter. When I ascend further, perhaps my twin claws, and even my carapace, shall rival primal spirit treasures themselves. In whoosh. Giant hairy crab commander, bearing the likeness of a Chinese mitten crab, zoomed forth, emitting a low droning hum. So, you are a mutated shrimp, and you are formidable. You merit the honor of being my adversary. Its cultivation level matched Su-Han's, mid-tier golden immortal realm. Yet Su-Han sensed faint ripples of Taoist law emanating from it, not palpable aura far stronger than that of the previous crab commander. Mutated shrimp. What utter nonsense. Su-Han bristled. His lineage was sacred, not mutated. And still arguing with these obtuse crabs held no purpose. Seeing the opponent close, and Su-Han charged headlong. In courage commendable. Yet alas, you likely remain ignorant of the true power of Taoist law. In the hairy crab declared, voice dripping with arrogance. Mastery of Taoist law marked a profound chasm within the golden immortal realm. Never the most indomitable physique would falter without it. In the next instant, shrimp and crab collided, in boom. And the entire oceanic expanse for 10,000 li erupted in boiling fury, every substance shattered into dust by their cataclysmic clash. Thud, thud, thud. And each successive exchange grew more thunderous than the last, like two titanic deities locked in apocalyptic combat. Your grasp of Taoist law barely scratches the surface. Humph. Suhan curled his lip in disdain. These crab officers were vastly weaker than foes he'd faced upon the Honghuang continent. The Crimson Serpent of refining copper could have crushed the prior crab commander without effort. And both the Thunder Ox and Winged Serpent Golden Immortals far surpassed this hairy crab. Law of Water. Suhan invoked the Water Law. Each movement now infused with surging, overwhelming force, immediately driving the hairy crab onto the defensive. You've mastered Taoist law too. The hairy crab staggered stunned. Yours appears even stronger than mine. Boom. The next breath, it was hurled skyward, flung 10,000 li into the distant horizon. Does the crab clan possess not a single worthy fighter? Suhan mocked aloud. Hearing those words, and watching the hairy crab vanish into the distance like a discarded sack, the crab commander's eyes blazed with incandescent fury. Repeated defeats, all suffered at the hands of a mere early-stage golden immortal shrimp. Such a result was profoundly humiliating. Nonce word spread how would other sea clans view the crab clan. Arrogance born of fleeting triumph, and swiftly a far more formidable crab commander stepped forward. Its comprehension of Taoist law clearly surpassed the hairy crabs, rivaling even that of the Thunder Ox clan's golden immortals. Excellent, come forth. Suhan's battle lust ignited like wildfire, his aura blazing like a radiant sun. Truly he now engaged with full seriousness. Wielding the violet lightning hammer, his strength rivaled that of the Thunder Ox and Winged Serpent golden immortals combined. Activating the stellar numerology technique, he could even overpower them outright. Yet a top-tier primordial spirit treasure remains too conspicuous. I shall refrain from using it. Suhan resolved to fight barehanded, relying solely on his innate prowess. Instantly, both divine strength and stellar numerology surged in unison. Primordial stellar energy flooded his meridians, propelling his strength beyond the very limits of the golden immortal realm. Suhan stood as though immersed in the starry void itself, robed in ethereal dreamlike starlight. Amidst the crab commander's stunned gaze, the two warriors plunged once more into furious, unrestrained combat. The laws of water, true water of one element. Suhan shouted softly. The endless ocean began to boil, transforming into vast expanses of true water of one element under his control. Like mountains of water, they pressed down on the crab leader from all directions. After mastering the laws of water, he could easily create true water of one element. After all, the laws of water could evolve all the waters in the world. Moreover, he possessed a net of true water of one element which allowed him to easily analyze the form of true water of one element and conjure it out of thin air. Compared to the past, the binding power of the true water of one element used by Suhan had increased by millions of times. A single drop of water weighed as much as a mountain. How strong! A hint of shock flashed in the crab leader's eyes as it realized it had underestimated Suhan. The recent defeat of the big crab had happened too quickly, revealing little of Suhan's true strength. It mobilized the power of the laws, its formidable presence scattering the layers of heavy water. However, true water of one element was boundless, constantly suppressing it. Furthermore, Suhan's massive claw came crashing down. Boom! The tremendous force capable of turning the rivers upside down struck the crab leader's claw, causing it to shudder. If it weren't for the fact that its understanding of the laws was slightly higher than Suhan's, it might have been defeated instantly. Bang! Clang! Both sides engaged in a fierce battle. Suhan grew stronger with each strike, forcing the crab leader to retreat step by step. Not only that, but his comprehension of the laws of water was also rapidly increasing. Soon he broke through once again. Comprehension of the laws of water 6. Indeed, on the way back to the East Sea, Suhan gained numerous new insights. He had mastered 5 of the laws of water, nearing 6. Thus, compared to the battles with the Thunderbull and Winged Serpent, Suhan had become even stronger. Just now he made another breakthrough in the laws of water. Splash! Streams of water swirled like dragons, their might binding the crab leader, and it continuously reinforced Suhan's power. Moreover, the laws of water indeed exert their power more strongly in the ocean. Suhan's eyes sparkled with divine light. Starlight suddenly gathered on the massive claw, and a large amount of true water of one element enveloped it. Then it came crashing down heavily on the crab leader's head, causing its eyes to fill with stars. When the crab leader regained its senses, it saw the glimmering cold light of the lobster claw, hovering in front of it, radiating a chilling aura. Cold sweat immediately trickled down. I lost, the crab leader said bitterly. Suhan watched its retreating figure, feeling satisfied with his own strength. His mastery of the laws was not inferior to his opponent's, and his foundational strength was far superior. Winning was of course a matter of course. Afterward, Suhan faced the remaining crab leaders, his spirit soaring as he unleashed an even more formidable aura. Who else? The lobster leader's eyes lit up, astonished by Suhan's performance, filled with immense joy. Perhaps in a few years Suhan could become a Tai golden immortal. In stark contrast, the crab leaders felt quite the opposite. This child is so fierce, who will go and curb his arrogance? The old crab leader's face darkened. This genius of the lobster clan was completely stepping on the rise of their crab clan. They absolutely could not tolerate it. Without waiting for the other crabs to discuss, it spoke to a nearby individual. You go, the other leaders are no match for him anymore. Alright. The designated leader nodded and immediately transformed into its true form, resembling a swimming crab. It was at the peak of the golden immortal realm, with even more powerful laws. In the crab general clan's golden immortal realm, it was a well-known leader. Oh, late stage of golden immortal. Suhan raised his eyebrows, feeling a pressure from the massive aura of the swimming crab. This was the strongest opponent he had ever encountered. Yet he felt no fear, instead he was even more eager to try. In the midst of golden immortal, there was truly no challenge. After a brief stalemate, both sides engaged in fierce combat. After countless exchanges, neither side had shown a significant advantage. Swish! The 6 slender legs of the swimming crab moved swiftly like a ghost. Numerous crab phantoms appeared in the surrounding waters, waiting for the right moment to strike. Suhan, however, used his perception of the laws of water to accurately lock onto its position, continuously gathering starry water cannons to fire. Soul capture. Suddenly Suhan's eyes widened, causing the swimming crab to freeze in place. He then summoned a long and used acquired spiritual treasure. A spiritual net growing larger from small flew towards the swimming crab. True water net, go. Suhan's laws of water resonated with the true water net, causing its power to soar. In an instant it enveloped the swimming crab, binding it tightly. This swimming crab had weak strength but swift speed. Suhan needed to find a way to restrain it. Although the acquired spiritual treasure had become somewhat outdated, this net was exceptionally compatible with the laws of water. Even against a golden immortal, it could exert tremendous binding power. In a moment of confusion, the swimming crab broke free from the soul capture control and realized it was trapped in the large net. It struggled vigorously. Under the rampage of the golden immortal's might, the true water net emitted a groan of being overwhelmed. Even with Suhan's magical power and the laws of water, it was starting to falter. Laws of tools. Suhan's expression changed, and without hesitation, he activated the second type of law's power. Whoosh! The true water net was enhanced by the laws of tools, shimmering with brilliance. The binding power and resilience instantly surged. The quality of the mobilized true water rose to another level. Under the joint enhancement of the water and tool laws, even an acquired spiritual treasure could unleash overwhelming power. The swimming crab was immediately enveloped by a heavy water sphere, being firmly suppressed. It struggled like a crab caught by a fisherman, but to little avail. Only when Suhan struck down with a claw, causing it to faint from the blow, did the struggle cease. Clearly this latest golden immortal crab leader had been defeated. Finally defeated it. Suhan sighed in relief. This battle had required considerable effort. Without using innate spiritual treasures, this was the maximum strength he could exert. Of course, even if stronger enemies appeared, he was confident he would not be at a disadvantage. It lost. Is there anyone stronger? Suhan had defeated enemies one after another, his momentum rising with each victory, directly challenging the many crab leaders. Seeing that Suhan had even defeated the swimming crab, the crabs fell into silence. They exchanged glances only to turn their attention to the old crab leader at the forefront. The meaning conveyed in their gaze was clear. It's your turn. To contend for a spiritual land, they could not send their entire tribe, and only these leaders had come. In the arena, the only one stronger than the swimming crab was this old leader who had achieved the perfection of the golden immortal realm. Damn, why has such a genius emerged in the lobster clan? The old crab leader was still immersed in the shock of earlier. At the initial stage of golden immortal, he actually comprehended 2 laws. After noticing the gazes of the other leaders, it felt a pang of anxiety. I have to fight personally. To be honest, Suhan was too enigmatic, with tricks coming out one after another. If it fought and faced another defeat, the crab clan would be humiliated even more. Directly pierced through the entire venue by a golden immortal at the early stage of a lobster. Moreover, even with the strength it has displayed now, I might not be able to defeat it. The old crab leader quickly made a decision. Retreat. After hurling a few threats, the crab clan chieftains slunk away in disgrace. Naturally, sovereignty over this spirit-rich land now belonged to the lobster clan. This time you have rendered extraordinary service to our clan, greatly enhancing our prestige. You dealt a crushing blow to the crab general's pride and secured the spirit-rich land without incident. Elder Lobster Chief beamed with delight, lavishing praise upon Suhan. Such exceptional talent bodes an extraordinarily bright future, perhaps even catching the attention of the elders. The elders he referred to were the pillars of the lobster clan, the Tai golden immortals. Other chieftains watched with envy, yet deemed it perfectly justified. Su-Han was a prodigy who at the mere onset of Golden Immortal Realm had already comprehended two fundamental laws and wielded overwhelming supremacy among his peers. He far surpassed these ordinary lobsters, so much so that they scarcely seemed of the same species. Su-Han merely smiled faintly, uttering nothing. He had deliberately revealed his formidable strength to showcase his innate brilliance. His aim was to elevate his standing within the clan. After all, a clan sheltered by a single great Luo Golden Immortal was undeniably a colossus. Subsequently, the assembly returned to their ancestral territory, leaving the spirit-rich land to be administered by designated attendants. Defeating several Golden Immortal Crab Generals consecutively. Impressive. A tiny Golden Immortal materialized before Su-Han and commended him. Su-Han responded with modest deference, then proceeded to claim his rewards, primarily an expansion of territory spanning over 100 million li. Among Golden Immortal chieftains, such a grant was undoubtedly top tier. With territorial enlargement came vastly increased resource yields. His rate of acquiring enhancement points would likewise accelerate. By the way, the Tai Elder added, shifting tone, the Patriarch wishes to see you. The Patriarch? Su-Han's heart jolted. He had not expected the Lobster Patriarch himself to summon him. Without hesitation, he followed the Elder toward the ancestral sanctum of the Lobster clan. Soon he beheld a hazy, indistinct figure, its visage obscured, haloed by a radiant aura that expounded profound Tao principles, exuding an ineffable transcendence. Su-Han pays homage to the Patriarch. Standing before a great Luo Golden Immortal for the first time, Su-Han felt a ripple of nervousness and bowed deeply. HM. Remarkable aptitude. You may well ascend to Tai. The Lobster Patriarch scrutinized Su-Han closely, then nodded slowly. His ancient voice carried quiet encouragement. I have forged a cultivation art, the Shrimp Patriarch Scripture, a refined evolution of your current Shrimp Soldier Scripture. I bestow it upon you today, cultivate it diligently. With a fingertip tracing the void, the Patriarch released a beam of resplendent light that merged seamlessly into Su-Han's consciousness. The Shrimp Patriarch Scripture. I've long mastered it already. Su-Han wore a grateful expression, though inwardly he sighed in quiet disappointment. Upon reviewing the scripture transmitted by the Patriarch, he found it virtually identical to the one he already practiced. Later proceed to the clan's treasure vault and claim several post-heaven supreme spirit roots. The Patriarch added, Many thanks, Patriarch. Only then did Su-Han's smile become genuine. Post-heaven supreme spirit roots were indeed excellent. He harbored no expectation that the Lobster clan would bestow upon a Golden Immortal a primordial spirit root. Each such root was a clan's most treasured relic. Indeed, a single primordial spirit root often held greater value than a peer-level primordial artifact. Go forth, strive to perfect the Golden Immortal realm as swiftly as possible. Su-Han departed the sanctum and made his way to the treasure vault. There he planted the spirit roots within his Hongmeng world, where the golden-furred rat tended them with meticulous care. Returning then to his domain, he harvested a fresh bounty of resources. Better remain hidden for now. The great calamity looms perilously close. Who knows when it will erupt? He resolved not to venture out again. In the vast expanse of the Honghuang realm, the western domain unfolded, a realm where destruction and creation coalesced into an uncanny equilibrium, birthing unique entities. Spiritual energy surged here with overwhelming intensity, tinged with an ominous pitch-black hue, distinct from Sha energy, yet equally foreboding. This was the dominion of the Western Demon Clan, enigmatic, formidable, rivaling even the Dragon Phoenix and Shilin clans in might. At its apex stood none other than Luo Ho, the reincarnation of the god of slaughter, the Demon Patriarch. Beneath him reigned 4 great demon sovereigns, each matching a great Luo Golden Immortal in cultivation. Below them stood legions of Tai Golden Immortal Demon Generals, and further still elite demon soldiers aligned with the Golden Immortal realm. Hurry, we depart now. The Demon Patriarch commands, infiltrate the 3 clans. You 4, penetrate the Phoenix clan. Countless demon soldiers flowed past, shape-shifting seamlessly into myriad forms of other races. Such mastery of illusion was a hallmark of the demon clan. Obeying their supreme patriarch's edict, they infiltrated the 3 clans, awaiting the opportune moment to incite war among them. Indeed, even amid the beast calamity, Luo Ho had already begun laying his grand design. Upon witnessing the 3 patriarchs slay the beast sovereign, he sensed an imminent threat. Instantly, he resolved to eradicate the 3 clans entirely. Time flowed unmarked in the Honghuang realm. Su-Han remained sequestered within his domain. Sometimes he cultivated in serene stillness, sometimes he strolled leisurely through his lands. One day Su-Han ventured forth with the golden-furred rat to inspect his territory. At the frontier, the golden-furred rat suddenly detected a formation barrier. A formation barrier exists within my domain. Su-Han was startled. Approaching the barrier's edge, he triggered its manifestation, and immediately sensed something amiss. This is no primordial formation. Su-Han spoke with certainty. He had encountered numerous primordial formations before, and as a master formation artist knew intimately the Tao resonance and sigils inscribed upon them. A post-heaven formation. Who dared erect such a barrier upon my land? His expression darkened. Since the barrier lay within his domain, its origin demanded investigation, lest he sleep beside a tiger unaware, daring to scheme beneath my very gaze. A glint of frost pierced Suhan's eyes. Formation Tao sigils swirled before him as he deciphered the barrier's operational mechanism. Though intricate, it paled beside any primordial formation. Suhan swiftly discerned its flaw, and with a flick of spiritual energy, shaped it into a razor-sharp blade that pierced the barrier. The barrier yielded, parting like a wound. Let us see what lies within. Filled with lethal intent, Suhan strode forward. The moment the barrier shattered, its inner occupants were instantly alerted. Two golden immortal demons whirled about, and locked eyes with Suhan stepping across the threshold. Both wore expressions of utter disbelief. How did this one detect our celestial demon concealment formation? And worse, how did he dismantle it? The demons exchanged baffled glances. Their mission had been infiltration into the Eastern Sea Dragon clan. This domain was merely their chosen entry point. No matter, since he stumbled upon us, eliminate him. One demon snarled, voice dripping with malice. Indeed, our clan's grand design must remain undiscovered. The other echoed his cold-blooded resolve. Suhan stepped into the forbidden area with an unfriendly expression. Upon seeing the situation inside, he suddenly froze. In his eyes he saw a pure-blood dragon and a pure-blood Qilin, both of whom were golden immortals. The two were chatting happily, seemingly plotting something. Aren't these two clans supposed to be enemies? How could? Suhan was very surprised. This scene completely exceeded his expectations. From the bloodline auras of both sides, he could clearly determine that they were indeed pure-blood, true dragons and Qilins. He had seen these two clans on the battlefield before. Could it be that these two clans have a cooperative relationship? As Suhan pondered, the two golden immortals were also alerted by him. They suddenly turned to look at him, their eyes gradually filled with a hint of killing intent. This is bad trouble. Suhan sensed the killing intent, and his expression slightly changed. While these two golden immortals couldn't intimidate him in strength, their backgrounds were certainly significant. Faced with the pressure from the dragon and Qilin clans, even a great Luo golden immortal would have to think twice. Right now these two were obviously plotting something, and he had stumbled upon them. They want to kill me to silence me. As Suhan's thoughts raced, he realized that the two were indeed attacking him. He immediately cut off the hesitation in his heart and made a decision in an instant. What else could he do when the other side clearly wanted to kill him? Although Suhan was cautious, he was not truly cowardly. Since there is this barrier, what is there to fear? Suhan looked at the attacking true dragon and Qilin, sneering, daring to plot against me in secret while also wanting to kill me. Today I want to see just how capable the pure blood beings of the top-tier clans are. A hint of killing intent coalesced in his eyes, becoming more and more intense. Shrimp General, kneel down. The true dragon shouted, its words carrying a sense of indifference. To it, a golden immortal seemed like a mere servant. It completely revealed the arrogance of the dragon clan. It even appeared more arrogant than other true dragons. Boom. Its dragon might radiated outward, trying to impose pressure on Suhan. The dragon might of a golden immortal could indeed intimidate most sea creatures. Even a golden immortal full-circle Shrimp General would have to reduce its strength by at least 30% under this dragon might. It would also feel a sense of awe. The Dragon Clan is the most supreme existence among scale-armored beings, able to command all scale-armored tribes. Dragon might. Ridiculous. Suhan scoffed, feeling as if a gentle breeze was brushing against him. As a congenital divine being, his bloodline was far stronger than that of this pure-blood, true dragon. This shrimp is somewhat unusual. The true dragon frowned. It doesn't matter, just go ahead and kill him. The Qilin said coldly, its aura not inferior to that of the true dragon. Two pure-blood top-tier beings at the mid-golden immortal stage are just right to test their strength. Suhan felt a surge of battle intent and killing intent rising in his heart, his momentum growing like a tidal wave. He shattered the dragon might and Qilin pressure. He had truly slain several golden immortal beings, a feat not common within the golden immortal realm. A mere shrimp soldier dares to be arrogant. After sensing Suhan's momentum, the true dragon's expression changed. It summoned a pitch-black magic spear and lunged at Suhan. The spear was covered in flowing light, inscribed with mysterious runes, and augmented by the power of the laws. It formed a black reverse dragon phantom. In a flash, the spear tip, shimmering with a hint of cold light, aimed to pierce through Suhan. The long spear resembled a dragon, as if it could pierce through the heavens. Accompanied by a heart-rending dragon roar, its momentum was soul-stirring. The magic spear's might was fierce, and with the immense power of the pure-blood true dragon, even this simple thrust could take a golden immortal's life. Suhan felt the killing intent of the magic spear locking onto him, a prickling pain in his brow. Without hesitation, he summoned the purple lightning hammer, channeling the power of the laws and swiping upwards. Clang! The purple lightning hammer struck the long spear, diverting its trajectory. The spear vibrated, and the true dragon's hands trembled, nearly losing grip on its weapon being knocked back. As the purple lightning flowed, it shattered the reverse dragon phantom. What? The true dragon displayed a shocked expression. This shrimp's strength was actually greater than its own. It was simply unbelievable. The pureblood dragon clan was renowned for its strength. How could it lose to other beings of the same realm? Especially considering that the opponent was a shrimp and its realm was a level lower. Moreover, this hammer is a mid-grade congenital spirit treasure. The true dragon's expression shifted, filled with shock, disbelief, and greed. A golden immortal shrimp managed to master the power of the laws, its strength surpassing that of the true dragon. This was truly extraordinary. Furthermore, this shrimp possessed a mid-grade congenital spirit treasure. Even it only possessed a low-grade congenital spirit treasure, which was this long spear. As the true dragon's expression fluctuated, the crackling thunder brought it back to reality. The pureblood dragon clan is nothing like this. Su-Han raised the purple lightning hammer high, the purple thunder becoming increasingly profound, and aimed it at the true dragon. He held nothing back, unleashing both divine abilities and laws, as if a divine mountain was pressing down. Under this hammer, even a small world would be crushed. The true dragon's heart raced, knowing that this strike could threaten its life. Yet it remained calm, crossing its spear in front of itself, causing the reverse dragon phantom to reappear. At the same time as the magical power surged, a black magical barrier appeared in front of it. The barrier bore clear dragon scale patterns. It was extremely solid, capable of withstanding all attacks. This was its defensive technique, its strength comparable to the reverse scales of the pureblood dragon clan. Swish! Just as Su-Han was about to strike down with his hammer, a gust of foul wind swept from behind. The Qilin appeared behind him, summoning a bright long knife, also a low-grade congenital spirit treasure. As the long knife sang softly, it carried a hint of profound demonic nature and an overwhelming killing intent. The man and knife merged as one, akin to the thunder, the blade flashing ready to strike Su-Han immediately. Xian Huang scarf, come forth. Su-Han did not turn to defend. With a thought, the long and used Xian Huang scarf appeared. A heavy flow of Xian Huang energy cascaded down, enveloping Su-Han entirely. With the augmentation of the laws, the defensive power surged. Bang! The bright long knife sliced through, resembling a galaxy, and struck the Xian Huang barrier. Rather than cutting through it, it emitted a violent rumbling sound. Su-Han's figure swayed slightly, ignoring the Qilin. The purple lightning hammer continued its descent towards the true dragon. Another congenital spirit treasure. Or a defensive one. The true dragon and Qilin's expressions changed simultaneously, a sense of impending doom rising in their hearts. Boom! Su-Han struck down with his hammer, and the reverse dragon magic spear only deflected part of the force. Then it struck the reverse scale barrier, causing it to vibrate intensely. Cracks rapidly appeared on the reverse scale barrier. Su-Han urged his magical power, the roaring purple lightning becoming even more terrifying, completely piercing through the reverse scale barrier. Puff! The true dragon's defensive technique was broken, and it was also struck by the purple lightning, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, the might of the purple lightning hammer had already diminished greatly. It took the opportunity to retreat, avoiding Su-Han's sharp edge. Clang! A snow-white blade light reappeared, striking the Xian Huang barrier and causing it to resonate. Su-Han staggered slightly, letting out a cold grunt. The water laws entangled the Xian Huang energy flow, briefly entangling the Qilin's long knife. He turned his body like a raging thunder, aiming to smash down at the Qilin. Boom! In the next moment, the Qilin, surrounded by crackling electric snakes, wore a pained expression and was directly smashed away. True dragon Qilin, are these all the means you have? Su-Han let out a long roar, his black hair dancing wildly, his spirit soaring. Wrapped in the Xian Huang energy, countless purple lightning flickered and extinguished, akin to a majestic and unrivaled deity. As a shrimp, being able to achieve this level, suppressing the true dragon and Qilin could be considered a counterattack. Why is this lobster so formidable? Qilin's divine power surged violently, shaking off the crackling serpentine lightning coiling around its body, its expression darkening with grim disbelief. It exchanged a glance with the true dragon, both eyes wide with astonishment. Though their origins were suspicious, their strength rivaled that of genuine dragon and Qilin clan golden immortal. They bore the purest bloodlines of the highest tier races, possessed profound comprehension of cosmic laws, and wielded primordial spirit treasures of inferior grade. Such prowess ranked them among the absolute elite among golden immortals across the myriad tribes of the Hongwang realm. Even golden immortals at the peak of cultivation from other races might not prevail against them. Our scheme must never be exposed. We must eliminate him at all costs. Though he surpasses us in strength, he cannot sustain such dominance indefinitely. The true dragon and Qilin communicated silently, their expressions hardened with ruthless resolve. Though momentarily overpowered, they had sustained only minor injuries. Chiefly, they had not anticipated Su-Han's extraordinary might, nor had they expected his dual primordial treasures, one for offense, one for defense, leaving them utterly unprepared. Mid-stage golden immortal cultivation, yet far stronger than that crab commander I faced last time, who was already at latest stage golden immortal level. Su-Han radiated peerless aura, yet inwardly reflected with quiet awe. These two pure blood signs of supreme races truly commanded terrifying combat power. Their physical bodies' divine energy and speed differed fundamentally from those of other races, placing them closest among all beings to the primordial deities. Moreover, their mastery of cosmic laws was exceptionally profound, far exceeding Su-Han's own. His current advantage stemmed not only from superior raw power, but chiefly from the overwhelming authority of the purple lightning hammer and the Xianhuang veil. For a brief moment, the three stood locked in tense stalemate, their auras clashing violently, causing the earth beneath them to fracture inch by inch. Then battle erupted anew. His spear moved like a soaring dragon, countless points of frosty light burst forth, as if a blizzard of snowflakes descended, delivering 1,000 spears in an instant. His demon blade gleamed with chilling brilliance, carving arcs of dazzling light, like a cascading waterfall of blades surging towards Su-Han. Moving with flawless synchronicity, they circled the Xianhuang aura barrier, coordinating their assault upon him. The Xianhuang aura was immensely dense, further reinforced by the law of water. Yet even this formidable shield trembled violently under relentless assault, its currents scattering wildly. Su-Han's onslaught grew ever more ferocious and tyrannical. One strike of his hammer could shatter an entire continent. Like apocalyptic lightning, his blows repeatedly drove back the true dragon and Qilin, piercing their defenses, leaving their bodies charred black wounds accumulating with each devastating impact. Blades and spears filled the air, violet lightning surged unimpeded. The entire restricted realm became a maelstrom of their fury. Every corner reverberated with shockwaves. Sky and earth convulsed in terror. No, we cannot win. The true dragon shook its numbed arm and spat out a mouthful of blood laced with lightning sparks. Cumulative injuries had begun to overwhelm even its indomitable constitution. Gazing upon Su-Han's undiminished ferocity, a flicker of bewilderment and retreat stirred within its heart. In this age, even lobsters have grown so formidable. This fellow hasn't sustained a single wound. The Qilin panted heavily, staring at the Xianhuang aura, still as immovable and unshakable as an ancient tortoise. Its composure began to crumble. Exchanging a glance with the true dragon, it reached a mutual decision. This lobster was unnatural. Flight was imperative. Preserve the mountain, O firewood will never run out. They would return with reinforcements. Revenge would come in due course. Attempting to flee. Su-Han exhaled a heavy breath of turbid chi, paused mid-motion upon observing their demeanor. This grueling trial had proven a rare and invaluable crucible for refining his cultivation and deepening his comprehension of cosmic laws alike. Since your lives have run their course, I shall expedite your passage into oblivion. Su-Han sneered, coldly retracting both the purple lightning hammer and the Xianhuang veil. Letting them escape would leave no future for Su-Han himself. He refused to become a fugitive hunted across realms by two mighty clans. Without hesitation, he summoned the banana leaf fan and swung it with full force. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A tempest erupted, engulfing the entire restricted world. Razor-sharp wind blades slashed across the true dragon and Qilin, drawing cries of agony. Their divine energy barriers shattered and reformed, but proved utterly futile against the fan's sacred gale, a primordial spirit treasure of superior grade. Sensing power that transcended even the limits of golden immortality, despair flashed across their eyes. I shall fan, again and again. Su-Han swung the banana leaf fan, repeatedly layering gust upon gust of crowwind, imbued with Een essence, gathering destructive divinity with every stroke. Moreover, Su-Han had activated the law of artifacts to amplify the fan's might, causing the gale to intensify, without bound, ascending beyond any conceivable limit. Soon the entire restricted realm teemed with sacred wind. The land fractured rapidly, then dissolved entirely, nearly collapsing into an abyss. The true dragon and Qilin manifested their true forms, colossal bodies stretching hundreds of miles. The true dragon's serpentine majesty and the Qilin's sacred grace unfolding across the heavens. They braced with impenetrable scales against the crowwind's assault, yet to little avail. Each particle of their being seemed to shriek in anguish, threatening imminent disintegration. Even as scions of top-tier races, they proved powerless before the banana leaf fan's dominion. Before long, their bodies were pierced entirely, its winds raging unchecked within their very cores. In the next instant, a torrent of crimson rain descended. The massive, lifeless forms of the two divine beasts plummeted helplessly downward. Slain high-rank demon soldier. Gained 1500 enhancement points. Slain high-rank demon soldier. Gained 1500 enhancement points. As the notifications chimed, Su-Han froze in place, stunned. High-rank demon soldier. What in the nine hells is that? Suhan sheathed the banana leaf fan and flew toward the fallen bodies of the true dragon and Qilin, utterly baffled. Had he not just battled authentic true dragon and Qilin? How had they become mere high-rank demon soldiers? Just as Suhan wondered whether his system had malfunctioned, sudden transformation occurred. Before his eyes, the colossal corpses of the Qilin and true dragon shimmered and shifted. They transmuted into two cadavers wreathed in roiling demonic energy, covered in overlapping scales exuding profound darkness and a repulsive, nauseating aura. So these are high-rank demon soldiers. Could they be from the Western Demon Clan? Suhan recoiled in shock, instantly recognizing the vile demonic energy. The Western Demon Clan, led by Luo Ho, was the only force associated with such corruption. At present, the only entity linked to demonic power was Luo Ho, the progenitor of all demons. This is still the era of the fierce beast Calamity. Has Luo Ho already begun his machinations? These two high-rank demon soldiers had assumed the appearances of True Dragon and Qilin, clearly intending to infiltrate their respective clans. Amid his shock, Suhan could not help but marvel. Truly, the peerless cultivator of the demonic path had plotted with astonishing foresight. No wonder the later three clans fell so easily under his manipulation. To be targeted so early by the demon patriarch Luo Ho, the ultimate silver-haired schemer, was indeed catastrophic misfortune for the three clans. Can't the Dragon Clan's experts see through it? Suhan recalled the battle he had gone through, completely unable to discern that the opponent was a fake true dragon or Qilin. Whether it was their aura bloodline, sensing unique racial abilities, or even their true form. All marked them as pure-blooded dragons and Qilins. Only after their death did their true forms be revealed. Suhan shivered. Encountering such a race, anyone would be caught off guard. The heavenly demon transformation of the demon clan is too powerful. He could only be even more cautious. Fortunately, he had no significant power and had always been wary of trusting anyone. Moreover, the Little Lobster clan is so weak they probably don't qualify to catch the demon ancestor's attention. After pondering for a moment, Suhan began to collect the spoils. Fortunately, the battle just now took place within the restrictions, so no matter how loud it was, he was not afraid of being discovered by the outside world. I won't be needing any low-grade spirit treasures. He'll directly exchange them for enhancement points. He picked up the long knife and spear, directly exchanging them. Enhancement points 10000, enhancement points 10000. Is this a cultivation technique? Or something else? Suhan discovered a jade token in the storage bag of the magic soldier, which was usually used to record information. After probing with his divine sense, a profoundly mysterious method appeared in his mind. Heavenly Demon Incarnation Technique. Suhan's heart shook and a hint of delight flickered in his eyes. This was a sophisticated transformation technique of the demon clan capable of perfectly mimicking the aura of others. Just like the high-level magic soldiers who had transformed into true dragons and Qilins before, Suhan could see no flaw. Such a powerful technique must have been created personally by the demon ancestor Luo Ho. I thought it was the demon clan's innate ability, though I didn't expect it to be a cultivation method. Forget it, it doesn't matter what it is. He was too lazy to delve into it further, preparing to enhance himself first before comprehending it. Heavenly Demon Incarnation Technique 100. Heavenly Demon Incarnation Technique 100. Now even beings of a higher realm won't be able to see. After sufficient enhancement, Suhan hurriedly began to comprehend this technique. Before long he had learned it. Heavenly Demon Incarnation. Transform. Swish. Suhan transformed into a Qilin. Exactly like the Qilin he had seen before with another transformation, he became a true dragon. So terrifying. Then Suhan continuously transformed into true phoenix, thunder bull-winged serpent, and other beings of various races. Finally, he transformed back into his original form. Great. With this technique, my ability to save my life is significantly enhanced. Suhan was very satisfied, not to mention, he also had an array to conceal his own aura. Now it was even more secure. Moreover, at critical moments it might exert unimaginable effects. What is this? Suhan continued to search, but did not find anything else of value in the storage bag. However, he found 2 pitch-black seeds among the corpses of the 2 high-level magic soldiers. Not recognizing what they were, he simply exchanged them. Enhancement points 1000, enhancement points 1000, so many enhancement points. Suhan was taken aback and quickly checked the system to see what he had exchanged. He could query information about any existence that had been exchanged. Demon seed transformed from the essence of the demon clan after death. As long as the demon seed exists, it can be resurrected in the heavenly demon pool. Good heavens. Suhan felt a chill. He didn't expect the demon clan to have so many tricks. If this high-level magic soldier were to be resurrected, his secret would be directly exposed. Fortunately, he could exchange directly. Even if the demon clan's abilities were miraculous, they would be powerless. This harvest is substantial. Besides the heavenly demon incarnation technique, I gained a total of 700,000 enhancement points. Suhan smiled at the recent gains. Defeating these two high-level magic soldiers was not easy. He had exerted all his means and consumed a lot. The rewards received exceeded his expectations. In addition to killing enemies and exchanging for spirit treasures, there was also an unexpected gain, the Demon Seed. Next, it's time to convert the gains into combat power. Suhan left the restrictions, completely erasing them. He returned to his cultivation palace. Looking at his enhancement points, he had accumulated a total of 940,000 enhancement points. This was unprecedented. Besides the 700,000 just obtained, there were also 24,000 from defeating the Thunderbull and Winged Serpent clans. Moreover, after my last promotion to Intermediate Innate Sanctity, I spent 20,000 enhancement points on my foot. Suhan's eyes sparkled with excitement. He felt that the opportunity to promote to high-level Innate Sanctity was approaching. Promoting to high-level probably requires 1,000,000 enhancement points. Anything more would be excessive. Foot 100, foot 100, foot 100. Suhan invested enhancement points one by one, causing his foot to rise rapidly. His bloodline gradually boiled and his essence surged. His divine sense, magical power, and physical body were all breaking through limits, becoming stronger by the moment. His affinity for the laws was also increasing. However, after Suhan used up all his enhancement points, he still did not promote his foot to high-level innate sanctity. How could this happen? Suhan's bloodline power gradually subsided, no longer rising. He felt somewhat uncomfortable. Having spent over 1,000,000 enhancement points, he could not promote to high-level innate sanctity. After a long time, he finally accepted this result. While I've still become much stronger, the gap will only grow larger going forward. Suhan silently thought. At worst, he could enhance his foot next time. Regardless of whether it required 1,500,000 points or 2,000,000 points, there would always be a day of improvement. Next, I will enter seclusion for cultivation. Suhan's foundation was already very deep. Since breaking through the early Golden Immortal realm, he had not been in long-term seclusion. He had traveled through the Primordial continent and experienced several fierce battles, significantly enhancing his foot. His cultivation was now itching to move. Suhan set up a simple spirit gathering array and began his seclusion. Time flowed like water, and the years passed like gold. Countless cultivation barriers were comprehended by Suhan, and the bottlenecks were pried open little by little. After a long time passed, his cultivation continued to rise, encountering no obstacles. With his current foot, the cultivation in the Golden Immortal realm was completely smooth sailing. Middle Golden Immortal realm. Late Golden Immortal realm. After countless years, Suhan's cultivation had risen to the peak of the Golden Immortal realm. He had reached the ultimate level of the Golden Immortal realm. Beyond that was the Tai Golden Immortal, and Suhan currently had no idea how to proceed. Focusing on cultivation and ignoring external affairs feels truly wonderful. Suhan felt a surge of magical power and divine sense much stronger than before, revealing a satisfied smile. However, comprehending the laws will enhance my combat power and limits even further. He did not plan to exit seclusion, but instead turned to comprehend the laws. Regardless of the situation in the outside world, he now only wanted to focus on his cultivation. After an extremely long time, even with his current comprehension and the assistance of the fragments of the creation jade plate, he could only progress little by little on the path of the laws. Especially since he had to comprehend several laws. Water artifacts formations, and refining 4 major laws, he focused on comprehending them all in parallel. He also comprehended some aspects of the alchemy path, but that could only be considered an introduction. As time passed, Suhan's gains were naturally considerable. Moreover, he had harvested several batches of spiritual roots in his territory in the Hongmeng world. He obtained many spiritual items that could be exchanged for enhancement points. These spiritual roots were well taken care of by the golden-furred mouse. One day, Suhan instinctively awoke from his meditative state. He felt something and looked towards the north. In a daze, a scene appeared before his eyes. In the northern continent of the primordial world, a towering blood-red giant pillar stood erect. It radiated an infinite sense of destruction and slaughter. Buzz in the faintness, whispers echoed throughout the primordial world like heavenly sounds manifesting, expressing the lament of death, praising the greatness of destruction. Not only Suhan at this moment, countless beings saw this scene. All beings realized in their hearts that a majestic existence was being born. The Beast Emperor, Divine Reversal. He was the embodiment of destruction. He was about to perform a lament of destruction for the primordial world, burying everything completely. The Beast Emperor has emerged. A terrifying existence of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm. What to do? All beings were in a panic, almost suffocating under this aura of destruction. Is this the aura of a great figure's emergence? Suhan was equally shocked. This Beast Emperor Divine Reversal is far stronger than those 4 Beast Kings. Although his realm was far from theirs, and he could only see one scene, it was enough for him to judge the disparity. However, he could still discern the obvious gap. I wonder who will deal with this Beast Emperor. Suhan couldn't help but, perhaps the three ancestors will take action. Suhan thought to himself, I hope they can slay it. As for Luo Ho, Suhan knew without thinking that it was already a blessing if he did not cause any trouble. As for Hong Jun, his whereabouts were completely unknown. Besides Suhan, all living beings were filled with anxiety. If such a powerful beast emperor goes unchecked, the world of living beings would truly face doom. The emergence of the beast emperor shook the entire primordial chaos. Powerful innate deities looked warily at the figure of the beast emperor. A ferocious beast emperor at the level of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal. With such strength, only the three ancestors can intervene once more. A great Luo Golden Immortal sighed, deeply feeling the disparity. Even the previous beast king was not his match, let alone the beast emperor. What the other innate deities thought was almost the same. However, some were not convinced. Suddenly, a figure shrouded in mysterious spiritual energy tore through the void, arriving at the northern continent of the primordial chaos. I am the Ancestor Hunkin, here to slay you, ferocious beast. Ancestor Hunkin shouted loudly, releasing his entire momentum without reservation. He was one of the oldest innate deities, now also a strong Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Seeing the emergence of the Beast Emperor, he wished to slay it and gain fortune. If the three ancestors could slay the Beast King, then Ancestor Hunkin could also slay the Beast Emperor. What? Someone actually cultivated to the Hunyuan Golden Immortal level by themselves? The innate deities were astonished, unable to believe it. Apart from the three ancestors who broke through to the Hunyuan Golden Immortal with immense fortune, this was the first time anyone had seen someone surpass the Great Luo. They could only sigh and acknowledge that the depths of the primordial chaos were indeed profound. Who knows how many mighty beings are hidden within? Ancestor Hunkin, the Ancestor Dragon, and others were equally astonished, and no one made a move. It was a good opportunity to see who was stronger, Ancestor Hunkin or the Beast Emperor. Most likely it would be a spectacular and astonishing battle. Just like the last time when the three ancestors fought the four ferocious beasts. As the beings of the primordial chaos looked on with anticipation, the blood-red light column gradually faded, revealing the blurred figure of the Beast Emperor. Beside him, a battle spear floated, exuding an aura of slaughter and destruction. At the tip of the spear, the void automatically split apart with cracks, unable to bear its sharpness. This was its accompanying spiritual treasure, the god-slaying spear. The Beast Emperor looked expressionlessly at Ancestor Hunkin, his eyes dead and filled with an utterly pure intent of destruction. Ancestor Hunkin felt a shiver in his heart from the gaze, a mix of anger and embarrassment. He immediately struck, vast magical power surging forth. Mysterious spiritual energy roared and boiled, transforming into a supreme magical ability, attacking the Beast Emperor. The powerful magical ability was capable of overturning mountains and seas, shattering stars, but the Beast Emperor seemed unfazed. He coldly stared at Ancestor Hunkin, gripping the god-slaying spear, and thrust it forward into the air. Boom. Large swathes of the void collapsed like shattered glass, leaving only the god-slaying spear as the sole entity in the universe. With a single battle spear, he shattered the void, obliterated realms, and severed laws. Countless mysterious spiritual energies were instantly pierced by the god-slaying spear. Infinite killing intent erupted like mountains and seas, shattering all of Ancestor Hunkin's attacks. Just from its might, the ground below turned into a land of destruction. It would take countless years to recover. This was the power of the god-slaying spear. Under the influence of the Beast Emperor's Hunyuan Golden Immortal cultivation, the laws were exceptionally harmonious, and the power that erupted was simply unimaginable. Billions of layers of killing light gathered, and the might of the god-slaying spear showed no signs of diminishing, directly piercing toward Ancestor Hunkin. Thousands of great rifts in the void appeared, extending for countless miles, reaching to the horizon. They resembled bottomless abysses threatening to swallow the entire world. Not good. Ancestor Hunkin's pupils constricted violently, his mind shaken, and his true spirit warned him. His attack was unexpectedly completely dispelled. Facing this spear, he felt like a lamb awaiting slaughter, only able to offer his neck for the kill. Impossible. Ancestor Hunkin's magical power erupted violently, and at all costs, he activated his desperate protective spells. At the same time, he unleashed his unrivaled escape technique, attempting to flee and perform a grand teleportation through the void. However, the god-slaying spear quietly thrust forward, transforming into the strongest attack in the world. It pierced through all of Ancestor Hunkin's defenses in an instant, as if tearing a piece of paper apart. Beneath the boundless sharpness, the void shattered, time came to a standstill, and the great laws retreated. In a single strike, it felt as if eternity had been severed. Ancestor Hunkin despairingly realized that he had been completely locked onto by the god-slaying spear. Time and space were frozen. His exquisite escape technique had not yet been executed before it automatically unraveled. Even causality was locked by a killing intent that was difficult to describe, making escape impossible. As if no matter if he ran to the heavens, or the underworld, the starry sky, or the nine hells, he could not escape the judgment of the god-slaying spear. Is death inevitable once the spear is released? Ancestor Hunkin's mind flashed with a thought. Puff! In the next moment, he was pierced by the god-slaying spear nailed in the void. Boom! The god-slaying spear gave a slight shake, its divine might surging endlessly, its killing intent unparalleled throughout history. The killing aura obliterated everything within Ancestor Hunkin's body, causing him to explode directly into a shower of blood. A Hunyuan Golden Immortal was instantaneously slain by the Beast Emperor wielding the god-slaying spear. As this scene spread, the world fell silent. Soon after, the beings of the Primordial Chaos were shaken, struggling to believe what had just transpired. So powerful. What a joke, even a being at the Hunyuan Golden Immortal level can be killed in a single strike. Can the three ancestors withstand the Beast Emperor? From ordinary beings to great Luo deities, everyone was plunged into panic. How is this possible? Ancestor Qilin whispered, his expression extremely grave. Although he had become much stronger than when he first broke through, he still dared not claim he could slay a Hunyuan Golden Immortal. This is a major trouble. It seems I underestimated the ferocious beasts in the past. Ancestor Dragon and Yuan Feng also looked solemn, not expecting that this time the ferocious Beast Emperor possessed such strength. It was simply inconceivable. Damn, this Beast Emperor is too fierce. Slaying a Hunyuan Golden Immortal with a single spear. Suhan looked at the scene in the void, utterly shocked. He couldn't help but feel a sense of worry. Next, following the usual methods of the ferocious beasts, this Beast Emperor was likely to bloodily wash the Primordial Chaos, unleashing a massacre rite. The real calamity is about to arrive. Suhan took a deep breath, fearing that he would soon have to battle against the ferocious beasts. However, contrary to his expectations, the Beast Emperor who had just slain Ancestor Hunkin did not lead the ferocious beasts to sweep through the Primordial Chaos. Instead, with a single command, he summoned all the ferocious beasts back to the depths of the northern continent. The scene in the void gradually dissipated. In the depths of the northern continent, countless ferocious beasts returned to their lairs. However, the calamity aura of the entire Primordial Chaos suddenly grew 100-fold. The entire Primordial Chaos seemed to be draped in a layer of blood-colored veil, heralding a future filled with bloodshed. All beings in the Primordial Chaos felt at this moment that an unprecedented disaster was about to descend. Above their heads, it was as if a fierce and ominous magic sword had appeared, ready to strike down at any moment, bringing impending doom. The Beast Emperor summoned all fierce beasts back to their lair. The entire primordial world fell into a brief moment of tranquility. I must seize the opportunity to break through as well. Suhan understood that this was undoubtedly the calm before the storm. He had to grasp every chance to rapidly enhance his strength. He was currently at the perfected Golden Immortal stage, and the next step was naturally to ascend to the Tai Golden Immortal realm. To gather the essence of the 5 elements of heaven and earth and condense the 5 energies within one's chest is the practice of the Tai Golden Immortal realm. Suhan recalled the messages regarding the path of cultivation. The Tai Golden Immortal realm was different from the Golden Immortal realm. It was a transcendence built upon the pinnacle of the Golden Immortal stage. The so-called 5 energies within one's chest refer to gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, the 5 fundamental essences of heaven and earth. This is a cultivation path that the vast majority of beings must undergo. As long as one can condense one complete energy, one would be in the early stage of the Tai Golden Immortal realm. 2 complete energies would place one in the mid-stage. 3 energies correspond to the late stage of Tai. 4 energies signify the perfected Tai realm. If one could condense all 5 energies with the 5 energies converging and form a celebratory cloud atop one's head, it would be akin to achieving the status of a false Great Luo Golden Immortal, alternatively referred to as a pseudo-Great Luo or quasi-Great Luo, among other titles. At that point, one's magical power would be nearly limitless, free from the worries of depletion. The cycle of the 5 energies would create a small world of its own, comparable to a great cosmos. In every movement, one could unleash boundless power, altering the very heavens. And if one could open the 3 flowers atop their head, while under the celebratory cloud, they could smoothly ascend to the true Great Luo Golden Immortal realm. Yet I wonder what is so extraordinary about the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Suhan thought of the scene where the 3 ancestors battled the 4 fiends, and his heart filled with longing. Soon he ceased his closed-door cultivation and chose to venture out. To ascend to the Tai Golden Immortal realm, one must condense a form of the 5-element essence to break through. This essentially requires the aid of external treasures and opportunities. Relying solely on hard training would lead to no advancement for countless years. While the primordial world is calm, I must seize the opportunity to explore. Among the 5 types of elemental essences, he naturally wanted to first condense the essence of water. After all, he was a little lobster inherently drawn to water, and he had also comprehended the Tao of water. Condensing the water energy first would yield double the results with half the effort. It would be best to head deep into the primordial East Sea where water opportunities are abundant. Suhan recalled his previous experiences back, then due to his insufficient strength, there were still many unexplored areas in the depths of the East Sea. Though dangerous opportunities were still present. Now that his strength had surged, he believed that he was unmatched in the Golden Immortal realm, absolutely invincible. Even against a Tai Golden Immortal, he would first have to fight. He scavenged some opportunities and arrived at the depths of the East Sea. Of course, before he could only be considered to have just begun to venture, remaining at the fringes of the ocean. Under the guidance of the Jinmao mouse, Suhan discovered a vein of ore. Not particularly precious, but there is a considerable amount. Suhan exchanged it all. After glancing at the reinforcement points he had gained, he contemplated preparing to strengthen his power further. Continuing deeper would undoubtedly increase the dangers. If only I could raise my current power limit a bit more. After surveying his trump cards, Suhan chose the banana leaf fan. Having an additional innate superior spiritual treasure was the best choice for rapidly enhancing his strength. Banana leaf fan 1000, banana leaf fan 1000. He allocated all his reinforcement points to the innate banana tree. Soon he matured a banana leaf fan, which fell down. Suhan quickly refined it. Good. It was a fire-attributed sun banana leaf fan. He was very satisfied as this fire-attributed fan would perfectly complement the wind-attributed fan. With two innate superior spiritual treasures, whose powers complemented each other, the strength they would unleash would undoubtedly be astonishing. With his trump card further enhanced, Suhan confidently swam deeper into the East Sea. Decades later he arrived at a strange place. The essence of water was extremely rich, and the laws of the water path were exceptionally active. It was like the source of the ocean permeated by an ancient and profound aura. The East Sea. Suhan's expression turned grave as he had approached the vicinity of the East Sea. Even before getting close, he sensed an incredibly terrifying pressure. Creak, creak. Suhan emitted groans under the immense burden, his flesh and bones trembling faintly as they endured tremendous pressure. Even with his perfected golden immortal body, he found it somewhat unbearable. At this moment it felt as if he was carrying an entire ocean on his back. This cursed place is not meant for a little lobster to linger. I should leave. Just as Suhan was about to depart, he suddenly noticed a dazzling aquamarine treasure light burst forth ahead. It illuminated the dim area of the sea completely. A treasure has emerged. He was jolted awake. Before him a blue pearl rose slowly, radiating with brilliant light. Endless water spiritual energy surrounded it, being absorbed and exhaled by the pearl, making it resemble the essence nurtured by the sea. A great opportunity. Seeing such a significant commotion, Suhan could not care about anything else and charged forward. He summoned the Xianhuang cloth to protect himself, isolating the pressure of the deep sea. He grasped the blue pearl and tossed it into the Hongmeng world. Without a second thought, he turned and fled. He had merely been the first to encounter the emergence of the pearl, and it did not mean that he was the only being in this ocean. Even in such a harsh environment, there were still other beings present. Most importantly, the beings near the sea were all quite powerful. For if they were not strong, they would not survive, as they could not resist the pressure here. Contrary to his wishes, just as Suhan flew a short distance, a colossal creature appeared before him. It seems I cannot avoid a battle. After carefully probing with his divine sense, Suhan's expression grew serious. It was a killer whale, a being at the early stage of the Tai Golden Immortal realm, with an extremely powerful life force. After all, to traverse the vicinity of the sea, freely relying solely on one's physical body, how could it not be strong? It is much more formidable than my own body. It seems to be an exotic species of the primordial world. Suhan whispered, even he needed the Xianhuang cloth to roam freely here. In the primordial world, there are many exotic beings, even chaotic ones. Although their potential may not be exceedingly high, their strength was remarkably fierce. The strongest among them, like the Xian turtle, are said to have even evolved from the essence of the chaotic demon gods. Before he could ponder further, the killer whale let out a roar, opening its massive maw and charging at him. It could swallow him in one bite. Boom. Purple lightning boomed, transforming into a spear of thunder that struck the exotic killer whale's body. It caused its skin to split and flesh to char. Suhan gripped the purple lightning hammer, unleashing a torrent of purple lightning that spread over tens of thousands of miles. Hundreds of purple lightning bolts like dragons and snakes intertwined and spread out like a net of thunder, enveloping the killer whale. The purple lightning net gathered immense divine energy, flowing with starlight. Under the guidance of the laws of power, it bound the killer whale tightly, as if fishing. Such powerful strength. Suhan, through the purple lightning hammer, pulled the thunder net, as if he were fishing. After enveloping the orca, his expression changed. He felt as if he had caught a prehistoric beast struggling to suppress its terrifying might. The orca fought vigorously, breaking the purple thunder net within just a few breaths. However, the thunder net shattered but did not completely dissipate. Instead, it transformed into countless raindrop-like lightning blades, piercing towards the orca from all directions. This wave of attack could easily annihilate most golden immortals. Even high-level magical soldiers would be left on the brink of death if they encountered it. Yet the torrential thunderstorm that fell upon the orca only inflicted superficial wounds. Many areas of its body became charred, revealing faint traces of blood. However, these injuries were utterly insignificant on the orca's massive frame. Its life force remained overwhelmingly robust, showing no signs of decline. It was furiously enraged, flicking its tail, charging at Su-Han like a bolt from a crossbow. The wild and fierce aura it exuded was enough to make ordinary golden immortals' legs turn to jelly, losing their will to resist. Indeed, it is a Tai golden immortal, a rare breed of the heavens and earth. Moreover, it has mastered the power of laws. Su-Han took a deep breath, gripping the purple lightning hammer, and swung it at the charging orca. Without the slightest hesitation, he decided to confront it head on. After all, he was a congenital divine being possessing multiple innate spiritual treasures. How could he fear this orca? A vast torrent of magical power surged forth, and the purple lightning hammer radiated blinding divine light, resembling a thunderous star. The Xianhuang energy transformed into mist surrounding Su-Han's body, capable of withstanding all attacks. In the next moment, the two forces collided, causing the vast sea area to tremble violently. The orca, fierce and imposing, shattered the Xianhuang, carrying a vitality far beyond the limits of a golden immortal, exuding the might to overturn the seas. The protective mist formed by the Xianhuang was torn apart layer by layer, nearly breached completely. Fortunately, Su-Han's magical power was incredibly profound, nearly equal to that of a Tai, far stronger than when he was in the early stages of Golden Immortal. The Xianhuang energy flowed endlessly, resembling the amniotic membrane of the heavens and earth. It forcefully intercepted the full force of the orca's attack. Of course, the immense impact still sent Su-Han flying. But just then the dazzling purple lightning hammer struck the orca. Roar! The orca cried out in pain, suffering a long-awaited heavy blow. As if struck by a primordial star, a blood hole with a diameter of several dozen miles instantly appeared on its body. The purple lightning hammer unleashed a torrent of dense lightning, transforming into countless lightning snakes, desperately burrowing into the orca's body. Wherever it passed, large swathes of flesh and essence were obliterated by the lightning, unable to withstand its might. This guy's physical body and magical power are strong, but he lacks the aid of spiritual treasures. Su-Han was uninjured, yet he was sent flying like a ball tossed aside. Moreover, my understanding of the laws is not inferior to his. He focused his thoughts, stabilizing his form in midair, turning to charge once again at the orca. However, upon seeing the orca, his expression suddenly changed. The orca's magical power and vitality were surging violently, desperately expelling the purple lightning within. At the same time, it opened its mouth and spat out a small porcelain bottle. The bottle rapidly expanded, shimmering with colors emanating divine radiance, aimed at Su-Han. A whirlpool appeared at the mouth of the bottle, unfathomably deep. It seemed to lead to another world, a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure. Feeling the aura of this porcelain bottle, a thought flashed through Su-Han's mind. He never expected that this wild creature could actually use innate spiritual treasures. Moreover, it was on par with, or even stronger than, the purple lightning hammer. Splash! Even though this place was near the sea, a distinct sound of massive waves surging emerged. Streams of water entwined with divine light flowed out from the porcelain bottle, forming a great river rushing towards Su-Han. This great river was extraordinarily magical, solid, yet fluid, radiating spiritual light. It resembled a tsunami and a ribbon at the same time. The river within the sea appeared incredibly mystical and beautifully magnificent. However, Su-Han felt no such beauty as soon as he probed with his divine, since it felt as if he bore the weight of the four seas. The 1 yuan true water he mobilized would probably be instantly scattered before it, its power far inferior. The orca continually infused magical power into the spiritual treasure, glaring fiercely at Su-Han. This small porcelain bottle was named the Four Seas bottle. It could contain the waters of the four seas, allowing it to be summoned at any time, transforming into various forms to suppress enemies. Its distinctive feature was its overwhelming weight, capable of shattering everything with immense force. With its Tai golden immortal level magical power, how strong would the summoned waters be? At this moment, Su-Han felt the Xianhuang energy shield buzzing, unable to withstand the pressure. Being enveloped by the great river felt as if he were being suppressed by the four seas. I can't hold it. He tightened his heart, sensing that the defense of the Xianhuang was about to be completely shattered. The Xianhuang energy shield was still a low-grade spiritual treasure, and its grade was no longer sufficient. Moreover, this orca possessed Tai golden immortal level magical power. No matter how strong Su-Han's power was, it only narrowed the gap between him and Tai. If he could condense any one of the 5 energies in his chest, it would greatly enhance his magical might. The orca looked triumphantly as the great river instantly suppressed the Xianhuang energy shield. In just a few breaths, the shield began to tremble violently, on the verge of disintegration. A mere golden immortal without a defensive spiritual treasure would be crushed by the waters of the four seas in an instant. Whoosh! Suddenly a fierce wind surged. The great river formed by the waters of the four seas began to fluctuate violently, as if it were enveloping a mighty beast. In the next moment it shattered into pieces, being sliced apart by countless wind blades. The waters of the four seas were stripped of their divine light by the divine wind, scattering and losing their divine power. They merged with the surrounding, ordinary seawater. Suhan held the banana fan and forcefully fanned it at the stunned orca. A whirlwind instantly took shape. Wrapping the massive orca within it, sent it flying 10,000 miles away. The orca writhed in pain, its entire body displaying deep wounds that revealed bone. It struggled desperately, but could not break free from the whirlwind. Instead, under the whirlwinds enveloping it, turned and flew back towards Suhan. Whoosh! Suhan fanned again, pouring a massive amount of magical power into it, fully demonstrating the might of a high-grade, innate spiritual treasure. The terrifying divine wind sliced through flesh and bone, mercilessly cutting the resilient skin and flesh. The orca bled profusely, turning the surrounding sea into a blood sea. The Four Seas bottle under the orca's control released another great river. It sought to resist the divine wind and suppress Suhan. However, the banana fan was far stronger. It directly dispersed the river, showcasing an overwhelming advantage. For the time being, the orca could only passively endure the blows under the might of the banana fan. A high-grade, innate spiritual treasure is absolutely rare and unattainable even for a Tai golden immortal. This guy possesses a remarkably strong physical body and an even more formidable vitality. Suhan fanned the banana fan, repeatedly panting, slightly feeling somewhat dissatisfied. The orca appeared quite miserable, yet its body stretched for thousands of miles. A single drop of blood could create a massive pit. How strong must its vitality be? Moreover, the defensive power of the orca's physical body showed no signs of weakening. It was evidently resisting with all its might, and had not suffered any fundamental injury. Once the power of the divine wind diminished, it would seize the opportunity to escape. Suhan hesitated no longer, and summoned another banana fan directly. Fortunately, he had recently matured another banana fan, otherwise it might have truly escaped. As the thoughts whirled in his mind, a glint of brilliance flashed in his eyes, and he infused his magical power into the fire banana fan. Aiming at the orca, he fanned vigorously. With a roar, a blazing inferno instantly took shape, surging towards the orca. The environment of the ocean couldn't hinder the might of the divine fire, which could melt celestial gold and dissolve all living beings. With divine fires like the Six Ding and Six Jia, the true fire of the sun, and the southern bright leaving fire, even the most powerful beings would fear them. When the sea of fire met the dragon whirlwind, no conflict ensued. On the contrary, the wind fueled the flames, making the fire surge and the wind roar. After all, they originated from the same source, and were all under Suhan's control. With the wind and fire amplifying each other, they formed a terrifying firestorm. In that moment, the sea area spanning millions of miles trembled incessantly, as if even the sea was about to boil. The orca let out a chilling and fearful wail. Its body was engulfed by the fierce and scorching firestorm, gradually being torn apart. Even the most resilient bones could not withstand the divine wind of that moment. No matter how vast the source of life, it could not resist the ignition of the divine fire. Its vitality was like lamp oil that had fallen into a raging fire, quickly burning away. Soon it was completely extinguished, leaving no trace of life. After receiving the prompt, Suhan put away the banana fan. The sea of fire quickly subsided, and under the control of the forces of heaven and earth, the ocean ceased to boil. The gap between Tai and the golden immortal realm was greater than I had imagined, he thought as he swiftly flew towards the orca's corpse. This could possibly be attributed to the orca being an exotic species possessing an innate mid-grade spirit treasure. Suhan released his divine sense to scan the orca's body. A corpse naturally could not obstruct his probing, and he soon discovered a peculiar treasure. Perhaps it's a treasure, Suhan thought uncertainly, as he extracted a plain black pearl from the orca's body. He gripped it tightly, but the pearl showed no signs of change, instead causing pain in his hand. Subsequently, Suhan attempted various methods in succession. Whether it was infusing magical power, probing with divine sense, or striking with lightning and fire, he employed every means at his disposal on the black pearl, but to no avail. It only possessed one characteristic: it was solid. Terrifyingly solid, even the banana fan could not budge it. Exchange. Suhan decided to stop trying and intended to convert it into enhancement points. However, to his surprise, he found that he couldn't exchange it. What a solid object! Could it not be a treasure of heaven and earth? Suhan pondered, feeling quite perplexed that he couldn't even exchange it. He simply decided to store it away in the Hongmeng world and ignored it. He began to tally the spoils of this battle. Innate mid-grade spirit treasure, Four Seas bottle, not bad. Suhan looked at it. The power of this spirit treasure was quite strong, and he was rather satisfied. The innate restrictions it contained were even more numerous than those within the purple lightning hammer. He directly refined it and absorbed it into his body. Then Su-Han found some treasures and spiritual roots in the Orcus internal storage space. Finding no precious treasures that caught his eye, he decided to exchange all of them. Enhancement points 600. Enhancement points 700. This Orcus corpse contains such a vast amount of vital energy and divine power. Su-Han's gaze flickered as he tried to exchange the Orcus corpse as well. Enhancement points 150000. So many enhancement points. Su-Han was astonished, not expecting the value of this body to be so high. Truly worthy of being a Tai golden immortal level prehistoric exotic species. Lastly, and most importantly, he took out the newly emerged spirit treasure from the Hongmeng world and began to refine it. Innate 5 elements spirit pearl water spirit pearl. Su-Han exclaimed in delight, not expecting to coincidentally obtain such a rare spiritual object. The water spirit pearl's power was impressive, but more crucially, it had immense utility for the current Su-Han. The innate 5 elements spirit pearl was formed by the gathering and brewing of the innate 5 elements primal origin under fortuitous circumstances. Each spirit pearl contained an immense source of primal power. Like this water spirit pearl, it contained a vast amount of water's primal essence within. Su-Han could absorb the water's primal essence within, refining Ren water chi or Gue water chi, thus speeding up his ascension to the Tai golden immortal realm. Therefore he felt that this spirit treasure had arrived at just the right time. Having just arrived in the depths of the Eastern Sea, he encountered a tremendous opportunity to break through to Tai. I need to find a safe place and break through immediately. Su-Han left the depths of the Eastern Sea directly. Not knowing how many dangerous creatures still lurked here, it was certainly not feasible to break through in this place. Soon he arrived in a safe area of the sea. He found a secluded spot, set up a defensive formation, and began his cultivation. The water spirit pearl floated before Su-Han, emitting a soft blue glow resembling the essence of the ocean. Its interior contained an abundance of water's primal essence. Su-Han gradually drew out the water's primal essence from the water spirit pearl through his magical power, integrating it bit by bit into himself. The gentle water's primal essence contained profound and extraordinary principles, being the essence of heaven and earth. After absorbing it into his body, Su-Han immediately felt a sensation of comfort throughout. Every cell felt as though it was soaking in pure spring water, receiving a thorough cleansing. Inside his body, the kidney's function grew particularly rapidly, as if it was harboring a world of water within. At this moment, he could be said to be full of kidney energy. Su-Han radiated a blue glow all over, resembling a luminous blue gemstone. His physical body magical power and primordial spirit began to slowly transform, breaking through the bottleneck of the perfected golden immortal realm. A strand of chi gradually took shape within him, acting as a bridge to connect the inside and outside. This helped him commence a comprehensive elevation of life. In a daze, Su-Han felt as if he had established a mysterious connection with the vast world outside. His magical power surged rapidly, as if it had received an influx of the primal sources of heaven and earth. Both in quality and quantity, it began to increase dramatically. In his sea of consciousness, his primordial spirit shone ever more brilliantly, radiating light, with countless spiritual lights flickering. His comprehension ability and affinity with the principles of the Tao had undergone a significant enhancement. Especially with the principles of water, he took a small step forward in an instant. Su-Han's momentum soared, continuously increasing, without end, as if it had no limits. Until a certain moment, he completely broke through a certain boundary. Boom! A powerful aura, immense to the extreme, instantly enveloped 1,000,000 miles of the sea, causing some fish and sea beasts to faint directly, as their primordial spirits could not withstand this aura. This was the aura of the Tai golden immortal realm. I have broken through. Su-Han stretched out his arms, his face revealing no obvious surprise, only a hint of faint satisfaction. His cultivation had long reached the peak of the golden immortal realm, with an extraordinarily solid foundation. With the assistance of the water spirit pearl, a congenital spirit item, breaking through to the Tai realm was only natural. The enhancement of my primordial spirit and magical power is simply immediate and apparent. Su-Han's eyes flickered as he raised his hand and gently pressed forward. As his magical power surged, the ground hundreds of thousands of miles ahead suddenly sank, as if pressed down by the hand of a giant deity. In such a casual manner he had caused this terrifying offensive. This is the might of a Tai golden immortal. My magical power is far stronger than that of a golden immortal, and the water origin chi within my body can connect the internal and external. A faint, both illusory and real chi was rising and circulating within Su-Han's body. This was the water chi among the 5 energies within his chest. Through it, Su-Han could effortlessly envelop a region's spiritual energy, easily suppressing his enemies. Moreover, my comprehension now is much stronger than when I was a golden immortal, and my efficiency in understanding various laws has greatly increased. This is the benefit of being at a higher realm, allowing a comprehensive view over those beneath. Aside from these, Suhan's physical body had naturally become stronger. However, the enhancement of his physical body was far less significant compared to other aspects. This also indicates that as one's realm increases, the significance of the physical body diminishes. Generally speaking, the primordial spirit is the most important. Magical power is the transcendent force that can perfectly carry laws, activate spirit treasures, and unleash various miraculous methods. Unless it's a special being of a different kind or possesses specific cultivation methods for the physical body. Suhan shook his head, no longer considering this point. In this era, having a cultivation method for refining qi is already quite good. Subsequently, Suhan continued to practice for a while, absorbing the essence of water. Achieving complete mastery of the water qi was tantamount to reaching the peak of the early Tai Golden Immortal realm. The water spirit pearl has been a tremendous help, saving me years of arduous cultivation. It can still be used. Suhan glanced at the water spirit pearl. The pearl continued to emit a gentle spiritual light, as if it would never dry up. The internal essence of water had only been absorbed in small amounts by Suhan. This illustrates just how immense the primal power contained within the congenital five-element spirit pearls truly is. After putting away the water spirit pearl, Suhan emerged from his seclusion. His advancement to the Tai Golden Immortal realm had brought significant changes to his strength and status. In the Lobster clan, any Tai Golden Immortal is a pillar of the community. They are qualified to serve as elders of the Lobster clan, second only to the ancestors. Although there are certainly significant differences in strength among those in the Tai realm, they are all within the same major realm. Their status within the clan is equal. If Suhan were to return to the Lobster clan, he would be in an absolutely high position, wielding great power and commanding numerous leaders. This is nothing in the world. The Deluo is the true powerhouse. After his advancement to Tai, his mindset naturally changed. He directly began to look forward to the Deluo. Among the vast primordial world, there are not many Hunyuan Golden Immortals, and the Deluo is already considered a top-tier powerhouse. Once he advances to Deluo, even in the ranks of top-tier clans like the Dragon clan, his status will be significant. The Tai realm is another major watershed. Of course, during peaceful times, as long as a Tai Golden Immortal is not overly arrogant, there are rarely any mishaps. In most regions, they are considered strong. Especially now, Suhan's battle power is unlike that of ordinary Tai. At the very least, he is far more formidable than that of the Orca. With such powerful strength, he naturally has more choices. I still need to travel through the primordial continent. Suhan, after this promotion, did not rush back to the Lobster clan's territory. The Lobster clan is, after all, a subordinate race, and its foundation is not particularly strong, so it can no longer provide him with significant benefits. Even if there are truly good things, they are either for the personal use of the Lobster ancestors or shared among the clan. It is unlikely to be specifically granted to a Tai Golden Immortal. Suhan planned to go to the primordial continent. To be precise, he wanted to see the Buzhou mountain. Last time I went to Shouyang and Kunlun, but I didn't go to Buzhou. With my current strength, just circling around the vicinity of Buzhou Mountain, without delving too deep, should ensure my safety. Moreover, I am adept at concealment techniques. After contemplating for a while, he decided to take advantage of the current peaceful period to explore Buzhou Mountain. Last time, due to fears of the Qilin clan, he did not go to Buzhou Mountain, which left him somewhat regretful. This time he dared to go, not only because of his strong self. Another important factor is the heavenly demon transformation technique. With this method, he could perfectly simulate his aura, making it undetectable even by those at a higher realm. In other words, even a Deluo Golden Immortal would not be able to see through Suhan's disguise. Since that's the case, Suhan certainly had nothing to fear. He directly left the East Sea and set off towards Buzhou Mountain. The journey was very smooth with no obstacles encountered. Suhan's long period of closed-door cultivation had resulted in significant insights into the array path, and his ability to conceal his aura had become even stronger. He remained enveloped in the concealment formation like a transparent person, attracting no attention from anyone. Thus, Suhan arrived at the outskirts of the Buzhou mountain range. On this day, he stopped, gazing in shock at the scene before him. In the far distance, there stood a towering pillar of heaven rooted in the earth's veins, soaring into the starry sea. That was an immortal divine mountain piercing through the heavens and the earth. It is the center of the universe. No matter whether in the starry sky or at the ends of the earth, one seems to see its figure like an eternal imprint. The sun, moon, and stars encircle it, while the 8 desolations of the universe support its might. It quietly resides there, emanating a vast aura of eternal immortality and indestructibility. This was the last remnant of the Pangu great deity, making any being that beheld it feel insignificant. Panga's spine is truly terrifying. Suhan murmured softly. Gazing at Buzhou Mountain actually left him unable to grasp the concept of size, as if an ordinary person were gazing up at the endless starry sky. It seemed that Buzhou Mountain represented the eternal Tao, immeasurable in its form. In his eyes, Buzhou Mountain was like a barrier traversing the heavens and the earth. Suhan flew to a high altitude, surveying the countless mountain ranges surrounding Buzhou. Countless mountains rose and fell, any small hill comparable to the size of a star. They were arrayed together, corresponding to the stars above and the earth below, sketching the most magnificent and mysterious terrains of the world. A series of vast mountains far exceeding millions of miles surrounded Buzhou Mountain, causing Suhan's scalp to tingle. Incredible! Suhan exclaimed, overwhelmed by the shock. No wonder it is the first ancestral vein. He then swiftly flew towards Buzhou Mountain. Buzhou Mountain was vast, like the universe, drawing the mind, making one feel as if they were not far from it. However, Suhan felt helpless. Even after flying trillions of miles, the Buzhou Mountain before him seemed to have changed very little. It remained the same size as if he had not moved at all. Since his crossing over it was the first time he understood what it meant to look at the mountain and die of exhaustion. This is still me traveling at the speed of a Tai golden immortal. Oh, luckily, I didn't come to Buzhou before. Suhan had no choice but to continue his journey. After flying for several thousand years, he still had not reached the foot of Buzhou Mountain. Finally arrived. After a long time, Suhan gazed at the foot of the Buzhou Mountain nearby, exhaling. Although this period of time wasn't really long, traveling in such a monotonous environment felt quite different. The reference points changed slowly, making him feel as though he was moving in place, which was indeed maddening. Next, it was time to climb the mountain. Suhan gathered his spirit, preparing to ascend Buzhou Mountain. Just then he suddenly frowned. He sensed a breath of a gold immortal approaching the foot of Buzhou Mountain. Fire Qilin. Suhan looked over and discovered it was a pure-blood Fire Qilin in the early stage of Gold Immortal. The Fire Qilin strolled leisurely towards Buzhou Mountain, completely unaware of Suhan. Suhan had been shrouded in a concealment formation, his presence extremely low, naturally undetectable by a mere Gold Immortal. What a good opportunity. With a thought, he released an extremely faint aura. Who is it? The Fire Qilin was drawn to him, cautiously approaching Suhan. The aura was very weak, and around Buzhou Mountain was the stronghold of the Qilin clan. Therefore, the Fire Qilin had no concerns for its safety. As it approached Suhan, a glimmer flashed in its eyes. Soul capture. The Fire Qilin immediately froze in place, its eyes dull and lifeless. Its primordial spirit was immobilized by an immensely powerful foreign force. Although the soul capture technique had become less effective against strong opponents, it remained overwhelmingly effective against those of lower realms. Suhan flicked his fingers, and a surge of magical power erupted. A water-blue blade shot forth, gleaming with a sharp edge resembling a lobster's claw. It instantly struck the Fire Qilin, piercing through it. The Fire Qilin's eyes trembled slightly, but the threat of death couldn't shake it from the spell. In the next moment, its life essence was completely annihilated. Thud! The body of the Fire Qilin fell to the ground. Even a pure-blood Qilin in the early stage of Gold Immortal could not withstand a casual strike from Suhan. This was the terrifying strength he possessed now. After slaying it with a thunderous blow, Suhan's magical power seeped into the Fire Qilin. Through the Celestial Demon Transformation technique, he adjusted his magical frequency, gradually adopting a hint of the Fire Qilin's aura. Transform. Not long after Suhan transformed into a Fire Qilin, there was no distinction in appearance or aura from the one lying on the ground. He was also in the early stage of Gold Immortal, and even the surface strength of his body and fluctuations of magical power were identical. He tried to see if he could mimic the general combat traits of the Qilin clan perfectly. The Celestial Demon Transformation technique is indeed terrifying. Suhan couldn't help but sigh. Especially after being enhanced, even a great Luo Golden Immortal would not perceive anything unusual about him. Hey, will there still be danger now? Suhan proudly stepped forward, walking towards Buzhou Mountain. I am now a Fire Qilin. Even great Luo Qilins won't recognize me. Of course, a higher-level existence like a Hunyuan Golden Immortal would certainly be able to see through him. But within the Qilin clan, there was only one Ancestor Qilin. If he were to be so unfortunate as to encounter the Ancestor Qilin, he would accept it, saying it was simply his fate. Thus Suhan reached the foot of Buzhou Mountain. As soon as he arrived, he felt an immense pressure. This vast aura, although easily bearable, could instill a sense of shock in any being. The grandeur of the mountain. The cosmic pressure from the Panga god. Suhan murmured, feeling a slight suffocation as he reached the foot of the mountain. It was easy to imagine how terrifying that pressure would be on Buzhou Mountain or at its peak. Buzhou Mountain seemed like a heavenly road leading to the pinnacle of the Tao. The higher he climbed, the more terrifying the pressure became. Climbing the mountain. With great anticipation, Suhan began to ascend Buzhou Mountain. This pressure was perfect for tempering and refining his body and mind. Moreover, as the first ancestral vein, the opportunities on Buzhou Mountain were certainly exceptional. As he ascended step by step, he realized that the innate spiritual energy on this mountain was so dense it was almost like liquid. Other than that there seemed to be no spiritual roots, it appeared that nothing was allowed to grow. But he was utterly unconcerned. Buzhou Mountain, I wonder what kind of miraculous transformations it hides. Suhan thought of the various legends from his past life, filled with boundless anticipation. Such as the merits of opening the heavens Pangus essence, the primordial measuring ruler, the gourd vine, the creation blue lotus. Even the most ordinary item held immense allure for him. Just as he was climbing upward, a Inyang Qilan came down from above, coincidentally meeting him face to face. Great Luo, golden immortal. Feeling that unparalleled aura, Su Han's heart jolted and his body tensed. He never expected to be so unfortunate. He had only just begun to climb when he encountered the very rare Great Luo, golden immortal. Even among the Qilan clan, there were not many Great Luo, they were few of the top powerhouses. I hope the celestial demon transformation technique is effective. Su Han swallowed, looking somewhat nervously at the approaching Inyang Qilan. Little one, come to climb Buzhou Mountain to temper yourself? The Inyang Qilan spoke in a deep voice, asking. In its eyes, Su Han was a fire Qilan of the gold immortal realm. That kinship felt from the same bloodline was unmistakable, and naturally there was no doubt. I have met the elder. Indeed, I have come to Buzhou Mountain to temper my body. Su Han hurriedly bowed, not daring to say much, fearing he might give himself away. In his heart, he breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he should be safe now. Whom you have ambition, good. The Inyang Qilan said with satisfaction, the pressure of Buzhou Mountain is quite heavy. It is an excellent place to temper the body. It is greatly beneficial even for great Luo golden immortals. It walked in front of Su Han, casually waving its hand, causing several streams of light to appear out of thin air. Since we've happened to meet, I can't let you leave empty-handed. Accept this. Upon hearing the Inyang Qilan's words, Su Han received the treasures, expressing gratitude. Thank you, elder, for bestowing treasures. Now continue your ascent, refine yourself well. The Inyang Qilan encouraged a few more words before heading straight down the mountain. Phew. Su Han finally let out a true sigh of relief. Just moments ago he had been face to face with a great Luo, and he had nearly wobbled in his legs. Fortunately no incident occurred. Instead, I was granted treasures. What a gain. He joyfully continued climbing the mountain. The treasures weren't particularly precious. While decent for a gold immortal, they were just average for Su Han. However, given that they were received without effort, he couldn't expect too much. The most important thing was that he had tested the effectiveness of the celestial demon transformation technique, which genuinely delighted him. This is a good omen. Let's continue climbing. Su Han climbed with enthusiasm, hoping to gain some extraordinary opportunities. Jin Mao Mouse, come out. Su Han summoned the Jin Mao Mouse, allowing it to sense the opportunity for treasures. Above, the Xinhuang scarf emitted radiance, isolating the pressure from the Buzhou Mountain. Without the defensive spiritual treasure, the Jin Mao Mouse might not be able to endure this. Master, I can't sense any opportunity at all, the Jin Mao Mouse exclaimed, wide-eyed and shocked as it looked around. The legendary Buzhou Mountain is terrifying beyond belief. Even with a spiritual treasure to shield him, it could still feel the endless oppressive aura that left it somewhat breathless. My treasure-seeking ability is utterly useless here on Buzhou Mountain. The treasure-seeking mouse said dejectedly. Although its ability to seek treasures was wondrously different from divine sensing. Yet here on Buzhou Mountain it had completely failed. This was its first time experiencing such a thing. In its perception, the outside world was entirely void. The supreme pressure of creation was enough to suppress everything. Well, then it can only depend on fate, Su Han said with some disappointment, putting the Jin Mao Mouse back into the Hongmeng world. He also stowed away the Xinhuang scarf, preparing to confront the pressure with his physical body. As he continued to climb Buzhou Mountain, the pressure on him grew increasingly intense. Walking on Buzhou Mountain, Su Han truly understood what it meant to bear the weight of the heavens. With each step, the pressure on his body intensified slightly. The endless pressure of creation perpetually lingered here, as if it could extend to the end of time. Under such pressure, ordinary spiritual objects could not possibly be born here. It was even less likely for them to gain any sentience. The entire journey felt eerily silent. Do you not see that even the 3 pure ones transformed from Pangus primordial spirit appeared on eastern Kunlun Mountain? The 12 ancestral witches were merely born in the subterranean areas near Buzhou Mountain, never within it. Even the true Pangu stayed far away, let alone other beings. The Qilan clan, so powerful, could only dare to claim dominance over the areas surrounding Buzhou Mountain. They had no qualification to occupy the essence of Buzhou Mountain. Step by step, Su Han ascended. Initially, he let his mind wander, but as the pressure intensified, he could no longer afford to be distracted. Immersed in the pressure, he felt like a rough jade, gradually being polished into exquisite transparency. Particularly his physical body underwent immense tempering, reaping great benefits. Even his Tao heart seemed to have been honed, becoming more resolute. Decades, centuries, millennia. Su Han walked step by step, the surrounding environment seemingly unchanged. Yet the pressure had grown exceedingly terrifying, capable of crushing ordinary golden immortals. With each step, his flesh, veins, bones, and internal organs trembled violently. until a moment came when Su-Han lifted his foot but could no longer put it down. It was as if he had reached an invisible wall. I've reached my limit. Su-Han looked forward with reluctance, finding he could no longer climb higher. At this moment, he felt several small wounds appearing on his body, threatening to burst. He quickly retreated a few steps, barely managing to catch his breath. He took out some Sanguang divine water and consumed it directly. His wounds rapidly healed. Climbing to the mountainside, Su-Han's physical body had received significant tempering, which he considered a substantial gain. However, he felt somewhat dissatisfied. While my physical body has strengthened considerably, I have gained no other opportunities. Is there no fate for me with the treasures here? Or is it that there are simply no treasures? Su-Han felt helpless. This was far from his expectations. After all, this was the first ancestral vein. Yet the benefits he obtained were far less than what he gained on Kunlun Mountain and Shoyang Mountain. But there was nothing he could do. Even the Jinmao mouse had sensed nothing. He could only turn back. Just then, within the Hongmeng world, a black stone bead began to tremble, darting around in the small Qian world. What's happening? Su-Han was alerted, discovering it was a trophy he had obtained after slaying an exotic tiger whale at the ECI. That black stone bead was incredibly solid, showing no reaction and could not be exchanged. Unexpectedly, it had sensed something here on Buzhou Mountain. Could it be that there is an opportunity? Su-Han felt a surge of joy as he held the black stone bead in his hand. Feeling the faint attraction, he clutched the bead and walked in a certain direction. The Xianhuang scarf floated above his head, helping him resist the pressure, allowing him to walk further. Soon Su-Han followed the pull and found a primal restriction. The primal restriction on Buzhou Mountain. He quickly comprehended, eager to unravel it. After hundreds of years, he managed to unlock it and promptly stepped inside. As soon as he stepped in, he was stunned. Before him was a fragment of a jade disc and a drop of white jade essence floating in the air. The white jade essence was crystal clear, and upon seeing it, Su-Han's mind went blank. All his thoughts vanished in an instant. It was not until a long while later that his mind gradually returned to normal operation. This is Pangus Jade Essence. Su-Han instinctively understood upon seeing this terrifying jade essence. He became excited on the spot. Bone marrow can produce blood, its importance needs no elaboration. And the Pangu Jade Essence, once refined, would elevate his own foundation. Its level is so high that it is difficult to articulate. Su-Han suspected that this Pangu Jade Essence might even be of great use to top innate divinities or even chaotic demon gods. No doubt this is one of the rare ways to enhance one's foundation in the wilderness world. It is the most top-tier creation, one of the most against Thieven's opportunities. Pangu Jade Essence is definitely a treasure on par with Pangus Essence Blood. Su-Han cautiously stowed it away, placing it into the Hongmeng world. To refine it, his physical body must be promoted to the level of Deluo Golden Immortal or even Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Refining it now would likely result in an explosion leading to his demise. As for exchanging for enhancement points, Su-Han never directly exchanged such precious treasures, let alone Pangus Jade Essence. Who knows if the system's intermediary would deduct handling fees, making it not worth the trouble. I'd better hold on to it for now. Oh, if I encounter an urgent situation, I can exchange it then. Su-Han put away the Pangu Jade Essence and eagerly looked at the nearby jade disc fragment. Seeing this familiar fragment, he immediately judged that it was a fragment of the creation jade disc. He had already obtained 2 fragments, and this one seemed particularly large. Its value was probably far greater than the previous 2 fragments. Let me see which laws it contains. After refining this jade disc fragment, Su-Han was somewhat dazed. Could it be the main fragment of the creation jade disc? Within the jade disc fragment, 10 vast pillars of law stood tall, extremely profound, seemingly exhausting all the mysteries of the world. They are the foundation of all order in the cosmos, the most basic, the most exalted, and the strongest laws. Compared to them, the few laws Su-Han had comprehended seemed weak and insignificant. The top 10 great laws of the Tao. Su-Han never expected that the main fragment would fall into his hands just like that. The complete Chaos Jade Plate is a treasure of chaos containing the entirety of the 3,000 great Tao laws. Even when shattered, it is still exceedingly precious. Each piece is one of the most profound treasures for comprehending the Tao in the world. The 2 small fragments Su-Han obtained earlier were invaluable, and he wouldn't trade them even for the highest grade innate spirit treasures. Moreover, this main fragment holds a value unlike any other fragments. The main fragment of the Chaos treasure must be worth more than any innate treasure. Su-Han was overjoyed. This was simply a windfall. It contains the top 10 Tao laws. Its value is immeasurable. Compared to it, even Pangus Jade Essence seems insignificant. If this were to get out, all the mighty beings in the entire Honghuang world would come after him with red eyes. How could the main fragment not be in Hongjun's hands, but instead fall into mine? Moreover, within this fragment, besides the Tao laws, there are actually cultivation methods. Su-Han couldn't think more as he saw a cultivation method within the jade plate fragment radiating brilliant light, sacred, and divine. As his divine sense swept over it, the cultivation method was immediately imprinted in his heart. The cultivation method of the great god Pangu, 9 turns mysterious origin technique. Su-Han was stunned. Not long ago, he was still troubled about cultivation methods. After all, as his realm increased, the shrimp ancestor technique had become somewhat ineffective. He never expected to directly obtain the most supreme cultivation method in the world. Compared to it, the shrimp ancestor technique was hardly even trash. In his sea of consciousness, the imposing image of the lobster suddenly appeared small and pathetic in Su-Han's eyes. He immediately cast it aside, replaced by the 9 turns mysterious origin technique. The 9 turns mysterious origin technique is divided into 2 parts, or rather 2 chapters. Su-Han struggled to calm his emotions and examined the cultivation method. One part is the 9 turns mysterious technique, an unparalleled method for refining the body. In the future, the 12 ancestor witches will cultivate this technique, making their physical bodies incredibly formidable. When practiced to perfection, the body becomes the most resilient treasure in the world. The other part is the 9 turns origin technique, an unparalleled method for cultivating the soul and magical power. After cultivation, the advantage is an abundance of magical power at the same realm, with both quality and quantity, far exceeding other cultivators. The great god Pangu, whose essence, chi, and spirit reached the pinnacle, naturally left behind the most perfect cultivation method. I must cultivate immediately. Su-Han eagerly began his practice. He first cultivated the 9 turns mysterious technique. The body is the raft that crosses the world. Its importance is self-evident. The 9 turns mysterious technique consists of 9 turns, each turn representing a new heaven. The first turn corresponds to the Shinxian. The second turn corresponds to the Jinxian. The third turn corresponds to the Tai Jinxian. The fourth turn corresponds to the Deluo Jinxian. The fifth turn corresponds to the Hunyuan Jinxian. The sixth turn corresponds to the Hunyuan Deluo Jinxian. The chi and blood magical power moved slowly along the path of the 9 turns mysterious technique. Su-Han, like a great black hole, swallowed vast amounts of heavenly and earthly spiritual energy. Streams of mysterious Tao rhythm descended upon him, undergoing an extremely intricate and profound combination. Like the most wondrous placenta of heaven and earth, nurturing a refined treasure body. Blood, muscles, spinal cord, tendons, bones, and internal organs. Every inch of Su-Han's body was undergoing subtle vibrations. His entire body radiated divine brilliance, with countless divine lights erupting. The physical body broke through its limits, rapidly evolving. The first turn was completed. The second turn was completed. 9 turns mysterious technique, second turn perfected. After a long time, Su-Han achieved perfection in the second turn. He suddenly opened his eyes, which emitted 2 beams of divine light. His black hair cascaded casually behind him, his muscles coiling like a dragon. Every inch of flesh and blood contained tremendous power. At a glance, there was a sense of boundless strength carrying a hint of wildness. His body was engraved with ancient and profound patterns, seemingly innate, depicting some of the fundamental truths of heaven and earth. Su-Han suddenly unleashed a punch, and the void erupted with a thunderous roar, causing air and chi to explode. A mountain 100,000 miles away was instantly shattered to dust. He felt that with a casual punch he could destroy a planet and shake the entire world. Lobster claw. Su-Han focused his thoughts, and a claw made of magical power appeared in the air, incredibly sharp. It targeted his own arm and came down to cut. Clang. A sharp sound of metal clashing rang out as the lobster claw struck his arm, instantly shattering and dissipating. On his arm there was only a white mark, which quickly vanished. My skin is much tougher than the previous shell. Su-Han joyfully tested it out. Most importantly, inside and outside are unified, no longer having to fear internal injuries. His entire body felt like a piece of golden iron jade, with even his internal organs being remarkably strong. His current physical strength was not at all inferior to a low-grade, innate spirit treasure. Even a Tai Jinxian would find it very difficult to harm his body. It was like facing an iron lump. To destroy my physical body, there should be very few capable of doing so. Su-Han's physical strength had now reached a point where the significant enhancement of defensive ability truly delighted him, rather than just the increase in power. Moreover, vitality and recovery ability had also significantly improved. Layering the thickest armor, stacking the thickest blood. This ensured his safety, proving to be far more convenient and useful than the Xianhuangpa. He was now a completely different person compared to before. This clearly demonstrated the formidable power of the 9 turns mysterious technique. This is only the second turn perfection, comparable to the realm of the Jinxian. A glint of anticipation flashed in Su-Han's eyes. He wondered how strong the defensive power of the third turn, comparable to the Tai realm, would be. By then, even a group of Tai would probably struggle to move against him. The third turn. Su-Han began to cultivate the third turn. However, as he started, his body began to crack. Cracks opened up on his body as thin as a hair, splitting the skin. His chi and blood surged rapidly, wanting to refine himself even stronger. However, his foundation was insufficient, and the consumption was too great. No, I cannot cultivate the third turn for now. Suhan immediately stopped circulating his chi and blood to heal his bodily injuries. He realized that if he forced himself to continue cultivating, he might injure his flesh and bones, or even cause his body to collapse. With insufficient foundation, he couldn't continue his cultivation. So I guess I'll deal with it later. Suhan felt a bit regretful. It seemed that the body refining realm was difficult to keep up with his cultivation level. However, even so, his physical strength could absolutely look down upon others of the same realm. Even that exotic whale Suhan could overpower it solely with his physical body. Practicing the great god Panga's cultivation method, no one in the entire Hongwang world had such strength significantly increased. Encountering a demon spy. This restricted space holds some valuable items. After Suhan restored his physical body, he began to scour the restricted space, treating it as a moment of relaxation. In contrast to the deathly silence outside, the environment within the innate restriction was quite pleasant. In addition to the dense spiritual energy, there were extraordinary flowers and rare herbs, as well as pine cypresses, ginseng, and spiritual mushrooms scattered everywhere. Of course, there weren't any items of excessively high quality. These could only be regarded as decorations made from Pangu jade marrow and fragments of a creation jade disc. Take them all. After Suhan thoroughly looted the entire restricted space, he resumed his cultivation. This time he practiced the 9 turns mystic art. As the mystic art circulated, Suhan's primordial spirit began a mysterious transformation. A vast amount of heavenly and earthly spiritual energy surged in, merging into his body, captured by his magical power, refining his primordial spirit. Whoosh! Suddenly, an invisible flame ignited within Suhan's sea of consciousness. This was a flame formed by his magical power, enveloping every inch of his primordial spirit. It appeared quite terrifying. Suhan remained unfazed, silently operating the mystic art. Under the refinement of the formless fire, his primordial spirit became increasingly crystalline and radiant, emanating endless divine light. Not only that, while his primordial spirit underwent transformation, based on this, his magical power also began to be replaced. An immense amount of spiritual energy from thousands of miles away was drawn in, converging towards him, being absorbed and released by Suhan at every moment. The quality of his magical power gradually improved, becoming as pure as crystal, translucent and clear. It seemed as if the essence of the world was converging, containing boundless divine energy. In the world, no technique for cultivating chi or refining the spirit could compare to the 9 turns mystic art in its vastness and depth, brimming with infinite mysteries. The magical power of the primordial spirit continued to strengthen, breaking through limits time and again. With Suhan's cultivation at the Tai Golden Immortal level, the first 2 turns were soon completed perfectly. Even achieving the second turn in the Golden Immortal stage significantly enhanced his primordial spirit's magical power compared to before. Yet he did not cease his cultivation, unsatisfied with his current state. He aimed to break through the bottleneck of the third turn. After all, unlike the physical body, his primordial spirit's magical power was truly at the Tai Golden Immortal level. Having already cultivated the essence of water, his magical power was inherently formidable. Under these circumstances, it was possible to achieve the third turn of the 9 turns mystic art. The vast magical power accumulated over time was rapidly compressed and refined into extraordinarily high-quality primordial power. Even with massive amounts of spiritual energy being absorbed and replenished every moment, the risk of failure quickly arose. No, it's still not enough. I can't rely solely on my own foundation to support the completion of the third turn. Suhan suddenly took out a pile of rare materials, including divine flowers and extraordinary fruits, as well as celestial herbs and spiritual springs. These included precious spiritual items he had saved up before, and those he had looted from the restricted space. A dazzling magical power surged forth, transforming into a raging flame. He refined these resources into magnificent essence and spiritual refinement. Inhale. Suhan opened his mouth and drew in a large amount of precious spiritual refinement. This became a robust foundation to aid in his transformation. With this assistance, the 9 turns mystic art continued to operate smoothly, facilitating the final transformation of his primordial spirit's magical power. At a certain moment, Suhan's aura suddenly surged tenfold. Divine light radiated from his entire being, illuminating the entire restricted space. The third turn is barely completed. Suhan slowly opened his eyes, exclaiming. His primordial spirit was crystalline and clear, as if it could invoke the power of the laws at any moment. His understanding and affinity for the laws were vastly improved compared to before. Whoosh! Suhan casually waved his sleeve, unleashing a stream of magical power like a flowing blade rushing forward. After a few breaths, a massive chasm, spanning millions of miles, appeared before him. The magical power of the third turn is truly terrifying. This is just the magical power I casually wielded. Even though it was his own doing, he still felt a bit shocked. His current magical power compared to before felt like the difference between steel and cotton. The gap was immense. Such formidable magical power, if used to activate an innate spiritual treasure, the might would be unimaginable. Moreover, the capacity for magical power has increased significantly compared to before. Su-Han took a deep breath and smiled with satisfaction. His physical body had advanced to the second turns perfect level, stronger than an ordinary low-grade, innate spiritual treasure. His primordial spirit's magical power had also reached the third turn at the level of the Tai Golden Immortal. I wonder where my current combat power ranks among the Tai. Su-Han took one last glance at the restricted space before leaving. Upon reaching the middle of the unmatched mountain, the pressure that had once suffocated him was no longer unbearable. Of course, he couldn't ignore the pressure. Even a Daluo Golden Immortal would find it overwhelming. Let's walk a bit more. Su-Han, with a carefree attitude, leisurely explored the mountainside. He did not encounter any significant gains. Everything seemed a bit desolate. Forget it. The pressure is too great. If I go further up, I can't go on. He stopped pushing and began to descend the mountain. The harvest he had obtained in the innate restriction had already exceeded expectations. However, while descending the mountain, Su-Han encountered a minor twist. His eyes moved as he spotted a water Qilin climbing the unmatched mountain. A water Qilin at the Golden Immortal level. Su-Han, upon realizing this, felt quite calm, with no fluctuations in his heart. Having evaded the Daluo Qilin, why would he fear a Golden Immortal Qilin? Fire Qilin. The water Qilin exclaimed in surprise, I don't think I've seen you before. No, wait. The water Qilin's voice suddenly called from behind, causing him to pause. Have I been discovered? Su-Han narrowed his eyes, 100 thoughts swirling in his mind. Then a statement from the water Qilin ignited a murderous intent within him. You're not from the Qilin clan, are you? Su-Han turned around to closely examine the water Qilin, unsure how he had been exposed. However, upon closer inspection, he suddenly felt something was amiss. His formidable primordial spirit faintly sensed that this Qilin before him did not seem to be at the Golden Immortal level. A blue and a red Qilin stared at each other, and the scene fell into silence. Demon Clan. The water Qilin spoke meaningfully. Su-Han's heart skipped a beat. It knows about the Demon Clan. That means... With such thoughts, Su-Han appropriately revealed a hint of shock on his face. Seeing this, the water Qilin smiled. Its body suddenly manifested the unique skin of the Demon Clan, adorned with scales etched with strange patterns. A powerful aura far surpassing that of the Golden Immortal was slightly released, revealing a chilling demonic energy. It was from the Demon Clan, a perfected Tai Golden Immortal. Goodness, it's also an undercover agent. Su-Han was genuinely shocked to see that the other party was also a fake Qilin. The opponent possessed the formidable cultivation of perfected Tai, yet had infiltrated the Qilin clan. The demonic energy of the perfected Tai Golden Immortal vanished in an instant, and the water Qilin returned to its original form. On Mount Buzhou, although there was the overwhelming pressure of Pangu blocking powerful sensing, there was no need for excessive worry. However, it remained cautious and did not dare to reveal its true form for long. Subsequently, the water Qilin kept its gaze fixed on Su-Han, expressionless. No wonder you're so confident in directly revealing your identity. After all, it comes from the formidable cultivation of a perfected Tai. Su-Han understood the implication and allowed it to express its identity. Clearly, if he were not a member of the Demon Clan, it would have directly silenced him. With the power of a perfected Tai, killing a Golden Immortal would be as simple as a finger poke. Fortunately, I have seen members of the Demon Clan before. Su-Han's thoughts stirred as he activated the Celestial Demon Transformation Great Art. Features of the Demon Clan began to manifest on his body. Similar to the high-level demon soldiers he had slain, a formidable demonic aura emanated from him. Moreover, he released the aura of a perfected Tai Golden Immortal. This was also to avoid trouble, who knew how powerful members of the Demon Clan treated lower-ranked individuals. Although he was not afraid of it in terms of strength, he was after all a false Qilin and did not wish to stir up trouble here. Celestial Demon Transformation Great Art. The water Qilin smiled slightly upon seeing Su-Han's transformation. Such a mysterious technique was unique to the Demon Clan, confirming its suspicion. This fire Qilin before him was indeed its kin. They were all spies infiltrating the Qilin clan. I didn't expect to see another demon envoy from the perfected Tai realm here. The water Qilin approached and explained, I felt something was off about you earlier. It seemed you bore traces of the celestial demon transformation. I see, that's why I was recognized by an outsider. Su-Han retracted the features of the Demon Clan, revealing a hint of admiration. The cultivation of a perfected Tai is far superior to mine. Huh. The water Qilin smiled proudly and said, after all, I am the third demon envoy under the great demon general, so my cultivation naturally cannot be low. Su-Han nodded in realization. It seems that high-level demon soldiers are golden immortals and demon envoys are perfected Tai golden immortals. And what about the demon generals of the great Luo golden immortal level? He couldn't help but ask, as the third demon envoy, why did you take the risk to infiltrate the Qilin clan personally? What's the big deal, eh? This third demon envoy seemed to be quite talkative, waving its hoof, and speaking continuously. Even the demon general personally took action to infiltrate the three major hegemonic clans. It didn't notice Suhan's unusualness. After all, probably no one in the entire primordial world knew about the demon clan, let alone disguising as a member of the demon clan. It seemed that a long time as an undercover had made it somewhat weary, and upon seeing its kin it couldn't help but chat away. Suhan occasionally chimed in, gaining some information about the demon clan from it. He was deeply shocked. The demon clan even sends out great Luo Golden Immortal level members to infiltrate the three clans. The waters of the primordial world are indeed too deep. Now the great catastrophe of Longhan seemed not far off. He still had to keep a low profile and improve his strength as soon as possible. After chatting a few words with the third demon envoy, Suhan did not wish to say more. After all, he wouldn't gain much useful intelligence from this. You continue climbing, I'll take my leave. After casually brushing it off, Suhan slipped away. Let's talk more next time we meet. The third demon envoy watched Suhan's departing figure, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. Its talkative nature was evident, but this kin disguised as a fire Qilin seemed to have pressing matters and did not wish to talk much. Goodbye, Mount Buzhou. After descending the mountain, Suhan turned back to glance at Mount Buzhou, which resembled a path to heaven, and left the area. Though the journey was long, Suhan, who had gained a great opportunity, felt entirely different. Still in the form of a Qilin, he joyfully took Qilin steps, shrinking the distance to run toward the outside world. After 10,000 years, he finally left the Buzhou mountain range. The journey was relatively safe, although he coincidentally encountered a few Qilins none suspected his identity. The Jin Mao rat had reappeared, guiding him to various treasures. Is this the territory of the Fire Ape clan? On the way, after pointing to a location, Suhan discovered that the treasure lay within the territory of the Fire Ape clan. Anyway, I am now a member of the Qilin clan. Suhan mumbled, then unleashed the powerful aura of a perfected golden immortal without restraint. This was the purest aura of the Qilin clan, the very pinnacle among the various clans of the primordial world. Many fire apes were so frightened that they trembled and bowed their heads to the ground, not daring to resist at all. Fire Qilin, what are you doing? An angry voice rang out as the elder of the Fire Ape clan from the perfected Tai realm emerged. There exists a treasure here that is fated to be mine, Suhan said boldly, showing no fear of the other party's possible attack. Seeing that the elder of the Fire Ape clan seemed about to block his path, Suhan glared at it and shouted, "What is my Qilin clan dominating the primordial continent, and we can't even take a single treasure? Don't you dare get in the way. Does the Fire Ape clan wish to become enemies with my Qilin clan?" Hearing this, the elder of the Fire Ape clan was furious, but dared not show it. The Qilin clan was too powerful. As the absolute hegemon of the eastern continent of the primordial world, the Qilin clan held significant deterrence over the other clans. For them, the Qilin clan was like the will of heaven. They absolutely dared not rebel in the slightest. Humph. Suhan arrogantly entered the territory of the Fire Ape clan, directly stealing away more than half of their treasury. Many precious treasures were taken without a word, directly snatched away. There's not much good stuff, most of it is junk, Suhan said disdainfully, raising his head proudly. After robbing the treasures, he left the place directly. Alas! Who made my clan a subordinate of the Qilin clan? The elder of the Fire Ape clan and the others forced a bitter smile. Oh, what could they do? Who would dare provoke the Qilin clan? However, their hatred for the Qilin clan was reaching a boiling point. The more they hate, the better. Suhan left cheerfully. Treasures did not mean much to him. However, inciting hatred against the Qilin clan was something that had to be done. After all, his Little Lobster clan was in a different camp from the Qilin clan. He remembered that the Little Lobster clan had lost many members in battles with the Beast tribe. In the future, the two sides would still clash, so he might as well trip the Qilin clan a bit. The Ren Water Chicken clan. This item is fated to be mine. The Tongue Snake clan handed over. As chaos ensued, Suhan transformed into the Qilin Demon King. Relying on the prestige of the Qilin clan, he snatched many good items from various clans. After redeeming a batch, the gains were quite considerable. Of course, all he took were from the subordinate clans of the Qilin clan. The clans that were robbed dared not voice their anger, and not a single one had the courage to retaliate. They only harbored grievances against the Qilin clan. Meanwhile, within the Qilin clan, some had heard about this, but didn't care at all. The Qilin clan was just that domineering. Even more so than Suhan. The wealth and treasures of the entire eastern continent belonged to them, the Qilin clan. Suhan walked along, never having been so arrogant before. He not only refrained from using the concealment array, but deliberately showcased his might in front of the various races. This made him feel secretly pleased. This was the power of being backed by a dominant race. However, he was ultimately not a true Qilin, but rather a small shrimp from the East Sea. At this moment, he had already arrived at the shores of the East Sea. Transform. Once again returning to his original form, Su-Han dove into the East Sea. If he still bore the appearance of a Qilin, he would surely be besieged there. Soon he returned to the Shrimp clan. Not concealing the aura of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm caused quite a stir within the clan. The Shrimp clan has gained another Tai Elder. You little rascal, the last time we met you were still in the early stage of the Golden Immortal Realm, and yet it hasn't been long, and you are already at the Tai level. The ancestor of the Shrimp clan summoned, Su-Han once more surprised. In reality, several tens of thousands of years had already passed. However, the higher the realm, the longer the time required for cultivation. Achieving Tai smoothly along the way was already quite fast. It was merely luck, Su-Han replied with calmness. Now facing the Deluo-level Shrimp ancestor, he felt no hesitation. Strength brings confidence. I will impart the complete Shrimp ancestor technique to you, which is the method of cultivation at the Tai stage. The Shrimp ancestor passed on the comprehensive technique to him. Su-Han glanced at it indifferently and tossed it into a corner of his sea of consciousness. With the 9 turns mystic art, no other technique could capture his attention. The difference between the two is countless times greater than that between diamonds and gravel. There's also this postnatal top-grade spiritual treasure, which is quite good. The Shrimp ancestor then bestowed upon Su-Han a great halberd, its power astonishing, capable of bearing tail-level magical power. Su-Han expressed his thanks and accepted it nonchalantly. He tossed it into a corner of the Hongmeng world, preparing to exchange it for enhancement points. Even an ordinary low-grade innate spiritual treasure could not catch his eye, let alone a postnatal spiritual treasure. However, he also knew that the foundation of the Shrimp clan was limited. Low-grade innate spiritual treasures were extremely scarce. They needed to be exchanged for merits established by the Tai elders and could not be directly distributed. Moreover, some spiritual treasures, although formed postnatally, did not belong to the innate category, but still possessed considerable power. Becoming a Shrimp elder grants you a substantial increase in fortune compared to when you were a leader. Now you are also part of the clan's upper echelon. After bestowing the rewards, seeing Su-Han's expression remain indifferent, the Shrimp ancestor felt a bit puzzled. These rewards, while not extravagant, were still quite decent, right? After all, they are merely from the Shrimp clan, not a top-tier strong race. Moreover, as the ancestor, he personally came to grant treasures. Shouldn't the younger generation be excited? Ahem, your territory has also expanded significantly. Go take a look. The Shrimp ancestor waved his hand, letting Su-Han leave. He left the ancestral land, and under the respectful guidance of a golden immortal leader headed towards his territory. Elder, this is your territory. The Shrimp soldier leader pointed to the territory that spanned billions of miles ahead, speaking respectfully. This place is quite large. Su-Han nodded. This territorial reward was relatively worthwhile. There must be quite a few spiritual roots inside, allowing for another harvest. I'll be going into seclusion to stabilize my realm. Su-Han waved his hand, sending the Shrimp leader away. With a sweep of his divine sense, he discovered that various Shrimp captains were leading teams of Shrimp soldiers to patrol his territory. He did not pay them much attention and began his secluded cultivation. He had not forgotten that the calamity of fierce beasts had not yet ended. At present, the calamity's malevolence in the world had thickened to an extreme, almost reaching a visible level. One cannot predict when the Beast Emperor Shun Ni will suddenly emerge. UID, better be cautious. The ancient era does not keep track of years. Time flowed slowly, and Su-Han's cultivation took a step closer. Barely mastering the 3rd turn of the primordial magical power, he stabilized it completely. Then he began to comprehend the laws one by one. His cultivation time was still relatively short, making the comprehension of the laws a weak point. Although his spirit energy and vitality were very strong, it was the laws that truly paved the way ahead. He dared not slacken in his understanding of the laws for even a moment. Fortunately, his foundation was excellent, and coupled with the comprehension of the 3-turn primordial spirit, his progress in the laws was not slow. Tens of thousands of years passed. One day, Su-Han felt something and awakened. He looked again towards the northern continent. The Beast Emperor Shun Ni had emerged once more. Su-Han's heart tightened, knowing that the most dangerous moment of the fierce beast calamity was about to arrive. All beings of the Honghuang focused their attention there. On the northern continent, the Beast Emperor Shun Ni stood tall in the void with only 3,000 fierce beasts remaining behind him. Powerful auras surged towards the sky, merging into one, causing a resonance. Just a few breaths drew forth a chaotic wave of spiritual energy that swept across the heavens and the earth. Each fierce beast seemed to harbor a world within their bodies, carrying the power to shatter the heavens and bury everything. The weakest of the fierce beasts were at the perfect completion of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. There were as many as 3,000 distributed behind Shun Ni, their pairs of eyes radiating a cold light. Among them there were also numerous fierce beasts at the Deluo Golden Immortal level. At the forefront stood 8 fierce beast kings, each at the perfect completion of the Deluo Golden Immortal Realm, not weaker than the 4 fierce beasts of yore. Such power was enough to make any race tremble. Even the 3 dominant races could not compare. How have these fierce beasts become so strong? A primordial god demon exclaimed in shock after observing for a while. His voice carried a hint of tremor. It seems that the Beast Emperor Shun and I previously ordered the fierce beasts to return to their nests to nurture them, another person whispered. Indeed, Shun and I had cultivated these fierce beasts through nurturing. It had gathered countless fierce beasts in the nest, forcing them into brutal battles to devour each other's essence. Only then did it give birth to the strongest 3,000 fierce beasts. Kill. Shun and I brandished the battle spear, emitting a chilling killing intent. Under its lead, the 3,000 fierce beasts surged towards the Honghuang continent. They were the calamity of the Honghuang world in this era. The fierce beast forces are too strong, we must unite. Seeing the formidable strength of the fierce beasts, everyone grew anxious. Whether it was the three races or the primordial god demons, they were all extremely wary of the fierce beast's strength. Of course, they also coveted the fortune they brought. However, any single force would be crushed by the fierce beasts and could not withstand them. Soon many Deluo golden immortal primordial saints emerged from seclusion and gathered together. The Dragon Phoenix and Qilin races stood together once more. Under their leadership, the powerful ones of the innate 100 races converged. To combat the fierce beasts, they established the alliance of the 100 races. In the primordial continent, the powerful beings of the innate 100 clans formed an immense army, stepping into the void passageway, torn open by great powers arriving at another realm. A vast tide surged forth, boundless and endless, charging toward the dark and ferocious beasts. The army was densely packed, with the weakest among them being Tai Golden Immortals. As for those below the Tai Golden Immortal rank, they were not summoned. Even among the army, Golden Immortals would only be slaughtered in a one-sided massacre, having no chance to intervene. With tens of thousands of Tai charging forth, the surging waves of primordial energy even caused the Deluo Golden Immortals to change their expressions. Moreover, there were quite a few innate divine demons at the Deluo Golden Immortal level. Yet the expressions of the ferocious beasts remained icy cold, exuding an aura of destruction, utterly unconcerned with the strength of their opponents. As long as they spotted a living being, they would charge forward to kill. Roar. Chirp. Hiss. The beings of the various clans roared, their eyes turning crimson under the influence of the malevolent energy, engaging in fierce battles with the ferocious beasts. The vast majority of the beings were as large as mountains, sweeping across the void and causing the earth to tremble incessantly. The two sides engaged in intense clashes, causing the heavens and earth to lose their color, with the sun and moon shrouded in darkness. The boundless divine power surged, shaking the space within billions of miles, seemingly unable to bear the strain. For the first time since the creation of the world, most Deluo and Tai of the primordial realm unleashed their strength together. Such a fierce battle was enough to make any existence feel a sense of trepidation. Gulp. Suhan felt the pervasive destructive energy in the heavens and earth, along with the extremely chaotic and violent malevolent energy, as he swallowed hard. He remained in his territory, keeping his divine sense clear, quietly operating the 9 turns primordial skill. He dared not become entangled with the outside world. Above him, fragments of the creation jade plate fell, shedding a clear light that swept away the malevolent dust from his divine sense repeatedly. Although Suhan had been summoned previously, he had directly excused himself due to his severe injuries. The calamity of the ages is truly terrifying. Suhan resolved firmly to remain in seclusion until the calamity was over. On the battlefield, the alliance of the 100 clans and the 3,000 ferocious beasts engaged in a bloody slaughter. Both sides quickly suffered losses from the very beginning, with blood and bones scattered everywhere within a billion-mile radius. Corpses fell crushed alongside the shattered mountains and rivers by the aftermath of the battle. The torrential blood rain and the overwhelming scent of blood stimulated both sides to fall into even more frenzied slaughter. The powerful beings of the 100 clans would not stop until the ferocious beasts were annihilated, no matter the cost. As for the ferocious beasts, there was no need to say more. They were originally fearless fighters. Under the leadership of their Beast Emperor, even if they bled their last drop, they would fulfill their mission of destruction. In the endless slaughter, the passage of time became indistinct. Only an increasing number of corpses revealed the brutal scene of the calamity. The ferocious beasts fell one by one, their decline becoming increasingly apparent. Although each ferocious beast was formidable, with powerful physiques and strong recovery abilities, they could not withstand the overwhelming number of powerful beings from all the primordial races. Countless divine abilities and spiritual treasures surged forth. Even the strongest ferocious beast could not endure. Roar. A ferocious beast king let out a mournful wail as it was besieged and attacked by dozens of Deluo perfected beings. There were dragons, phoenixes, Qilins, and even more innate divine demons. As the nearby ferocious beast king fell, more Deluo golden immortals swarmed in. All of them had bloodshot eyes, using every means to bombard it. In an instant, the ferocious beast king, battered and bloodied, could hardly distinguish who was truly the ruthless calamity. Out of the 3,000 ferocious beasts, more than half had already perished. Moreover, as time passed, the rate of death only increased. Above, the Beast Emperor, coughing blood, witnessed these scenes. Its eyes remained lifeless, showing no fluctuations. It was the ruler of slaughter and destruction, born to enact annihilation since its inception. This Beast Emperor is also nearing its end. The ancestral dragon let out a faint sigh of relief. The several of them, as primordial golden immortals, had finally seriously injured the Beast Emperor. Of course, the strength of the Beast Emperor was absolutely formidable, leaving them all with injuries. Be careful, this fellow is very strong, it may have a counterattack in the end. Indeed, that spear of its. The Yuan Phoenix whispered, glancing warily at the god-slaying spear in the hands of the Beast Emperor. On its phoenix true form, there was a wound still bleeding inflicted by the god-slaying spear. Even with its ability to be reborn, it could not heal in a short time. How are you wary of my god-slaying spear? The Beast Emperor, seeing the 6 primordial golden immortals before it, smirked, its gaze fixed on the god-slaying spear. To be able to fight against 6 primordial golden immortals, to this extent, shows its strength. The most important reliance is this spear of slaughter. It raised the war spear, pointing it at the enemies, causing their expressions to change slightly as they retreated a few steps. Ultimately, the spear's tip was aimed at the ancestral Qilin. You dare to fight to the death against me? The ancestral Qilin's heart sank, its face grim as it focused intently. The others let out faint sighs of relief, but they did not dare to let their guard down, preparing to strike at any moment to encircle the Beast Emperor. It was better to eliminate it as soon as possible. Since that's the case, the Beast Emperor made a swift decision, about to strike for a final desperate effort. Suddenly, in silence, a pitch-black war spear pierced through the Beast Emperor's body. Its sturdy and indestructible body, capable of withstanding the assaults of several primordial golden immortals, was pierced through as if it were made of paper. Moreover, it not only pierced through the flesh, but also directly harmed its essence. The familiar laws of slaughter and destruction swiftly annihilated its essence. It was just like the attack of the god-slaying spear. God-slaying spear? How could this be? The Beast Emperor's eyes widened as it looked at another god-slaying spear that had pierced through it. It was certain that this god-slaying spear, along with the one in its hand, absolutely originated from the same source. The same power, the same effect. However, the Beast Emperor could no longer think. Already heavily injured, it had no strength left to resist this fatal blow. Its essence was swiftly disintegrated, its body shattered, and its divine sense withered away. Only a Dao fruit remained, captured by the being wielding the god-slaying spear. The slaughtered Dao fruit of the Beast Emperor is truly remarkable, Luo Ho said, intoxicated as he emerged from the rift in the void. The overwhelming demonic power refined the Beast Emperor's Dao fruit, integrating it into its own great Dao. The compatibility of their great Daos was extraordinarily high. Consuming this sumptuous meal from the Beast Emperor was bound to elevate its cultivation and significantly boost its essence. Its slaughtered Dao absorbed the Dao fruit of the Beast Emperor, serving as nourishment, and through mutual reflection and verification, it would allow it to advance further in the realm of primordial golden immortals. At the same time, the god-slaying spear in its hand and the god-slaying spear left by the Beast Emperor vibrated. In the next moment, they automatically fused together, radiating dark light with divine energy surging. The erupting aura of slaughter became even more overwhelming, even faintly overshadowing the malevolent energy of the entire battlefield. Even several primordial golden immortals felt a chill run down their spines, with beads of cold sweat appearing on their bodies. The god-slaying spear is now complete. Luo Ho grasped the brand new god-slaying spear, revealing a hint of a sinister smile. The god-slaying spear, forged from the stem of the Chaos Green Lotus, possesses unparalleled lethality. After the disintegration of the Chaos Green Lotus, its stem split into two, evolving into 2 god-slaying spears. They fell into the hands of Luo Ho and Shun Enai. Now, after slaying Shun Enai, Luo Ho fused the two and obtained the complete god-slaying spear. Its overwhelming sharpness sent chills through even the mightiest Zulong. Damn it, who is this guy? Several Hunyuan golden immortals glared at Luo Ho with grim expressions. They had severely injured Shun Enai, only to have this mysterious being reap the rewards. The god-slaying spear, how does he possess one too? A primordial divine demon, surrounded by yin and yang light, spoke, his voice filled with deep apprehension. This suddenly appearing figure exuded a menacing aura, employing mysterious tactics. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly killed the wounded Shun Enai. Now he had devoured Shun Enai's Dao fruit and obtained the god-slaying spear. Upon reflection, it was simply terrifying. This guy is dangerous. A profound sense of alarm rose in everyone's hearts. A Hunyuan golden immortal's cultivation, along with being a lurking old fox and possessing the god-slaying spear. Who wouldn't be wary? I won't disturb you all any longer. Luo Ho glanced at them, chuckled lightly, and calmly retreated. Behind him, the void split open and Luo Ho's figure vanished within. Watching him disappear once more, none of the Hunyuan golden immortals dared to make a move to stop him. Even a beast emperor like Shun and I was a substantial challenge for them, let alone Luo Ho. Damn it, he reaped the greatest rewards and benefited from our efforts. One entity holding a great cauldron spoke resentfully. Forget it, after all, the protagonist of the calamity isn't him. Zulong spoke. With the beast emperor dead, the matter was settled. Subsequently, several Hunyuan golden immortals diverted their attention to the remaining fierce beasts on the battlefield. In just a few breaths, the fierce beasts were completely eradicated. The malevolent aura of the calamity began to dissipate rapidly throughout the world. The primordial spirits of the various clans gradually regained clarity, feeling a renewed sense of fear. However, there was also a sense of relief. After all, the terrifying calamity of the fierce beasts had come to an end. The calamity of the fierce beasts was thoroughly concluded, the malevolent aura fading, and the world became clear once more. Without the fierce beasts as enemies, the alliance of the primordial clans naturally disbanded. A new era unfolded in the primordial world, bursting with vitality. The beings of various clans began to experience a grand resurgence, and many new races were reborn. Each time the world faced a calamity, it was a process of rebirth. As Su-Han sensed the dissipating malevolent aura, he too let out a sigh of relief. However, he remained immersed in his cultivation, not emerging from his seclusion. After a period of time, in the primordial world, the early stage of the Dragon Han Great Calamity had begun. The dynamics of the primordial landscape had shifted, and the clans were once again making moves. The most eye-catching were the three dominant races. The Dragon Clan had conquered the East Sea. Next, they planned to invade the West Sea, North Sea, and South Sea, gathering the fortune of the four seas. They hoped to use this as leverage to firmly place the Dragon Clan atop the pinnacle of the primordial world. Not only the Dragon Clan, but the other clans were also competing for fortune. The Chilan clan was also waging war on the eastern continent. The Phoenix clan was engaged in battle on the southern continent of the primordial world. Previously, they had to be somewhat restrained due to the looming threat of fierce beasts. But now the three clans were frantically competing for territory, truly aiming to dominate everything. Only by doing so could they gather immense fortune, enabling their strong to break through and ensuring the eternity of their clans. Is the Dragon Clan going to war in the North Sea? Upon hearing this news, Su-Han finally emerged from his seclusion. The Dragon Clan's expedition to the North Sea would naturally include their subordinate races. The Little Lobster clan was also among those heading to war. As one of the elders, Su-Han had the right to decide whether to participate, as it couldn't possibly be a full clan deployment. Some would go to battle while others would stay behind. I definitely want to go to the North Sea expedition. He didn't hesitate and made his decision immediately. He had already visited all three ancestral veins of the primordial world, and he had explored the East Sea sufficiently. The North Sea was far away, and he had never been there. Perhaps there were many good things to discover. Moreover, setting off with the main forces would ensure greater safety. The Dragon Clan was powerful. As a dominant race, Su-Han knew they would undoubtedly unify the four seas. As a Tai Golden Immortal, the chances of encountering unexpected events were minimal. Not to mention, he was no ordinary Tai Golden Immortal. My perfected second transformation body boasts high defense and thick blood. With my third transformation, divine sense, and numerous spiritual treasures by my side, even if I encountered a Deluo Golden Immortal, they wouldn't necessarily be able to do anything to me. Su-Han was very confident a result of his formidable power. Although he was certainly not a match for a Deluo Golden Immortal, it was unlikely that a Deluo could easily kill him. On the battlefield, as long as he was not killed instantly, he could seek help. Moreover, it is said that this expedition to the North Sea is personally led by Zhu Long. A glint of sharpness flashed in Su-Han's eyes. Zhu Long, a renowned figure in the primordial world, was undoubtedly a major character. He was the second in command of the Dragon Clan, second only to Zulong. Now he had reached the cultivation level of Hunyuan Golden Immortal. The fact that this being was personally leading the expedition ensured that it would proceed smoothly with little chance of mishaps. Let's depart. Su-Han and the Little Lobster clan set out on their journey to the North Sea. Finally, we have arrived at the North Sea. Su-Han, feeling the different water laws around him, marveled once again at the vastness of the primordial world. The East Sea army had taken quite some time to reach the North Sea. Fortunately, the Dragon Clan had special talismans and techniques that could cover the army and speed up their journey. Otherwise, with the speed of those low-tier beings, it would have taken much longer. After arriving at the North Sea, the various clans spread out, each launching assaults on the different races inhabiting the North Sea. After a while, the North Sea has no strong enemies. Su-Han felt somewhat bored. It seems that the beings here are much weaker than those in the East Sea. However, he also knew that the truly strong races had mostly been subdued by the Dragon Clan. In front of the Dragon Clan, the races in the North Sea were indeed negligible. At this moment, Su-Han, as an elder of the Lobster Clan, was leading a team of lobsters to attack a sea serpent race. Those who do not submit will be killed on the spot. Su-Han spoke indifferently, issuing the order. Several commanders around him responded in unison and took action simultaneously. Many golden immortal-level shrimp captains also joined in surging into the lair of the sea serpent race. Master, there seems to be a treasure over there. The increasingly intelligent Jin Mao Shu sat on Su-Han's shoulder, his small eyes sparkling as he suddenly pointed in a direction. Did we stumble upon an opportunity so soon after arriving at the North Sea? Su-Han glanced over in surprise, his powerful divine sense instantly spanning hundreds of thousands of miles, arriving at an island. It seems there is a restriction. With his growing expertise in array paths, Su-Han quickly sensed the familiar ripple of restrictions. He decided to explore it after the battle concluded. The enemy was not strong. With a casual strike, Su-Han shattered them. After the battle, while everyone rested, Su-Han quietly arrived at a distant island and triggered the innate restriction. This restriction is quite ordinary. For him who had delved deeply into the Tao of formations, breaking this restriction was not difficult. Or rather, it was effortless. Upon entering the restricted space, Su-Han discovered several acquired spiritual roots. To his astonishment, there was even a primordial plum grove inside. Clusters of plums hung from the trees, glistening and vibrant enough to make one's mouth water at a glance. Although the quality isn't high, the quantity makes up for it. Su-Han contentedly harvested the entire primordial plum grove and planted them within the Hongmeng world. These plums had already matured significantly, each fruit brimming with abundant spiritual energy. Such spiritual fruits are akin to natural elixirs, without the so-called pill poison. If I refine them, I wonder if it could help the 9 turns mystic art break through to the 3rd turn. Su-Han couldn't help but think. His physical foundation was insufficient, and he couldn't break through to the 3rd turn. But if he had ample cultivation resources, it would be different. Let's wait a bit longer, these aren't very reliable yet. After a brief estimation, Su-Han set it aside for now. Finally, he scoured the restricted space, extracting all the spiritual roots present. Such an ordinary restriction contains quite a number of spiritual roots, even if their levels aren't high. Su-Han thought deep in contemplation. Perhaps with the passage of time, the spiritual roots within these restrictions began to grow. Unlike before, when most were barren, only a few extremely precious items existed. Su-Han left this place and rejoined his team. Soon the team headed towards another sea area. As a subordinate race of the Dragon Clan, their duty was to sweep through the entire North Sea, to make all races of the North Sea submit to the Dragon Clan. Su-Han casually swam along, seldom After all, as his strength increased, obtaining enhancement points through killing enemies became increasingly difficult. Killing a golden immortal barely yielded any enhancement points, which was quite demotivating. Entire golden immortals were not particularly numerous. Su-Han used the excuse of scouting the North Sea races to occasionally venture out for treasure hunting. Thousands of years passed, and he had indeed gained a fair amount of enhancement points. One day, at the bottom of a certain part of the North Sea, a faction of the Small Lobster Clan led by Su-Han was in a confrontation with the North Sea Tuna Clan. Swish! A fully realized golden immortal tuna charged forward, radiating golden light, swirling with the sharp and fierce laws of gold. Like an indomitable divine spear, it lunged directly towards Su-Han, truly seeking death. Su-Han glanced at it, his expression unchanged. This tuna leader was probably infuriated after witnessing its clan's defeat, wanting to fight to the death in hopes of inflicting damage on him, a Tai elder. But unfortunately, a golden immortal daring to challenge Tai, do you think you are me? Without showing any aura, Su-Han extended a pure white finger and flicked it at the charging tuna leader. Crack! A force strong enough to shatter a small world struck the tuna leader, instantly producing a sound of metal fracturing. In the next moment, its severed body flew out and quickly lost all signs of life. The tuna leader was directly killed by Su-Han's fingertip. You overestimate yourself. He looked at his finger, which left no trace. His perfected second-turn physical body was not something a tuna could injure. Bored, Su-Han observed the battlefield occasionally, using his magical power to kill any tuna attempting to escape. The golden-furred rat sensed the opportunity within the restriction. As the battlefield calmed down after issuing a few commands, Su-Han headed straight for the location of the restriction's opportunity. Successfully finding the restriction, he broke it open. Inside, Su-Han found several wood-type primordial spiritual roots. Additionally, at the center of the restriction, there was a crystal-clear pearl, exuding a vast amount of wood-type spiritual energy. Primordial 5 elements spiritual pearl, with spiritual pearl. Su-Han felt a surge of delight. Within this restricted space, the wood laws and resonances were exceptionally vibrant, gathering a substantial amount of the essence of wood. Even just these wood-type, low-grade primordial spiritual roots were worth as much as the primordial plum grove. Furthermore, there was the even more precious wood spiritual pearl. With this wood spiritual pearl, I can condense the chi of Emu and break through to the mid-Tai stage. Su-Han stored it away. The last time it was because he obtained the water spiritual pearl that he successfully broke through to the early Tai stage. And these spiritual roots have already borne a fair number of mature spiritual fruits. His divine sense swept through feeling the surging primal energy within, and he immediately made a decision. Right here, he would practice the 9 turns mystic art and break through to the 3rd turn. A large number of plums were taken out, and these wood-type spiritual fruits were also plucked. Magical power surged forth, refining them as he swallowed them into his body. The vast spiritual energy was enough to burst a Tai golden immortal, creating chaos within Su-Han as it relentlessly surged. However, under the operation of the 9 turns mystic art, they could only be used to temper Su-Han's physical body and replenish his physical origin. Having already reached the perfected 2nd turn realm, he quickly broke through the bottleneck under the impact of such immense resources. Mystic Art's 3rd turn. Su-Han let out a long roar, his blood and energy shaking the heavens, causing the primordial restriction to fluctuate, as if it might collapse. In just a slight breath, the vast expanse of the void stirred with swirling winds. As he exhaled, the wild winds swept across the land for thousands of miles. It made others suspect whether a formidable beast was lurking here. With the 9 turns mystic art, my physical body has reached a level comparable to a Tai golden immortal. Even among beasts of the same rank, no one can rival me in physical prowess. Su-Han was extremely confident, believing that even relying solely on his physical strength, he could crush any powerful opponent of the same realm into the ground. Of course, this excluded certain special spiritual treasures. With a thought, he summoned the purple lightning hammer, thunder rumbling. The next moment, the purple lightning hammer struck against his chest. Boom. A massive collision echoed, waves of air rippling outward, while Su-Han stood motionless at the center. His chest turned slightly red, but it quickly returned to normal. My physical strength is nearly comparable to that of a mid-grade primordial spiritual treasure. Su-Han felt a surge of pride. His body at the 3rd turn of the mystic art was hard to destroy, even by a Deluo golden immortal. Only now, facing a Deluo golden immortal, did he feel somewhat confident about escaping. If it were, before, he could only barely hold on, hoping for reinforcements to arrive sooner. The gap between Deluo and Tai is exceedingly vast. Back to the battlefield. Su-Han originally wanted to absorb the wood spiritual pearls, would origin and break through to the mid-Tai stage. However, the breakthrough of realms is different from the enhancement of physical mystic art. The time required is quite long, and he could not stay away from the team for too long. Thus, he could only set it aside for now. Su-Han returned to the team, continuing towards the next sea area. As the Dragon Clan waged war, many weaker races in the Northern Sea gradually submitted to them. Of course, there were also numerous tribes unwilling to yield, gathering together to unite against the Dragon Clan. At the forefront is the dominant race of the Northern Sea, the Xiangui clan. Their strength is formidable, their bodies exceptionally robust, especially in defense, which is unmatched in the primordial chaos. Although their overall strength does not match that of the Dragon Clan, they are not far behind, standing as a top-tier race. Under the leadership of the Xiangui clan, many powerful clans of the Northern Sea united to fiercely resist the Dragon Clan's offensive. After hundreds of thousands of years, both sides were nearing the final battle. The Xiangui will likely become one of the 4 sacred beasts in the future. Su-Han gazed towards the distant Deluo battlefield, harboring no thoughts of going to observe. The Deluo Golden Immortals are still too powerful, especially the ones from the Dragon Clan and the Xiangui clan. Unfortunately, after all, they are not the protagonists of the calamity and are destined to be eliminated early. Su-Han shook his head. The Little Lobster clan was also participating in the decisive battle, no longer as carefree as before. From time to time, they had to engage in battles with strong races. Suddenly, Su-Han's divine sense sensed something, his eyes shooting out divine light as he looked towards the distant sea. There, a Xiangui in the early stage of the Tai Golden Immortal was charging straight towards him. Interesting. A smile appeared at the corner of Su-Han's mouth. He had been itching for a fight for a long time. Glancing at the surrounding lobsters to avoid involving them, Su-Han also charged towards the Xiangui. He sped across the surface of the sea, his body radiating an aura that parted the waters below. His speed increased, dazzling like a meteor. The Xiangui spotted Su-Han from afar, a glimmer of disdain flashing in its eyes. A mere early Tai of the Lobster clan dares to fight it alone, overestimating itself. As they met, neither party slowed their pace, instead becoming more ferocious in their attempts to kill each other. The next moment they collided. Boom. The sea below suddenly collapsed, pressed down into a chasm by the invisible force. Su-Han unleashed a straight punch, knocking the Xiangui over with sheer physical strength. The enormous Xiangui flipped through the air, soaring backward like it had been struck by a train with no resistance whatsoever. Puff! The Xiangui suffered internal injuries, disbelief flashing in its eyes. In its perception, this terrifying Tai Golden Immortal seemed like a fierce beast transformed, its strength astonishing beyond the Tai realm. Even the early Tai of the Dragon Clan couldn't match such power. The turtle shell is indeed very tough, but unfortunately it encountered me. Su-Han smiled smugly, his black hair dancing wildly, blood and energy surging to the skies. At this moment, he seemed like a young ancestral witchu under the same realm. No matter how strong the defense, it could not withstand his iron fist. Swish! Suhan moved directly, shattering the air and creating a long vacuum channel. Instantly arriving beneath the still-flying Xiangui, the air behind him trembled, emitting a sound like a whistle, making the Xiangui feel greatly unsettled. This was the effect of pure power enough to make any strong practitioner of the same realm wary. The next moment, Suhan aimed at the turtle shell above and punched upwards. Boom! The Xiangui was sent soaring into the sky as if it had been shelled by artillery. No! The Xiangui suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs, its heart filled with growing fear. The power of that punch was so intense it nearly shattered its shell. Or rather, it had already left some cracks on the shell. A tremendous force penetrated its body, shaking it into chaos. This was the first time in its life. Suhan again punched the turtle shell, sending it flying once more, adding several more fine cracks to the shell. Bang! In an instant, Suhan's figure flickered unpredictably, like playing volleyball, sending the Xiangui flying in all directions. The Xiangui was unable to mount any counterattack. Any means of retaliation were crushed in their infancy by Suhan. Big brother, save me. The shadow of death loomed over the Xiangui's heart, and it couldn't help but shout, its voice tinged with despair. Before this demon, its thick turtle shell no longer provided any sense of security. Big brother. Without any means of communication, what good is that? Suhan, hearing this, paid no mind, instantly crossing hundreds of miles and hovering above the Xiangui. With his hands clasped together like a massive hammer, he suddenly smashed down towards the Xiangui. Crack! Crack, crack, crack. The turtle shell, already riddled with numerous cracks, suffered an even stronger blow, directly being smashed to pieces by Suhan. Countless fragments of the turtle shell flew everywhere, revealing the internally mangled body. Suhan's punch not only shattered the turtle shell, the force even penetrated through the Xiangui, creating an air cannon that shot straight into the sea. Enhancement points 200. Looking at the Xiangui's corpse falling down, Suhan frowned. 200 enhancement points, that's too little. He pouted, knowing that this was mainly due to his increased strength, which had slightly reduced the enhancement points, still not comparable to that exotic killer whale. If that exotic killer whale comes back to life, I could kill it with a single punch. Suhan felt even more confident. The fact that even the Xiangui of the same realm was no match for him was enough to prove his strength. In the Tai Golden Immortal realm, who could stand against him? The methods left by the Pangu Great Deity are truly powerful. As Suhan ruthlessly slayed the Xiangui, in a certain area of the sea, a giant Xiangui, just having battled several true dragons, suddenly froze, its heart feeling as if gripped by a giant hand. Through its spiritual sense, it quickly looked towards Suhan's location. It recalled that its brother seemed to have gone that way to exterminate the dragon clan's affiliated races. Something happened to my brother. The Xiangui's eyes turned red as it rapidly sped towards Suhan's position. Even though the Xiangui clan is generally slow, with its terrifying strength, it darted across vast stretches of ocean like a streak of light. Enhancement points 100. Unfortunately, if the turtle shell hadn't completely shattered, the value of this Xiangui's body would have been higher. Suhan exchanged the Xiangui's corpse and then searched the area. He collected some large fragments of the turtle shell, which he also exchanged for enhancement points. However, there were still many small fragments that had scattered into the sea, and he was too lazy to search any further. Just as he was about to head back, his brow furrowed. His divine sense spread into the distance, capturing a massive shadow, its aura extremely powerful, far stronger than the previous Xiangui. Another Xiangui clan. It seems to be a perfected Tai Golden Immortal. A thought flashed through Suhan's mind as he sensed the intense killing intent emanating from that existence, his eyes narrowing. The newcomer doesn't seem friendly. Could it really be the older brother of that fellow from before? Remembering the words of the Xiangui before its death, Suhan smiled with excitement, brimming with battle intent. I was just lamenting the lack of suitable opponents. My brother. The Xian turtle at the perfected Tai realm hastily arrived at the sea region where Suhan was located. Suddenly, it instinctively turned its gaze to the side and saw a fragment of a turtle shell floating on the surface of the sea. Sensing the familiar aura on the turtle shell, its eyes turned blood red, filled with murderous intent. It raised its head and saw Suhan standing in the distance waiting for it. You shall die. The Xian turtle roared, appearing utterly frenzied. Its entire body surged with magical power and vital blood, manifesting chains of divine laws around it. In the faintest sense, it seemed as if a domain had descended upon the vast sea, suppressing everything. The magical power and physical body are far stronger than the previous Xian turtle. Suhan raised an eyebrow, his expression turning serious. In the perfected Tai realm, every time one cultivates a strand of primordial energy, it allows their magical power to undergo a transformation. Each level of improvement enables one to firmly suppress lower-tier beings. Not to mention the vast difference between the perfected Tai and the early Tai, the gap is so significant that it's almost indescribable, as if they are beings of entirely different realms. At this moment, an invisible suppression descended, causing Su-Han's body to feel heavy, as if he were bearing the weight of a mountain. However, amidst the flow of vital blood, he quickly broke through all oddities. No wonder it's the Xian turtle at the perfected Tai, it's just one step away from the 5 Chi returning to origin. Su-Han showed no fear, stepping forward with vital blood surging to the sky. He radiated divine light, his essence, spirit, and energy merging as one, his momentum fierce enough to nearly tear apart the Xian turtle's domain. The 9 turns mystic art cultivated to the 3rd turn unleashed its full power for the first time. Strange. The Xian turtle sensed Su-Han's aura, which felt like a blazing sun, and was taken aback. Clearly he was only at the early Tai, yet he managed to instill a sense of crisis in it. It had cultivated 4 strands of primordial energy, and as a member of the Xian turtle clan, its battle prowess was formidable. It could be considered an invincible being among the Tai golden immortals. Other pseudo-Dao lords from different races might not even be its match. No matter, anyone who dares to kill my brother must die regardless of their strength. The Xian turtle charged towards Su-Han, while simultaneously activating its divine abilities. Water dragons spiraled up from the ocean like long whips wielded by giants, striking towards Su-Han. Seeing this, Su-Han opened his mouth and expelled a blazing white light blade akin to a heavenly sword capable of cutting through anything. This blade was a manifestation of his magical power, extremely potent, even able to replace divine abilities. Sizzle. The light blade sliced through a water dragon, cleaving it in two. However, the water dragon infused with the Xian turtle's law power was not to be trifled with, and directly diminished much of the blade's potency. Soon the light blade was completely submerged in another water dragon. Su-Han felt a chill in his heart, realizing that even with a slight advantage in magical power, he was not significantly stronger. Moreover, the Xian turtle's mastery of law power was far more formidable. As several water dragons approached, Su-Han disregarded them, and used his body as a weapon to charge forward. Waves of powerful magical energy and vital blood surged within him, filling his limbs and bones. With arms outstretched like a great rock, he cleaved through the sky, effortlessly slicing apart several water dragons. For a body-refining cultivator, the physical body itself was the strongest weapon. Moreover, he had equally formidable magical power to support him, making his might even more ferocious. Whoosh! After the Xian turtle launched its attack, it had already closed in on Su-Han. Seeing Su-Han actually pierce through its divine ability, it was astonished, and its movements became even quicker. It stomped forward like a celestial pillar, stabilizing the 4 corners, bearing immeasurable weight, as it directly sent Su-Han flying. Boom! Su-Han was launched backward, falling into the sea. He groaned, his vital blood churning. However, he did not sustain any injuries. His body was now impervious, every inch solidified to the utmost, as if forged from divine gold. How is this possible? The Xian turtle, after attacking in frustration, was utterly shocked. Could this guy be from some extraordinary race? The Xian turtle pondered in its heart. Moreover, the opponent not only possessed immense physical strength, but could this guy be from some extraordinary race? The Xian turtle pondered in its heart. Moreover, the opponent not only possessed immense physical strength, but his magical power also surpassed its own. The only advantage it had was the law power it had mastered over countless years, which was much stronger than the opponent's. Boom! Su-Han shot up from the sea, actively charging toward the Xian turtle. He was enveloped in a layer of radiant flames, a manifestation of his essence, spirit, and energy being fully mobilized. Upon seeing this, the Xian turtle let out a cold snort, and 4 strands of primordial energy faintly glowed within it. Immense magical power stirred the vast primordial energy from the external world, transforming it under the amplification of the laws into a giant hand spanning hundreds of miles. The colossal palm descended from above, targeting Su-Han a mere speck, and crashed down dominantly. The Xian turtle had used this move to crush several Tai golden immortals in the past. Seeing the overwhelming hand of the heavens approaching, Su-Han sneered. Without flinching or evading, he contained his divine power and struck directly at the palm's center. In an instant, the two seemed like the Monkey King facing the Buddha's 5-finger mountain, the disparity evident. However, Su-Han was not the Monkey King, and this Xian turtle was not the Buddha. After a brief standoff, Su-Han directly pierced through the gigantic palm. Rumble. The massive palm collapsed, and an enormous amount of spiritual energy dissipated, causing violent turmoil across millions of miles of sea. From a distance, many sea creatures trembled in fear, unable to withstand this heavenly aura. Su-Han stood proudly in the air, quietly shaking his numbed arm. Come again. He gathered his power once more, shooting toward the Xian turtle in an instant. Within him, endless vital blood and magical power converged like an eternal divine furnace, continuously providing him with immense strength. Bang! Suddenly a wave surged from the sea resembling a tsunami with the patterns of laws illuminating its surface. It struck directly at Su-Han, pushing him back into the distance. But the next moment, he charged forward again like an unyielding berserker. Time ticked by, and the two powerful beings in the Tai realm unleashed their techniques, colliding thousands of times. The Xian turtle's magical power was vast and profound, capable of drawing upon even more abundant heavenly and earthly spiritual energy, and its law power was even more formidable. With every move it exuded an overwhelming might. In contrast, Su-Han's strength was consistent, his essence, spirit, and energy uniting with even greater density. Moreover, his treasure body remained unscathed. Like a divine being breaking through chaos, he repeatedly shattered the Xian turtle's immense force. This guy, the Xian turtle became increasingly alarmed. It glanced at Su-Han, whose battle flames surged, seemingly capable of fighting for another 100,000 years. If this trend continued, it seemed unlikely that it could outlast the opponent. With a determined gaze, the Xian turtle let out a fierce howl and activated its trump card. Boom! A long river of black water spanning billions of miles stretched across the void. The rolling true water of the dark abyss churned within, transforming into towering waves emanating an aura of coldness and death. Su-Han hesitated, witnessing this river of black water. For the first time, he sensed a dangerous aura. The river of Schwamming Kill. The black tortoise wielded its trump card, expending a vast amount of magical power to unleash this ultimate move of the law. Su-Han wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. The few rays of magical light he managed to conjure were instantly consumed by the Xianming true water. In the next moment, the icy, deathly black river surged toward him. In an instant, Su-Han felt his solid, indestructible body suffer damage, invaded by the extreme cold. A thick aura of death also penetrated his body, attempting to extinguish his life force directly. Though shocked, Su-Han remained composed and activated the 9 turns mystical Yuan art, exerting all his strength to open a path. After flying out, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of dark blood. Su-Han's gaze darkened. He never expected to be injured. Fortunately, the injury was not too severe. A vast surge of life force flowed, and endless vitality illuminated his body, rapidly dissolving the Xianming energy. A Tai golden immortal could still injure me. I must not be careless. Su-Han thought silently. He had truly believed that no one below the Deluo realm could harm him. Did you escape? With your abilities, that's to be expected. The black tortoise revealed a sinister smile, saying, but I want to see if this freak of yours is truly immortal. How many attacks from the river of Xianming can you withstand? With a flick of thought, the vast Xianming river surged towards Su-Han with overwhelming force. This time it was prepared to trap Su-Han thoroughly. Su-Han's expression was indifferent, and suddenly 2 fan-shaped palm leaves appeared in his hands. Brilliant and resplendent magical energy surged into the palm leaves, causing them to radiate unprecedented brilliance. With a sudden flap, a fierce wind howled, and a sea of flames spread. Under the mutual amplification of wind and fire, the explosive fire tornado seemed to come to life, sweeping forward with unstoppable force. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The unfathomable power of the Xianming River clashed with the fire tornado, beginning to attack each other. Both sides desperately sought to annihilate one another. Water can extinguish fire, and Xianming true water is extraordinary. Yet the fire tornado was overwhelmingly dominant, even stronger than the Xianming true water, gradually devouring it bit by bit. A top-grade innate spirit treasure. The black tortoise's expression changed as if it had seen a ghost. With their level of magical power, activating a top-grade innate spirit treasure would yield power surpassing the limits of the Tai realm. After all, even an ordinary Deluo golden immortal might not possess a single top-grade innate spirit treasure, let alone 2. Its laws were indeed extremely formidable, nearly reaching the limits of the Tai realm. However, the might of a top-grade innate spirit treasure could erase all disparities, even surpassing them. Whoosh! The black tortoise's expression shifted rapidly, and it resolutely decided to withdraw the Xianming River, no longer wasting magical power. It turned to flee. In the recent confrontation, it was already evident that it was not a match. Seeking revenge alone was impossible. Once I summon my kin from the Deluo realm, I'll return to kill you, the black tortoise thought coldly. A hostile freak like this would surely be dealt with by its kind. Wanna run? Su-Han chased after the black tortoise, vigorously flapping the palm leaves. The roaring fire tornado struck the black tortoise, causing it to wince in pain. This flame was overwhelmingly dominant, and carried extremely sharp wind blades capable of instantly pulverizing 90% of Tai golden immortals. However, its shell was incredibly tough, firmly blocking the onslaught. Moreover, the turtle shell emanated a radiant glow enveloping its entire body, making all blind spots vanish, as it was under complete defense. The fire tornado continuously damaged the black tortoise's defenses. The black tortoise pressed on, enduring the inferno as it rushed toward its kin's territory. In truth, relying solely on its shell, it couldn't hold out for long. Yet from time to time it summoned the Xianming True Water to block the power of the fire tornado. Even if it sustained some injuries, it didn't mind, as long as it could return it would be considered a victory. Even an ordinary Deluo Golden Immortal would find it difficult to kill me, let alone you. Seeing Su-Han continue to attack relentlessly, the Black Tortoise scoffed. Its strength was inherently formidable, and what it excelled at was still defense. Any Deluo Golden Immortal would find this turtle shell troublesome. Relying on the might of the top-grade innate spirit treasure, defeating it was easy, but killing it was impossible. Still alive. This turtle shell. Su-Han realized that the defense of this shell was indeed no joke. Previously, he had easily shattered the turtle shell mainly because the Black Tortoise's strength was far inferior to his. Should I just let it escape? Su-Han felt reluctant. If this Black Tortoise got away, it might attract Deluo Golden Immortals. If that happened, things would likely become troublesome. But it seems I have no other options. He fell silent, considering whether to use a large amount of enhancement points to create a new palm leaf. Suddenly his eyes brightened. A slightly transparent jade long knife appeared in his hand, faintly gleaming with dark light. The two palm leaves floated in midair, occasionally flapping to maintain a powerful offensive. Su-Han held the long knife and slashed at the Black Tortoise. Wherever he passed, the fire tornado automatically parted, clearing a path for him. A low-grade innate spirit treasure. This guy must be crazy. The Black Tortoise thought Su-Han had pulled out another trump card, and upon sensing the aura of the long knife, it was taken aback. A low-grade innate spirit treasure could barely fill a gap, what use would it have to take it out? However, seeing Su-Han charging with the knife, the Black Tortoise still felt slightly tense. In the next moment, the long knife struck the turtle shell. Bang! After a dull sound, nothing happened. The Black Tortoise was momentarily stunned before bursting into thunderous laughter. I thought you had some tricks, it seems you were just panicking. It taunted. Don't worry, you'll soon meet my kin from the Deluo realm. They will entertain you personally. Su-Han, however, was too lazy to respond. He kept chopping at the turtle shell. Bang! 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 As Su-Han infused his magical power, each slash consumed a portion. With each chop, he felt a jolt of realization. He could clearly sense a change. He distinctly felt that the Black Tortoise's fortune was being chipped away with each strike. Great. The fortune-cutting knife is indeed effective. Su-Han's spirits soared. This was the first time he had used this special treasure. Forged from the chi of disaster and enhanced, don't let me down. He swung the knife like rain, soon losing count of how many times he struck. A large amount of fortune was being cut away, and the Black Tortoise seemed to sense something. It stopped laughing, and a strong sense of unease suddenly arose in its heart, as if a great disaster was imminent. No, wait, what have you done? The Black Tortoise stammered. Su-Han ignored it, and continued to wield the fortune-cutting knife, chopping down again and again. At a certain moment, he felt a sudden insight and immediately stopped, distancing himself from the Black Tortoise. That's enough. He sensed that the Black Tortoise's fortune was likely running low. An instinctive feeling told it that this Black Tortoise was about to encounter a change. When one's fortune diminishes, misfortune follows. What happens when one falls to the nadir of despair? I fear it will summon calamity in an instant. Perhaps even a fatal tribulation. Su-Han glanced at the suddenly overcast sky, swallowing hard. In the primal world, reaching the pinnacle of bad luck could indeed result in being struck by lightning. In the sky, the dark clouds churned and lightning flickered. Below, countless sea creatures trembled in fear and unease. This was the true might of heaven. Even Su-Han felt uneasy and hurriedly distanced himself from the disaster star, Xiangui, afraid of being implicated. No. How could this happen? Xiangui looked up at the sky in disbelief. It sensed clearly that the target of this heavenly might was none other than itself. What exactly is that blade for? It simply couldn't fathom it, as such a bizarre method had not appeared in the primal world until now. After all, even celestial techniques and spells were rare. Most battles involved close combat and clashes of laws. Boom. Not long after, a bolt of lightning descended from the dark clouds. The power of the heavenly lightning was formidable, carrying the rule to break through all defenses. Xiangui was struck, its shell's defense directly shattered. Roar. It let out a heartbreaking wail, severely wounded by the heavenly lightning. At this moment, it was incapable of movement, lying helplessly on the sea surface. As the dark clouds in the sky dispelled after striking with a heavenly thunder, everything seemed as if it had never happened. Tisk, quite strong indeed, it survived being struck by lightning. Su-Han's laughter echoed, causing Xiangui to widen its eyes. In the next moment, the wind banana fan waved sharp wind blades, surged into the shell. It completely shattered the defenseless Xiangui. Enhancement points, 300. Hearing the prompt, Su-Han let out a heavy sigh of relief. This battle was indeed not easy. Even the nearly obsolete Blade of Fate was used. However, the Blade of Fate alone cannot bring about a true fatal calamity. It only struck that one time. Su-Han reflected on the recent events, gaining some insight that his Blade of Fate was still not strong enough. It still couldn't truly reduce the opponent's fortune to zero. Moreover, the duration was quite short. Nevertheless, even so, Su-Han was already very satisfied. Fortune attacks are an eerie assault that many powerful beings find daunting. Just like this Xiangui based solely on defense, it might even surpass Su-Han. Even a Deluo Golden Immortal would struggle to kill it. Yet with the Blade of Fate, it was easily defeated. Enhancement points to 0. Su-Han quickly exchanged Xiangui's corpse for enhancement points, and then hurriedly left the area. He was already far from his team, and encountering a rival Deluo would be disastrous. On an island, Su-Han sat cross-legged, and soon completely recovered from his injuries. Afterward, he began to tally his gains. Enhancement points have already exceeded 1 million. I previously spent over 1 million enhancement points. This time, adding another 1 million surely won't prevent me. Footing 1000, footing 1000, footing 1000. Su-Han watched expressionlessly as his enhancement points reached 0 while his footing remained unchanged. Footing intermediate innate divine holy. After this enhancement, he realized one result. It seemed that his origin was still far from transformation. The difficulty of enhancing his footing to the stage of innate divine holy was beyond imagination. Bang! Suddenly he clenched his fist and exploded the air, feeling resolute. He directly divided 1/10 of the Pangu Jade essence and exchanged it. He no longer had any ordinary treasures to exchange. Although the Pangu Jade essence was incredibly precious, it would indeed be of no use for a long time. Su-Han needed to enhance his strength as quickly as possible. Enhancement points, 5100. Still acceptable. Su-Han nodded. Using 1/10 of the Pangu Jade essence for this exchange shouldn't be considered a loss. Afterward, he poured all these enhancement points into his footing. Footing 1000, footing 1000, footing 1000. Thus, after investing 5 million enhancement points, finally he narrowly crossed the threshold. Su-Han's origin surged, gaining momentum, and was promoted to a high-level innate divine holy footing. At the moment of his footing's promotion boom, in the surrounding sea, countless sea creatures, whether sentient or not, felt a shiver and a sense of reverence. Subconsciously, they bowed deeply in the direction of Su-Han. Sitting cross-legged in the void, Su-Han emitted a faint celestial light embodying an eternal, unshakable Tao rhythm. At the same time, golden lotuses descended from the heavens, and divine springs erupted from the earth. A trace of ancient, boundless, eternal Tao rhythm imprinted on his physical body and primordial spirit, transforming and gradually fading away. His physical body was exquisite and translucent, delicate as jade, resembling the most perfect creation in the universe. One could vaguely see his internal organs radiating flawless celestial light, and each bone shimmered like celestial gold. His primordial spirit shone brilliantly, draped in a rainbow of magical power. With the thought chains of law manifested before his eyes. The power of the laws was stronger than before, entwining with the vast heavenly spiritual energy, refined into pure magical power. Indeed, this is different from before. Su-Han's palm gently brushed through the void, faintly touching the lines of law. His potential and understanding of the laws had clearly increased. Not only that, but his comprehension of fortune also surpassed his previous understanding. A high-level innate divine holy was already sufficient to overlook 90% of the innate divine holies. Even among the current Deluo divine holies, most of their footings could not compare to Su-Han now. It could be said that as long as he didn't die along the way, achieving the status of a mixed Yuan Golden Immortal was a certainty. Saying this would make many innate divine holies envious and resentful. He glanced at the Pangu Jade essence within the Hongmeng world. For the 1/10 he exchanged, Su-Han felt no regret at all. This item, even now, he couldn't refine. Yet the benefits of being promoted to a high-level innate divine holy footing were evident. The rest can wait until I urgently need it to exchange. Su-Han had no intention of exchanging further for the time being. Although he didn't know how many tens of millions of enhancement points were needed to upgrade to the top-tier innate divine holy footing. A high-level divine holy footing is sufficient for now. Su-Han felt quite open-minded. There would be a way when the cart reached the mountain, no need to force it. He then returned to his team. Under the command of the Dragon Clan, he fought alongside the Little Lobster Clan. After a considerable amount of time, Su-Han also participated in many battles without encountering much turbulence. Within the Tai realm, the only ones who could truly be his opponents were likely those who had achieved the 5 Qi Chaoyuan and were about to break through to Deluo. On the battlefield, even if he hadn't exerted his full strength, with just a hint of power, he could easily dominate those in the early and mid-stages of Tai. Thus, throughout the Northern Seas expedition, Su-Han had garnered significant military achievements. Overall, he accumulated quite a few military achievement points. These military points were different from before. They were no longer exchanged for treasures in the Little Lobster Clan's treasury. Instead, he could head to the Dragon Clan's treasury to exchange for treasures. The Dragon Clan is vastly superior to the Lobster Clan. As the overlord of the East Sea, after millions of years of plundering, their foundation is of an entirely different level. Su-Han felt a sense of anticipation. In the Dragon Clan's treasury, he might even find superior innate spiritual treasures. An overlord race is not just a name. At last the expedition to the North Sea has come to an end. The Xiangui clan has likely submitted to the Dragon Clan. Su-Han couldn't be bothered with such grand matters. He had already returned to the Eastern Sea with the Little Lobster clan. He did not return directly to his clan, but instead headed towards the Dragon Clan's territory. He was preparing to visit the Dragon Clan's treasury to exchange for resources. Upon arriving at the Dragon Clan's treasury, he was left in awe. The Dragon Clan's treasury was in fact an immensely vast world. Within it treasures were abundant, even possessing the ability to nurture precious items. Veins of minerals and spiritual veins crisscrossed with mountains of rare treasures piled high. Countless spiritual roots sprouted like rain taking root in the earth. Above, countless points of light flickered resembling a starry sky. After scrutinizing carefully, Su-Han realized that each star-like point of light was a spiritual treasure. There were countless postnatal spiritual treasures and divine weapons. There were also quite a few innate spiritual treasures with several as magnificent as the sun itself. The Dragon Clan is truly extravagant. Su-Han felt his eyes redden at the sight. If he were to exchange for this treasury, would he not immediately surpass the divine comparable to the ancestor dragon? However, that was merely a thought. Although his military achievements were considerable, he could only exchange for a mere fraction of what the Dragon Clan's treasury held. Want to attract the attention of the Dragon Clan's treasury. Not to mention the powerful Deluo Golden Immortal Station deep within it would be impossible for him to escape unscathed. Quickly exchange for the resources, and let's go. Su-Han immediately chose to exchange for spiritual materials utilizing all his military achievements. As for spiritual treasures, he naturally had no need to exchange for anything. He was not lacking. It was most cost-effective to exchange for various resources, especially the spiritual roots of heaven and earth. Afterwards, Su-Han left the Dragon Clan's direct sea territory and returned to the domain of the Little Lobster clan. After converting the resources into reinforcement points, he began secluding himself in cultivation. He took out the wood spirit pearl, channeling his power to slowly extract the immense source of wood within. He absorbed it into his body, refining it. He was about to begin gathering the second source of chi, the wood attribute chi. With the recent promotion and the wood spirit pearl at hand, he was ready. Su-Han's cultivation progressed smoothly. After several 100,000 years, his aura had indeed changed. He had advanced to the mid-stage of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. His liver radiated divine light, inscribing profoundly intricate wood attribute runes, bringing him even greater vitality. The wood attribute source, chi, shone within him, resonating with the water attribute chi, further enhancing the quality of Su-Han's magical power. After a long while, he ceased his cultivation. I wonder how things are outside now. After pondering for a moment, he exited his seclusion and returned to his ancestral land to check on the state of the world. At this time, the Dragon Clan had completed their conquest of the Four Seas. They had thoroughly subdued all the clans across the Four Seas under their banner. Throughout the vast wilderness, the Dragon Clan had established a formidable reputation, instilling awe in countless beings. Aside from the Dragon Clan ruling the Four Seas, the Chelan clan had unified the eastern continent of the wilderness. The Phoenix clan had unified the southern continent. These three clans are probably up to something, aren't they? Su-Han speculated inwardly. Sure enough, not long after, the voice of the ancestor dragon echoed throughout the wilderness. The Dragon Clan govern the Four Seas of the wilderness and lead the scale-bearing clans. A grand and majestic will resonated across the mysterious paths of the universe. All beings in the world heard the ancestor dragon's proclamation. They all understood. Every scale-bearing creature was now under the Dragon Clan's command. As soon as the ancestor dragon's voice fell, two more declarations followed closely behind, unwilling to be outdone. All flying beasts of the wilderness belong to my Phoenix clan. All terrestrial beasts of the wilderness belong to my Chelan clan. These were the voices of the ancestor Phoenix and the ancestor Chelan. The three clans established their dominance. In an instant after the three declarations rang out, endless fortune converged, each falling upon the leaders of the three clans. Under the cover of three majestic pillars of fortune, the cultivation of the three ancestors surged, as if they were being crowned once more. They directly ascended to the late stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Numerous powerful beings, upon witnessing this, felt both envious and astonished. The higher the realm, the more difficult it was to break through. The late stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal was undoubtedly the most formidable, visible power in the wilderness. Even Luo Ho and Hong Jun should also be at the late stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal by now, right? Su-Han casually guessed. He felt rather pleased with the ancestor dragon's rise in strength. It's good to have a big tree to shelter under. The Little Lobster clan, after all, was still a subsidiary clan of the Dragon Clan. Su-Han was merely a Tai elder, unable to contend even against the Luo Golden Immortal. However, I still need to rely on myself to enhance my strength. Su-Han shook his head at the thought of the future. The future of the Dragon clan did not seem bright. Aside from himself, everything else was unreliable. Su-Han immersed himself once more in cultivation, beginning to practice the 9 turns mysterious origin art. He had just entered the 3rd turn, yet his cultivation was already at the mid-stage of Tai, potentially allowing him to advance further in his mystical art. At that time his combat power would further strengthen. Countless years later on this day, 3 golden sacred light spheres floated in the heavens. Surrounded by a clear aura that gently fluctuated, they evolved the profound mysteries of heaven and earth. At a certain moment, the 3 light spheres trembled violently. Suddenly 3 mysterious figures appeared within the light spheres, exuding immense aura. They were transformed from the pure chi of creation, the embodiments of high-ranking, innate divine demons priceless beyond compare. Moreover, their foundation had accumulated over countless years. Upon emerging, they revealed the aura of a Hunyuan golden immortal. I am the azure heaven. I am the yellow heaven. I am the Tsang heaven. The 3 heavens spoke simultaneously, uttering heavenly sounds that resonated throughout the world. Today we shall create the ancient heavenly court. With the words of the 3 heavens. In the void, an immensely vast world evolved, radiating myriad rays of light and auspicious colors. The ancient heavenly court was born. The 3 heavens, seeking to gather fortune, imitated the 3 clans upon their emergence, establishing a power. They directly occupied the sky of the wilderness. To this the 3 clans had no reaction. Perhaps it was due to their wariness of the strength of the 3 heavens. Not long after the 3 heavens established the heavenly court, many innate divine demons across the wilderness could no longer sit still. The benefits of fortune were too great, evident to all. The establishment of the 3 clans and the heavenly court. They all knew that they were gathering the fortune of the wilderness. This prompted these innate divine demons to take action. One after another they established dynasties. I, the Enyang ancestor, shall establish the Enyang dynasty. I, the Qiankuan ancestor, shall establish the Qiankuan dynasty. I, the Taiji ancestor, shall establish the Taiji dynasty. These 3 were once allied with the 3 ancestors to besiege the divine reversal of the Hunyuan golden immortal. In addition to them, hundreds of smaller dynasties were also established. The lords of these dynasties were mostly innate divine demons at the realm of the Deluo golden immortal with varying strengths. These dynasties spread across the northern continent and the western continent. These 2 continents were vacuum regions for the power of the 3 clans. In response, the 3 clans took no action. The wilderness was far too vast. Even if the Qilin clan were strong, occupying the eastern continent was somewhat challenging. The same applied to the Phoenix clan, who were fortunate to occupy the southern continent. The Dragon clan was also unable to manage everything. They could barely sustain the 4 seas. Furthermore, the strength of these innate divine demons was formidable, so the 3 clans allowed them to be. From then on, the wilderness rarely fell into a period of peaceful development, a period of dynastic coexistence. The 5 energies converge towards the primordial source. A supreme spiritual treasure emerges. Time flows like water, and the years are golden. In the early stages of the Dragon Han calamity, the empires stand strong. The entire vast wilderness is largely in a period of peace, with various forces rapidly developing. Unknowingly, several Yuan meetings have passed. Su-Han slowly opened his deep-set eyes, his aura vast and obscure, far stronger than before his seclusion. Within him the 5 organs radiate 5-colored divine light, with 5 profound and mysterious primal energies circulating within. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth. As the 5 energies flow, they derive from one another perpetually, giving life, eternally indestructible. At times they evolve into the myriad manifestations of heaven and earth, at times merging into a chaotic essence profoundly mystical. The 5 energies converge towards the primordial source. The realm of Tai Golden Immortal has reached complete perfection. This realm has reached its end with no further advancement possible. The 5 energies transform into auspicious clouds. With a thought, Su-Han gathered the 5 energies within his chest. Above his head a cloud materialized, rolling and radiating endless divine light. This is his auspicious cloud, the gathering of his Tao foundation, the foundation that will one day bear his Tao fruit. Within the auspicious cloud it seems as if the primordial world is faintly visible, with the sun, moon, and stars shining within, and celestial music resounding throughout the universe. Outside the auspicious cloud, countless golden lotuses, jewels, and pearl curtains fell from the clouds in an endless stream. The auspicious cloud emitted a supernatural aura, immediately drawing the surging spiritual energy of heaven and earth, roaring and rising. It seems capable of connecting heaven and earth, able to unleash unimaginable power. Once my auspicious cloud is summoned, all evils retreat, and no laws can invade. It could even rival great divine powers and innate spiritual treasures. Su-Han revealed a slight smile. This is the foundation of his Tao, and naturally the stronger it is, the better. At this point the cultivation in the realm of Tai comes to an end. Once the 3 flowers bloom atop the auspicious cloud, he can smoothly advance to the realm of Deluo Golden Immortal. The Deluo Golden Immortal, known for their eternal freedom across all time and space. Although Suhan knows there are higher realms like the Primordial Golden Immortal, it does not diminish the might of the Deluo Golden Immortal. Especially since he had met with the lobster ancestor several times, he had a vague understanding of the might of the Deluo. Even with my foundation and having cultivated the 9 transformations mystical Yuan art to the 3rd completion, I still cannot truly transcend the boundaries of Deluo. Suhan sighed. He had been a bit overly optimistic in his previous thoughts. The boundary between Tai and Deluo far surpasses the gaps of all previous realms. Even if one's essence, chi, and spirit all reach the Tai limit, they could only approach Deluo indefinitely. The gap between the two is not something that can be described by multiples. They are 2 levels that cannot be crossed, akin to a heavenly chasm. After all, the Deluo Golden Immortal is capable of establishing a dynasty occupying a place in the vast wilderness. The strongest of the Lobster clan is merely at Deluo, and the Tai Golden Immortal. Since the peace of the wilderness, countless have emerged. At most, they can only serve as messengers of the Deluo Golden Immortal. However, with my high-level innate divine background, the transition from Tai to Deluo poses no bottlenecks. Suhan was quite certain of this. Even becoming a Primordial Golden Immortal isn't considered a significant threshold. To cultivate to Deluo and manifest the 3 flowers atop is a matter of course, as sure as fate. The only issue is the time required. It is far too lengthy. He had spent a long time advancing from the mid-Tai stage to the complete Tai. If I want to remain in seclusion and cultivate to Deluo, it's likely that a great calamity would have erupted by then. Suhan chose to balance work and rest, preparing to leave seclusion. Endless hard cultivation is not advisable. Even with more time, it cannot be wasted like this. He is not like those innate divine beings yet to be born who can remain until the end of time. Where shall I travel this time? He left the place of seclusion and called back the Jinmao rat which was patrolling the territory. After some consideration, he decided to head to the northern continent of the wilderness. That place was originally the territory of fierce beasts, so he had not dared to venture there before. Now that the fierce beasts have been exterminated, it has become safe, so he can naturally travel there. It is the northern continent, then. After casually selecting a destination, Suhan set off. Accompanied by the Jinmao rat, he headed straight for the northern continent. With his current strength, he could explore most places in the world. Although he is still not a match for the Deluo Golden Immortal, he is not afraid, even if he encounters one. Before Deluo, retreating calmly is still very possible. At worst, preserving his life isn't difficult. A 3rd-turn perfected body is no weakling. Moreover, I have the banana fan in hand. What is there to fear? Suhan soared towards the land, his mind contemplating the abilities of the Deluo based on the information from his clan. Of course, he only envisioned the weakest Deluo. Those who can become Deluo generally possess considerable strength. It's best to stir as little trouble as possible. If I run into a tough character, the situation could turn dire. He remained cautious, not letting pride consume him, always shrouded in a concealment formation. Over the years, his understanding of array formations had made significant progress. His presence was nearly imperceptible even to great powers. However, even so, his speed remained rapid. As his magic power surged, he transformed into a divine rainbow, vast mountains and rivers receding around him. On this day during his journey, Suhan suddenly halted the divine rainbow, dissipating and automatically concealing itself in the void. He gazed into the distance where a brilliant divine light shot up into the sky, making a tremendous commotion. It attracted the attention of countless beings within a 1,000,000-mile radius. Has another spiritual treasure emerged? Seeing this familiar scene, Suhan was taken aback. He instantly recalled the scene when he seized the innate Gungjin sword. Both were spiritual treasures emerging, but this commotion was evidently much greater. This is a rare occurrence, one that an ordinary cultivator might not encounter even once in a lifetime. My background is extraordinary and my fortune is boundless. Suhan thought for a moment and understood. Moreover, now that the calamity has ended with the heavens clear and the earth bright, it is quite normal for a spiritual treasure to emerge. As he pondered, he quietly flew towards the location of the spiritual treasure. Due to the divine light of the spiritual treasure's emergence, countless beings were stirred. Suhan merely glanced and saw a dense crowd of cultivators attracted. So many beings among them, there must be no shortage of strong ones. He observed the numerous cultivators while looking at the emerging innate spiritual treasure. This spiritual treasure seemed to have absorbed the divine energy of long time, radiating an aura and fluctuations that left Suhan in awe. The divine light subtly dissipated, revealing a large flag. Swaying golden lotuses bloomed, and infinite chains of laws gathered around, giving a sense of eternal indestructibility. A peak innate spiritual treasure of the defensive type. Suhan had been casually observing as he was not lacking in spiritual treasures. But upon sensing the aura, his eyes widened. Looking at the majestic flag radiating with profound Tao rhythms, Su-Han immediately recognized the identity of this supreme spiritual treasure. It is one of the 5 elements flags, the Wu Ji Xing Huang flag. The Wujixing Huang flag is mine. Su-Han's eyes burned with fervor, nearly unable to contain his excitement. What a joke, it was a top-tier innate spiritual treasure, each capable of unleashing incredible power. Even a Hunyuan Golden Immortal would envy it. Up until now he had yet to possess a single top-grade, not to mention this, is the Wujixing Huang flag. The reputation of the innate 5 directions flags is immense, and its defensive capabilities surely rank among the best in the vast primordial world. Even among top-grade innate treasures it stands at the forefront. After all, its former self was part of the chaotic Azure Lotus. Su-Han immediately resolved to seize this treasure at any cost. At this moment, it wasn't just him, many cultivators were also gazing at the Wujixing Huang flag with shock and greed. The aura emanating from this top-grade innate treasure was too exalted, something they had never encountered in their lives. Unconsciously, they urged their powers, frantically rushing towards the Wujixing Huang flag. Suddenly, a domineering aura spread out like a tidal wave. Everyone felt a heavy sensation, as if they were burdened by a great mountain. Perfected Tai Golden Immortal. A Golden Immortal cultivator exclaimed in terror. Perfected Tai is the strongest echelon below the Deluo. It can look down upon all living beings. This is troublesome, I am not a match. A face of a perfected Tai Golden Immortal became grim, yet he did not give up. However, I don't believe you can withstand everyone. Facing a top-grade innate treasure, it was worth risking everything to fight for it. Though perfected Tai is indeed formidable, it might not be able to withstand the combined forces of multiple perfected Tai. At this moment, a cultivator radiating golden light stepped forward, emanating the aura of perfected Tai. With his presence alone, he caused all beings to halt, gazing at him with caution. This treasure belongs to the Gongjin dynasty. He surveyed the crowd without any preamble, boldly declaring. His expression was proud, confident in his backing. In fact, the name of the Gongjin dynasty indeed caused many to change their expressions dramatically. Gongjin, located in the northern continent, founded by the Gongjin patriarch. The crowd of cultivators fell into an uproar. Even a few perfected Tai, who had intended to take action, wore expressions of shock. Those who could establish a dynasty were at least Deluo Golden Immortals. The ancient innate gods and demons all possessed incredible powers. Without a Deluo-level backing, a perfected Tai Golden Immortal would never dare to offend a dynasty. The cultivator from the Gongjin dynasty smiled arrogantly upon seeing this. With support from a major power, he could completely look down upon this group of grassroots cultivators. If he had to rely solely on cultivation to intimidate, he might still encounter some setbacks. He then turned to fly towards the spiritual treasure, filled with excitement. Now he was about to make a great contribution. He wondered what rewards the patriarch would bestow upon him. Gongjin dynasty. What kind of nonsense is that? Su-Han raised an eyebrow, watching the cultivator fly towards the treasure alone, sneering. Faced with the Wujixing Huang flag, even if the Gongjin patriarch himself were here, Su-Han would still make a move. To think you dare to steal my treasure, you truly seek death. He moved like the wind, swiftly approaching the cult. He had already carefully probed earlier, and had not detected any powerful auras. The strongest among them was merely this perfected Tai. It was only natural, a Deluo Golden Immortal wouldn't conceal themselves all the time, allowing that fellow to flaunt his power. Swish! Su-Han didn't bother, finding an opportune moment, directly appearing behind the cultivator. He formed a fist seal and struck out. This punch was ancient and grand, carrying boundless might, shaking the heavens and the earth. His physical body radiated divine brilliance, and his powerful vital energy surged, as if boiling the void, causing the immense spiritual energy to churn like a sea. Seemingly ordinary, this punch could shake the sun and moon, making the world tremble. Not good. The cultivator from the Gongjin dynasty suddenly felt a wave of suffocation, his heart shrouded in the shadow of death. He turned around abruptly, his pupils dilating. In his eyes, everything else faded away, becoming a blank space. All that remained was a gigantic fist barreling towards him, occupying his entire field of vision. Of course, this was an illusion caused by his divine sense being disturbed by the fist. This divine punch resembled the world-destroying fist of ancient gods and demons, shattering all obstructions and carrying immeasurable power. Is a Deluo Golden Immortal attacking me? A fleeting thought crossed his mind, yet he felt it was unlikely. This divine punch's power was too overwhelming, far surpassing what he understood of a perfected Tai Golden Immortal. However, it lacked the eternal and free Tao rhythm of a Deluo Golden Immortal, lacking that transcendent method. Nonetheless, no matter what his opponent was, he sensed a crisis of death. In an instant, he unleashed his magical power, summoning the Gongjin laws, attempting to resist with all his might. Even if it meant his immortal body was damaged in haste, he would not hesitate. Simultaneously, he let out a piercing roar. Do you dare to be my enemy, Gongjin dynasty? A brilliant golden light manifested before him, a combination of offense and defense blocking the divine punch. A mere trick. Suhan's expression remained indifferent, ignoring it completely as he punched through, directly hitting the golden light. The condensed power of a perfected physical body combined with the might of the laws could reduce a vast expanse of land to dust with a single strike. The golden light hummed and trembled, incredibly solid, yet it carried sharp edges attempting to slice through Suhan's fist. However, after a brief moment of resistance, the golden light could no longer withstand it and exploded instantaneously. Subsequently, the divine punch, which left not a trace behind, slammed directly into the enemy. Boom. The perfected Tai cultivator from the Gungjin dynasty's eyes widened, his immortal body suffering unimaginable blows. A massive blood hole appeared in his chest, rendering him transparent from front to back. A portion of his body along with his organs was directly reduced to nothingness. Moreover, this punch carried overwhelming law power, annihilating all his vitality. Behind him, the mighty punch force rapidly spread out, creating a vacuum passage that extended for miles. Enhancement .28000, a punch to obliterate a perfected Tai. This was the current strength of Suhan, sufficient to draw the attention of even the Luo Golden Immortals. Suhan glanced indifferently at the falling corpse, utterly unperturbed. In truth, being able to kill the opponent with a single punch was mainly due to his unexpected ambush going unnoticed by the other party. Before making his move, he had been under a concealment array. His presence was too low. Had he noticed and been on guard beforehand, exerting his full strength to counter me, perhaps he could have lasted a few more exchanges. As these thoughts drifted through his mind, Suhan flickered and arrived before the spiritual treasure. Magical power surged, sending it into the Hongmeng world as he prepared to leave. He certainly wasn't afraid of the Gungjin dynasty. After all, let's not even mention his own strength. In this age, who doesn't have a background? My ancestral clan of the Little Lobsters is also a Luo Golden Immortal. Suhan snorted lightly. Though the Little Lobster clan seemed unremarkable, it was comparable to the top dominating races when compared. If placed in the Primordial continent, it could rival a dynasty. Naturally, he did not wish to create further trouble. After collecting the spiritual treasure, he left quickly, leaving behind a group of stunned cultivators staring blankly at his departing figure. HSS. He killed a perfected Tai in a single punch. Impossible. Could that man be a Luo immortal? After Suhan departed, numerous cultivators fell into stunned uproar, unable to fathom what they had just witnessed. Who among the Tai realm, not counting Luo immortals, could possibly achieve such a feat? Yet judging by his aura and cultivation style, he did not seem like a Luo immortal at all. The crowd buzzed with fervent speculation, utterly abandoning any thought of chasing Suhan to seize his spirit treasure. To strike at such a being would be tantamount to courting death. Just like that ill-fated senior cultivator from the Gungjin Imperial Dynasty. How could this be? Our dynasty's commander has been slain. Only now did a golden immortal regain his senses from shock, murmuring numbly. He too hailed from the Gungjin Imperial Dynasty, and could scarcely believe that their exalted commander had met such a grim end. I must return at once to report this. Terror seized him, and he immediately sped off toward the Gungjin Imperial Dynasty. The Wujia Xinghuang banner, truly a peerless primordial spirit treasure. En route, Suhan swiftly refined and mastered the banner, savoring it with quiet delight. Its defensive power was nothing short of celestial defiance. Even with his own spiritual energy coursing through it, most Luo immortals would be left staring, helplessly unable to breach his defense. His personal security had risen yet again. The Wujia Xinghuang banner arrived just in time. I have long surpassed the defensive capacity of the Zhuanghuang Pa. It serves me no longer. Suhan had been searching precisely for a stronger defensive spirit treasure. To surpass his fleshly defense would likely require a supreme-tier, primordial spirit treasure. Yet upgrading the Zhuanghuang Pa from inferior to supreme tier would demand immense resources, hardly worth the cost. At that moment, he abruptly summoned the Golden Furred Rat from the Hongmeng world. Golden Furred Rat, take the Zhuanghuang Pa for your protection. He entrusted this inferior tier primordial spirit treasure, a defensive artifact, to the rat. This eased his mind considerably. The Golden Furred Rat frequently scouted treasures beyond his domain. Risking peril was inevitable. Many thanks, Master. The Golden Furred Rat accepted the Zhuanghuang Pa with unrestrained joy. Now armed with both the Zhuanghuang Pa and the primordial Gungjin sword, it stood among the rare few possessing two primordial spirit treasures. Thereafter the two continued northward toward the northern continent. Though the Gungjin Imperial Dynasty appeared to reside there, Suhan felt no trepidation whatsoever. Across such a vast, boundless continent, even a Hunyuan Golden Immortal could not effortlessly track down a single individual, let alone a Luo Immortal. As for divinatory arts, they simply do not exist yet. Suhan remained perfectly calm. In countless tales from his past life, the great beings of the Honghuang realm wielded astonishing divinatory powers. A mere flick of the fingers could unveil all worldly affairs, supernaturally profound. Yet he himself now stood but one step away from Deluo attainment, and possessed deep mastery over formation arts. He knew full well the heavenly Tao had yet to manifest, celestial fate remained shrouded in primordial chaos. To divine causality or celestial fate was pure fantasy. Even if the Gungjin Patriarch were a Hunyuan golden immortal, he could never trace Suhan's whereabouts. Thus Suhan held no fear of the Gungjin imperial dynasty. He pressed steadily northward, and with the golden-furred rat at his side, serendipitous gains arose frequently. So many spirit peaches. With a casual sweep of his hand, crystalline spiritual energy flowed forth, uprooting an entire grove of peach trees and transplanting them into the Hongmeng world. Numerous delectable immortal peaches tumbled down, exchanged instantly for enhancement points, then bestowed entirely upon the golden-furred rat. A handful of enhancement points now bore little effect on him. Watching the golden-furred rat radiate golden light and emit waves of auspicious energy, Suhan nodded inwardly. Its treasure-hunting prowess now rivaled that of true treasure-seeking rats. With steady enhancement point upgrades, it might even surpass pure-blood treasure-seekers. Moreover, after decades of cultivation, the golden-furred rat had attained golden immortalhood, its lifespan now infinite. Its treasure-sensing ability soared. Even a casual stroll outside yielded priceless finds. Even discounting extraordinary opportunities, its routine harvests of spirit herbs and immortal fruits alone would leave others green with envy. Along the journey northward, numerous fortuitous discoveries elevated the golden-furred rat and enriched the Hongmeng world with rare spirit roots and precious materials. The northern continent appears less auspicious than the eastern continent. Unawares, Suhan had already crossed into the northern continent's domain. Decades of travel yielded no grand opportunity, but as the world gradually flourished, minor gains multiplied significantly. A battle unfolds nearby. With a subtle sweep of his divine sense, Suhan detected distant aftershocks of combat, yet paid them no heed. Cultivators clashing and deadly duels were no novelty to him. Clan of Qingqiu, if you swear fealty to the Gungjin imperial dynasty, we shall grant you clemency. Otherwise, today marks the annihilation of your entire clan. Thunderous proclamations rent the heavens, brutal domineering dripping with murderous intent. Gungjin imperial dynasty, you push us too far. A delicate sorrow-laced voice rang out, tinged with despair. Why must you persecute our Qingqiu clan so relentlessly? The Gungjin imperial dynasty again. Suhan paused, startled. Another encounter with the Gungjin imperial dynasty and the Qingqiu clan. His divine sense stealthily extended, revealing a colossal, white heavenly fox locked in desperate combat against three formidable cultivators. More accurately, retreating while fighting utterly outmatched. After observing briefly, Suhan prepared to depart. Though enmity now existed between him and the Gungjin imperial dynasty, he himself had suffered no loss. Thus he saw no reason to entangle himself further, especially not with a sect anchored by a Deluo immortal. As for the Qingqiu clan's fate, it held no relevance to him. In the Hongwang realm, survival belonged only to the fittest. Life and death unfolded ceaselessly. That fox is retreating toward the Qingqiu ancestral lands. How vexing. A Gungjin imperial dynasty commander sneered, irritated by the Qingqiu clan's obstinacy. The Qingqiu clan did possess a Deluo immortal, but he lay grievously wounded by the Gungjin Patriarch, incapable of intervention. Their strongest remaining warrior was this perfected Tai elder, a magnificent fox, yet she stood no chance against the three commanders, forced instead to fall back and rely upon her clan's ancient formation for precarious defense. Even with that formation, they cannot hold out for long. Another commander growled, frustrated. The siege would now drag on further. Out of the corner of his eye he spotted Suhan passing distantly, and with a casual slash of his long saber unleashed a blinding arc of light. That elongated, incandescent blade light cleaved reality itself, hurtling straight towards Suhan. The Gungjin imperial dynasty acted with unrelenting arrogance. Slaying a passerby meant nothing. That one lurks suspiciously concealing his aura. Cut him down, and the commander spoke coldly. Do I look easy to provoke? Suhan pondered as he watched the blade of light rushing towards him. This was the first time he had encountered someone who would so casually attempt to kill him. To think of easily killing him, even many great Luo golden immortals would have to think twice. And these three, perfected Tai. I was originally too lazy to bother, but it seems you are destined for a calamity. Suhan looked indifferently at the blade of light before him, raising one hand to directly grasp it in his palm. Clanged. A huge metallic clash rang out as he squeezed forcefully. In the next moment, the blade of light shattered, turning into a rain of light filling the sky. What? The three leaders of the Gung dynasty were shocked, their faces paling. This person is also at the perfected Tai realm, and his physical body is formidable, making him extremely troublesome. One leader's face turned grim as he hissed. Jinlun, look at the mess you've stirred up, provoking a strong enemy, for no reason. What is there to be afraid of? Jinluan the leader also did not expect the opponent to be so tough. Nevertheless, he held his head high and said, "With the three of us working together, how can we fear just one?" Then he shouted at Su Han, "When the Gung dynasty is on the move, those who know their place should hurry and roll away." Su Han remained expressionless, his aura erupting like a volcano suddenly releasing its might. The Nine Turns mystic art operated at full strength, stirring his magical power as his blood surged like a vast ocean. 5 energies faintly emerged from his chest, resembling 5 divine pillars connecting heaven and earth, suppressing the void for millions of miles. The 3 leaders' expressions changed drastically. At this moment, they felt as though they were facing a top predator in the food chain, their bodies trembling. The manipulation of external spiritual energy became exceedingly difficult, as if pressed down by the heavens. Why is he so strong? Without waiting for the 3 to think further, Su Han struck. Amidst the dazzling 5-colored divine light, a giant hand took shape, a convergence of his magical power and blood. The lines on the palm were intricately defined, illustrating various profound laws, with the 5 elements as its core manifesting all phenomena. Boom! The overwhelming spiritual energy surged in like mountains and seas, continuously merging into the giant hand, enhancing its might. Like the hand of an ancient deity, it instantly grew to a colossal size, descending upon the 3 leaders. Use all your strength. Jinluan bellowed, swinging a blade across the heavens, the Gung aura sharp and unmatched. The long blade in his hand was a divine weapon personally granted by the Gung ancestor, its power rivaling that of a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure. With a single slash, the immense blade light sliced through the universe, severing life and death, aiming to cut the giant hand. Alas! The other 2 leaders exchanged glances and quickly joined the attack. If they did not strike to block now, their lives would be in peril. One held a great halberd, swinging it through the air with overwhelming force. The other wielded a sword, slashing out a shocking sword light. The 3 perfected Tai cultivators teamed up to strike, even causing a resonance that complemented their power. After all, their expertise lay in the laws of gold. Even a grain of rice can shine with brilliance. Su Han's expression remained unchanged as he urged the giant hand to press downward. Like an ancient war chariot of the gods, it crushed through the air, shattering all attacks from the 3 leaders. The blade lights and sword glimmers shattered in an instant, unable to resist the might of the giant hand. How is this possible? The 3 exchanged incredulous glances. However, as the giant hand approached, they shouted in unison, "Gung Divine Thunder." The 3 formed strange hand seals, activating the golden laws like never before. With their magical power at the core, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth began transforming into gold attributes, violently surging. Endless golden spiritual energy rubbed against each other, with streaks of golden lightning flashing, creating a deafening thunder in the void. After a breath, before the 3 of them, golden lightning danced. Like an indomitable thunder dragon, it roared and rolled, full of spirit, carrying the destructive and sharp nature of thunder and gold. This was one of their powerful techniques, the Gung Divine Thunder. When the 3 collaborated with all their might, even a perfected Tai would suffer serious injuries from this lightning. Boom! The Gung Divine Thunder roared towards the giant hand Su Han unleashed, causing it to tremble. The divine thunder was sharp and unmatched. Every streak of lightning could pierce mountains, and it even seemed to make the giant hand show signs of disintegration. Now this is interesting. Su Han smiled. The power of the 3 leaders' laws was indeed commendable. In the next moment, his aura surged once more, his physical body and primordial spirit resembling an eternal divine furnace. Continuously providing immense magical power and blood, it flooded into the giant hand. The giant hand solidified instantly, forcefully dispersing the Gung Divine Thunder. Then, as if swatting 3 soccer balls, it sent the 3 leaders flying. The 3 coughed up blood simultaneously, their figures retreating thousands of miles in the air, a hint of dread emerging in their hearts. With just one strike, they found themselves at an absolute disadvantage. Having lived for so many years, it was the first time they had encountered such a terrifying perfected Tai golden immortal. Take this punch. Su Han howled to the heavens, harmonizing his spirit energy and mind as he slowly delivered a punch. To the eye, it looked as if he was merely stretching his body. However, the void subtly trembled, the primordial energy boiling like porridge. Across the vast sky, a long passage formed from 5-colored divine light, splendid and magnificent, resembling a rainbow. However, the Jinluan leader's eyes bulged, feeling immense pain. That 5-colored passage connected Su Han's fist at one end and him at the other. Ugh! He violently spat out a mouthful of golden blood mixed with fragments of his internal organs, his golden battle armor comparable to a low-grade innate spiritual treasure, also cracking with sinister fissures. In the next moment, the armor shattered, and he was sent flying. Jinluan. The other 2 leaders were horrified. In that instant, their companion had nearly been killed. This was already a level of power they could only look up to, far beyond their reach. Although Su-Han was not a great Luo golden immortal, such might was no different from that of a great Luo to them. Don't worry, I'll send you on your way. Su-Han's voice echoed eerily in their ears, sending chills down their spines and rendering them rigid. Then they saw Su-Han walking through the void, leisurely stepping through the air. Die. They seemed to have gone mad, desperately unleashing various attacks. In an instant, countless golden divine lights filled the space for 1,000 miles. It was enough to pierce mountains and seas, causing the earth to sink and the stars to shatter. However, Su-Han strolled casually, standing with his hands behind his back, even too lazy to dodge. Yet his figure stood firm against the golden divine light, pushing against the flow as if he were an indestructible reef. These attacks couldn't inflict any damage on him, let alone push him back. It was like a 3-year-old child trying to push against a strong man, no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't budge him. They could only watch in despair as Su-Han stepped closer with each passing moment. Go! Two commanding figures felt their composure shatter. Golden light coiled about them as they tried to flee at once. The demon's power was terrifying, almost on par with a Deluo golden immortal, utterly unbeatable. Be more careful next life. Su-Han's silhouette flickered, and in an instant he materialized above them. He took aim at the two and pressed down with casual ease. In the next heartbeat, two colossal lobster pincers sprang from nothing, glinting with a cold light, their edges seemingly sharper than Gungjin metal. Overwhelmed by the superior force of Su-Han's cultivation, they tore through the two men's protective spells and pierced into their bodies. With a thought, the pincers trembled violently, shredding their primordial spirits and flesh to pieces. Enhancement points, 280000. Enhancement points, 290000. One still hasn't perished. Su-Han walked on, as if nothing had happened, contracting the distance, with a single step to deal with the leader, called Jinluan. Within the Qingxiu clan's great formation, many foxes watched his retreating figure with a mixture of shock and worship. Who is he? Stars formed in fox after fox's eyes. Those three mighty foes were even beyond the elder's ability to defeat, yet this man had dispatched them in a few moves, so effortlessly. Such combat strength is truly frightening. He is scarcely inferior to a Deluo golden immortal. One Qingxiu elder gasped. She was the clan's sole cultivator at the Tai consummate realm. Having fought the three Gingjin leaders, she knew full well the magnitude of their power. Yet under Su-Han's hand, they were fragile and broke apart. This person will surely reach Deluo golden immortal, and likely a very formidable one, the elder thought, confidence settling in her gaze. After a moment's thought, she hurried to the ancestral land and retrieved certain items. Then she opened the Qingxiu formation and flew outward. Enhancement points, 280000. After Su-Han casually slew the final commander, he rifled through their storage pouches, but found nothing of value. As he prepared to leave, a bewitching woman flew toward him. Benefactor, please wait. Startled, Su-Han realized he had nearly forgotten the Qingxiu clan. Indeed, the Gungjin dynasty had gone looking for trouble with the Qingxiu clan, yet they insisted on courting death and dragged others into it. Su-Han thought to himself that he had in a way resolved their problem for them. Perhaps he should ask for some reward. As he pondered, the Qingxiu elder approached and bowed gracefully. Thank you, Benefactor, for coming to our aid. Otherwise our Qingxiu clan would have been doomed today. May I ask the name of our benefactor? Our clan always repays kindness. Such a great debt shall never be forgotten. Cough, no need for that. Su-Han cleared his throat and replied calmly, I acted on a whim. Give me some reward, and we'll be even from... That was truly how he felt. Grand obligations and eternal gratitude, whether sincere or feigned, were not to his taste. I help you, you reward me. Simple. The benefactor is so free and graceful, truly admirable, the Qingxiu elder exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as she regarded him with a touch of wonder. As for reward, of course we will provide one. She did not press for his name, fearing to rile him, and instead produced a storage pouch that shimmered faintly, apparently a specially made spatial device. This is a mid-grade innate spirit root, the gold spirit fruit tree. It was nurtured by the primordial power of metal and born in the land of absolute metal. Our clan ancestor discovered and transplanted it back. It was this spirit root that prompted the Gungjin dynasty to attack us. Su-Han accepted it. A sweep of his spiritual sense revealed a spirit root of pure golden hue, as if fashioned from solid gold. Its leaves chimed softly as they swayed, exuding a dense resonance of the law of gold. The tree bore golden fruits veined with arcane patterns of the gold principle. These were gold spirit fruits, saturated with the origin of gold. Consuming them hastened comprehension of the gold principle, aided the condensation of gold origin chi, and bolstered cultivation. They could even serve as material for forging fine implements. A mid-grade innate spirit root? Excellent. Su-Han was pleased. A mid-grade root was rarer and more precious than most mid-grade innate treasures. Even a Deluo golden immortal might not part with one. The Qingxiu clan had indeed shown sincere intent. Even most of Su-Han's own innate roots were merely low-grade. After speaking with the elder, he realized this gold spirit fruit tree was no ordinary specimen. If 5 varieties of 5-element fruit trees could be gathered and fused, they might give birth to a higher grade innate spirit root. A 5 elements treasure tree, the elder explained. Suhan stored the tree within his Hongmeng world and planted it upon the ground, watering it with 3 light divine water and nurturing it with 9 heaven's breath soil. Seeing the satisfied expression on his face, the Qingqiu elder finally relaxed. Her clan was truly grateful and had risked much to come in time. Had Suhan harbored ill intent, she would have been in great danger. Benefactor, there are also some spirit fruits and materials, she added, presenting more treasures, lesser than an innate spirit root, but still of great value. At the very least, they could be exchanged for a substantial number of enhancement points. Ahem, this is enough. Your generosity is appreciated, Suhan said, a little embarrassed at having taken so much. Such open-heartedness was rare in the primordial world. The Qingqiu elder did not feel she had given too much, and after all, she had not emptied the clan's coffers. Compared to the debt of saving their clan, these gifts were trivial. Moreover, Suhan's fighting prowess was terrifying, his potential plainly immense. Beyond repaying the debt, the Qingqiu elder wished to cultivate good relations. The Gungjin dynasty will not relent easily. You should hasten to relocate your territory, Suhan advised. The true danger lay with the Gungjin ancestor. Yes, our clan is already preparing. We will migrate to other imperial territories soon, the elder replied, nodding. Suhan cut the conversation short. Then we part here. I wish your clan prosperous fortune. I must continue my wandering as well, until we meet again. After offering sincere blessings, he departed. How the Qingqiu clan fared would be up to them. At least they still have a Deluo ancestor that is stronger than I am at present, Suhan muttered as he traveled the continent. The little lobster's ancestor could not influence matters here. The Qingqiu elder watched Suhan's departing figure and engraved it upon her heart. The benefactor is leaving so soon, lamented a Qingqiu fox of the golden immortal realm as it flew over. The elder drew a deep breath and shook her head. Prepare the migration. I hope we may meet again someday, so we can properly repay this favor. Another death. Inside the Gungjin dynasty, the Gungjin ancestor's face darkened like it could drip water after receiving the report from his subordinates. For formidable generals of the Tai completion level, all lost in the outside world. He was merely a Deluo Jinxian with few capable subordinates. Losing 4 consecutively made his heart bleed. Damn it, who is specifically targeting my Gungjin dynasty? The fury in his eyes lingered, subtly harboring the power to shatter the void, utterly terrifying. However, no matter how strong he was powerless against this situation. Now unable to deduce anything, even if he personally went out to search, the enemy had long since fled. How could he find them? After all, by the time he received the information, even the Qingqiu clan had vanished without a trace. The more he thought, the angrier he became. With a roar, his overwhelming magical power directly reduced the Grand Hall to dust. Targeted by thieves, yet he didn't even know who they were. It was an utter humiliation. As for whether his subordinates had suffered mishaps, once could be a possibility, but to happen consecutively both within his territory, how could it be mere coincidence? It was undoubtedly intentional. Unfortunately, the Gungjin ancestor could only be infuriated and extremely frustrated, utterly powerless. Suhan was unaware of the Gungjin ancestor's frustration, otherwise his mood would have been even better. He was leisurely wandering in the northern continent. After avoiding some territories directly under the dynasties, the rest of the areas were almost completely unobstructed. With his strength and the Wujixing Huang banner, encountering any unexpected trouble was unlikely. The primordial world isn't that dangerous anymore. Suhan roamed around feeling slightly inflated in spirit. One day the Jinmashu finally sensed a restriction. Is a great opportunity finally coming? Suhan was astonished. It was his first time encountering a restriction since arriving in the northern continent. It's a bit complicated, but it won't stump me. Looking at the constantly changing and intricate restriction, he smiled proudly. The mysteries of countless formations flowed in his mind as he gradually analyzed the secrets of the restriction's operation. Successfully cracking it open, Suhan stepped inside. As soon as he entered, he saw a vibrant scene within the restriction. Warm jade and rosy clouds. The sight was exceedingly elegant. Among them there was a spring of spiritual water, clear and crystalline, exuding pure white, celestial energy shimmering with colors. Above the spring there was a faint moonlight cascading down, seemingly descending from the heavens into the spring. Suhan's gaze was instantly drawn in. Amidst the sacred and pure mist of water, a breathtaking goddess was bathing in the spring. Her hair was like willow fluff, her body as delicate as ice, and jade with skin like fine porcelain radiating a faint lustrous glow. Like an immortal, transcendent, and ethereal. She seemed like a wholly elusive goddess from the moon, ready to ride the winds and ascend to the moon palace at any moment. Hiss! Suhan gasped, his face stiffening. He never expected such a thing to happen to him. Oh! The goddess exclaimed in surprise, her clear eyes falling upon him with curiosity. I'm doomed. A thought flashed through Suhan's mind. Accidentally seeing someone bathing. But that wasn't the main point. The key was that the other party seemed very powerful. With his Yuan Shinatai couldn't possibly conceal from him, and a Deluo could basically reveal some things too. However, facing this goddess, Su-Han surprisingly couldn't perceive a thing. At this moment his back felt cold, and even the Wujixing Huang banner could hardly provide him with a sense of security. The primordial world is way too dangerous. Su-Han felt bitter, ready to flee at any moment. How did you break my restriction? The goddess spoke, her voice flowing like clear spring water, cold, yet melodious, filled with deep curiosity. As the Taiyin goddess, Goddess Wangshu, her cultivation was unfathomable. To have her restriction broken by a small cultivator of the Tai realm. Su-Han's face froze. The other party hadn't directly attacked to kill. Well, in this day and age it's quite different from those concepts of later generations. After slightly relaxing, Su-Han thought of this and couldn't help but feel enlightened. At this moment Wangshu's entire body shimmered with light as she stepped out of the spring. After the divine light dissipated, she had already donned a white celestial dress, as if moonlight flowed upon its surface. Seeing the goddess gaze fixed on him, Su-Han snapped back to reality, feeling a bit flustered. Of course he still maintained a calm demeanor on the surface, stable as an old dog. He said, neither humble nor haughty. I specialize in the way of formations, and accidentally broke the restriction. Accidentally. At this moment Wangshu approached Su-Han, tilting her head slightly as she scrutinized him. With your cultivation to be able to break it is quite impressive. Su-Han felt even more flustered upon hearing this. Indeed, this was a big shot. You're too kind, too kind. While exchanging pleasantries, Su-Han was also observing this beautiful goddess. He wondered why such a powerful being would remain cooped up in a restriction as a recluse rather than go out to vie for supremacy in the world. Moreover, she seemed a bit naive about worldly matters. Since you've stumbled into my place, why not tell me about the outside world? Wangshu said this, and at the same time with a flick of her jade hand moonlight surged. A table instantly formed with a futon on each side. She casually sat down, gesturing for Su-Han to take a seat as well. Su-Han gritted his teeth, knowing he couldn't just leave. He sat down and began to slowly narrate the situation outside. In his narration, a grand and lengthy scroll of time gradually unfolded. Wangshu propped her chin on her jade hand, listening quietly, occasionally interjecting with a question. Although she wasn't very interested in worldly affairs, listening to someone narrate was unexpectedly quite engaging. It might also be due to Su-Han's unique storytelling style, which was rather peculiar. Now a bunch of fools are establishing dynasties, trying to seize the fortune, yet they don't even consider their own strength. And as for the ancestral dragon, and the others, they're really just like that. Su-Han became increasingly engrossed, casually commenting on the trends of the world and various characters, feeling quite reminiscent of discussions on the forums from his past life. Since he had also become part of the primordial situation, he had felt somewhat repressed all along. Today, after expressing himself, he felt a bit relieved. Then why don't you establish a force and contend for fortune? Wangshu asked curiously. Su-Han's words came to an abrupt halt. With a forced smile he muttered, isn't it because I lack strength? Besides, I don't need to fight for fortune, can I rely on my own hard work? He snorted lightly, feeling quite dissatisfied. Wangshu smiled, gently noticing that Su-Han had fallen silent, and paused before asking, do you wish to leave? Yes, my little lobster clan has many old and weak members waiting for me to take care of. Su-Han nodded, wiping away a crocodile's tear. Wangshu looked at Su-Han, knowing he wanted to leave. She revealed a tranquil smile, and said, thank you for talking to me for so long, consider this a token of my gratitude. A pristine flower appeared in her hand alongside a cold moonlight divine sword which she handed to Su-Han. The Taiyin Moon Osmanthus flower can aid you in your understanding of the Tao. This is a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Taiyin sword. Oh, Su-Han exclaimed as he received it with both hands, unable to contain himself. How can I accept something so precious? It's too valuable. With that, the two treasures were already stored in the Hongmeng world. He couldn't help but lose control of his hands, driven by his nature to seize everything he encountered regardless of any innate restrictions. This time, he had only obtained 2 treasures from the restrictions, which was already quite rare. But to casually give away a mid-grade spiritual treasure, now that's true wealth. Su-Han sighed inwardly. However, from the Taiyin soared the moon Osmanthus flower and the pervasive Taiyin energy. He could vaguely guess the identity of the other party. Then I shall take my leave, we shall meet again in the future. Su-Han walked towards the exit of the restriction, casting a final glance at the goddess enveloped in moonlight. A gentle breeze brushed past, causing her black hair to dance, and her white dress to flutter, exuding a picturesque solitude and tranquility. Wangshu. Without further thought, Su-Han turned and stepped out of the restriction, leaving the place. Su-Han, I wonder when we will meet again. A faint sigh echoed within the restriction, ethereal and profound like the starry sky. Once Su-Han left the restriction, he immediately sprinted away, fearing that Goddess Wangshu might change her mind and detain him. Although he could attempt to cling to her for support, the outcome could be dire. His fate could only be grasped in his own hands. This Taiyin Moon Osmanthus flower must be from that Osmanthus tree. Su-Han took out the flower and its fragrance invigorated him, clearing his mind. This was a treasure that could assist in understanding the Tao worth immeasurable value. Unfortunately, it's still far inferior to my Chao Hui jade plate fragment. Su-Han stored it away again. He took out the Taiyin sword and began to refine it. This sword contained Taiyin energy with astonishing lethality. It could sever body and soul, far surpassing his purple lightning hammer and 4C's vase. Of course, it still couldn't compare to the banana fan and could only serve as a memento. Su-Han took out the Jinmao rat and resumed his journey. This time he was even more cautious, ensuring he wouldn't let his guard down anywhere. Decades later, encountering another restriction, Su-Han carefully observed the situation, and after breaking it, he decided to let the Jinmao rat go in first, just in case he encountered another goddess bathing that would be troublesome. He couldn't guarantee that all goddesses were as easygoing as Wang Shu. Jinmao rat. The rat was greatly shocked, staring incredulously at Su-Han. So love will disappear, right? My master has always fought against the heavens and feared nothing, yet today, he lets me scout. Jinmao rat shivered, shrinking within the clothes made of the Xianhuang cloth. Only the surrounding Xianhuang energy could offer it a hint of warmth. Stop dawdling, after all you're a mouse with a defensive, innate spiritual treasure. You need to learn to explore restrictions on your own. Su-Han gave it a kick, sending it inside. Soon after receiving a report from the Jinmao rat, he entered the restriction and began to collect spiritual roots. As time passed, the spiritual roots within the restrictions gradually grew, and various spiritual fruits and items were plentiful. Ginseng berry tree. What a good find. Su-Han's eyes lit up as he spotted a small tree bearing clusters of bright red berries. These berries gathered together like a vivid red flower, drawing attention. This is the ginseng berry, rich in life energy, beneficial for nourishing the body and enhancing cultivation. Of course, here with Su-Han, it would be directly exchanged for enhancement points. The spiritual roots were transplanted into the Hongmeng world. Then he noticed a patch of spiritual items resembling Huangjing and collected them all. As he continued gathering, Su-Han was astonished. There was actually a special group thriving within this restriction. Elves. Does the primordial world have such beings? Su-Han looked at a group of tiny elves about the size of his palms, similar to the so-called Western elves. Delicate and exquisite, their features bore little difference from humans. However, they had a pair of green wings behind them, radiating an ethereal and dreamlike aura. Upon seeing Su-Han, they scattered in a panic, quickly hiding behind the spiritual roots, utterly adorable. Su-Han extended his divine sense, attempting to communicate with the little elves. A group of wood spirits, specifically aiding in the growth of spiritual roots. After some exchange, Su-Han learned this information and smiled. You can settle in my Hongmeng world from now on, where there are plenty of spiritual roots. He waved his hand, placing the wood spirit group into the Hongmeng world. Their birth was incredibly challenging, and their lives were fragile, lacking the ability to protect themselves. It was better to keep them in his personal world. As soon as the wood spirit group was transferred to the Hongmeng world, they saw various spiritual roots surrounding them. The acquired spiritual roots were densely packed with quite a few innate roots. Especially the most precious innate banana tree, ranking among the finest spiritual roots, which excited them. The elves flitted around the different spiritual roots, exuding pure, wood attribute energy, nourishing the numerous spiritual roots. During this process, the elves seemed to receive some feedback from a certain law, and they too were growing little by little. A perfect symbiosis was achieved. With them around, my spiritual roots will mature even faster, and there might even be a chance for them to advance in grade. Su-Han felt elated. After thoroughly emptying the restriction, he prepared to leave. I've spent quite a long time in the northern continent, it's time to depart. Su-Han thought of exploring a different area and decided to head to the North Sea. After all, it wasn't too far from here. Thus he and the Jinmao rat embarked on their journey to the North Sea. However, along the way, Su-Han found his opportunities dwindling, feeling somewhat disappointed. The North Sea is still rather barren. Just as he was about to leave, the Jinmao rat suddenly sensed something. Master, it's definitely an innate restriction, and this opportunity is extraordinary. The Jinmao rat exclaimed, its sensing ability greatly enhanced due to its improved cultivation and bloodline. Su-Han perked up, heading towards the location of the restriction. After a long while, he gazed in shock at the immortal island before him, surrounded by chaotic energy embodying the might of the primordial world, utterly astonishing. Chaotic phenomena. Could it be the 3 immortal islands? He couldn't help but think, feeling a surge of excitement. The legendary 3 immortal islands were said to be fragments of chaos. They were top-tier paradises. Pengliangzhou and Fengzhang, each of the 3 immortal islands, held immense opportunities. He never expected to encounter one. The precise location of the 3 immortal islands constantly changed. Without fate, even future heavenly Tao saints would struggle to find them. Hurry and break the formation. Su-Han seized the opportunity and hurriedly unraveled the restrictions. Despite their complexity, he successfully broke through and entered the immortal island. As soon as he stepped inside, he was met with an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. Exotic herbs and vibrant flowers, green pines and cypress trees, were everywhere. A massive stone tablet inscribed with the words Ingzhou came into view. This is Ingzhou Immortal Island. Suhan glanced at it, and eagerly began to scour the island for opportunities and treasures. While there were plenty of ordinary spiritual roots and items, his gaze was instantly drawn to a dazzling, innate spiritual root. This ancient tree exuded a rich spiritual light bearing 9 fruits. The flowers resembled lotus blossoms while the fruits looked like plums, each about the size of a plum. On the flowers and fruits, the words Huangzhong were inscribed. Huangzhong Li, a top-tier, innate spiritual root. A surge of excitement coursed through Su Han as he recalled information about this spiritual root, causing his hands to tremble. Moreover, Huangzhong Li was ranked as the number 1 among the top 10 spiritual roots. Even a Hunyuan de Luo Golden Immortal would surely covet it. Huangzhong Li blooms for 300,000 years, bears fruit for 300,000 years, and matures for 300,000 years. In a million years, it only produces 9 fruits. This illustrates its extreme rarity. As the fragrance of the fruits wafted over, Su Han felt waves of surging primal energy flooding into his body, which was truly astonishing. The primal energy contained within Huangzhong Li is astonishing and might allow me to break through the 4th transformation of the Xiangong. Let the physical body first break through to the Great Luo. Su Han's thoughts raced, feeling this was entirely feasible. As long as the spiritual fruit's potency was sufficient, the 9 transformations Xiangong could break through. Even if the boundary between Tai and Deluo was vast, it wasn't insurmountable in the face of this prime, innate spiritual root's fruit. He'll use it to cultivate the Xiangong later. Su Han took a deep breath, temporarily setting it aside, and turned to search for other treasures. Soon he discovered a pure and flawless, exquisitely translucent lotus flower in a lake. The lotus flower bloomed in 12 tiers, radiating purifying power, seemingly capable of cleansing all things in the world and restoring everything to its original state. 12-tiered pure world white lotus. Su Han channeled his magical power and hurriedly refined it. After the chaotic blue lotus that nurtured the Pangu great god shattered, it transformed into numerous innate spiritual treasures. Every item related to the chaotic blue lotus was immensely powerful, such as the god-slaying spear, the innate 5 directions flag, and the 12-tiered lotus produced from several lotus seeds. For instance, the 12-tiered creation blue lotus, the golden lotus of merit, the annihilation black lotus, the karma fire red lotus, and the pure world white lotus all are prime innate spiritual treasures. Of course, the innate 5 directions flag was likewise extraordinary. I possessed the Wuji apricot yellow flag and the pure world white lotus. These 2 spiritual treasures greatly enhance my power. Su Han couldn't contain his joy, sitting on 2 prime innate spiritual treasures, both of which were unparalleled in defense. A Deluo golden immortal truly could not touch him now. Moreover, the pure world white lotus possessed formidable offensive capabilities, not merely a defensive item. Steady, stay calm. Let's see if there are any other precious treasures. Quickly, a series of pearls appeared before him. The 12 pearls, when strung together, emitted a 5-colored brilliance. Calming Sea Divine Pearls. Su Han gasped, obtaining another powerful prime, innate spiritual treasure. The 24 Calming Sea Divine Pearls shone brilliantly during the period of sealing the gods. Zhao Gongming relied on this treasure to sweep through the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, and even the burning lamp Taoist of the Kwasa Saint realm. Emitting 5-colored brilliance, it dazzled the enemy's spiritual senses with power as immense as the might of the seas. It was a legendary spiritual treasure capable of transcending major realms in combat. Moreover, when this item fell into the hands of the burning lamp Taoist, it transformed into 24 divine heavens and could be used to bear the great Tao. But why are there only 12 Calming Sea Divine Pearls here? Su Han frowned slightly, knowing 12 pearls could not compare to 24. Forget it, I can gather more later. 12 is already quite good. After pondering for a moment, he shook his head, not dwelling on it further. After a preliminary refinement, feeling the terrifying power contained within the Calming Sea Divine Pearls, Su Han smiled. Then he strolled around the entire Ingzhou Immortal Island, but did not encounter any significant opportunities. He no longer pressed for more, feeling immensely satisfied. The 12-tiered pure world white lotus, the 12 Calming Sea Divine Pearls, and the Huangzhong Li. This was already a tremendous opportunity. If the ancestor dragon and the others found out, they would surely pursue him with envy. Lastly, I will transplant the Huangzhong Li. Su Han first moved this prime spiritual root into the Hongmeng world, where the world's essence was rejoicing. Every moment it expanded outward, the earth becoming broader and thicker, even gaining a hint of life's energy. The rules and order of the Hongmeng world also grew increasingly complex and intricate, stronger than when he first entered the small 1,000 worlds. The woodland spirits excitedly flitted around the Huangzhong Li, reveling in their happiness. Su Han did not linger on these sights, but instead plucked off the 9 ripe Huangzhong Li fruits. One of the fruits appeared in his hand, and he swallowed it whole. Boom. The surging primal energy exploded like the sun, boundless and expanding, flooding his limbs. Crack, crack. The unending primal energy impacted his physical body, causing it to emit a creaking sound, as if it were a steel frame being compressed. His flesh, bones, and organs shone brilliantly, the entire person almost being scorched by the radiant flames. His body suddenly expanded, skin cracking like shattered porcelain that had been glued back together. It looked alarming. The primal energy of the Huangzhong fruit even made it hard for his physical body to endure, as if it would burst him apart. 9 transformations, Xingong. Su-Han focused his mind, remaining calm, and silently operated the Xingong. The primal energy filling his body was captured and guided, flowing along specific pathways. Sets of profound, innate formations took shape, causing Su-Han's physical body to evolve to a higher stage. At this moment he appeared like a brilliant, dazzling gem, radiating light and illuminating mountains and seas, shaking the heavens and earth. Around him, ancient heavenly sounds echoed. Countless runes faintly emerged, imprinted on his body, causing Su-Han's physical transformation to become even more intense. Refining the primal energy of the Huangzhong fruit, impacting the 4th transformation of the Xian Gong, the physical body reached the great Luo realm. Thud, thud. Su-Han's blood surged like mercury, his heartbeat echoing like the drums of deities and demons, shaking the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into turmoil. If there were any Shinxia nearby, they would probably be shattered by the sound of his heartbeat. Boom. A torrent of blood energy filled the void like a vast ocean, resonating through mountains and earth. The surrounding towering peaks could not withstand the force of his blood energy, shattering with a thunderous roar. With the assistance of several Huang, Zhongli, Su-Han's 9 transformation mystic art smoothly broke through. This allowed him to cross the chasm of heaven and earth, achieving the great Luo realm with his physical body. Ancient and profound Tao patterns adorned his body, shining like crystal and radiating boundless brilliance. It was as if a sun had descended here. Su-Han stood up, his black hair cascading over his shoulders, handsome features, and a towering figure. Every muscle and dimension of his body was perfect, resembling the most exquisite creation in the world. As he slowly clenched his fist, the heavens and earth seemed to tremble, with violent winds sweeping across the vast void, causing the surrounding mountains to quiver. Finally breaking through to the great Luo realm, Su-Han let out a long breath, the airflow sweeping over thousands of miles of land like a cosmic storm. His physical realm breaking through to Great Luo was beyond his initial expectations. After all, the spiritual energy required to break through the 4 transformation mystic art was immensely vast. The resources needed could allow even a Great Luo Golden Immortal to scour for a long time, leaving a Tai Golden Immortal in despair. Yet before Huang Zhongli, the problem was easily resolved. Achieving Great Luo, his status was no longer the same. I am now truly a significant figure, Su-Han mused, realizing that his current identity was truly equal to those innate sacred beings of the Great Luo level. Sufficient to establish an empire dominating a region with a reputation that spreads far and wide. Despite the presence of hundreds of empires now, it seemed as if the Great Luo was no longer valued. In the vast and boundless primordial universe, life forms were countless, and a Great Luo Golden Immortal could be considered a powerhouse anywhere. Even among the Dragon clan, they would be treated with respect. Within the Little Lobster clan, he was undoubtedly the strongest force, comparable to the ancient lobster ancestor. Especially since Su-Han was an extremely rare physical Great Luo. With my current physical strength, it's likely that few Great Luo Golden Immortals could harm me, Su-Han thought, as he moved his body, contemplating. A Great Luo body refiner, his strength was certainly unparalleled among peers. His defensive power was terrifying enough to leave most Great Luo feeling helpless. However, the specifics of combat power were hard to say. Su-Han's gaze flickered as he did not leave Yingzhou Island immediately. After achieving Great Luo, his enemies were no longer just Tai Golden Immortals. Instead, they were those ancient innate deities and demons, each one possessing noble backgrounds and inscrutable powers. After all, in this primal era before the emergence of the heavenly Tao, cultivation was no easy feat. Each being who could cultivate to become a Great Luo Golden Immortal was truly extraordinary, undoubtedly a prodigy of heaven. What innate spiritual treasures or divine techniques meant little to them. Especially in terms of the power of the laws, those Great Luo Golden Immortals are probably all stronger than me, Su-Han pondered for a moment before sitting cross-legged. As his cultivation level increased, his own methods also had to be correspondingly enhanced. Otherwise, if he were to fall to average combat power, how could he bear it? Though I possess a supreme innate spiritual treasure, my primordial spirit's power is still at the Tai Golden Immortal level, unable to unleash strong enough power. My physical strength is great, but that's just the foundation. The laws have a far greater impact on combat power. I must quickly comprehend the laws. Moreover, it must be more than just a few weak laws. The water law which I am most proficient in can also exert decent power when paired with the 4 transformation mystic art, but it still seemed inadequate. It's time to comprehend the top 10 laws. He took out the fragments of the creation jade disc, and finally began to comprehend these extremely difficult laws. Each of the top 10 laws was very challenging. Of course he had tried to comprehend them before, but the progress was too slow, yielding little success even after tens of thousands of years. Now that his physical body had achieved the Great Luo realm, he could begin. Although lacking the convenience of the primordial spirit, his physical body could still grasp it. With his current level, he could certainly comprehend faster than before. The strongest law, the law of power. Su-Han directly chose this number 1 ranked law. It was mastered by the Pangu grand deity capable of opening the heavens and subduing all other laws, the king of all paths. This does not refer to the basic power of magical energy, but the power of the laws, which is unfathomably profound. It is a path that reaches to the heavens. The law of power serves as a fundamental outline for the laws, and will also be my guideline for future cultivation. Su-Han quickly realized that he had a high affinity with the law of power. After achieving the Great Luo realm, the mysteries of the various aspects of the law of power swiftly circulated in his mind. After all, I am cultivating the 9 transformation mystic art, the cultivation technique of the Pangu grand deity. He nodded, closing his eyes, and began to immerse himself in the comprehension of the law of power. In a state of utter stillness, he forgot both self and the world. The creation jade disc hovered above his head, radiating celestial light and bestowing down soft brilliance, greatly enhancing Su-Han's comprehension, bringing his mind and the pillar of the law of power within the creation jade disc incredibly close. In a daze, a colossal figure standing tall and mighty emerged in the sea of his heart, exuding supreme, divine majesty and unparalleled strength. As he delved into comprehension, more and more mysteries of the laws appeared in his mind, gradually being mastered. Ancient and mysterious Tao patterns began to appear on both his primordial spirit and physical body. Immersed in the laws, time swiftly flowed by. After a long while, Su-Han came to his senses. He realized that he had already grasped over 40% of the law of power. The comprehension of the Great Luo realm is indeed fast, and of course assisted by the creation jade disc, the speed of comprehension has increased by an unknown number of times. Su-Han sighed leisurely. At this moment he felt that his strength had noticeably increased compared to before. Truly, it was the first strength law providing an immediate boost. Perhaps this was also due to the perfect compatibility between the law of power and the 9 transformation mystic art. My comprehension of the water law has long reached 50%, but its combat power is significantly weaker than the 40% of the law of power. However, what was once a gradual accumulation now seems much slower in comprehension. Su-Han pondered for a moment and decided to use enhancement points. After all, the comprehension level of any Great Luo Golden Immortal's laws was probably above 50%. Law of power 100, law of power 100, law of power 100. Su-Han did not hesitate to spend enhancement points. He continuously consumed hundreds of thousands of points, pushing the law of power to over 50%. This was the limit for the early stage of Great Luo realm. Any further would require an astronomical amount of enhancement points, which was simply not cost-effective. The comprehension of the law of strength is nearly 55. That should suffice. Su-Han was quite satisfied, feeling a tremendous power that seemed capable of shattering the void. His heart surged with excitement. Of course he knew this was merely an illusion. He had attempted to grasp the stability of the void in the primal world before, and it was utterly daunting. With his strength, he was still unable to truly shake the fabric of space. I wonder where my power stands among that group of Deluo Jin Xian. Although Su-Han was very confident, he remained cautious, never underestimating those ancient, innate deities. After some thought, he decided to once again contemplate other laws. Surely the other Deluo wouldn't restrict themselves to understanding just one path. The law of strength is sufficient to provide me with the greatest combat power. I will try to choose those that will aid me the most right now. Su-Han made a selection among the top 10 laws and direct the laws of time and space. Time is revered, space is king. These 2 laws are not only formidable, but also incredibly convenient. Leave aside their devastating combat capabilities. Just considering their other effects makes them enviable even to ordinary Deluo Jin Xian. Mastering the law of time allows one to control the flow of time, aiding in accelerating cultivation. Had Su-Han not intended to use the law of strength as a foundation, he might have prioritized understanding the law of time. And mastering the law of space to a profound level enables instantaneous movement and traversing the void. This holds very special significance in the primal world, where spatial intensity is off the charts. It can be considered a life-saving divine technique. I am physically strong and possess supreme spiritual treasures with unmatched defenses, but I fear being worn down. Su-Han decided that he must comprehend the law of space. If he were to encounter an unbeatable foe, he could retreat calmly without the fear of being killed on the spot. This has always been his shortcoming. However, the enemies he faced were almost all defeated directly, rarely exposing this weakness. First, I will comprehend the law of time. Su-Han closed his eyes and began to understand the law of time with the aid of the creation jade plate. Amidst the silence, the faint sound of rushing water from a long river gradually emerged, seemingly eternal and from nowhere. In his mind, the ethereal image of the river of time appeared. Timeless and boundless, the river of time flows endlessly forward, never pausing for anyone heading towards the unknown beyond. Countless eons passed. Su-Han's spirit gradually returned, radiating a sense of solitude and desolation. The prolonged immersion in the law of time led to rapid progress due to his accumulated insights. Yet it also affected his state of mind significantly. However, the manifestation of the law of strength immediately cleared all distractions. The law of strength is my ultimate guiding principle. Su-Han's eyes sparkled with divine brilliance, full of vigor. Behind him, a giant phantom stood tall, with an illusory river flowing beneath. Having comprehended over 30 of the law of time made him even more powerful. Of course, his affinity for the law of time ultimately could not match that of the law of strength. By this point, he was feeling somewhat fatigued. Then Su-Han glanced at his enhancement points. He began to invest them into the law of time. Law of time 1000, law of time 1000, law of time 1000. When the law of time approached 50, Su-Han stopped the investment. After all, he still needed to reserve some for the law of space. Now the law of time can affect the flow of time for Deluo Jin Xian, which is enough to significantly boost my combat power. Su-Han nodded, feeling no surprise. Although the law of time was not inherently lethal, it at least ranked with each of these laws would unleash formidable power. As for the law of time, once fully comprehended, there would be heavenly methods like time slicing, time pausing, and time jumping. Moreover, its auxiliary effects are even more pronounced. As Su-Han slowly waved his hands, he manipulated a series of divine chains of the law of time manifested, causing the flow of time nearby to begin accelerating. 5 times, 20 times, 50 times, 70 times. Until he accelerated to 100 times, Su-Han finally stopped his movements. It wasn't that he couldn't go further, but any faster, and he would be unable to maintain stability for a long time. This was a field he had set up to achieve a 100-fold flow of time, not a technique directed against enemies. Cultivating and comprehending within it meant his training speed increased 100-fold. Good. Only in this way can my understanding of the laws quickly catch up to those Deluo deities. Su-Han looked at the time flow field with some delight. With the assistance of the creation jade plate for comprehension, coupled with the acceleration of this time flow, he could truly rise above others. Simply relying on enhancement points for improvement would require too many and could only be used at critical moments. Continue. Comprehend the law of space. Su-Han sat cross-legged in the time flow field, completely undisturbed in his understanding of other laws. The mysteries of space were gradually being comprehended, and the essence of the vast void became clearer. The peculiar fluctuations he had never noticed before were also gradually felt. Su-Han slowly floated upwards as if merging with the surrounding space, enveloped by the void like a fish in water. Once his comprehension surpassed 30, he felt the strain again. Resolutely, he poured all the remaining enhancement points into the law of space, similarly pushing it close. Once I master the law of space to a profound level, I can utilize techniques like spatial banishment, shattering, and strangulation to defeat enemies. Su-Han's figure became somewhat ethereal, appearing as if he were there, yet not there, incredibly mystical. The spatial fluctuations that the common person could not perceive became inextricably linked to him. Suddenly, he vanished from his spot. Almost simultaneously, Su-Han's figure appeared high above, thousands of miles away. Teleportation. Su-Han felt elated, realizing he could indeed perform it. With the law of space, his safety undoubtedly increased significantly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Su-Han kept teleporting back and forth on Ingzhou Island, his figure flickering in various locations. With the teleportation time being nearly zero, it seemed as though countless Su-Hans had suddenly appeared on the island. Any onlooker would be immensely shocked. After becoming fully familiar with it, Su-Han attempted to explore other applications of the law, such as spatial suppression, spatial sealing, and so on. Not only that, but he also combined strength, time, and space to strive for maximum power. The greatest boost to my hard power still comes from the law of strength. Su-Han mused inwardly. The laws of time and space, aside from their special uses, do contribute to combat power as well. However, the more laws I master, the lesser the increase in combat power. Su-Han glanced at his almost depleted enhancement points, deciding not to comprehend any more laws. It is impossible to gain significant improvements from every law comprehended. Moreover, the enhancement points were exhausted. If the comprehension level of the laws does not reach a certain extent, it cannot have any amplifying effect on Deluo Jin Xian. Ingzhou Fairy Island truly deserves its reputation as a top-tier blessed land. 12th grade pure world, White Lotus, Huang, Zhongli, the pearl of stabilizing the sea. Su-Han cast one last glance at the fairy island before turning to leave. All the wonders within had been taken by him, leaving only the bare fairy island itself. One wonders if the fortunate ones in the future will cry upon entering. With a flick of his hand, Su-Han summoned the laws of water, forming a cloud of auspiciousness. He then rode the cloud, unreservedly traversing over the sea towards the continent. Though he did not draw attention or reveal his aura, behaving like an ordinary cultivator, he was no longer as cautious as before, constantly wrapped in a concealment array. What a joke! With his current strength, what in this vast primordial world could he fear? With a physical body at the Great Luo realm and 3 supreme laws at his side, he felt unprecedented confidence. Once my primordial spirit breaks through to the Great Luo, I'll be able to unleash even greater power with the top quality, innate spirit treasure. Su-Han hummed a little tune, feeling quite good. He made his way back to the northern continent, aimlessly heading towards the eastern continent. But I've nearly traveled all of the eastern continent. Should I head to the western continent now? He pondered, casually indecisive. After all, it was still the early phases of the Longhan Cataclysm. The prosperity of the world, while better than the Beast Cataclysm, was still lacking. The western continent might not even compare to the northern continent. Or perhaps I should go to the southern continent. Su-Han sat on the cloud, flying leisurely in the skies, admiring the magnificent primordial land. Suddenly, a fierce gale attacked, sharp as a blade capable of shattering 1,000 mountains. Su-Han remained seated, his gaze lowering slightly, to see several unwise Tai golden immortals. The few cultivators looked displeased, one of them shouting arrogantly, "In my Guofeng dynasty's territory you dare to travel so brazenly." Su-Han was speechless. He had encountered many cultivators on his journey, but most hurriedly avoided him. Very few were willing to stir up trouble. But those from the royal dynasty seemed quite domineering and not very bright. Is this the territory of the Guofeng dynasty? I hadn't noticed that. After thinking carefully, he realized that indeed there were very few cultivators passing nearby. He was too lazy to investigate the royal territory beforehand to avoid it. At that moment the gale had already blown in front of Su-Han. His figure did not budge at all. He merely released a hint of aura. The gale suddenly halted, collapsing with a loud roar. The gap between Great Luo and Tai was akin to a chasm. What's going on? The few Tai were dumbfounded to see their attack dissipate in an instant. They failed to sense Su-Han's aura pressure. From the speed of Su-Han's cloud, he appeared to be just an attack from the law of wind. Su-Han looked indifferently at the several Tai golden immortals, and suddenly a banana fan appeared in his hand. With a casual flick towards them, a divine wind far surpassing theirs surged forth, sweeping towards the group. Though his magical power was still at the Tai level, his perfected primordial technique approached the Great Luo. Moreover, with the top quality innate spirit treasure, the banana fan, the attack was so much stronger than those Tai that even a Great Luo golden immortal would not dare to ignore it. Oh, could he possibly be a Great Luo golden immortal? The faces of the group shifted dramatically as they looked in panic at the incoming divine wind. The power of a top-quality spirit treasure could indeed transcend the boundaries of realms. They quickly unleashed various attacks, gathering the law of wind, howling with the gale. But they were immediately overshadowed by the divine wind from the banana fan. After a few breaths, the group was engulfed by the divine wind, letting out painful wails. A bunch of weaklings, even inferior to a perfected Tai. I could have killed them easily before my promotion. Su-Han, holding the banana fan, watched their struggles with great interest. As a Great Luo golden immortal, he no longer had to fear losing a top-quality, innate spirit treasure. He could take it out to play at will. Before long, the group fell to the divine wind's attack, their bones crushed and souls shattered. Just as he was about to check for any treasures they left behind, his brows suddenly furrowed. Turning his head, he was met with a sight of dark clouds pressing down like a city. Guofeng. Su-Han immediately recognized that the overwhelming dark clouds rushing in were the formidable Guofeng. It was even stronger than the Guofeng he released while holding the wind banana fan. Is the master of the Guofeng dynasty at mid-Great Luo. Feeling that unmatched aura, he became serious, and a strong battle intent surged in his heart. This was the first time he would face off against a Great Luo golden immortal. It was indeed a good opportunity to test his own strength. Whoosh! The black Guofeng swept in, coalescing into an old man with a shadowy visage not far from Su-Han. I am Guofeng's ancestor. You, my friend, have killed several of my subordinates without cause. Do you think you can just leave? As a Great Luo, he could easily discern Su-Han's realm, especially since there was no concealment array shielding him. Without cause. Su-Han's expression was indifferent. He was too lazy to argue with this Guofeng ancestor. With a smirk, he said, "What? As a fellow Great Luo golden immortal, do you intend to keep me here?" The Guofeng ancestor snorted coldly. The gap between Great Luo is not small. You are merely at the initial stage of Great Luo, not my opponent. However, I will not make it difficult for you. He no longer concealed his intentions, his eyes burning as he looked at the banana fan in Su-Han's hand, and he commanded, "Hand over that fan, and you may leave safely." He was a primordial Guofeng incarnate born from innate divine demons and naturally grasped some laws of wind. His sensitivity to the path of wind was exceptionally keen. The moment Su-Han used the banana fan, he had already sensed it. Had it not been for the banana fan, he would not have sought out trouble with the Great Luo. But with this top-quality, innate spirit treasure, the Guofeng ancestor had to fight for it. A top-quality spirit treasure of the wind, a tribute resonated perfectly with his fundamental path. If he could comprehend the restrictions of the banana fan, it might allow him to advance in his cultivation. He actually had one top-quality, innate spirit treasure already, but who would refuse more? Especially one of the wind attribute, which would be extremely beneficial to him, a rare opportunity indeed. So it turns out you have your eyes on my banana fan. Su-Han suddenly understood and directly put away the banana fan. He beckoned provocatively at Guofeng ancestor, saying, "If you want my spirit treasure, come and take it yourself." Upon seeing this, the Guofeng ancestor was furiously enraged. A vast expanse of black Guofeng suddenly materialized, as if blowing from the depths of the underworld, capable of freezing one's primordial spirit. The Guofeng ancestor spread his arms wide, his magical power surging forth, transforming the world into a realm of Guofeng. Refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. The mountains and rivers trembled, and the Guofeng surged like mountains and seas pouring down upon Su-Han. That boundless black storm could slay a Tai golden immortal with a single strand. The ancestor is enraged. Is the enemy a great Luo golden immortal? Within the Guofeng dynasty, countless cultivators sensed the overwhelming might of the great Luo, traversing the world from a distance, causing them to tremble in fear. Even countless beings from billions of miles away were frightened and awed. They all looked up in shock, gazing at the realm of Guofeng sweeping across the sky. This was the might of a great Luo golden immortal. Even with a mere display of force, it could cause countless beings to tremble and prostrate themselves. In the high sky, the black gale wind swept across the expanse. In an instant it enveloped Su-Han within. This move by the ancestor of the gale showcased his formidable power as a mid-stage de Luo golden immortal with boundless magical energy. His years of cultivation were terrifyingly long, and he himself was born of an innate divine lineage. He had already grasped 60% of the power of the laws. Thus the gale wind he summoned could be considered one of the most supreme divine winds in the world, far surpassing the naturally born gale wind. Even the most powerful Tai golden immortals would fall in droves under this gale wind domain. There would be no resistance whatsoever. However, Su-Han merely scoffed. He stood with his hands behind his back, seemingly not using any means. He allowed the fierce black storm to sweep over him. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant the sounds of countless metal clashes erupted. The gale wind sliced against Su-Han's flesh as if a long knife struck against iron, producing a flurry of sparks. Yet it left no trace on him. The ancestor of the gale was taken aback. He had previously sensed that Su-Han seemed to be someone who specialized in physical strength with a weaker primordial spirit. But he never expected the physical body to be so astonishingly strong. This move, while not a final trump card, was still his all-out effort. A thought of danger flashed through the ancestor of the gale's mind. Could it be that his body is made of some kind of, celestial gold? Before he could think further, a surge of chi shaking the sun and moon and resonating through the stars erupted. Su-Han fully displayed his physical realm, his aura resembling a true dragon that could strike through 3,000 worlds, fierce and domineering. The boundless chi dispersed the surrounding gale wind, the path of power running through it all. He extended a palm like white jade with intricate lines clearly visible, resembling profound law patterns. It appeared unremarkable, yet anyone who saw it could feel the immense power contained within. The palm seemed to harbor a vast world pushing straight outwards. In an instant the boundless chi surged forth like an ocean, suppressing everything in all directions. The black gale wind storm crumbled and retreated inch by inch. With a single palm strike, Su-Han shattered the domain of gale wind above him. Such powerful law energy, how could this be? The ancestor of the gale felt a hint of suffocation from Su-Han's strike. He understood that the other party's strength far surpassed his own, which led to this situation. How did this person refine his body, and what about this law power? Strange. The ancestor of the gale's expression fluctuated, a feeling of retreat began to brew in his heart. But in the next moment his gaze sharpened, and he steeled his heart, a murderous intent enveloping him. He must put forth his utmost effort to contend with the banana fan. The gap in cultivation cannot be bridged merely by strength. Since you only have a strong physical body, your magical power must not be able to perfectly utilize a high-grade spirit treasure. The ancestor of the gale summoned a gray cloth bag which expanded in the wind, transforming into a giant pocket the size of 100 miles. This was his high-grade, innate spirit treasure, the wind seed bag. Whooshed! The overwhelming de Luo magical power infused into it, causing the wind seed bag to unleash a fierce gust, continuously gathering, like a great river spanning the heavens. With his magical power and the laws of wind combined with the wind seed bag, it was enough to make even the Luo Golden Immortals of the same level wary. In a moment of carelessness, one could be penetrated by its magical power, suppressing both body and primordial spirit. In the blink of an eye, the Gale River surged towards Su Han, about to strike him. A mere trick. Seeing the ancestor of the Gale summon the high-grade spirit treasure, Su Han's expression remained indifferent, showing no change. The Luo Golden Immortals were all formidable. He had anticipated this. But what of it? He clenched his fist and took a step forward, delivering a punch. His fist collided head-on with the Gale River. Boom. In an instant, a terrifying roar erupted, like millions of thunderclaps shaking in unison, resounding across billions of miles. All matter within 10,000 miles was reduced to powder upon impact. Within 1,000,000 miles, whether it was the earth, mountains, vegetation, or living beings and cultivators, all were shattered into fragments. The Gale River, emitted by the ancestor of the Gale through the wind seed bag, appeared to be made of wind. But even the finest divine iron could not match a single strand of Gale wind in strength. Gathered into a river, it was even more solid, like substance, in overwhelming divine might. However, under Su Han's fist, the Gale River suddenly shook. After a brief stalemate, it burst apart. No matter how strong the Gale River's destructive force was, how could it withstand the divine might of the path of power? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Millions of gale winds howled back and forth, causing innumerable mountains to collapse. Giant trees, rocks, and so on were all turned to dust. Terrifying, terrifying. Is this the battle of the Luo Golden Immortals? The power of a sovereign is truly heavenly might. At this moment, even countless cultivators billions of miles away turned pale. They fled frantically, wishing they had a few more legs. In the face of such apocalyptic battle aftermath, even the most numerous beings were but mere weeds. On the battlefield, Su Han stood in the void, his form completely still. As the chaotic gale winds swept around him, his black hair danced wildly, and his clothes fluttered. Defeating him is not a difficult task. Su Han carefully contemplated. This was his first battle since becoming a Luo. After this clash, he was certain that the opponent's strength was indeed far inferior to his. Relying solely on his physical body, utilizing the path of power, he could firmly suppress the ancestor of the Gale. Next, the two exchanged blows several more times. Regardless of the sharp attacks unleashed by the wind seed bag, Su Han shattered them head-on. In fact, had the ancestor of the Gale not dodged quickly, he would have been affected by the overwhelming fist force. Damn it, am I supposed to retreat? The ancestor of the Gale's expression darkened. He realized he seemed not to be the opponent's match. If he retreated, not only would he miss his chance, but he would also provoke this formidable enemy. Moreover, the foundation he had built could be lost. If he fled, what good would it be for the Gale dynasty? Of course, he could try to exhaust the opponent. After all, he was a mid-stage Luo with abundant magical power. However, he did not dare to gamble. Once he was significantly exhausted, the danger would be great. I don't know what this guy's body is made of. It can't be harmed at all. If I get injured, that would be different. The ancestor of the Gale's expression was reluctant as his thoughts raced, making the decision to leave. As long as the Green Hills remain, one need not worry about firewood. You and I have already formed a causal relationship. Next time, I will come to settle the score. He left behind a harsh statement and prepared to turn away. He did not feel he was in any danger. Even if he couldn't win, he could still leave with ease. Among the Luo Golden Immortals, defeating was easy, but killing was far too difficult. No one has succeeded in escaping from me until now. Su Han was originally slowly familiarizing himself with his battle power. Upon seeing the ancestor of the Gale declare his intent to flee, he no longer held back. With a flash of spatial fluctuation, Su Han's figure vanished from the spot. Slaying the Great Luo. The Earth Mother Membrane. The wind pouch of the old ancestor of Crow Wind continued to spew forth endless gale, propelling him far away. He was originally an innate Crow Wind, transformed form, perfectly blending with the spiritual treasure wind. With a whoosh, Su Han's figure suddenly appeared before the old ancestor of Crow Wind, startling him into a tremble. Space Law. The old ancestor of Crow Wind exclaimed in alarm, realizing something was amiss. Su Han had no interest in his chatter and unleashed a punch in midair. Like a demonic god descending into the mortal realm, the overwhelming force of his punch filled the void, dominating everything. The old ancestor of Crow Wind desperately adjusted the gale, forming wind shields. But Su Han's punch struck like cannon fire, instantly piercing through all the gale. The old ancestor of Crow Wind spat out a mouthful of blood. Even with the gale layers dissipating the force, he was inevitably injured. His whole body flew backward. He turned with the momentum, transforming into a whirlwind, fleeing in another direction. He was practical, having recognized Su Han's terrifying prowess, and certainly would not recklessly rush in for revenge. Instead, he chose to flee immediately. More mana surged into the wind pouch, making the gale even more fierce, and its impact more violent. Even Su Han would face considerable resistance. The speed is quite fast, but unfortunately, Just as Su-Han was about to use the space law to suppress his opponent, a thought suddenly crossed his mind. A precious orb appeared in his hand. Before this orb, the howling gale abruptly stilled, instantly frozen in place. This is useful. Su-Han felt a surge of joy within. This orb was a treasure he had collected from the place of calamity, the stabilizing wind pearl. It had almost no other use solely for stabilizing the wind. As a primal rare treasure, its abilities were quite unique, but it could also seem somewhat useless. Su-Han had never found an opportunity to use this treasure, thinking he would never need it, allowing it to gather dust in a corner. The stabilizing wind pearl is truly the nemesis of the old ancestor of Crow Wind. He smirked, stepping forward, arriving not far from the old ancestor of Crow Wind. Surrounding the old ancestor of Crow Wind, the dense gale suddenly ceased, its flow directly immobilized by an overbearing force. Even the old ancestor himself stiffened, nearly being pinned here. After all, his true form was the innate Crow Wind. Fortunately, the stabilizing wind pearl wasn't a particularly strong source treasure, inferior to the Blade of Fate. Moreover, as a great Luo golden immortal, the old ancestor had a strong resistance. Struggling desperately, he barely managed to extricate himself, staring in horror at the stabilizing wind pearl in Su-Han's hand. In his eyes, this pearl was the most terrifying object in the world. At this moment, even though he could still flee, his overall strength had dropped by at least 30%. Furthermore, the wind pouch was severely restricted and could not be used at all. You will be the first great Luo I slay. Su-Han smiled, lightly punching out the law of strength, shining brilliantly. This directly left the old ancestor of Crow Wind severely injured. Wow! The old ancestor's face twisted in pain. Ignoring his injuries, he unleashed his life-saving move, transforming into 99 black gales, each rushing in different directions. He was nearly burning his essence, and even the stabilizing wind pearl could only influence him, but not directly pin him down. As long as one whirlwind escaped, he could make a comeback. Of course, the cost of recovery would be steep, possibly even causing a drop in rank. But as long as he could recover, it would all be worth it. Space divine chains seal heaven and earth. Su-Han centered on him, myriad chains extended, spreading throughout the space. The vast void trembled violently, the vital energy highly solidified like a steel plate. The black gales abruptly halted, sealed in place like insects trapped in amber. Boom! Su-Han wasted no time, his fist striking out like a dragon, directly dispersing the old ancestor of Crow Wind's source wind. Enhancement .500000. After receiving the system notification, Su-Han lifted the spatial lockdown. But he did not stop. The power of the law concentrated in his eyes, the traces of time and space clear to him. Through layers of void, he saw a somewhat illusory, yet real world contained within a grain of rice. Found at the old ancestor of Crow Wind's personal world. Su-Han's eyes narrowed, his hand reaching out, blood energy entwined with space, law forming a massive net to pull the world. The net penetrated the void's interlayer instantly, ensnaring the old ancestor of Crow Wind's personal world, pulling it towards his own Hongmeng world. Rumbling. Under Su-Han's power, this small thousand worlds, which was the old ancestor of Crow Wind's world, was gradually crushed to bits, transformed into pure and vast world essence, gradually merging into the foundation of the Hongmeng world. The Hongmeng world continuously expanded, eagerly devouring the brand new world essence. This world essence was a great supplement. Unfortunately, it is too difficult for a small thousand world to ascend to a medium thousand world, not only in terms of vastness, but also the differences in the levels of the heavenly order. Su-Han's gaze flickered. The old ancestor of Crow Wind's small thousand worlds actually fell short of his own. After all, the Hongmeng world had integrated the Huangzhong Li and Banana Tree, two supreme, innate spiritual roots. Let it expand slowly. Su-Han returned his mind, glancing at the gradually calming battlefield. He raised his hand, grabbing the wind pouch. As an innate top-tier spiritual treasure, it may be slightly inferior to the banana fan, but it's still quite good. Su-Han smiled. No one would ever complain about having too many top-tier spiritual treasures. Top-tier spiritual treasures, even for a great Luo golden immortal, are significantly beneficial. This battle, had it not been for the stabilizing wind pearl being just right to counter, it would not have been so straightforward to slay the opponent. After ruthlessly slaying the old ancestor of Crow Wind, Su-Han wandered around his lair, finding nothing of value. He couldn't care less how the Crow Wind dynasty would collapse. He simply left the place. Speaking of which, I have yet to visit the starry sky. This time Su-Han gradually set a target, not wanting to be caught in the land and sea. Heading towards the primordial starry sky, Su-Han flew towards the endless high skies. The surrounding environment grew increasingly desolate. At one moment, he discovered a membrane enveloping heaven and earth at the end of the sky. On the membrane, countless ancient patterns faintly appeared, constantly interweaving and changing, depicting the most exquisite formations. Compared to it, any innate restrictions appeared crude and clumsy. The membrane was like an eternal and indestructible spiritual energy manufacturing machine, continuously dropping vast amounts of innate spiritual energy. Moreover, it incessantly absorbed the turbid energy of heaven and earth, sending it to the world beyond the membrane. The Earth Mother Membrane. Su-Han gazed in shock at the immensely grand, seemingly endless Earth Mother Membrane. This was formed from Pangus skin capable of expelling turbid energy into the starry sky. With Su-Han's vision, he could faintly see the starry sky beyond the earthly membrane. The primordial starry sky resembled a curtain enveloping the world. Structurally, the endless primordial starry sky serves as a filtering ground for the chaos of the primordial universe, transforming the chaotic flows that ordinary beings cannot withstand into the innate spiritual energy that nurtures all living things. Now indeed there is no 33 heavens. Su-Han mused silently. It is said that the 33 heavens were formed from the bodies and resentments of the 3 fallen heavens. However, the 3 heavens still control the ancient heavenly court and have not fallen. Therefore, there are currently no 33 heavens, only the earthly membrane. After observing for a while, Su-Han stepped out of the earthly membrane. In the primordial universe, there are very few places that a great Luo golden immortal cannot reach. Clang, clang, clang. Instantly, countless sounds of metal clashing erupted. Before Su-Han could observe his surroundings, the chaotic flows of energy surged towards him, enveloping his physical body. Though he was not injured, he surprisingly felt a tinge of pain. This chaotic flow is so powerful. Su-Han was astonished. It's almost comparable to the attack of Ancestor Guofeng. This chaotic energy can easily annihilate a perfected Tai. Even though he had prepared somewhat, having observed the chaotic flows from the earthly membrane, to truly understand the power of chaotic energy, he needed to experience it firsthand. However, the chaotic energy seems to enhance my cultivation of the 9 turns mystic art. Su-Han thought to himself, circulating the 9 turns mystic art, his vital blood surged like mercury flowing outward. The relentless strikes of chaotic energy continuously tempered his physical body and vital blood, causing his physical cultivation to grow slowly, yet steadily stronger. Thus, while refining his body, Su-Han soared through the starry sky. Looking back, the vast primordial universe loomed behind him, forever guiding his direction. It was as if no matter where one looked in the endless starry sky, one could see the primordial land. That place is truly the center of the primordial universe. This endless starry sky is a dreadful place. Even Tai cannot survive autonomously here. Su-Han gazed into the starry sky, sensing only boundless desolation and solitude. Fortunately, countless chaotic stars shone brightly, adding much brilliance to the starry sky. More than 300 main stars glittered subtly, forming a mysterious grand momentum. If there are treasures of heaven and earth, they are probably on those major stars. Su-Han thought. The most prominent stars are the Sun Star and the Moon Star, these 2 supreme celestial bodies. They cast their radiance upon every corner of the primordial universe, possessing incredible divine energy. They also nurture powerful innate sanctities. However, I wonder if the gods and demons nurtured on those stars can emerge now. Su-Han smirked, expressed, the environment of this starry sky is truly harsh. Even a great Luo golden immortal would find it challenging. Only by practicing the 9 turns mystic art could he use the chaotic energy as a refining tool. Nevertheless, since he was here, it was natural to explore the starry sky. He traveled alone through the cosmos as time swiftly passed. Having made a small step forward in the realm of the 4 turns of mystic art, Su-Han noticed that the refining effect on his body was diminishing and decided to pause for the time being. He directly pulled the golden-furred mouse out from the Hongmeng world. At the same time, a magnificent and ethereal aura emanated from Su-Han. An invisible domain emerged, dispersing the chaotic flows of energy. Where he stood resembled a miniature world, isolating the inner and outer forces. This was Su-Han's domain of laws, where the laws of time and space established a structure, and the laws of power penetrated everything. Even chaotic flows could not approach him. Without this domain of laws, the golden-furred mouse would instantly perish in such an environment. Even the Xianhuan cloth couldn't guarantee its survival, and even spiritual treasures could be damaged. The primordial starry sky is truly terrifying. The golden-furred mouse lay weakly on Su-Han's shoulder, taking a long while to collect itself. Even though the chaotic flows were isolated by Su-Han, the obliterating aura still made it tremble all over. This place is far more horrifying than the Buzhou mountain. Su-Han, accompanied by the golden-furred mouse, traversed various stars and found some spiritual materials. However, the overall harvest was rather average. Hundreds of years later, Su-Han gazed at the 7 peculiar giant stars in the distance, his eyes flashing. Do you think there are opportunities on these stars? There should be, the golden-furred mouse nodded, but my senses in the starry sky aren't very clear. Then a hint of expectation rose in Su-Han's eyes. The Big Dipper. Indeed, those 7 giant stars were the famous Big Dipper. Their arrangement resembled a spoon, seemingly possessing an invisible connection. These 7 stars are among the main stars that dominate countless celestial bodies, an indispensable presence in the primordial starry sky. It's normal for such stars to harbor opportunities, but they are likely to give birth to innate sanctities, right? This was also the reason he didn't rush towards those major stars immediately. Once a celestial god or demon emerges, they would undoubtedly start with the cultivation of a great Luo golden immortal. However, since the golden-furred mouse sensed an opportunity, it wouldn't hurt to take a look. It's just the Big Dipper. If it were the sun or moon, I might have some reservations. Suhan's surroundings rippled with the laws of space, continually increasing his speed and eliminating resistance. Yet in a starry sky filled with chaotic flows, it was difficult to perform instantaneous movement. Even so, his speed remained unparalleled in the world. Transforming into a radiant arc, he rushed towards the Big Dipper in an instant, covering billions of miles. Suhan was quite far from the Big Dipper. However, under his speed, it did not take long before he was about to arrive. At this moment, the 7 divine beings atop the Big Dipper suddenly sensed something. They were born and raised here. The surrounding star regions were their natural domain. Any outsiders approaching would naturally be easily detected by them. A great Luo golden immortal is heading towards the Big Dipper, daring to come to our domain. Let's immediately form a formation and suppress him. They were 7 beings of the same origin, inherently possessing certain special connections. At this moment, they communicated telepathically and all emerged from their seclusion. Gazing up at the starry sky, they revealed a murderous aura. In the primordial universe, the law of the jungle prevails. Even among innate gods and demons, this rule still applies. So 7 innate gods and demons really have been born. Suhan felt 7 piercing gazes aimed at him, as sharp as knives. They must be the 7-star masters nurtured on the Big Dipper. All of them are at the initial stage of Great Luo. Having assessed the realm of the 7 divine beings, Suhan felt no more reservations. As he tossed the golden-furred mouse back into the Hongmeng world, his aura indiscriminately radiated outward, clashing with the dominance of the 7 gods and demons of the Big Dipper. The breaths of both sides collided as if there were a silent understanding between them. The aura began to surge simultaneously, dispersing the chaotic energy in a vast area. The endless might of the Great Luo filled the cosmos, majestic and overwhelming. Suhan and the 7 primordial divine demons faced each other with no intention of communicating. Sometimes the primordial divine demons themselves are the greatest opportunity. What does it matter if there are 7 of them? I have already slain those in the mid-stage of Great Luo, so why should I fear you? Suhan's fighting spirit surged, his momentum like fire. His strength surpasses that of any one of us. The faces of the 7 divine demons of the Big Dipper changed slightly, as they clearly sensed the gap. Yet they felt no fear, their killing intent still boiling, and they shouted, "Big Dipper formation." Boom. Moments later, a magnificent formation took shape. They were of the same source and existence, working together with utmost synergy, their magical powers intertwining into one. At the same time, the 7 stars of the Big Dipper shone brightly, radiating an incomparably majestic starlight. Endless stellar power gathered, resembling a vast sea of starlight. It completely dispersed the chaotic energy. The Big Dipper, vast and boundless, contained power capable of stunning even a great Luo golden immortal. Using the 7 great Luo star masters as a guide, an immeasurable stellar power was summoned, gathering a force far greater than that of the ancestral spirit of the Crow Wind. Even Suhan couldn't help but feel a slight pressure in his heart. However, he remained confident that his physical body could withstand the might of the Big Dipper formation. The law of power was sufficient to pierce through all obstructions. If you have some skills, let's see if you can withstand me. Divine patterns of power floated upon his body, causing his strength to rise infinitely. Not only that, he also activated the laws of time and space, exerting all his efforts. The 2 sides briefly locked eyes, and then the heavens shattered and the earth quaked. Boom. A terrifying sound echoed through the starry sky. Countless starlights burst forth like innumerable arrows, each capable of piercing through a Tai-level body refiner. The might of the Big Dipper formation was overwhelming, transforming a vast expanse of the star field into a sea of starlight. Suhan was enveloped by it, as if bearing the true weight of the Big Dipper with endless pressure. Yet his physical body, refined through the 4 transformations' mystic art, was even more terrifying, steadily withstanding the pressure while fiercely launching his attacks. He resembled a divine demon that opened the heavens and split the earth, each move infused with boundless strength. The Big Dipper formation trembled under his strikes, starlight overflowing as if it were about to fall apart. Attack together, kill. The face of the Wolf Star Master changed, startled by Suhan's performance. He immediately brewed a divine power and unleashed a terrifying killing move. Not just him, all the Star Masters joined in the attack. Giant Gate Lu Si Yuan, Wen Chu Lien, Zhen Wu Chu Pajun. The combined strength of the 7 Star Masters at this moment was more than 1,000 times stronger than usual. Their magical powers and stellar energy converged, becoming the source of their divine powers. Under the activation of forces far exceeding the early stage of Great Luo, they transcended even the mid-stage of Great Luo. The might unleashed was so great that even they themselves were fearful. Su-Han felt the pressure, but it only made his battle blood boil more. With a long howl, he gathered the power of the laws, and his blood energy surged with all its might. Whoosh! The powers of time and void flowed in front of him, distorting space and time. This caused the attacks of the 7 divine demons to either speed up or slow down or become fragmented. Bang! 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 Then endless strength exploded, everything following 7 consecutive loud booms. The offensive was shattered. Continue, let's see how long he can hold on. The 7-star masters were shocked, but remained composed. From all directions they launched a series of even more ferocious attacks on Su-Han. Meanwhile, Su-Han charged left and right within the Big Dipper formation, even attempting a counterattack against the 7 divine demons. With all his strength, he forcibly carved out a space in the boundless sea of starlight. Outside of him, nothing existed. Everything was suppressed by the formless power. This person's strength is truly ferocious. The Wen-Chu Star Master's face turned pale, a hint of dread growing in his heart. Is the outside primordial world that dangerous? Even a random early-stage Great Luo could fight evenly with their formation. Moreover, the other party not only suffered no injuries, but their aura also did not weaken in the slightest. In fact, it had grown even more vigorous. Prepare for a combined strike. I don't believe he can withstand it. The Pajun Star Master shouted softly. The other Star Masters exchanged glances and nodded. Big Dipper 7 Killing Blade. Instantly, the powers of the laws they controlled resonated in a special manner. Magical power surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam, and the innate spiritual treasures on their bodies also glowed simultaneously. The Big Dipper stars became even more brilliant, gathering streams of purest stellar power. In front of the 7-star masters, it transformed into a celestial sword of starlight spanning heaven and earth, cutting through the sun and moon. The sword, brimming with killing intent, traversed millions of miles. The sword's edge could drop streaks of starlight capable of instantly slaying all beings. The Big Dipper 7 Killing Blade. This was their combined technique, their ultimate trump card. Even a river of stars would be cleaved in two before it. Millions of stars would be unable to withstand even the residual wave of the blade, instantly shattering into dust. Su-Han's pupils constricted as he took a deep breath. If he were to take a direct hit, even the ancestral spirit of the Crow Wind would die on the spot. Su-Han was filled with fighting spirit, his blood energy flowing like a great river. As the Big Dipper 7 Killing Blade came slashing down, he showed no signs of retreat. Su-Han was filled with fighting spirit, his blood energy flowing like a great river. As the Big Dipper 7 Killing Blade came slashing down, he showed no signs of retreat, stepping forward. With a fist seal, he punched out, covering the vast expanse. Centered on the law of power with time and space as assistance, he unleashed a blood-colored dragon-shaped energy. Under this punch, it pierced through existence and non-existence, opening up the heavens and the earth with all things unable to resist. The dragon-shaped energy roared, colliding directly with the Big Dipper 7 Killing Blade. The world seemed to fall into a state of stillness. It was unclear how long had passed, then a thunderous explosion erupted. The most brilliant light erupted, sweeping across the boundless starry expanse like a grand celestial firework. Unfortunately, the harsh environment of the starry sky prevented any other beings from witnessing this shocking scene. The dragon-shaped energy and the Big Dipper 7 Killing Blade exploded simultaneously, transforming into a shockwave that swept everything aside. It sent Su-Han and the Big Dipper Star Masters flying to either side. The intense energy impact struck Su-Han, but it could not harm him. His body was unscathed. The Big Dipper Star Masters, protected by the formation, also suffered minimal injuries. However, the Big Dipper formation became very dim and even shook slightly as if it were about to collapse. The 7 of them felt their magical power depleting, their blood energy surging. Opportunity. While Su-Han's body was still being thrown backward, his eyes suddenly became sharp. The vast energy remnants could not harm him. Su-Han spread his 5 fingers, and above his palm 12 beads spun quietly. He quickly infused his magical power into them, causing them to transform into a brilliant pearl. Stabilizing Sea Pearl, go. In the next moment, his spine extended like a great dragon, channeling all his strength into the stabilizing Sea Pearl. Moreover, he attached various powers of the laws as much as possible. Aimed directly at the Wolf Star Master, he struck with all his might. Whoosh! The pearl carried boundless might, radiating dazzling brilliance, resembling a morning star piercing through the universe. In an instant, it traversed billions of miles, piercing through the dim Big Dipper formation. With unyielding momentum, it smashed toward the Wolf Star Master. The 24 sea-settling pearls are the finest innate spiritual treasures. Even though Su-Han only possesses 12, they cannot compare to the overwhelming power wielded by Zhao Gongming in the investiture of the gods. Yet they remain incredibly fierce. With his nearly Tao-level magical power, he can launch them across the heavenly chasm, making them comparable to a Tao-level killing move. Moreover, Su-Han has attempted to imbue them with the laws of force, time, and space and artifacts. Although most of the powers of these laws cannot be perfectly integrated into the spiritual treasure, they can still provide some enhancement. In particular, the laws of artifacts are specifically designed to amplify spiritual treasures. When thrown with Su-Han's strength, combined with their own weight, the power exerted by the sea-settling pearl may not be weaker than his physical prowess. Of course, achieving such power requires repeated full-force throws, which can be quite troublesome. However, at this moment, with the Northern Dipper 7 Stars Master somewhat exhausted and the defensive formation unstable, the miraculous effect of the sea-settling pearl becomes quite remarkable. Before they could react, the Northern Dipper formation was smashed through by the sea-settling pearl. What is that thing? The eyes of the master of the greedy wolf widened. They could only watch helplessly as a streak of light approached them. When the formation was just breached, the 7 of them had already sensed something. The pearl within that streak of light seemed to carry the weight of the 4 seas, appearing even more vast than the Northern Dipper 7 Stars. The shadow of death instantly enveloped the heart of the greedy wolf master, as if a giant hand was gripping his heart. However, he had no time to think further. Although the sea-settling pearl possessed immeasurable weight, it did not affect its speed in the slightest. After all, it was a spiritual treasure, not a true 4 seas. The main power exerted comes from the innate restrictions within. Under Su-Han's strength, it thundered like a storm. It pierced through the Northern Dipper formation and also penetrated the greedy wolf star master. The greedy wolf spat out blood violently, a large hole appearing in his chest, blood and internal organs splattering everywhere. His body was thrown back as if it were a tattered sack. Under this extremely fierce attack, he had no power to resist due to his insufficient magic. Greedy wolf. The other 6 star masters witnessing this were filled with rage and let out a furious roar. At the same time, a sense of dread arose in their hearts. They never expected that the enemy possessed such a treasure. He is only severely injured, not dead yet. Su-Han has already stopped his backward flight, realizing there was no system prompt. However, that guy's aura is too weak, he can no longer form a formation. He smiled. The 6 Tao-level initial stage beings who could not form a formation were nothing in front of him. Not to mention the states of these star masters were not good, suffering from the backlash after the formation was broken. And Su-Han, merely experiencing some turbulence in his blood, remained unscathed, still vigorous and powerful. This is the advantage of a strong physical body. Whoosh. The sea-settling pearl had already transformed back into 12 pieces, flying back swiftly. The sea-settling pearl has made a great contribution. Su-Han originally thought that before his primordial spirit cultivation broke through to Tao level, he wouldn't need to use such a top-tier spiritual treasure. However, that last move in a moment of crisis proved to be immensely effective. Only when my magical cultivation breaks through to the Tao level will you truly shine with divine power. Su-Han put away the spiritual treasure as it was no longer needed for the next phase. With a movement of his body, he shattered the newly filled chaotic air currents. Like a meteor, he charged fiercely towards the Northern Dipper 7 Stars Masters. Bang! Boom! Clang! Next came a series of intense crashing sounds. Several Tao-level star masters, whether in anger or fear, attempted to resist, while some even considered fleeing. Unfortunately, Su-Han's strength held absolute superiority. The laws of time and space confined the surroundings, leaving none of them able to escape. In the exchanges of fists and palms, Su-Han could effortlessly inflict heavy injuries upon them, causing them to spit blood. Not long after, enhancement points 4000, enhancement points 4200, enhancement points 4100, enhancement points 44000. After 7 system prompts, the starry sky fell back into tranquility. A large amount of chaotic air currents surged back and filling the area where the battle had previously occurred. Su-Han moved his body and exhaled a long breath. He had slain 7 Tao-level beings in this battle, showcasing his fierce combat power. If this news were to reach the land of the Primordial, it would surely shock countless beings. Even the Dragon Clan and other dominant races would treat him with respect, increasing their attention on him. However, what happened in the starry sky was destined to go unnoticed. It's better to keep a low profile. My strength might still be able to handle most late Tao-level beings. Su-Han pondered, but facing a perfect Tao level, it might be me who has to flee. After this battle, I am somewhat exhausted, but I have also gained much. My proficiency in various laws has improved. Seeing the corpses of the 7 star masters, Su-Han smiled. Not to mention other things, just the enhancement points alone were quite significant. Afterwards, Su-Han approached and began to seize their personal worlds. Crack crack. The 7 massive small 1,000 worlds were shattered, turning into a vast amount of world essence. They merged into the Hongmeng world, gradually being absorbed. As the Hongmeng world expanded, the growth rate of its spiritual roots accelerated. Many plant spirits joyfully danced around, eagerly attending to the spiritual roots. A Tao-level golden immortal and no top-tier spiritual treasures. Suhan began to search through the belongings of the seven, feeling somewhat disappointed. They only had mid-tier innate spiritual treasures, and some had been significantly damaged in the recent battle. I might as well exchange them directly. Suhan decided to trade them in, as mid-tier spiritual treasures were of no use to him anymore. Besides, he couldn't be bothered to repair the damaged treasures. Once all that was taken care of, Suhan flew to the Northern Dipper 7 stars and thoroughly looted them. He nearly swept the surface clean, collecting all the treasures. Is the opportunity here in this starry sky mine? Suhan dug down to 1,000,000 miles beneath the surface and discovered a large number of special ores. After exchanging them, he also gained a significant amount of enhancement points. Aside from that, there weren't any particularly special opportunities, leaving him slightly disappointed. I can't be greedy. How could there be grand opportunities everywhere? Suhan thought silently. He glanced at the almost barren Northern Dipper 7 stars and decided to leave. The primordial starry sky still holds some dangers. It's better to head back. Suhan began to feel the urge to depart. He had been out on this journey for quite some time, reaping significant rewards, and had gathered enough enhancement points. As for this primordial starry sky, he was reluctant to continue exploring. If even the Northern Dipper 7 stars concealed 7 Dao-level beings, how powerful would the Dao-level golden immortals be on significant stars like the Z-Way star? Even the supreme stars like the Taiyin and Taiyang. Though Emperor Jun and Tai Yi may not necessarily show up, it's still not safe. Suhan didn't want to take any chances. If he encountered a Hunyuan golden immortal, there would be nowhere to cry. Especially when he thought of a certain Taiyin goddess, he couldn't help but curl his lips. Heaven knows what cultivation level Wang Shu actually is. The chaotic currents deep within the endless starry sky are growing ever stronger. Suhan gazed into the increasingly profound darkness of the cosmos. The deeper one goes, the more chaotic energy there is, and the more terrifying its power becomes. The edge of the starry sky is likely the true chaos. I can't even imagine how terrifying it must be within the chaos. Suhan sighed, transforming into a divine rainbow as he flew toward the direction of the Hongwang continent. He decided that he would wait until his nascent soul ascended to the Great Luo before exploring the starry sky. The journey was silent. Suhan successfully returned to the East Sea, back to the territory of the Little Lobster clan. He did not conceal it, lightly releasing the Great Luo's oppressive aura, shocking all the little lobsters. Great Luo, an elder of the Tai, was momentarily dazed. Then, upon sensing the kin aura that Suhan intentionally released, his eyes widened. Has our Little Lobster clan since the time of our ancestor produced a second Great Luo? At this moment, the entire lobster clan was thrown into an uproar. Swish! The aura of the Great Luo appeared in the clan territory, immediately alarming the lobster ancestor. The lobster ancestor appeared here at the fastest speed, looking at Suhan in shock. You have become a Great Luo. Obviously. Suhan smiled faintly, his clothes fluttering, exuding an unparalleled grace. Good. The lobster ancestor, even as a Great Luo, became excited. In the current world of Hongwang clans are the most basic bond. The stronger the clan's power, the greater the benefits for each clan member. With 2 Great Luo golden immortals overseeing, the Little Lobster clan could proudly proclaim that they had surpassed the Crab General clan. The overall luck of the clan would also rise, and so would their status among the Dragon clan and the East Sea. Since you have become a Great Luo, your status within the clan is naturally equal to ours. The lobster ancestor began to speak, but was directly interrupted by Suhan. I want to be the clan leader of the Little Lobster clan. The lobster ancestor was stunned. Was this kid's confidence too inflated? He had just become a Great Luo, and already wanted to snatch his position as clan leader. Although he was also just in the early stage of Great Luo, he was still much stronger than someone newly entering Great Luo. Only the strongest can be clan leader, leading the clan to grow stronger. You should know this well, ancestor. If I defeat you. Suhan didn't need to explain much. This was indeed the prevailing rule in the world of Hongwang. The strong rule everything. The vast majority of beings would have no objections. Only when I control all the resources of the Little Lobster clan can I better obtain enhancement points. Suhan thought to himself. Even if the Lobster clan was somewhat shabby, it was still an ancient clan backed by the Dragon clan. Its foundation was considered decent among empires. Follow me. Today I will teach you, even as a Great Luo golden immortal, you cannot be arrogant. The lobster ancestor shook his head, clasping his hands behind his back as he flew outward. Follow me. Today I will teach you, even as a Great Luo golden immortal, you cannot be arrogant. The lobster ancestor shook his head, clasping his hand. If it were outside, he might have been flayed alive by those ruthless Great Luo. A few minutes later, Suhan and the lobster ancestor flew back. Hiss! The lobster ancestor rubbed the large bump on his forehead, gasping in pain. After the brief exchange, just now Suhan had naturally showcased his strength. He had directly beaten the lobster ancestor to the point of confusion. The lobster ancestor was only in the early stage of Great Luo, at best comparable to the power of the Star Master of the Greedy Wolf. How could he withstand Suhan's iron fists? Ancestor, you insisted I use my full strength to attack, just now. Suhan spoke as he noticed the lobster ancestor looking at him, as if he were a monster. In fact, he had not even used his full strength yet. The lobster ancestor had already bared his teeth and called for a stop, conceding defeat. I really can't imagine what kind of opportunity you had to cultivate to become a great Luo in body. The lobster ancestor shook his head, truly unable to comprehend how their lobster clan could possess such monstrous strength and physique. Even a mutated lobster shouldn't be like this. Even if it were dragons of the same realm present, they would probably be pressed down by Suhan. The two returned to the clan, seeing countless lobsters already gathered. From today onwards, I will be the clan leader of the lobster clan. Suhan's voice spread, echoing far and wide. Throughout the sea areas controlled by the little lobster clan, his voice resonated. A wisp of great Luo aura dispersed, causing countless beings to tremble. Has our clan gained another great Luo ancestor? The clan leader is majestic. Countless lobsters became extremely excited, fervently discussing among themselves. Now their lobster soldier clan had already surpassed the crab general clan. The news of Suhan becoming the clan leader spread swiftly to the surrounding sea regions, as if it had grown wings. The lobster clan has birthed a new great Luo, and he directly became the clan leader. In an extremely distant sea region, a great Luo-level dragon opened its eyes. It looked toward the territory of the lobster clan. Interesting. Becoming the clan leader, he must have defeated the lobster ancestor. After considering for a moment, it transmitted a command to a Tai True Dragon. Go invite this clan leader of the lobster clan to meet with me. The elder of the dragon clan is looking for me. Suhan received the messenger's message. It should be a formal appointment to make you an elder of the dragon palace, and perhaps there are some rewards as well. The lobster ancestor, who had already stepped down to become a supreme elder, said. The little lobster clan was indeed a subsidiary race of the dragon clan. Even if they became a great Luo, they automatically counted as part of the dragon clan's camp. However, Suhan still needed to formally show up and get acquainted. Alright. Suhan was not surprised. He had been prepared for this. He quickly arrived at the direct territory of the dragon clan. That is the dragon palace. Congratulations, friend, on achieving great Luo. A great Luo-level dragon elder personally welcomed him, offering congratulations. Having become a great Luo, his status was naturally different. After a few pleasantries, Suhan formally became an elder of the dragon palace and received some rewards. This is all they offer. The dragon clan is being petty. He casually exchanged the rewards given by the dragon clan and left the dragon palace, returning to the little lobster clan to continue consolidating the resources within the clan. A massive amount of resources was exchanged for enhancement points, making him drool with envy. If it weren't for the fact that the lobsters still needed many essential resources, Suhan's enhancement points might have increased even faster. Enhancement points 700, enhancement points 900, enhancement points 1000. As the clan leader with a single order, countless lobsters began to scavenge various resources for him, regardless of whether they were useful or not, including what had previously been regarded as trash. As long as they were exchangeable spiritual items, they were all gathered by the lobsters. Years passed, and he only needed to stay in his grand hall, and the enhancement points would continuously rise. This was the benefit of being a clan leader. After some time, his enhancement points piled up to an astonishing number, surpassing 10 million points. I have never possessed so many enhancement points before. Suhan felt a surge of excitement and impulse to enhance his cultivation. However, he still suppressed the thought. He remembered that his advancement from intermediate divine rank to advanced divine rank had consumed 7 to 8 million points. If he wanted to advance to the top divine rank, who knows how many tens of millions of points would be required. The advancement of cultivation is too difficult. I will discuss this later. Right now, the urgent matter is to improve my cultivation. Suhan began his closed-door training, preparing to advance to a nascent soul great Luo golden immortal. Suhan closed his eyes in seclusion, determined not to break through or leave the realm. In truth, the bottleneck from Tai to Deluo did not exist for him. When his physical body achieved the Deluo realm, and he grasped over 50% of the laws, it became significantly easier for his primordial spirit to break through. This could save him a great deal of time. He set up a 100-fold time flow field to accelerate his cultivation speed. As time passed, Suhan's primordial spirit grew increasingly radiant. Radiating an immortal glow that illuminated the surroundings, a misty cloud appeared above his head, which was his auspicious cloud. Within the auspicious cloud, the primordial world seemed to materialize, with the sun, moon, and stars shining brightly within. Ethereal celestial music echoed, and divine light radiated all around. The auspicious cloud occasionally rippled faintly, revealing the illusion of 3 blooming flowers. The heavens have 3 treasures: sun, moon, and stars. The earth has 3 treasures: water, fire, and wind. And humanity has 3 treasures: essence, energy, and spirit. To transcend, to deluo through the path of the primordial spirit, one must condense the three flowers of essence, energy, and spirit. Above Suhan's head, the faint outline of the three flowers had already appeared, though they remained unstable. His primordial spirit was merely half a step away from deluo. One flower exhibited a translucent jade color representing the flower of essence. Another displayed a pure golden hue representing the flower of energy. The last flower showed a nine-colored radiance representing the flower of spirit. There was a marvelous connection among the three flowers, maintaining a constant balance. None could be concentrated independently. A thunderous drum roll gradually resonated between heaven and earth, as if divine beings were beating the celestial drum. Whoosh! Suhan's vital blood, magical power, and divine consciousness surged forth, transforming into three-colored flames that blazed fiercely. Inside the flames, his essence, energy, and spirit underwent a transformation, resonating with the five energies in his chest, enabling his primordial spirit's magical power to gradually transition to another realm. In a moment, the three flowers suddenly became clear and bloomed. The flowers sparkled with a crystalline luster, each petal distinct, gradually increasing from 3 petals to 4 and more. Suhan watched nervously, for this was the foundation of his great path. The grades of the 3 flowers atop his head ranged from 9 ranks, with 1 being the lowest and 9 the highest. The higher the grade, the broader the future path represented. At this moment, after the 3 flowers bloomed to the 7th rank, the speed of growth suddenly slowed. His heart sank. After a while, he barely managed to reach the 8th rank, but then the changes stopped. Suhan realized with clarity that this was indeed his limit. The importance of one's foundation truly manifests at every level. He sighed softly, for he was a noble, advanced, innate divine being with a solid foundation. Yet he could not achieve the 9-rank 3 flowers. Of course, considering the strengthening points, he had only just ascended to advanced divine being. Under normal circumstances, his foundation likely would only allow for the flowers to bloom to the 7th rank. It was only due to practicing the 9 transformations mystic art and other factors that he barely managed to reach the 8th rank. He knew without thinking that to bloom to the 9th rank, he would need a top-tier, innate divine foundation. So even against the 3 clear below the same realm, I have confidence to crush them as long as I don't use supreme treasures. Suhan thought to himself, lamenting this characteristic of the primordial world. As long as one's foundation is lacking, no matter how strong one's combat power, within the same tier their potential cannot compare. The 9 transformations mystic art could no longer be improved. However, he felt no panic, for he had even more mysterious opportunities. Strengthening points can enhance all things. Previously, I accumulated a large number of strengthening points just in case such a situation arose. Suhan's expression remained calm. With over 10 million strengthening points, even if he couldn't upgrade his foundation, it should be sufficient to elevate the 3 flowers. The upgrade of the foundation was of greater significance, naturally requiring much more expenditure. 3 flowers, 100. Without hesitation, Suhan, like a nouveau riche, directly invested 1,000,000 strengthening points. Instantly, the 3 flowers atop his head surged with newfound vitality. They bloomed to the 9th rank. 9 is the ultimate number, which represents the pinnacle of the 3 flowers for a deluo golden immortal. Even those Hunyuan golden immortals might not achieve the 9-rank 3 flowers. I feel that these 3 flowers can be further strengthened. Suhan was both delighted and uncertain. Since it concerned his foundational path, he did not hesitate to invest again. 3 flowers, 100. The 3 flowers grew increasingly radiant, subtly vibrating. It seemed they were about to reach another level. Could it be that blooming to the 9th rank is not the limit? Can it surpass that? As Suhan considered this possibility, he couldn't help but feel exhilarated. 3 flowers, 100. Whoosh. In an instant, the 3 flowers bloomed again, blooming to the 10th rank. Chaos Foundation. Suhan's heart instantly understood. The 9th rank was the limit for beings within the primordial realm. However, as a being with a Chaos Foundation, he was completely unrestricted by this limitation at a higher level. Suhan recalled that above the top-tier innate divine foundation, there existed the Chaos divine demonic foundations. Further strengthened. 3 flowers, 100. 3 flowers, 100. 3 flowers, 100. The 3 flowers transcending the 9th rank emitted a crystalline divine light, taking root upon the auspicious cloud. 10th rank, 11th rank, 12th rank. After spending nearly 10 million strengthening points, Suhan enhanced the 3 flowers atop his head to the 12th rank. When he wanted to continue strengthening, he discovered that he had truly reached the peak this time. Blooming to the 12th rank, true perfection. A sense of incomparably complete satisfaction arose in Suhan's heart. His essence, energy, and spirit broke through a limit far exceeding the imagination of cultivators at the same realm. His primordial spirit radiated brilliance, his magical power reconfigured, and he ascended to deluo golden immortal. Even his physical body seemed to grow stronger. Meanwhile, an extraordinary phenomenon suddenly appeared in the world. After the 12th rank, 3 flowers manifested, the entire primordial world seemed to tremble. The great path thundered, shaking the hearts of countless beings. Faintly, an ancient celestial sound echoed through the universe, as if chanting and praising. The winds, clouds, and thunder changed endlessly, revealing various grand celestial phenomena. A mighty purple aura traversed the heavens, an earth supreme and noble. In the sky, the sun and stars shone, with countless stars igniting simultaneously. Along with the sun and moon, they collectively shed starlight, shining brighter than ever before. Various strange phenomena appeared, shaking countless beings. Then the most astonishing phenomenon was manifested by the Great Path. An illusory image of a 36-rank Chaos Blue Lotus materialized in the void, surrounded by Chaos Chi. A vast, distant, eternal, supreme, and divine aura filled the entire primordial world. In every corner of heaven and earth, this grand and unfathomable aura could be felt. In the primal continent, across the vast seas, in the endless starry skies, and in the chaotic void, all beings in every region could see the majestic illusion of the Blue Lotus. At this moment, let alone countless beings. Even those Deluo Golden Immortals and Hunyuan Golden Immortals were left speechless. Chaos Blue Lotus. Why has its illusion appeared? And so many phenomena. What changes have occurred? On Yujing Mountain, Hongjun's expression was one of shock as he muttered repeatedly. His cultivation strength was at its peak, unmatched in grasping the trends of the primordial world. But even so, he could not discern what had truly happened. Such an incredible phenomenon surely must mean that a Hunyuan Deluo Golden Immortal has been born. In the Western Demon Clan, Luo, who gazed at the illusion of the Chaos Blue Lotus with a grim expression. The primordial world suddenly felt unfamiliar. This made him, a demon lord who enjoyed working behind the scenes, feel quite uncomfortable. Chaos Blue Lotus. Somewhere within a forbidden area, the Taiyin goddess Wangshu gazed into the void, letting out a gasp of astonishment. For some reason, she suddenly thought of Suhan. Surely this has nothing to do with him, does it? She then shook her head and chuckled. Suhan, no matter how mysterious or skilled, had too low of a cultivation level. How could he possibly provoke such a grand phenomenon as the Chaos Blue Lotus? The perfect 12th grade, 3 flowers blossomed, giving rise to magnificent phenomena, such as the chaotic azure lotus shaking the entire primordial world. In the heavens and earth, the reactions of various powerful beings were akin to those of countless sentient beings. Most displayed expressions of shock and disbelief. Hongjun, Luo, Ho, the 3 clans, the ancient heavenly court, and various major dynasties. All resorted to their means, seeking the source of the anomaly. Unfortunately, until the phenomenon gradually dissipated, no one could uncover anything. The blossoming of 12 grades, such a great commotion. Even Suhan was astonished by the spectacle. This grand phenomenon was birthed in celebration of his 3 flowers, and he could certainly perceive the invisible connection to that aura. I merely broke through to the great Luo. Why does it feel akin to the birth of a saint of the Tao? After a brief moment of astonishment, he ceased to pay attention to the outside world. Looking at the 3 crystalline 12th grade flowers atop the celebratory clouds, Suhan revealed a satisfied smile. This was a truly perfect foundation, sufficient to bear the strongest Tao fruit. Soon after, Suhan slightly solidified his cultivation before exiting his retreat. Master Clan Leader. In the conference hall, several elders and leaders rose respectfully to greet Suhan as he approached. Suhan nodded, hands behind his back, briefly understanding the matters within the clan as well as the situation outside. During his retreat, the 3 clans remained at peace with one another. Overall, the situation was still one of peace. That's good. I can travel without worry then. Suhan casually instructed a few things, urging the clan to continue collecting spiritual root resources. He then departed from the Eastern Sea, heading straight towards the first ancestral vein of the primordial land, the Buzhou Mountain. Last time I only reached halfway up the mountain. Now with my current strength, I should be able to ascend to the peak of Buzhou, right? Suhan had great expectations for Buzhou Mountain. Now, with both his primordial spirit and physical body at the great Luo level, and possessing a supreme, innate spiritual treasure, his strength far surpassed that of before. While he did not dare claim invincibility among the great Luo Golden Immortals beneath the Hunyuan Golden Immortal, Suhan harbored no fears and was capable of self-preservation. Even when facing a complete great Luo, he had the power to fight. Whooshed! Suhan quickly arrived at the vicinity of Buzhou Mountain, using the heavenly demon transformation technique to transform once more into a fire Qilin. After all, it was near the main camp of the Qilin clan, so it was wise to exercise caution. He did not wish to engage in unnecessary battles. The spine of the Pangu great god. Upon reaching the foot of Buzhou Mountain, he once again felt that vast and endless aura. Even though he could easily withstand it, it still evoked a feeling of looking up at towering mountains. He then began to scale Buzhou. At first he moved like the wind, disregarding the pressure around him. As he continued to climb, the oppressive force of the heavens grew increasingly terrifying. Nevertheless, he remained as calm as a person taking a leisurely stroll. From the outside one could not tell that he was an unparalleled great Luo golden immortal. In reality the pressure he felt was akin to the weight of 9 heavens bearing down upon him. It was enough to crush a golden immortal into pieces. Under the weight of Panga's celestial pressure all beings were equal. Amidst the growing pressure Su-Han unknowingly descended into a peculiar state. After achieving Great Luo with his primordial spirit, his comprehension ability was further enhanced. At this moment in the unique environment of Buzhou Mountain, he unexpectedly found himself immersed in a special enlightenment effect. Endless spiritual light burst forth like surging electric sparks. Power space-time formations. All principles in the world began to rapidly awaken. Like a flood they surged into his primordial spirit. New symbols of the Tao appeared and flowed within his primordial spirit, gradually being grasped by him. Compared to the enhancement from the creation jade plate, Su-Han in this natural state of enlightenment demonstrated an even greater comprehension ability. After a long while, he gradually awakened, exiting his state of self-enlightenment. Looking around he found that he had already reached halfway up the mountain. I unexpectedly fell into a state of enlightenment. What a pity it has ended. Su-Han felt regretful. The state of enlightenment was something that even Hunyuan golden immortals could only encounter but not seek. It was a state envied and desired by all great beings. In the state of enlightenment his mind was infinitely close to the Tao. It was sufficient to allow him to rapidly refine the laws he comprehended. The Tao laws I have comprehended have all seen significant progress. Su-Han joyfully discovered that his comprehension of various laws had improved within a short time. Especially in the law of power the enhancement effect was the most astonishing. It had risen several percentage points, already surpassing 60%. This was considered upper middle among great Luo golden immortals. To know that had he comprehended it by himself, even raising a single percentage point would require an incalculable amount of time, making it exceedingly difficult. After all, the further one progressed in the laws the more difficult it became to comprehend. Not to mention it was the supreme Tao of power. Perhaps this is also related to Buzhou Mountain's inclination towards the law of power. Su-Han felt refreshed. He then noticed that his understanding of the laws of time, space, and formations had also progressed differently. The other laws saw little improvement, likely due to insufficient foundation. Jin Mao Shu come out. Su-Han summoned the Jin Mao Shu, once again enveloping it in the field of laws to protect it. The bloodline and cultivation of the Jin Mao Shu were much stronger than before. Even in Buzhou Mountain, it was capable of sensing. Soon after the two began to scour the vast and immense. However, the harvest was not substantial. Just as Su-Han felt disappointed at a certain moment, the Jin Mao Shu suddenly sensed an opportunity within a restriction. Bang! Su-Han flicked his fingers, unleashing his magical power, revealing the form of an innate restriction. Without hesitation, he swiftly broke it. Rushing into the interior of the restriction, he discovered a scene filled with hazy spiritual light and flowing clouds. At the very center was an extraordinary spiritual root. With long vines rooted in the spiritual soil, it bore 7 small gourds. It's the gourd vine. Su-Han's heart trembled with surprise. The innate gourd vine, one of the top 10 supreme spiritual roots in the primordial world. Each one is a being that seizes the creation of heaven and earth. He already possessed the Huangzhong Li, and this gourd vine was not much inferior. It was far stronger than the innate banana tree. Poor gourd vine, your best fate is to come into my hands. Su-Han recalled the fate of this gourd vine in the original timeline. During the Wu Yao calamity, the 7 gourds formed on it were directly divided among the powerful of the primordial world. The first 6 gourds were mature, all high-grade, innate spiritual treasures. As for the 7th gourd, it was originally of higher quality than the other gourds. However, it was picked before it matured, resulting in a loss of its essence and wilting. Even the gourd vine itself was uprooted and refined into treasures for use. But Su-Han clearly would not do such a thing. It was still during the Dragon Han calamity, and this gourd vine was merely a seedling. The 7 small gourds it bore had not matured at all. He intended to transplant the gourd vine into his own Hongming world. It actually grows on the 9 heavens soil. Su-Han discovered that beneath the gourd vine was indeed the 9 heavens soil. He had already acquired quite a bit from the Queen Mother of the West. Naturally, he understood the miraculous properties of the 9 heavens soil, which had a special effect on promoting the growth of spiritual roots. He certainly could not let go of such top-tier divine soil. Su-Han extended his palm, and his magic surged forth. He unearthed the gourd vine along with the 9 heavens soil beneath it. Swish! The gourd vine vanished from its original spot, quickly transplanted into the Hongming world by Su-Han. As soon as it was planted, the source of the spiritual root bonded with the Hongming world. The world's essence roared. The Hongming universe expanded again, the land vast and incredibly heavy. Even a tiny golden immortal would be firmly supported within it. With 2 supreme innate spiritual roots planted, and having devoured the worlds of 7 or 8 Deluo, Maiwell hangs high in the sky, quietly comprehending the essence of the world and the laws of heaven and earth. He felt that the Hongming world seemed close to reaching the limits of a small thousand worlds. After nurturing for a while longer, if another powerful spiritual root were to merge in it, might just be able to ascend. Within the Hongming world, the plant spirits were extremely joyful. They were born of the spiritual roots and grew alongside them. Suhan's Hongming world was indeed a realm suitable for the growth of spiritual roots. As long stretches of time passed, the plant spirits had become a part of the Hongming world. Due to the continuous elevation of the Hongming world coupled with the influence of the supreme innate spiritual roots, the originally very weak spirits had significantly improved their cultivation. There were no shortages of those in the profound immortal realm, and even one spirit had ascended to the golden immortal level. If these little guys can consolidate for a while longer, there will likely be even more golden immortals among them. Suhan looked at his subordinates, nodding to himself. With the assistance of two supreme innate spiritual roots, it would be hard not to improve in cultivation. The higher the cultivation of the plant spirits, the greater the benefits for the growth of the spiritual roots. They were in a symbiotic relationship. Then Suhan searched through the restricted space once more. After finding nothing, he left the restriction. There's nothing to gain at the mountainside, let's continue climbing. Suhan pressed on toward the peak. The pressure increased sharply as he ascended. Above the mountainside, even a tiny golden immortal would be directly crushed. At first, Suhan managed to remain relatively composed, steadily releasing his domain of laws. But as time passed, the domain of laws shrank further, crushed inch by immense pressure. Eventually, Suhan had no choice but to send the Jinxiao mouse into the Hongming world. Boom. The domain of laws completely disintegrated, and the overwhelming pressure crashed down upon Suhan. He let out a muffled grunt as his body swayed slightly. It felt like carrying the weight of the starry sea. If the Jinxiao mouse were outside, it would be instantly crushed to nothing. Now Suhan felt an immense pressure, unable to protect the Jinxiao mouse any longer. This trivial pressure shall not stop me. 9 turns mystic art. He took a deep breath, his eyes sharp as knives. The 9 turns mystic art operated blood-boiling essence and spirit converging. His muscles bulged, ancient and mysterious patterns appearing. His black hair flowed wildly, exuding an overwhelming aura. He persevered under the omnipresent terrifying pressure and moved forward again. He could vaguely see the peak of the mountain. He would not rest until he reached the summit. Drip drip. Suhan was drenched in sweat, every inch of his flesh crying out in despair. Step by step he moved toward the peak at an extremely slow pace. The pressure here was such that even most Deluo golden immortals would not dare to bear it with their bodies. Suhan had been practicing the 9 turns mystic art, and had grown significantly stronger even from the initial stage of the 4th turn. It was only then that he managed to bear the pressure and arrive at this point. Finally, boom, Suhan took a slow final step, officially reaching the peak. It was as if the heavens were collapsing, the mountain crumbling, and the weight of the 3,000 worlds crashing down upon him. It nearly toppled Suhan over. Fortunately, he held firm. Huff, huff, huff. Suhan gasped heavily, his body appearing with numerous fine cracks. He could faintly see the blood and flesh cracking inside, looking somewhat hideous. However, he did not care about these superficial injuries. With the body of the 4th turn mystic art, he would quickly recover once the pressure dissipated. I've ascended to the peak of the Unzao mountain. Suhan stood atop the mountain, a feeling of overlooking all other mountains surged within him. Even the difficulties of comprehending the Tao seemed insignificant in his eyes. Looking up, he felt as if the heavens were within reach. Climbing alone to the summit of Unzao mountain was an unparalleled tempering of his Tao heart. However, it was still too strenuous. Suhan glanced at his somewhat ragged body and let out a bitter smile. Such great pressure cannot be explored at the summit of Unzao mountain solely by physical means. Shaking his head, he remained calm. Suddenly, a halo of apricot yellow light appeared behind his head with a great banner flapping vigorously. The Wujixing Huang banner. He had refrained from using divine treasures before, mainly to temper his body. Now that he had reached his limits and was ready to seek treasure, he naturally had to summon the innate divine treasure. The great banner above him descended, showering down myriad rays of dawn, with golden lotuses blooming an infinite array of auspicious colors. This was a defensive supreme innate divine treasure, a part of the Chaos Green Lotus, mystical and unparalleled. With Suhan's Deluo level magic to activate it, its defensive capability was even stronger than his own body. As soon as it appeared, it alleviated more than half of the surrounding pressure, making him feel a wave of relief. The injuries on his body healed rapidly, and under the nearly indestructible flow of blood, he quickly restored himself. The supreme innate divine treasure truly possesses invincible power. Suhan silently praised within himself. Relying solely on the Wujixing Huang banner, there was hardly anyone among the Deluo who could harm him. Even a Hun Yuan golden immortal would likely find it difficult to breach his defenses. He held the Wujixing Huang banner and began to explore the peak. After all, the Unzao Divine Mountain was quite special, and the pressure from the opening of heaven dominated all. Even though he could explore here, it did not mean he could disregard it. Even with the Wujixing Huang banner shielding him, some pressure still descended inside without reason. Therefore the Jinxiao mouse remained within the Hongmeng world, unable to come out. A trace of pressure could crush the entire mouse to pieces. Fortunately, with the current bloodline of the Jinxiao mouse, it was also quite extraordinary. Even within the portable world, it could faintly sense that there was a chance to seize. To still be able to sense an opportunity under such circumstances, it must be quite remarkable. Su-Han thought to himself, quickly heading towards the location the Jinxiao mouse sensed. Following the pull of the sensation, he quickly found a primitive restriction. After breaking it, he stepped inside and felt a shock in his heart. Inside the restricted space, there was a pond radiating an astonishing spiritual light, the likes of which he had never seen in his life. In the pond, chaotic energy rolled, an extraordinary phenomenon. At the center there stood a green lotus, elegant and poised, blooming with 24 petals. It gathered the essence of the great Tao, seizing the creation of heaven and earth, seemingly rooted in the chaos. Around the green lotus, astonishing phenomena, showcasing the rise and fall of the myriad worlds, the creation of heaven and earth, occasionally appeared. This incredible aura reminded Su-Han of the exquisite pagoda he had seen before. Equally supreme and unfathomable, even the supreme innate divine treasures were far inferior. 24-petal creation green lotus. Su-Han gazed at the 24th grade creation azure lotus, which seemed to be the center of the universe, his heart surging with emotion. During the great destruction at the dawn of time, the 36th grade chaos azure lotus shattered, transforming into various treasures. Leaving other matters aside, the 6 lotus seeds were each extraordinary. One completely unripe lotus seed turned into a treasure lotus lamp. The 5 half-mature lotus seeds transformed into the innate 5 directions lotus platforms, all of which were top-grade innate spiritual treasures. Su-Han's 12th grade pure world white lotus was one of them. There was also one fully matured lotus seed that became the 24th grade creation azure lotus. Judging by its grade, it was clearly not on the same level as the innate 5 directions lotus platforms. It was both a spiritual root and a spiritual treasure equivalent to an innate supreme treasure. If it followed the trajectory of its original timeline, this creation azure lotus would eventually be discovered by the 3 pure ones and be dismembered. It would transform into 3 top-grade innate spiritual treasures, the Qingping sword, the white jade crutch, and the 3 treasures jade rui. These would serve as the Tao treasures for the 3 pure ones. The 3 pure ones truly waste heavenly resources, they are prodigal. Su-Han cursed inwardly, his eyes burning with desire as he looked at the creation azure lotus. Generally speaking, no matter how many top-grade spiritual treasures one had, they could not compare to a supreme treasure. Once I refine it initially, it would be equivalent to having a defensive supreme treasure. Perhaps on the surface I could walk through the wilderness with ease. Su-Han chuckled, stepping forward slowly. Although in terms of value his creation jade disc fragment was not inferior and might even exceed the creation azure lotus, the disc fragment could not assist him in battle. It could only temporarily serve as an auxiliary treasure for enlightenment and cultivation. Creation azure lotus, we are destined to meet. If I take you away, you can avoid the fate of being dismembered by the 3 pure ones. Su-Han muttered, his magical hand extending towards the creation azure lotus. He felt a bit nervous, his gaze fixed on the creation azure lotus. This azure lotus, comparable to a supreme treasure, was not inferior to the heavenly and earthly mysterious yellow pagoda. Without destiny, he truly did not know if he could forcibly take it. Whoosh! His magical hand enveloped the pond, lifting it entirely and successfully sending it into the Hongmeng world. The creation azure lotus showed no resistance. Su-Han felt a sense of relief and quickly planted the azure lotus within the Hongmeng world. A large amount of 3 light divine water and 9 heaven's breath soil were arranged. Its specifications were even higher than those of the Huangzhong Li and the gourd vine. The creation azure lotus was not only a spiritual treasure, but also a spiritual root. Once it bore lotus seeds in the future, it might even give rise to other small azure lotuses. Boom. After the creation azure lotus took root in the Hongmeng world, the world's origin erupted with a tremendous sound. The heavens and earth violently shook, winds and thunder clashed, and spiritual energy surged. Endless creation divine aura spread out, coloring the Hongmeng world into a dreamlike pure land. The densely packed postnatal spiritual roots grew rapidly, as if infused with vitality. Even many innate spiritual roots matured almost immediately. Crack! A banana fan fell from the innate banana tree. Has the water banana fan matured? Su-Han discovered this unexpected joy and immediately refined the newly emerged top-grade innate spiritual treasure. The banana tree, which had grown for a long time, was immediately ripened significantly upon receiving the surging creation divine energy. Su-Han did not pay much attention to the changes in the spiritual roots. At this moment, the world's origin directly surged, breaking through the bottleneck. It advanced from a small 1,000 worlds to a middle 1,000 worlds. The heavens grew higher, the earth thicker, and everything became broader. The world became increasingly rich and colorful, beginning to produce spiritual veins. The air was filled with the fragrance of grass and would refreshing anyone who inhaled it. The Hongming world was originally designed to accelerate the growth of spiritual roots. At this time, as the world underwent drastic changes, the wood spirits also benefited greatly. Their cultivation advanced rapidly, adding several golden immortals. The nearby Jinsho rat watched with envy. Although its foundation was stronger, its cultivation improvement was not as fast. After all, for the wood spirits, the environment of this world was too suitable, truly a holy land. Great. Advancing to the middle 1,000 worlds, my spiritual roots will grow even faster, and the speed of resource production will increase. Suhan looked at the vast middle 1,000 worlds, nodding in satisfaction. The middle 1,000 worlds were also very rare for the great Luo Golden Immortal. It would likely require immeasurable time and countless resources to succeed in the advancement. With the integration of the creation Azure Lotus, advancing to the great 1,000 worlds will also be a natural outcome. Besides, the creation Azure Lotus surpassed top-grade spiritual roots and naturally had extraordinary effects. With the Azure Lotus comparable to a supreme treasure, along with the Huangzhong Li and the Gourd Vine, as well as numerous innate spiritual roots. Becoming a great 1,000 world is inevitable. However, the immediate elevation of the world's origin was mainly due to the fact that it had already accumulated enough. It was impossible to jump straight to the great 1,000 world. Next, I will refine the creation Azure Lotus. Suhan's magical power surged into the Azure Lotus, comprehending its origin. The difficulty of refining a supreme treasure was much greater than that of refining a top-grade spiritual treasure. In a daze, Suhan's spirit gradually immersed in the origin, perceiving a path to the heavens. The path of creation. He was certain that the creation Azure Lotus contained the complete path of creation. In fact, any supreme treasure contains a complete Tao law that can be used for enlightenment. This is also what makes supreme treasures precious. Not only can they be used for battle, but they are also top-tier treasures for assisting in comprehending the Tao. Suhan focused his mind, summoning the creation Jade Disc Fragment to assist his understanding. While refining the creation Azure Lotus, his spirit also fused with the origin Tao of the Azure Lotus, causing his comprehension of the path of creation to soar rapidly. Thus, Suhan sat cross-legged within the forbidden space. His spirit immersed in the creation Azure Lotus, refining the supreme treasure while comprehending the creation laws. Time flowed slowly. A brand new law pillar of heaven emerged behind him, half-illusory, half-real. Moreover, more and more parts gradually solidified. As time passed, his comprehension of the path of creation had reached 60%. He had surpassed the path of time and space, second only to the path of power. Everything around Suhan seemed to be reshaped. Even the soil was renewed. One by one, immortal flowers and divine grasses gradually bloomed, filling the air with vibrant colors of life. Having refined the creation Azure Lotus, my compatibility with the creation laws has also become extremely high. Suhan opened his deep-set eyes, a dazzling divine light flashing, resembling a morning star in the deep void. Moreover, his gains were not limited to this. Whoosh! With a thought, a 24th grade creation Azure Lotus suddenly appeared beneath him, as if it existed eternally. Sitting on the lotus platform, Suhan resembled a god or demon being nurtured, exuding an extraordinary aura. Endless creation, pure spiritual energy, surged forth, easily restoring any severely injured cultivator who happened to be here. This is one of the functions of the creation Azure Lotus, capable of generating an endless supply of creation divine energy. It is known as the most mysterious life force. Suhan slowly extended his hand. A crystalline divine liquid floated above his palm, shimmering with colors. Within the divine liquid, an indistinct aura of boundless vitality and endless essence was concealed. It was enough to evoke a heartfelt desire in any living being that beheld it. This was the creation source liquid, birth from the creation Blue Lotus, the most superior healing elixir in the world. It could almost heal any injury, even effectively addressing Tao injuries. Moreover, it was also highly effective for repairing one's foundation and even enhancing oneself. It was akin to a universal remedy. Such a precious divine liquid, even the creation Blue Lotus produced it at a slow pace. Ordinary creation divine energy could be gathered in abundance. However, the higher the quality of the divine liquid one wished to gather, the more difficult it became. But the previous years have indeed accumulated quite a bit. Suhan thought to himself, for he had absorbed a significant amount of creation divine source during this time. Along with his comprehension of the laws of creation, the cultivation of his primordial spirit was rapidly advancing. The 9 turns primordial art had progressed, once more reaching the mid-stage of the Great Luo. With the newly mastered path of creation, Suhan's strength had significantly increased since before he ascended the mountain. This was still without considering the creation Blue Lotus. Beyond combat power, the mysteries of the path of creation extend even further. Suhan returned the creation blue lotus to the Hongming world, re-establishing it in the three light divine water. After refining this blue lotus, which served as both a spiritual treasure and a spiritual root, could change its identity at will. Then Suhan prepared to practice the profundities of the path of creation. The creation blue lotus had various functions, and the path of creation was somewhat similar. Besides enhancing combat power, it could also repair itself, heal injuries, and transform all things. Ordinary material structures were completely transparent to him. He could effortlessly create things. Of course, he couldn't create anything too precious yet. Aside from that, I could even create life and evolve races. Suhan took a deep breath, feeling a surge of emotions within himself. Creating living beings was an utterly unimaginable feat for ordinary cultivators. It was a forbidden authority exclusive to the heavens. Even Nuwa could create humanity through the path of creation. With my 60% mastery of the path of creation, isn't it possible to evolve some ordinary beings, eh? I'll evolve a larger number of wood spirits. After much contemplation, Suhan made his decision. He didn't want to create useless beings. Oh, what purpose would that serve? However, he was also self-aware enough to know that trying to create a transcendent race was merely a dream. Therefore, it would be better to evolve a race of wood spirits that could assist in the better growth of spiritual roots. After all, his Hongming world was indeed a place suitable for the growth of spiritual roots. At the same time, it was also a world suitable for the growth of wood spirits. Moreover, I had previously gathered a group of spirits. Having them as a reference greatly increases the success rate of evolution. Suhan's magical power coalesced into an avatar within the Hongming world, observing the carefree wood spirits. These small creatures were scarce, and it was difficult to add new members to their race. Their bodies were also fragile and hard to grow. Thus, they faced numerous calamities in the primordial world. However, their unique abilities were much to Suhan's liking, and their treatment here was naturally different. If I can successfully evolve them, I could truly give birth to a continuous stream of wood spirits. Suhan's avatar extended his arms, tracing intricate trajectories. The path of creation materialized, causing the spiritual energies of the heavens and earth to surge, the breath of life rippling. A portion of 9 heavens essence soil and a large amount of ordinary essence flew in, coalescing into a giant pool on the ground. Many 3 light divine waters were poured in, forming a divine spring. As Suhan moved, more and more creation divine energy appeared in the void, continuously infusing into the pool. Not only that, as the creation blue lotus swayed, it also emitted brilliant creation divine light, merging into the divine pool. As time passed, the power of creation within the divine pool became incredibly dense. Even a casual handful could be revered as a supreme treasure by the Tai golden immortals. And this was not the end. Suhan steeled his heart and drew upon the world's origin, infusing part of it as well. The divine pool became increasingly radiant, tightly connected to the Hongming world. Across the heavens and earth, a multitude of auspicious colors and radiant lights appeared, blessing this spiritual pool. Around the spiritual pool, all the wood spirits gathered, curiously observing the pool. They were all palm-sized with transparent wings that slowly flapped, ethereal and dreamlike. You all go in and take a nap first. Suhan's voice echoed, causing the primordial spirits to feel a bit dazed. Under the influence of the world's power, they fell into the divine pool like dumplings. Of course, Suhan did not intend to stew them. Rather, he was preparing to use their origins as templates to evolve a more perfected race of wood spirits. In this process, they would also gain a multitude of benefits. Swish, swish, swish. At the same time, within the Hongming world, nearly all spiritual roots were glowing together. Subsequently, more or less, they released countless light points. Gathering from all directions, they coalesced within the divine pool. This was a vast amount of wood essence, which played an irreplaceable role in the evolution of the wood spirits, especially the top-grade innate spiritual roots and the creation blue lotus, which could bestow the spirit race with deeper potential. Gurgle, gurgle. Within the divine pool, the crystalline water gradually began to bubble, releasing towering divine light. This was a divine object formed from 3 light divine water and 9 heavens essence soil, infused with endless creation divine energy, merging with the world's origin. It was further infused with boundless innate wood essence. The life force and wood aura within were so rich that they were nearly overflowing. This divine pool was enough to captivate even the great Luo golden immortals. Inside, the small wood spirits, numbering only a little over 100, fell into a deep slumber. Endless creation divine liquid merged into their bodies, causing their cultivation to rapidly advance, their origins to surge. Most importantly, their potential was vastly different from before. Life evolution. Suhan manipulated the creation blue lotus, constantly drawing upon the path of creation, finally commencing the creation of life. Within the divine pool, small cocoons began to appear, emerald green, floating within the creation divine liquid. Within these cocoons, brand new wood spirits began to be nurtured. After a long while, One by one the cocoons gradually disappeared, replaced by palm-sized wood spirits. Combined with the previous batch, the total number was not large, only amounting to 3,000. It worked. Su-Han felt a sense of relief in his heart, joyfully gazing at the little spirits. These were the living beings he had created. A wonderful feeling surged within him. These wood spirits assist in the growth of spiritual roots even more than the previous ones. Su-Han, having created them with his own hands, was naturally well aware of their abilities. Suddenly one spirit fluttered its eyelashes, abruptly opening its bright eyes. After glancing at its surrounding kin, it flapped its wings and flew directly out of the pool. Seeing Su-Han's avatar outside, it looked at him with admiration and joyously called out, "Father God." Su-Han saw the little sprite hesitating to fly over. He smiled and extended his palm, beckoning. The petite plant sprite immediately joyfully flew over and landed in the palm of his hand. Looking at the exquisitely cute sprite reminiscent of a figurine, Su-Han felt a sense of wonder. He now possessed the ability to bring figurine models to life. A complete golden immortal cultivation, not bad. Su-Han nodded, secretly realizing that this sprite had the potential to reach Tai. She was not newly created, but rather a genius sprite that had already ascended to the golden immortal realm. At this moment, after undergoing the baptism of the divine liquid of creation and the essence of the world, she had been reborn. Her origin and potential had greatly increased, and her cultivation had also risen significantly. Moreover, she was no different from a newly born sprite, wholeheartedly considering Su-Han as her divine father. Every plant sprite is a gathering of the essence of the primordial world, inherently part of this world. They have already been imprinted with the essence of this world deep within their life origins. To them, Su-Han is the creator deity and the master craftsman. Naturally, they hold an unwavering loyalty to Su-Han with almost no possibility of betrayal. Let's call this pool the sprite pool. Su-Han looked at the divine pool. The sprite pool, which had cost him a tremendous amount of energy and resources to create, was not a one-time treasure. Having merged with the essence of the world, it would not be an exaggeration to call it a treasure of the primordial world. As long as he was willing to invest more of the 3 divine waters and the 9 heavens essence soil, it could continuously give birth to new plant sprites. However, Su-Han did not do so, creating only 3,000 for the time being. After all the resources consumed were too great to invest completely. Soon more than a dozen plant sprites flew out, warmly circling around Su-Han and fluttering back and forth. Their cultivation levels were relatively high already at the golden immortal realm, and they awakened quickly. Those newly born sprites have low cultivation levels, you need to take care of them more. Su-Han instructed the large sprite in his hand, together manage the primordial world well, and take good care of the spiritual roots. Yes, Divine Father. The large sprite nodded obediently. This was indeed the mission of their clan, and also a way for them to improve their cultivation. Master, you can create races now. The golden-furred mouse rushed over, its face filled with shock. The idea of creating life was something it had never dared to imagine. You need to focus on raising your cultivation. Su-Han said to the golden-furred mouse, even the plant sprites are approaching Tai, yet you are still at the golden immortal level. Being too weak in cultivation will hinder your abilities. The golden-furred mouse opened its mouth, unsure of what to say. In reality, it felt it was progressing fast enough. Later I will enhance your bloodline again. You should soon advance to a pure-blooded treasure-seeking mouse. Su-Han recalled that there were still many resources in the restricted space. He should be able to exchange for many enhancement points. Over the years he had enhanced the golden-furred mouse's bloodline many times. It was already very close to becoming a pure-blooded treasure-seeking mouse. Glancing at the plant sprites that were gradually waking up, Su-Han did not linger. He dispersed his avatar and returned his mind to his original body. He did not rush to gather other resources. After pondering for a moment, he took out a drop of crystalline jade marrow. Pengu jade marrow. This was the opportunity he obtained from the unyielding mountain last time, which he had been unable to refine. Before reaching the Great Luo, attempting to refine it would surely result in explosion with no second possibility. Only after achieving the Great Luo in physical form did Su-Han feel a glimmer of hope. After all, he practiced the 9 turns mystic art, and his physical body was unparalleled in strength among the same ranks. Yet even so, he still felt it was not safe. Now that I have comprehended the great Tao of creation, which contains endless vitality, I can constantly repair my body. With the help of the creation Qinglian, I should be able to successfully refine the Pengu jade marrow. Su-Han thought inwardly. Beneath him, the 24-petal creation Qinglian reappeared. Sitting on the lotus platform was like being immersed in an infinite essence of creation, making him feel completely at ease. With this as a support, Su-Han no longer had any worries in his heart. He began to refine the Pengu jade marrow into his body. Boom. As the jade marrow entered his body, a vast and terrifying energy erupted. It exploded within Su-Han's body like a sun star. Crack crack. The once resilient skeleton, as tough as celestial gold, emitted sounds of unbearable strain, as if it were a steel frame being crazily compressed by heavy weights. It seemed as if it would directly fall apart in the next moment. At the same time, numerous wounds suddenly appeared all over Su-Han's body, gushing torrents of blood, turning him into a blood-soaked figure, which was horrifying. Dense cracks appeared on his skin, flesh, and bones, even on his internal organs resembling a dense spider web. The whole person resembled a piece of porcelain on the verge of shattering, about to burst into fragments. From the spider web-like wounds, boundless divine light leaked out. It looked as if Su-Han's body was truly filled with a supernova about to explode. The Pangu Jade Marrow truly contains terrifying energy. Su-Han sensed that this vast energy exceeded his imagination. It rampaged and destroyed within his body like a roaring calamity dragon. Any great Luo golden immortal would be directly blown apart. It seemed that he would not be an exception either. Yet at this moment he remained expressionless, his heart as cold as ice. He focused entirely on operating the 9 turns mystic art. The more critical the moment, the more one must not be careless. Boom. The terrifying energy on the verge of explosion was tightly bound by the operation of the 9 turns mystic art. The boundless divine light that wanted to burst forth not only failed to escape, but was instead drawn back by Su-Han. This also meant that the pressure Su-Han was under at this moment was even greater. Suddenly mysterious patterns emerged inside and outside Su-Han, elucidating the marvelous principles of the creation of heaven and earth. While his physical body suffered immense destruction, the laws of creation naturally manifested, displaying their divine might. Numerous cracks quickly repaired, and overwhelming life force surged, circulating within Su-Han's body. Not only that, but his primordial spirit's magical power also began to operate. Under the influence of the great Tao of creation, the magical power carried vast vitality flowing through every inch of his body. After the gathering of the 3 flowers at the apex, the essence, chi, and spirit could rapidly transform and complement each other. As the great Tao of creation unleashed its power, it could be seen that Su-Han's physical body was significantly restored. The shattered porcelain was reattached, displaying extreme resilience. However, in the next moment, the terrifying energy of the Jade Marrow rampaged within him again, inflicting fresh damage to his entire body, causing his physique to once again become riddled with holes. The interaction between the great Tao of creation and the energy of the Jade Marrow resembled a tug-of-war. One side mending while the other side breaking apart. Yet it could be seen that the energy of the Jade Marrow prevailed, putting Su-Han's situation back into a precarious state. In just a few breaths, Su-Han could no longer hold on by himself. At this moment, there was no need for Su-Han to give orders. In a critical situation, the primal Chaos Blue Lotus automatically protected its master. The overwhelming power of creation surged into Su-Han's body like a raging flood. Endless vitality washed and surged within him, nourishing every inch of his flesh. Every damaged part was swiftly healed. He became resplendent, glowing throughout as fierce transformations occurred within him. Although the energy of the Jade Marrow was still immensely destructive, Su-Han could barely endure and control the situation. With his comprehension of the path of creation coupled with the assistance of the 24-petal primal Chaos Blue Lotus, his recovery and vitality were extraordinary. Even a mixed Yuan Golden Immortal would find it hard to extinguish him. Thus, amidst continual destruction and restoration, Su-Han operated the 9 turns mystic art, desperately absorbing the energy of the Jade Marrow. At every moment, a massive amount of energy was rapidly absorbed by his physical body. Boom, boom. A series of rumbling sounds echoed from his body. It was the sound of his blood surging rapidly, shaking the void as if it were trembling. Each blood vessel was like a vast river. The Jade Marrow was indeed a boundless source of blood production. Su-Han's physical strength was skyrocketing at an unimaginable speed, representing the rapid sublimation of life. Moreover, his bloodline was undergoing rapid transformation. This was the Jade Marrow of Pangu, and there were only a few drops in the world. In the unseen, Su-Han's fortune and fate were also rising with the transformation of his bloodline. In other words, his foundation was advancing. Time passed swiftly, and Su-Han's life origin was skyrocketing as he absorbed the energy of the Jade Marrow. His cultivation in the mystic art had violently ascended to the 4th turn, comparable to the mid-stage of the Great Luo, to the late stage of the Great Luo, until finally when the energy of the Jade Marrow was exhausted. Su-Han's mystic art had advanced to the completion of the 4th turn, comparable to the perfection of the Great Luo. A tremendous and terrifying aura of blood emanated from him, resembling an unyielding pillar of heaven. Shaking the heavens and earth, his aura surged, causing the clouds spanning billions of miles to ripple. His black hair danced wildly, enveloped in dazzling divine radiance, as he sat upon the creation lotus platform, releasing an aura that was indestructible and eternally unmoving, akin to a divine demon in chaos. Su-Han opened his eyes, and 2 divine swords flashed through the void, as if splitting apart heaven and earth. The primal Chaos Blue Lotus gradually faded, returning to the primordial world. He stretched his body and slowly descended to the ground. His feet landed on the ground, shaking the entire restricted space. Who? Hiss. A continuous storm spanning millions of miles was slowly exhaled by him. In the restricted space, an endless series of explosions rang out. At this moment, with each breath he took, it was as if a terrifying beast was inhaling and exhaling. The massive airflow resembled a chaotic storm. With every gesture, he possessed the power to overturn the starry sea. With the mystic art at the fourth turn completion, who among the great Luo can be my opponent? Su-Han was filled with confidence. His physical strength was not inferior to that of a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure, truly akin to an indestructible body. He didn't even need to defend himself. An ordinary great Luo could not harm him in the slightest. Moreover, my foundation has also advanced. Ascending to the top-tier innate divine demon foundation, this was already the highest bloodline in the world of chaos. Even the ancestor dragon and the primordial phoenix were merely at this level. Su-Han focused within himself, and drops of crimson true blood began to materialize at his heart. His bloodline had been refined by the jade marrow, transforming into a higher existence. The jade marrow was, after all, an endlessly nourishing source of blood production. The energy of the jade marrow is terrifying, but only consumed a small portion to bring my mystic art to the fourth turn completion. Su-Han thought to himself, most of the energy was used to create blood, aiding my bloodline transformation. The jade marrow of Pangu, of course, helped him transform into the bloodline of Pangu. Now his foundation was truly the authentic Pangu without any pretense. At this moment, as the bloodline flowed within Su-Han, countless mysterious patterns erupted. Suddenly numerous patterns converged, transforming into a chaotic colored seal. On the seal there was faintly a towering figure wielding a divine axe, radiating supreme and sacred majesty. This was the Phantom of Pangu, carrying a trace of the mark of the great Pangu. This is quite an unexpected joy. Su-Han's spirit immersed in the Phantom of Pangu as if he truly saw this invincible chaotic demon god. Suddenly the Phantom of Pangu let out a light shout, swinging the axe forward. A brilliant axe light drew all of Su-Han's attention. This axe light could split the heavens and the earth, and nothing could resist it, cutting across chaos. All the laws of the great ways seemed to be on the verge of breaking apart under this axe light that opened the heavens. Su-Han's spirit was immersed within, unable to extricate himself for a long time. His magical power and vitality unconsciously circulated as the law of force shone unprecedentedly. Time, space, creation, formations, weapons, water. Various laws trembled together, faintly trending towards the integration of the law of force. Heaven opening strike. After a long time, Su-Han finally returned to his senses from this shocking imprint of opening the heavens. By chance he comprehended an unparalleled killing technique. The heaven-opening strike could use the law of force to fuse various laws and unleash a terrifying strike that surpasses limits. I've gained another trump card. This time the harvest is immense. Su-Han stretched lazily, feeling exceptionally satisfied. With a thought, a personal panel appeared before him. Host, Su-Han Race Bloodline. EC Little Lobster Panga Bloodline Foundation Top Tier, Innate Divine Cultivation, Midstage Nascent Soul, Great Luo Golden Immortal Top, 3 Flowers 12 Grades, Perfect Body, Great Luo Golden Immortal Laws Force 65, Creation 60, Time 55, Space 55, Formation 52, Water 49, Weapon 45, Refining 45, Alchemy 10 Techniques 9, Turns Mystic Art 4th, Turns Spiritual Treasures Creation, Jade Disc Fragment. 24-petal Primal Chaos Blue Lotus, 12-petal Pure World, White Lotus Wuji, Apricot Yellow Banner, 12 Sea Calming Pearls Water Fire Wind Banana Fan Wine Seed Bag Tying, Sword 4 Seas Bottle Purple Lightning Hammer Fate, Cutting Knife Wind Stabilizing Pearl Water Spirit Pearl, Wood Spirit Pearl. Treasures Tying Moon Laurel 3 Light Divine Water, 9 Heavens Void Soil Void Soil. Spiritual Roots, Huangzhong Li Gourd Vine Banana Tree Golden Spirit Fruit Tree. Div. Without realizing it, I have become a supreme cultivator. Su-Han gazed upon his personal interface, a faint sigh escaping his lips. He recalled that legendary battle, when the third patriarch, having reached the pinnacle of the great Luo realm, clashed with 4 sovereign beast kings. That terrifying aura had shaken the entire Hongluang universe, leaving Su-Han awestruck and utterly distant from such power. Now, however, he too had ascended to that exalted threshold. In single combat, he possessed full confidence to shatter even a sovereign beast king. Even within this vastly strengthened cosmos, Su-Han stood as an indomitable grand divine cultivator. At most, only the primordial golden immortals gave him pause. Yet even they could not inspire true fear. Once my divine soul cultivation also reaches the peak of the great Luo realm, and I deploy the creation azure lotus, scarcely anyone will dare compel me to retreat. With a light heart, Su-Han began scouring the sealed spatial domain. Though the aura he had released earlier carried considerable resonance, he had deliberately restrained its spread, ensuring no harm came to the spirit roots. With casual ease he gathered several spirit roots and exchanged all spirit fruits for enhancement points. Soon after, Su-Han discovered an azure jade or vein beneath the earth, material for crafting wood affinity spirit artifacts. After brief inspection, he reserved only a modest portion. The remainder he converted outright. Such treasures paled beside the creation azure lotus, not even worthy of serving as mere adornment. Naturally, they held little significance for him. Likely spirit artifacts infused with creation chi, though their quantity is surprisingly abundant. Su-Han found the accumulated enhancement points were no trifling sum. With a flick of his sleeve he summoned the velvet-furred rat. This time I shall enhance your bloodline once more. Let us see whether your ancestral foundation may ascend. He channeled enhancement points into the velvet-furred rat drop by drop. Shwa. As golden radiance erupted across the creature's body, Su-Han's own heart stirred with quiet anticipation. Within the Hongwang universe, the sole, authentic, pure-blood treasure-seeking rat was destined to be none other than the future Taoist Master Duobao. His origin profoundly noble, his fortune immense, his potential boundless. Without enhancement points, birthing another pure-blood treasure-seeking rat would be all but impossible. Breaking through the bloodline bottleneck is exceedingly difficult. Perhaps this attempt still falls short. Just as Su-Han's enhancement points neared depletion and disappointment crept in, the velvet-furred rat suddenly blazed with infinite golden light, a celestial spectacle unfolding in every direction. Countless auspicious energies coalesced into misty clouds, spontaneously manifesting myriad divine artifacts across the 10,000 realms. The velvet-furred rat, have ascended to become a pure-blood treasure-seeking rat. After a long silence the rat stirred awake, murmuring softly. In that instant it had scaled the zenith of rodent existence, attaining a status revered yet unimaginable among billions of spirit rats. Now alongside Duobao, the Hongwang universe boasted a second authentic pure-blood treasure-seeking rat. My deepest gratitude to Master. This life I shall brave fire and flood for you, without hesitation. The velvet-furred rat prostrated itself, fully, tears streaming down its cheeks. Enough. Your innate talents have surely undergone tremendous enhancement. Henceforth devote yourself diligently to treasure-seeking. Su-Han chuckled wryly, yet understood well, for any Hongwang-born being ancestral foundation transcendence was a cosmic-scale event. Naturally, the velvet-furred rat's elation rendered its speech incoherent. Given your newly elevated origin and abundant resources at hand, focus now on cultivating your realm. Even Mount Buzhou's summit remains inaccessible to you beyond this barrier. Su-Han cast the velvet-furred rat into the Hunyuan world before departing the sealed domain. Boom! An overwhelming pressure descended, but Su-Han now bore it steadily, unaided by spirit artifacts, his bare flesh permitting unfettered passage. Time to descend the mountain. Su-Han strolled leisurely, finding nothing further of note, then proceeded directly down the slope, his descent effortless and serene. Humming a light melody, he soon reached the base of Mount Buzhou. Yet just as he prepared to depart, a sudden tremor resonated deep within his bloodline. My bloodline is resonating with something, sensing some unknown presence. Su-Han fell silent, carefully tracing the enigmatic summons and subtle pull. Having refined the Pangu marrow, he now bore the authentic bloodline of Pangu himself. A thought flickered within him. Could this be another karmic opportunity? Indeed, it seemed inevitable. As a top-tier primordial divine being, his fortune was boundless, and as a true scion of Pangu, encountering destiny's favor at the foot of Mount Buzhou felt perfectly natural. Mount Buzhou has bestowed upon me far too many opportunities. Musing aloud, Su-Han followed the ethereal bloodline guidance forward. Mount Buzhou rose like the very wall of heaven, its foothills therefore vast beyond measure, stretching across immeasurable distances. Su-Han soon discerned the path's profound intricacy, replete with overlapping temporal and spatial fluctuations. Even with mastery over time-space principles, without the bloodline's guidance, reaching his destination would have been near impossible. Any other great Luo immortal venturing here would likely have long since lost themselves in the vicinity. Such an extraordinary time-space configuration surpasses even the most ancient innate formations in secrecy. Su-Han marveled inwardly, his curiosity toward the destination intensifying. Why does the terrain grow progressively lower, descending deep underground? After traversing for what felt like an eternity, he finally arrived. Before him loomed a majestic sacred hall, exuding an aura of desolation, antiquity, and eternal stillness. Su-Han's heart surged with shock. To his senses, the hall appeared as a condensed microcosm of the boundless universe, enduring unscathed through 10,000 kalpas of cosmic cycles, even as heavens collapsed and worlds perished. Upon its facade shimmered 3 arcane primordial Tao characters, imbued with supreme will. Though unreadable by conventional means, their meaning revealed itself instantly. Pangu Hall. So this is the yet unmanifested Pangu Hall. Su-Han's pulse quickened. This would one day become the stronghold of the Wu clan. Yet the Dragon Han cataclysm had not yet begun in earnest. Let me enter and see. Curiosity guiding him, he stepped across the threshold, only for his expression to shift abruptly. A crushing pressure capable of obliterating even a great Luo Peak cultivator in an instant descended upon him. The Pangu aura here dwarfed even that atop Mount Bujo. Even Suhan's formidable physique strained, yet suddenly a divine radiance emanated from his body. His bloodline energy flowed freely, harmonizing his essence with the hall itself. As a true scion of Pangu, even if not born within the Panga Hall, he effortlessly neutralized most of the oppressive force. The hall's sovereign pressure ceased targeting him so relentlessly. Such terrifying pressure. If one lacked the Panga bloodline, even a primordial golden immortal would falter here. Suhan shuddered inwardly. Still residual strain lingered. He immediately summoned the creation azure lotus hovering it above his head, its celestial light dispelling every trace of pressure. Crowned by the azure lotus, he advanced calmly into the hall's depths, and beheld a colossal blood pool brimming with boundless blood essence and divine energy radiating immense pressure. Beside this pool, his own spirit elf pool seemed laughably insignificant, dwarfed not merely like sand against stars, but like dust against the cosmos itself. After all, it is the Panga blood pool. Suhan murmured to himself, lifting his gaze. Above the pool floated 12 colossal crimson cocoons pulsing with primordial might. He knew these were the 12 ancestral Wu destined to awaken in ages to come.